The novel narrates a dystopian world wherein the sun abruptly vanishes, plunging Earth into darkness and cold, leading to the collapse of human civilization and the disintegration of societal order. The protagonist, Chu Yunsheng, embarks on a journey of cultivation, armed with an ancient family tome, the Divine Storage Edict, ultimately becoming a dark warrior. During his flight from catastrophe, he witnesses the duality of human nature, grappling with resource scarcity and battling mutated insects in a desperate struggle for survival. Subsequently, he partakes in numerous battles, including those in Jinling City, Huangshan, the decisive conflict at Port City, and a legendary duel in Shudu, continuously enhancing his prowess. Upon reaching a significant level of power, he boards the Cold Star fleet to venture into the cosmos, exploring various enigmatic star systems and civilizations, clashing with extraterrestrial races such as the Crimson People, and engaging in grand-scale conflicts, including divine wars, all in the pursuit of survival and the future of humanity. Throughout this odyssey, Chu Yunsheng evolves, gradually unveiling the myriad secrets concealed within the universe, as well as the monumental challenges humanity faces amid this apocalyptic crisis. Chapter 1. The Disappearance of the Sun. Date: December 22, 2012. CCTV. CCTV. Dear viewers, you are now watching CCTV. Dear viewers, I am currently in the Queensboro of New York City, where a riot has just erupted. The New York police have mobilized substantial forces to disperse the crowd, resulting in 1 fatality and over 30 injuries. We are still gathering information. Now, let us connect with Sun Fei in Europe to understand the situation there. Hello, host. Hello, Sun Fei. Could you please update us on the situation in Paris? Certainly. Since this afternoon, a large crowd has gathered in front of the Lice Palace, brandishing various banners, demanding the government disclose the truth. We can see that a significant police presence has assembled to prevent further escalation. President Sarkozy has canceled his trip to the Middle East and has appealed to the public for calm via a televised address. Let us now connect with Surin in Tokyo. Hello, Surin, can you hear me? It seems we have a poor satellite signal and cannot reach him. However, we will ask our 2 studio guests to provide a scientific explanation regarding this incident. Good afternoon, esteemed professors. As we know, at 7:15 a.m. Beijing time on December 22nd, the sun suddenly vanished from the sky for a full 10 minutes, an extraordinary astronomical phenomenon observed worldwide. There were no prior predictions of an eclipse, leading to widespread speculation. Certainly, the most renowned speculation concerns the prophecies of the Mayan civilization, which foretold that the sun would disappear after yesterday, the 21st, plunging the Earth into darkness. Many people, especially abroad, are deeply concerned about the fulfillment of this prophecy. As of this morning at 7 a.m. on the 22nd, many regarded this prophecy as merely a joke, akin to the Y2K scare of 1999. However, we know that around 7:15, the sun vanished without any warning for approximately 10 minutes, engulfing the world in darkness and causing global communication to descend into chaos for the duration. Following this event, normalcy resumed, leading many to believe that the Mayan prophecy might indeed come to fruition. Of course, we understand this must be an extraordinary astronomical phenomenon, unprecedented until now, and we request the professors to help us comprehend it scientifically. Thank you. Through the elucidation of such esteemed professors, we find clarity, reinforcing our belief that this extraordinary astronomical event has its rational scientific basis, thereby dispelling various rumors, including those related to the Mayan prophecy, that we should approach such matters from a scientific perspective, avoiding needless panic. Chu Yunsheng switched off the remote, feeling there was no longer a need to watch. The online discourse was rife with criticism, as so-called experts had become synonymous with public deceit. Since 2008, trust in these experts had waned significantly, and Chu Yunsheng was no exception. Despite the uproar online and the incessant moderation, most individuals remained curious onlookers, though many were gripped by panic. The throng of people scrambling for supplies in the midday market was telling. If the situation were not promptly calmed, the ensuing panic could yield significant economic repercussions. Chu Yunsheng firmly trusted his judgment. He sensed something amiss long ago, largely due to the ancient tome passed down in his family. Although the text appeared to be mere gibberish, lacking even the semblance of oracle-bone script, he was convinced it was indeed an ancient manuscript. It had served as a makeshift object for propping up his bed, as its dilapidated condition rendered it seemingly worthless. his father insisted it was a treasured heirloom, vowing never to part with it. Yet, when Chu Yunsheng entered university and needed funds, his father clandestinely brought the tome to various pawn shops and antique markets, ultimately being told it was a worthless book, likely produced no more than 3 to 5 years prior, thus contradicting his father's claims of its ancient lineage. This revelation infuriated Chu Yunsheng's father. Eventually, the tome fell into Chu Yunsheng's possession, continuing its role as a mere prop until he decided to purchase a home. Like his father, he ventured through the antique markets, yet once again, no one showed interest. Frustrated, he resolved to cease pondering its value, relegating the so-called heirloom to its silent role. One fateful night, after a breakup with a long-term girlfriend, he drunkenly witnessed the tome emitting a dazzling glow. Though the entire phenomenon lasted a mere 20 seconds, he was certain he had not imagined it, despite the jests of friends who claimed he had lost his mind. Driven by the allure of wealth, he took the tome to various pawn shops, only to face dismay again. It was still deemed unworthy. In a moment of determination, he sought a carbon dating assessment, which unequivocally revealed it to be a mere decade-old book, far from an ancient relic. Initially disheartened by this finding, he soon realized the peculiar nature of the tome. He had known of its existence since childhood, and though he could not ascertain how long it had been in his father's possession, he had witnessed it for over 20 years. The testing results contradicted this, suggesting it could not be older than 10 years, implying that the tome was not just a worthless object, but rather an extraordinary artifact. Chu Yunsheng devoted considerable time to studying the material of the book. Yielding no conclusions, he then dedicated himself to deciphering the strange symbols and peculiar text, eventually mastering around 300 relatively simple characters. Coincidentally, in the year 2010, this limited vocabulary did not grant him full comprehension of the book's contents. Indeed, he found himself utterly lost after merely 10 pages. Yet, from those scant pages, he gleaned a persistent warning from the author to future generations. As the celestial paths converge, all laws return to order. The universe will revert, and chaos shall reign on earth. Chu Yunsheng meticulously recalibrated his calculations, initially fearful of misreading the sparse characters. As his understanding deepened and his calculations grew increasingly precise, he noted that the date pointed towards the 28th. Alarmed, he pondered why the tome seemed imbued with a peculiar power, incessantly compelling him to believe that a monumental transformation was imminent on that day. He later conducted an in-depth study of the Mayan Salcan calendar, utilizing obscure astronomical data pertaining to this date. However, his efforts bore no fruit, as a plethora of prophecies circulated at that time, some of which even led to government crackdowns across provinces. His post soon faded into obscurity, until 3 months ago, when he once again beheld the ancient tome radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. At the moment, he was just about to turn off the lights and retire for the night. The resplendent hues illuminated the entire bedroom, creating an almost breathtaking spectacle that left Chu Yunsheng momentarily spellbound. The last time the book had gleamed, Chu Yunsheng, under the influence of alcohol and amidst his friend's skepticism, had come to doubt his own perceptions, eventually convincing himself it was merely an illusion. This time, however, he was fully alert and, after the initial shock, dared not question the reality of the phenomenon. Consequently, he devoted himself fervently to preparations for this day. Over the past 3 months, his frenzied actions leading his friends to believe he had lost his sanity, with some even suggesting he be committed to a mental institution. Without hesitation, he sold the house he had previously purchased with a loan, liquidating all valuables and items he deemed unnecessary for the future in exchange for a substantial sum of cash. He rented 2 apartments on the same floor in the heart of Shanghai, in an area he believed would eventually be safeguarded by military presence. He avoided the ground and top floors, as the ancient text warned that the celestial axis would return, inevitably bringing with it an intersection of cosmic realms and the potential invasion of formidable beings from other dimensions, forces far beyond what terrestrial life, confined within the celestial axis, could withstand. Chu Yunsheng fortified the doors and windows with the sturdiest steel, stockpiling a vast array of provisions, including food, purified water, and various essentials. He meticulously calculated that, based on a maximum consumption of 2 pounds of rice per day, his frantic purchases of over 10 tons of rice, costing him more than 20,000 yuan, would sustain him for over a decade. He similarly acquired vast quantities of water, salt, sugar, paper, batteries, and even toothpaste, laundry detergent, and lighters. Later, he endured considerable hardship to procure a Type 92 handgun and 100 bullets from the black market. By the 21st, his bank balance plummeted from several 100,000 yuan to a mere 2,000, not for lack of desire to purchase more, but because every corner of his rooms was overflowing, even the bathroom and bed. Chu Yunsheng wished to assist his friends, yet by the final hour, nearly everyone believed he had lost his mind, including his relatives, who were equally skeptical. Few were willing to accept his warnings. However, by this morning, an increasing number of individuals began calling him, shaken by the astonishing event of the sun's disappearance. Many, though reluctant to accept the extraordinary nature of the occurrence, deeming it too absurd, could not escape the pervasive panic sweeping through the populace. Consequently, those aware of his preparations sought his counsel on what might transpire. Yet, Chu Yunsheng truly had no answers, as he could not comprehend the subsequent text in the ancient book regarding the celestial axis. All he could do was patiently urge them to prepare their supplies that as twilight approached. He ventured to the market across from his community, only to find that a significant portion of the shelves had been emptied. The evening news repeatedly emphasized that this phenomenon had scientific explanations and that the world was not on the brink of apocalypse. Meanwhile, international citizens increasingly demanded their governments disclose the truth, with headlines across all news outlets uniformly proclaiming, "The sun has disappeared. Is the Mayan prophecy coming true? Apocalypse. Are you prepared? 2012. Have you purchased your ticket?" Chapter 2. Global Panic. Chu Yunsheng turned off his computer, sensing that the situation would only worsen. However, he lacked both the inclination and time to delve into it further. What he needed to do now was to adhere to the cultivation methods prescribed in the ancient texts. First and foremost, he had to learn to create talismans. In fact, since he had comprehended 300 characters, he understood that he could forge yuan talismans. He had even crafted several, following the ancient texts, yet none had proven effective, leading to a decline in his interest. Chu Yunsheng surmised that the phenomenon of the sun's disappearance had heralded the commencement of a so-called cosmic realignment, which activated the yuan talisman with some mysterious force. He meticulously studied the rules of talisman creation within the ancient texts and finally grasped that the talisman served as a conduit to guide the laws of nature, a necessary pathway for channeling the primordial energy of heaven and earth into the talisman itself. Thus, the talisman maker must infuse the talisman with this energy according to specific principles, enabling it to resonate with the laws of nature upon completion, thereby activating the yuan talisman. The talisman that had been accidentally activated, as per Chu Yunsheng's understanding, had not been infused with any primordial energy at the time. He speculated that the activation had occurred because he had used the talisman as a bookmark in the ancient texts during the night of their illumination, perhaps undergoing a transformation through some inexplicable means. Uncertain when the ancient texts would next illuminate, he recognized that relying on this phenomenon to enhance his talisman was not a dependable strategy. Thus, he resolved to cultivate the primordial energy of heaven and earth. This energy, described in the ancient texts as the most fundamental force between heaven and earth, had been mysteriously repelled from the solar system for the past 5,000 years. In essence, this meant that for 5 millennia, no primordial energy had penetrated Earth, a phenomenon referred to in the texts as the sealing of the celestial orbit. After the sun's disappearance that morning, the unusual activity of the yuan talisman compelled Chu Yunsheng to intuit that the celestial orbit was approaching with great force, perhaps allowing a minuscule amount of primordial energy to seep into the earth. That evening, he settled into a meditative state, following the instructions from the ancient texts to cultivate this energy. The greatest challenge of this process was how to draw the energy into his body, the most arduous barrier to overcome. The primordial energy was colorless, tasteless, and formless, eluding human senses and perception. The simplest method was to utilize a talisman known as the Heaven and Earth Yuan Talisman to directly absorb this energy into his body, subsequently cleansing his consciousness with the energy within, thus opening the fourth dimension of perception, which Chu Yunsheng understood as a form of sixth sense, enabling resonance between his consciousness and the primordial energy of the outer world. Lacking such a talisman, the only activated talisman he possessed was the Lihui Yuan Talisman, used for summoning divine fire. Clearly, this straightforward method was not feasible. He could only resort to the most rudimentary approach, silently contemplating the methods in his heart, persistently adjusting his thoughts and consciousness through the prescribed techniques to achieve the state of opening the fourth dimension. The conditions required sufficient primordial energy in his vicinity and the requisite aptitude of the practitioner. Chu Yunsheng was acutely aware of his average talent. Based on the ancient texts, he had calculated that he fell far short of the so-called genius, being merely an ordinary individual, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, with the ancient texts in his possession, he ultimately felt fortunate. Embracing the ancient texts, he sat on the floor, attempting to cultivate his energy. Previously, he had thought such practices appeared simple in novels. But upon trying it himself, he realized the immense difficulty. Whether due to the scarcity of primordial energy or his limited aptitude, after a whole night of effort, Chu Yunsheng found himself devoid of any sensation after 6 hours of practice. His first day of cultivation yielded no miracles, and he understood that success would necessitate tremendous effort and consistent daily practice. After a night of struggle, Chu Yunsheng, overwhelmed by frustration, decided to bury his head in sleep, only to be awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. It was a call from his colleague, Yu Shaohai, with whom he shared a close relationship. Just days prior, Yu had questioned Chu Yunsheng's sanity. He quickly answered the call, hearing Yu's excited voice on the other end. "Hey, did you say the sun disappeared yesterday?" The news just explained it. Chu Yunsheng cautiously interjected, feeling a twinge of fear at his friend's scorn. "Bro, are you still keeping secrets from me? The sun just vanished again for a full half hour. Don't you know? Everyone's gone crazy out here. Just look at the people on the streets. They're all losing it. Another disappearance?" Chu Yunsheng was genuinely unaware. After his failed cultivation, he had wallowed in frustration and sleep. Yet, the impact of the sun's disappearance seemed less significant now. He felt he had already grasped the ultimate outcome. The ancient text recorded that due to the restoration of the celestial orbit and the ensuing cosmic realignment, the energies of heaven and earth would temporarily isolate particles such as photons in the universe, meaning sunlight could barely reach Earth. The complex calculations in the texts were beyond Chu Yunsheng's comprehension, rendering him unable to determine how long this darkness would persist. "Brother, what should we do now? Is the Earth going to be destroyed? We're all worried sick." "It won't be. I'm quite aware of the specifics. What I know is that on the 28th, the world will be engulfed in darkness. You all should prepare ample supplies and food. I cannot predict how long it will last." Chu Yunsheng relayed what he knew truthfully. Engulfed in darkness? What about the sun? If it disappears, what will the Earth revolve around? If the Earth stops rotating, won't we all be doomed? "Bro, you can't be pulling my leg. You're our idol now. 3 days ago, I was a madman, and today I'm your idol? You lot are unbelievable." Chu Yunsheng suddenly felt a surge of triumph. Hey, the signal's gone again," Yu Shaohai exclaimed in frustration before abruptly disconnecting. He hurriedly left the office, as the intermittent signal only heightened the sense of panic. The company building was nearly deserted, with most employees opting not to come in, and an atmosphere of human trepidation loomed over the impending unknown calamity. Chapter 3. The Dark Ages. A long queue formed at the ATMs for bank withdrawals. The city was congested, and gas stations were teeming with crowds of people. A significant police presence filled the streets, and the order in the city of Shin was barely maintained. The relevant authorities expressed confidence in sustaining a harmonious and stable environment, as long as the sun did not disappear again. Alas, fate had other plans. On the third day, the 24th, morning in America and evening in China, the sun vanished once more for an hour. This disappearance incited chaos. Crime rates surged dramatically. Many who had previously been skeptical of an impending apocalypse, upon hearing the news, were shocked into hurriedly venturing out to gather supplies. However, by then, no stores remained open, and the sales staff at the malls had succumbed to turmoil. Unable to procure goods, some resorted to looting shops, while cash withdrawals from banks became impossible and PS machines ceased functioning. The entire world plunged into a state of extreme disorder and paralysis. In the early hours of the 24th, Chu Yunsheng heard gunfire, real gunfire, accompanied by the rumble of tanks. The military had entered the city. The situation was spiraling out of control, and the government ultimately resorted to military force. Tanks and armored vehicles rolled through the city like a tide of steel, and after warning shots, those who dared to resist the troops were shot dead. Bloodshed unfolded across the globe, and no one cared anymore. Only government broadcasters urged the populace to remain calm and exercise restraint. When Chu Yunsheng rented his apartment, he considered the possibility of military intervention in serious situations, opting for a location near government officials' residences and affluent neighborhoods. He refrained from renting directly within those areas, fearing that after the military took over, They would likely conduct thorough inspections of key protected neighborhoods. Those who stockpiled provisions, like him, might be deemed hoarders and detained. Thus, he settled for a nearby unit, where he could still receive some military protection without the stringent scrutiny. From his window, he could see soldiers patrolling with submachine guns, which offered him a semblance of security. After his phone call with Yuxiaohai on the 23rd, he reached out to other relatives and classmates. The signals fluctuated, but he managed to advise them to exercise caution and stockpile supplies, even suggesting they come to stay with him if they found themselves in danger. However, it now seemed nearly impossible. The military had taken control of the city, imposing a curfew and martial law. Each neighborhood was guarded by soldiers and police, and all essential supplies were distributed by the military. Residents were ordered to remain indoors until the situation stabilized. Yet, matters did not unfold as the government had hoped. On the 25th, the sun vanished for 2 hours. On the 26th, it was gone for 4 hours. On the 27th, the sun disappeared for a staggering 10 hours. Darkness. Darkness. A global crisis. On the 28th, the world was enveloped in complete darkness. No time zone was spared the absence of sunlight. Date, December 28, 2012. The world was shrouded in darkness, duration unknown. Chu Yunsheng sat vacantly by the window. Although he had anticipated this day, the reality filled him with an instinctual panic. The world had changed, the rules had changed, everything had transformed. What lay ahead? A wholly new era was about to dawn, with all its uncertainties. Not to mention the formidable beings from alternate dimensions that might appear at any moment. The true disasters were only just beginning. The sole comfort for Chu Yunsheng was that his cultivation had seen a modicum of success today. He was able to glimpse the vast vitality of the cosmos, allowing him to refine a small amount of this energy within himself. However, this energy was insufficient for him to inscribe a talisman. He needed to continue his cultivation, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. All communication had ceased, and the soldiers outside could only use loudspeakers to address the residents. Determined to stay indoors, Chu Yunsheng resolved to collect his rations punctually and avoid unnecessary movement. He lacked the means to protect himself, and he had yet to ascertain the potency of his solitary fire talisman. Time slipped away in this eerie atmosphere, and the weather outside grew increasingly frigid. With heavy snowfall beginning, experts from above speculated that a new ice age might be imminent. Chu Yunsheng sealed all the windows, but the cold seeped in. Power supply became unreliable, with electricity available for only 3 hours each day. Gas and natural gas supplies dwindled significantly, leaving only water to be maintained, albeit tenuously. Dressed in a thick down jacket, he sat on his bed, marking the 5th day of the Dark Ages. He had barely accumulated enough energy to create a low-level talisman. Regarding talisman crafting, he had previously analyzed 2 paths. One was a combat-oriented route. As his 4th-dimensional consciousness became clearer through ancient texts, he felt an increasingly urgent awareness of the impending danger from the alternate dimension's celestial trajectory. He needed to create a defensive talisman to enhance his physical strength, a fire talisman to modify a handgun, and a divine weapon talisman for a longsword. He estimated that within the dwindling time before the celestial trajectory converged with Earth, he could refine enough cosmic energy to inscribe at most 3 low-level talismans. The second route was a conservative, agricultural approach. He planned to create a fire talisman to modify his handgun, enabling it to harness the power of cosmic energy, and a storage talisman to encompass all the supplies he had amassed over the past 3 months. This storage talisman was of a slightly higher grade than others. If he completed the fire talisman first, the time before the celestial trajectory's approach would be limited. Relying solely on the handgun for protection would significantly heighten the danger. Chu Yunsheng found himself in a new quandary. On one hand, he feared death, while on the other, he increasingly realized that he could not stay in either of his 2 residences for long. Soon, he might find himself on the run, making the acquisition of supplies exceedingly crucial. As he pondered over the ancient texts, he reached a decision. Chu Yunsheng recognized his ordinary aptitude. Without the ancient texts, he would be as defenseless as any average person. Only those with extraordinary gifts, as described in the texts, could awaken their 4th-dimensional consciousness swiftly and instinctively utilize cosmic energy. Thus, he understood that for him, whether a defensive or offensive talisman or a stockpile of supplies was not of utmost importance. What truly mattered was the ancient text itself. As long as it remained with him, he held on to the hope of survival. Furthermore, the text was the most significant memento left by his parents after their passing, thus carrying sentimental value akin to a family heirloom. After much contemplation, Chu Yunsheng concluded that carrying the ancient text on his person posed a significant risk of losing it in a panic or while fleeing, a loss he could not bear. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize crafting a storage talisman to secure the ancient text within it, subsequently sealing the talisman onto his body, ensuring its safety beyond doubt. Chapter 4. The arrival of monsters. This low-grade second-tier talisman is merely a one-time use item. Once the vital energy of the talisman is depleted, its mysterious absorption ability will vanish, causing all stored items to appear around the user in an instant. Thus, before the energy of the talisman is exhausted, Chu Yunsheng must craft another talisman of material absorption. Of course, should his cultivation level rise, he would be able to create a third-tier talisman, allowing him to replenish its energy from within himself at any time, thus enabling permanent usage. The structure of the talisman is not overly complex, consisting of 3 components: the talisman itself, the body, and the sealing script. The principle of the talisman is to guide the energy of heaven and earth to create a channel with the talisman itself, thereby activating it. The body, upon absorbing energy, establishes a set of laws through regulated methods that enable certain abilities to manifest. Chu Yunsheng, however, does not comprehend the underlying principles of these laws. He can only utilize them, akin to driving a car without understanding the mechanics of the engine. The sealing script, once the body is activated and its functions are fully realized, finalizes the talisman, imprinting either the creator's essence or rendering it a non-affiliated talisman for user distinction. Additionally, it incorporates measures to prevent energy leakage and the ability to seal it within the human body. As for the first-tier Fire Soldier talisman, Chu Yunsheng found it quite challenging, taking a full 3 hours to complete its construction. Despite this effort, his energy was utterly depleted. His reckless decision to create the Fire Soldier talisman aimed to gain experience in using energy to craft talismans, ensuring the one-time success of the material absorption talisman. He could not afford to waste time or energy. The material absorption talisman, being a second-tier talisman, significantly increases in difficulty and success rate. With the principles still beyond his grasp, Chu Yunsheng dared not be careless. Fortunately, with the assistance of ancient texts, he found that crafting the talisman on paper from these texts considerably eased the process. The energy required to create a second-tier talisman far exceeds that of a first-tier one. And should he find himself lacking energy at a crucial moment, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he devoted himself day and night to the cultivation of his energy. During the days Chu Yunsheng immersed himself in training, the situation outside worsened further. The increasingly frigid climate reportedly led to numerous fatalities, as the sun seemed to have vanished entirely, never to reappear. Hunger and cold compelled residents to leave their homes in search of supplies. The military gradually lost control of the city, having to relinquish certain peripheral areas and establish numerous military defenses within the core urban region. Unbeknownst to Chu Yunsheng, a peculiar event unfolded in his neighborhood during the ration distribution. A man, frustrated by the dwindling food supplies, clashed with a soldier. In a fit of rage, he struck the soldier, and this single punch left all witnesses astounded, including Chu Yunsheng, who found it utterly incredible. The man's furious blow bore an icy chill, instantly encasing the unfortunate soldier in ice. The man, equally startled, hastily exclaimed, "It's not my fault. I merely pushed him. You all saw it. It's not my business." The man showed no resistance to the stern soldiers, continuously insisting on his innocence, yet the military nonetheless took him away at gunpoint, leaving behind his wife and their 7- or 8-year-old son weeping softly at the door. Chu Yunsheng understood that this man was likely experiencing the self-awareness of fourth-dimensional consciousness as described in the ancient texts, yet he himself remained oblivious to it, unknowingly unleashing the formidable power of the energy of heaven and earth in his rage, thus freezing the unfortunate soldier. How astonishing! After training for so many days to cultivate his consciousness, this individual had achieved self-awareness without any realization, filling Chu Yunsheng with envy. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this man did not possess the ancient texts he had, which somewhat alleviated his feelings of jealousy. This incident heightened his awareness that he must keep his abilities concealed. Observing the cold expressions of the soldiers as they apprehended the man, he feared for the man's fate. He might become a subject of experimentation in a government laboratory, subjected to various torturous tests. He had no desire to become the second Ice Fist man. Initially, he contemplated sharing some simple cultivation methods to assist others in overcoming hardships. But the fate of the Ice Fist man startled the already timid Chu Yunsheng, leading him to resolve never to reveal his secrets to anyone. Days later, while receiving rations, An expert from upstairs informed him of a discovery by the research department. A significant quantity of previously undetectable dark matter and dark energy had been identified. The Ice Fist man taken from the neighborhood might be linked to one type of dark energy, prompting the government to intensify research in this area. Furthermore, the expert asserted that temperatures had plateaued due to certain dark energies, allowing some outdoor plants to replace previous photosynthesis through the influence of dark energy, heralding a new scientific paradigm. However, Chu Yunsheng found himself unable to grasp the implications of this information, feeling fortunate as long as he did not freeze to death or suffocate due to lack of oxygen. His endeavor to craft the material absorption talisman did not proceed as smoothly as he had hoped. Despite meticulous preparations, his first attempt to forcibly create a second-tier talisman ended in failure, leaving him frustrated for an entire afternoon. Indeed, human calculations often fall short of celestial design. He lamented that if only he had aimed to create a first-tier talisman, all the energy he had refined over the days would not have been squandered. What he did not anticipate was that 9 days later, with renewed confidence, his attempt to create the material absorption talisman would again end in unacceptable failure. The cause was a sudden, high-pitched scream from the street outside, filled with terror and panic, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. The shock caused Chu Yunsheng's intricately carved ceiling script to shatter entirely. Fury surged within him, as he simplistically assumed that the commotion outside was yet another case of a beastly individual attempting to assault a woman, only to be shot by soldiers. Such incidents had become commonplace in recent days. In this apocalyptic atmosphere, the pervasive darkness had emboldened many nefarious individuals, some of whom had lost all hope for the future. Under the pressures of despair, panic, and chaos, people could resort to any manner of deeds. According to the upstairs expert, the military had eliminated many rioters in recent days, adopting a policy of severe retribution. Anyone who disregarded the soldiers' warnings would be shot on sight as a deterrent to chaos. Yet the expert quietly noted that many soldiers had also participated in criminal activities, leaving the common folk seething with anger yet unable to voice their grievances. However, when he opened the only unsealed small steel panel at his window and peered outside, his rage dissipated, replaced by bone-chilling fear. Across the street, illuminated by the military's headlights, he beheld a white Audi sports car, grotesquely contorted and ravaged by some unknown force, lying pitifully beneath a colossal monster. Chu Yunsheng swore he had never encountered anything so hideous and ferocious, even in the animal kingdom portrayed by Uncle Zhao Zhangxiang. The creature's immense form, akin to the Audi sports car, boasted a fiery red exoskeleton, with 4 legs resembling razor-sharp steel blades. At the front of its body were 2 long, menacing pincers. In a state of panic, Chu Yunsheng mechanically grasped a telescope kept at the window. Through the lens, he clearly saw the monster's vicious maw and its blood-red eyes. Green, viscous liquid dripped from its gaping mouth, sizzling as it corroded the car's surface, creating a gaping hole. Without needing to think, Chu Yunsheng understood the corrosive nature of that liquid. It's over. It's over. They have finally arrived. What should I do? What should I do? Chu Yunsheng, who had always believed he was in complete control, suddenly found himself in a state of panic. The disappearance of the sun did not alarm him. He remained unperturbed by the chilling darkness or the chaos engulfing the world, for he had meticulously prepared for such eventualities. However, now, the ancient text spoke of the convergence of alternate dimensional celestial paths. Fearsome creatures had arrived, and they were undeniably ferocious. Moreover, he had not yet had the opportunity to implement the Yuanfu he had planned. This left Chu Yunsheng, who typically favored stability, feeling somewhat disoriented. Chapter 5. The monster retreats. The terror was far from over. In the next moment, a chill ran down Chu Yunsheng's spine as 3 soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their assault rifles at the creature. Through his 8-fold optical telescope, he could barely discern a faint red glow emanating from the monster, which seemed to absorb the bullet's impact. Only a scant few had struck its thigh, igniting a rage within the beast that erupted in a piercing, discordant shriek. It charged toward the soldiers through the hail of bullets, moving with a speed that defied comprehension. One soldier, still clinging to life, struggled to drag his severed body and spilling intestines across the ground, desperately crawling toward the military vehicle. The monster, with its razor-sharp leg, pierced through the soldier's back, pinning him to the earth as if toying with its prey. The creature raised its head, letting out a triumphant cry. Madness reigned. Was this earth or hell? Was this truly the chaos foretold in ancient texts? The brutality was overwhelming, an embodiment of a nightmarish reality. What terrified Chu Yunsheng further was that after the monster dispatched 2 soldiers, it chose not to pursue the third, who was nearly reaching the military vehicle. but instead fixated its gaze mockingly on the woman below. "What are you staring at down there?" Chu Yunsheng thought, incredulous, as he noticed a woman in a white down jacket desperately climbing up from the window below. Human potential in dire circumstances proved to be monumental. The lower levels of the building had been sealed off with steel bars, yet this woman managed to ascend to the second floor, driven by sheer instinct. Chu Yunsheng, residing on the 6th floor, felt a pang of anxiety as he recognized the monster had marked this woman as its next target. Having watched nature documentaries featuring Uncle Zhao, he understood that predators do not relinquish their captured prey when they hold the upper hand. If that dreadful creature followed her up and made it to the 6th floor, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Despite the building being 12 stories tall, the monster's grotesque corrosive abilities would make breaching his sanctuary all too easy. As Chu Yunsheng's mind raced, the monster began its slow ascent, employing its sharp limbs to dig into the walls, climbing with unsettling ease. He surmised that everyone in the building, including the expert on the upper floor, was paralyzed with fear. The world around them fell into an eerie silence as the woman stubbornly continued her climb, now too terrified to cry for help. With the monster only a meter beneath her, Chu Yunsheng believed that if the creature exerted its strength, it could effortlessly snatch her. Indeed, the monster opened its pincers, revealing its dwindling patience, eager to conclude this tedious hunt. Yet, at that very moment, the ancient tome, previously unnoticed, suddenly radiated a dazzling spectrum of light. With his consciousness attuned to the 4th dimension, Chu Yunsheng felt an overwhelming force sweeping through him, causing the very essence of the space around him to tremble. The monster also sensed this immense power, letting out a sound that was starkly different from its earlier triumphant calls, now tinged with anguish and fear. Then, to Chu Yunsheng's astonishment, it retreated down the building with a speed surpassing its earlier charge, vanishing into the inky darkness within mere seconds. Holding the now normal tome, Chu Yunsheng was engulfed by tumultuous thoughts. The heirlooms of his ancestors had indeed proven to be treasures. It was almost ironic that such a precious artifact had been relegated to a mere footrest in his home throughout generations. The woman was saved, but having reached the 3rd floor, she could no longer move, her mind too frazzled to comprehend why the monster had fled. With the help of kind neighbors, she eventually found refuge inside a 3rd-floor apartment, where her cries of relief reverberated. Chu Yunsheng closed the small steel door, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. The ordeal had been harrowing. Had the tome not illuminated at the critical moment, not only would the woman have perished beneath the monstrous pincers, but the entire building, including himself, would have faced grave danger. He resolved to keep the tome close, vowing never to part with it, not even in the most private of moments. In the aftermath of the incident, the neighborhood and streets fell eerily silent. Experts arrived to remove the wreckage of a white Audi and the creature's residual fluids. A tank and an armored vehicle were deployed for patrol, prompting Chu Yunsheng to marvel at the might of the affluent district across the street. In the following days, his fears of monsters emerging from every corner like a recurring nightmare did not materialize. However, word from the experts above indicated that similar creatures had been sighted elsewhere, and it took heavy machine guns at the cost of numerous lives to eliminate them. A sense of helplessness weighed heavily on Chu Yunsheng, yet the tome fortified his resolve. He was determined to cultivate his abilities, to inscribe the material-absorbing talisman and the 6-arm talisman to command golden energies. Day and night merged into one as he devoted himself to relentless training, undeterred by the absence of sunlight. The process of using the talisman to gather objects was wondrous. With deft movements, he manipulated the incantations, shaping his fingers into a sword-like gesture, directing the talisman to glow with a yellow light that swept over the items in his room. Everything that was not fixed in place began to float, ultimately shrinking and flying towards the talisman until they transformed into peculiar symbols etched upon its surface. Once all desired items were collected, he altered the incantation, sending the floating talisman to seal itself onto his forearm, completing the ritual. Through his heightened perception, he could sense the talisman's vibrancy, and the ease with which he could detect all the stored items brought him exhilaration that lingered for a time. Unfortunately, this thrill was short-lived, as the distant sounds of gunfire soon reignited his anxiety. Chapter 6. The moment of life and death. In the midst of a fierce street battle, 3 crimson creatures emerged. Identified by experts above as red armored bugs, a species within the insect family, known for their formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, along with their highly corrosive saliva. Fortunately, tanks and armored vehicles were present on the streets, and after suffering significant losses, the military seemingly managed to eliminate the 3 red armored bugs. However, no triumphant cheers echoed. nor were there any mournful cries. Everything returned to an unsettling calm. From the following day, the supply of rations in the community began to dwindle drastically. The experts upstairs expressed their concerns to Chu Yunsheng, noting that due to widespread attacks from the red armored bugs, the transport of supplies had become neither safe nor regular. It was feared that the military might ultimately abandon this area, as reports indicated that these bugs were emerging in ever-increasing numbers from a nearby location, outpacing the military's control. The experts' ominous predictions soon came to pass. Approximately 7 to 8 days later, the red armored bugs frequently appeared in the vicinity. The dawn of a dark era had arrived, with people nostalgically referring to the previous sunlit times as the Sunshine Era and labeling the present as the Dark Age. In a building behind Chu Yunsheng's residence, which was supposed to be shrouded in the stillness of midnight, one could hear the faint screams of those succumbing to despair, followed by the high-pitched cries of the red armored bugs. Initially, the military had intervened to manage such incidents, but as time progressed, their presence dwindled. The haunting cries of the red armored bugs echoed intermittently, signaling that Shunsheng was no longer a safe haven. Danger lurked at every corner. Chu Yunsheng spent night after night in a state of anxious vigilance during his training. Soon after, the first batch of military troops began their withdrawal, appearing on the streets under the protection of numerous tanks and armored vehicles. A long convoy of private cars followed the military's lead. According to the expert above, the initial groups to evacuate consisted of high-ranking individuals safeguarded by elite forces, though he was uncertain of their final destination. Perhaps the military had a more secure base in mind. A week later, the military personnel responsible for distributing food had long ceased their efforts, and the number of law enforcement troops declined steadily, plunging the situation into chaos. The expert's wife narrowly escaped a violent assault at their doorstep, thanks only to Chu Yunsheng, who brandished a firearm to deter the would-be attacker. The expert expressed profound gratitude to Chu Yunsheng, revealing his secret. In 3 days, the final group of well-equipped elites and their families would evacuate. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the expert had been temporarily added to the evacuation list, albeit at the lowest tier. Nonetheless, he was entitled to 3 family slots, which regrettably could not be transferred to Chu Yunsheng, as he had precisely 3 family members. While Chu Yunsheng believed that the ancient text from his family had truly saved the woman, he refrained from disclosing this to anyone, knowing others might not believe him. Despite his reservations, he felt the wealthy businessman still possessed a modicum of conscience. However, he ultimately dismissed the idea of seeking assistance, understanding that explaining his situation might lead to further complications. What Chu Yunsheng did not anticipate was that the evacuation operation on the 3rd day would suffer a severe breach of confidentiality. Consequently, the heavily armored military convoy, shrouded in darkness, advanced only a short distance before being obstructed by a throng of civilians who felt abandoned by the military, outraged by what they deemed unfair treatment. The crowd surged into the streets, vocally condemning the military's discriminatory policies. Chu Yunsheng remained indoors, deeply anxious about the potential appearance of the red armored bugs. He peered through the small steel panel of his window, witnessing the streets below completely congested. The military's advance had traversed several blocks, and all he could see from his home were the various vehicles trapped behind the blockade, with the angry populace hurling objects at military vehicles in vehement protest. According to the expert above, the command center had issued orders permitting troops to open fire on anyone obstructing military operations without needing to report up the chain of command. This was the so-called heavy punishment in chaotic times. However, when the 126th Regiment encountered tens of thousands of civilians blocking their path, even the military command hesitated to issue the order to fire. There were simply too many ordinary citizens present, and no one dared to give such a command. Reports swiftly made their way to the command center. From a distance, Chu Yunsheng heard a man's voice amplified through a loudspeaker. Comrades, please listen to me. I am Qin Gang, the political commissar of the 126th Regiment. Rest assured, the command center will not abandon any comrade. The military withdrawal plan absolutely includes all of you. Believe me, you're talking nonsense. You're lying. You've all left. How can you still talk of withdrawal? Are we not human? Is the People's Army merely a force for the privileged? The crowd's emotions ran high. Utterly unmoved by his reassurances, Qin Gang raised his voice, imploring, "Comrades, do not be deceived by certain lawless individuals. The military will not forsake any of you. I, Qin Gang, am willing to stay and evacuate with the last group of civilians. Trust me, a substantial military presence remains on the front lines. We are not the last to leave. The withdrawal must be orderly, or we risk monster attacks. We must ensure minimal losses. Don't listen to this bastard. Why do the wealthy and powerful evacuate first while we follow? In these times, money is worthless. It's just scrap paper. You know nothing. The wealthy have connections. They're all linked to government officials. What are we, the common people, in this web of patronage? Let the bugs consume us. I don't care. The situation was chaotic, with no sign of the crowd dispersing. Instead, more people continued to gather. A soldier, overwhelmed by the tension, accidentally fired his weapon, igniting panic in the crowd. They are killing us. The military is slaughtering civilians. Let us fight back. Qin Gang turned to his subordinates in fury. Who the hell fired that shot? I'll have him executed. The soldier who fired was quickly engulfed by the surging mass of people. Just as the crowd prepared to storm the military vehicles, someone suddenly screamed, "Bugs! Bugs! Monsters!" 1, 2, 3, at least 50 to 60 fiery red armored bugs were racing along the walls of the nearby buildings, drawing closer. The crowd, once on the brink of riot, froze in terror. Those who had been ready to revolt now fled in a panic. With the communications down, the commander of the 126th Regiment bellowed through the loudspeaker. "Prepare for battle. 2nd Battalion, 3rd Battalion, 7th Battalion, heavy machine guns, prepare to fire. Rockets ready. Artillery, on standby." As the heavy machine guns roared and rockets screamed through the air, the crowd trampled one another in their desperate flight toward the nearest residential area. Despite the onslaught of firepower, the red armored bugs continued their advance. Aside from a few being struck and sent flying by rockets, most sustained minor damage, merely acquiring some dents and holes in their armored exoskeletons. When the bugs plunged into the throng, the air filled with the harrowing screams of the dying. Agile and responsive, the red armored bugs evaded a rocket attack and a tank's artillery, crashing into the military convoy. Standing atop a tank, one bug unleashed a spray of green liquid that swiftly corroded the tank's exterior. With a piercing cry, the creature exploded with crimson light, utilizing its razor-sharp legs and pincers to tear through the weakened tank shell, delivering a fatal bite to a tank soldier desperately defending himself with a sidearm. Chu Yunsheng held deep admiration for the valiant soldier's fighting spirit. Had he been among those tankers, he likely would have succumbed to fear and fled long ago. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to immediately seal the cold soldier's talisman into the powerful crossbow he had purchased 3 months prior at great expense. According to the annotations in ancient texts, the modified crossbow would harness the energies of heaven and earth, capable of launching formidable ice arrows imbued with chilling attributes, perfectly suited to counter the fire-based creatures known as the red armored beetles. Regrettably, at that time, he was unaware of the type of monsters that would emerge, resulting in a squandered abundance of energy spent on crafting the fire soldier's talisman, which proved less effective than the cold soldier's talisman. Thus, he had been hastily working to produce the latter over the past few days. The urgency to inscribe the talisman onto his weapon now stemmed from the alarming realization that 3 red armored beetles were rapidly approaching the crowd gathered at Building 8, drawing perilously close to his location. Unless the ancient text illuminated once more, these 3 creatures would undoubtedly pursue the throng. When the ancient text would shine again was beyond Chu Yunsheng's knowledge, leaving him no choice but to rely solely on the preparations he had made in recent days. Engaging in close combat with the insects would guarantee a survival probability of 0 unless the ancient text illuminated again. Therefore, it was imperative to keep the enemy at bay, and the modern crossbow was the optimal choice. Chapter 7. The power of a single arrow. Nonetheless, Chu Yunsheng's first arrow missed its mark entirely. Not only did it fail to strike, but it also did not unleash the icy attributes of the frost arrow, for he was overwhelmed with anxiety. The speed of the 3 scarlet beetles far surpassed that of any human, and in the blink of an eye, they closed in on the crowd, mercilessly ensnaring those who lagged behind. Chu Yunsheng's inconsequential shot went entirely unnoticed by these proud creatures. As he trembled while knocking a second arrow, the desperate cries of the crowd surged closer to his position on the lower floor. Approximately 11 to 12 individuals were present, with about 5 already having met a gruesome fate at the claws of the scarlet beetles. Among the throng, a neighbor from the 10th floor trembled as he fumbled helplessly with the security door, unable to unlock it. The advancing scarlet beetles, with their razor-sharp limbs, pierced the body of a corpulent man, lifting him as if he were a mere toy and tossing him into the air. Chu Yunsheng felt little confidence in hitting a moving target, yet he found assurance in aiming at this stationary giant, which lay within a mere 30 meters. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the most audacious of the scarlet beetles. With a whoosh, the frost arrow, imbued with the chilling essence of the heavens, surged forth. The piercing sound of the arrow's flight alerted the scarlet beetle, which glanced toward Chu Yunsheng's window. However, at this distance, bolstered by the attributes of his vitality, the arrow thwarted any further movement from the creature, effortlessly breaching its fiery protective shield and plunging deep into its body. The icy energy coursing through the arrow elicited a horrific scream from the scarlet beetle, drawing the attention of its companions, who had been feasting on human brains. Both turned to gaze curiously at their suffering comrade. The frost arrow swiftly unleashed its terrifying power, even as the scarlet beetle's fiery essence fought back desperately. It quickly succumbed to the encasing frost. Was it dead or not? Chu Yunsheng was uncertain of the frost arrow's full capabilities, having never utilized it before. Observing the scarlet beetle frozen like a statue, he hesitated, hastily preparing a third arrow. Benefiting from the experiences of the previous two, he no longer felt the same trepidation. The once desperate group of people suddenly witnessed this unexpected turn of events. The monstrous beings, who had seemed like harbingers of doom, were abruptly transformed into ice statues by an arrow that appeared from nowhere. The imminent threat was alleviated, akin to a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, their will to survive igniting fervently. A middle-aged man seized the trembling keys from the 10th floor resident and calmly unlocked the door. A dozen individuals surged inside, collapsing onto the staircase in a daze, their eyes wide as they stared at the frozen scarlet beetle and the scattered remains of the deceased. In the dim light, the survivors exchanged bewildered glances, having narrowly escaped death. The man who had opened the door, maintaining a semblance of composure, urged, "Hurry, ascend. There are still two outside." Yes. There are experts upstairs. They can shoot these monsters with ease. We should be safe. Did anyone see which floor they shot from? Who had the courage to look? Did you see? I didn't see. Voices clamored as they hastily ascended the stairs. Chu Yunsheng ready to shoot a second scarlet beetle. But as he prepared to pull the trigger, he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that the frozen creature had not perished completely. It quivered slightly, as if attempting to break free from its icy prison. A surge of determination coursed through him. He could not allow it the chance to revive. Every monster eliminated was one less threat. With two others already on the move, hitting a moving target proved to be a daunting task. He chose instead to deliver a finishing shot to the frozen scarlet beetle. Without hesitation, the third arrow flew toward the encased creature, shattering its icy shell and violently disintegrating it into countless small ice fragments, leaving nothing but residue behind. The ferocity of the remaining two beetles surged, their companion's death inciting a wrathful roar. They abandoned their gruesome feast and charged downstairs, one smashing against the door while the other rapidly ascended the walls toward Chu Yunsheng's 6th-floor refuge. Had they detected him? This time, Chu Yunsheng felt an unusual calmness washing over him, accompanied by a sense of resolve. It was either their demise or his. Utilizing the faint light from the street below and the flickering flames of burning debris, he aimed through the infrared scope of his crossbow, clearly spotting the enraged insects. The fourth arrow found its mark on the wall-climbing beast, freezing it instantly. Chu Yunsheng considered not rushing to eliminate the frozen creature, but instead swiftly targeting the one assaulting the door, hoping to capitalize on the time it took for the other to attempt escape. After knocking the fifth arrow, he realized that the creature attacking the door had vanished. From his vantage point, he could not discern whether it had breached the entrance or circumvented to another location. Each pair of arrows he loosed had completely obliterated one scarlet beetle. If the military were aware, they would likely have been requisitioned as prime assets. For conventional firearms struggled to vanquish these shielded monstrosities. Securing the window, Chu Yunsheng knocked his sixth arrow, keenly aware that he had no idea where the last beetle lurked. He leaned against the wall, poised to confront the imminent threat. He could distinctly sense his vitality waning. Save for the first arrow shot in a panic without the aid of his energy, each of the subsequent four had consumed a significant portion of his essence. In the stillness, he realized he could only muster one more frost arrow before his energy would be depleted. He had been reckless in his earlier ambition to eliminate all three scarlet beetles, realizing now he needed 6 arrows, while his limit had only been 5. If the beetles regenerated faster than he did, his chances of survival dwindled to near 0. He needed to expedite the replenishment of his energy. Confident that the fortified doors and windows could withstand the creature's onslaught, he prepared his modified handgun and the only remaining firefly talisman. He believed that once he struck an arrow, encasing the last beetle in ice, he could finish it off with either the handgun or talisman. With only essential furniture remaining in the room, he had stored everything else in his spatial talisman, leaving the room desolate. Chu Yunsheng settled onto the living room table, focusing on recuperating his energy while listening intently for any disturbances outside. "Beetle, the creature is coming up," someone shouted from the hallway. Chu Yunsheng leaped from the table. The final scarlet beetle was indeed ascending the stairs. The pressing question remained. Should he confront the creature in the hallway or wait for it to reach his door before launching a bolt? Chu Yunsheng was neither a strategist nor an expert in combat, unable to swiftly assess the pros and cons of his decision. He needed time to contemplate. Yet the beetle's speed left him little room for deliberation. He could hear hurried footsteps racing past his door, as the absence of electricity rendered the elevator useless, forcing everyone to rely on the stairs. In that moment, Chu Yunsheng made the boldest decision of his life. He flung open the door, positioning himself within the hall, stabilizing the crossbow on the table, and resolutely faced the hallway exit. He vowed that upon the monster's emergence, he would pull the trigger without hesitation, encasing it in ice, his only chance at survival. Chapter 8. The master on the 8th floor. Chu Yunsheng was uncertain whether the red-armored beetle would calculate the height of the floors based on the stairs. Given the insect's limited intelligence, he doubted it had evolved to the point of locating his room through the corridor. Thus, the last beetle might not have been directly aiming for his door, even if it charged in when the door was left ajar. More crucially, the individuals who had ascended moments earlier had undoubtedly attracted the beetle's attention. They might even have been perceived as adversaries responsible for slaying its companions. Therefore, he resolved to take a risk. Allowing the insect to roam freely in the building posed an unpredictable threat, as he could never know when it might suddenly emerge from the ceiling or walls. After all, the corrosive abilities of these creatures were alarmingly potent. The speed and reflexes of the red-armored beetle far surpassed Chu Yunsheng's expectations. As the creature manifested at the staircase entrance, he barely had time to pull the trigger. The beetle immediately detected his concealed presence, hesitating only briefly before lunging towards him, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. In that life-or-death moment, the entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. By the time Chu Yunsheng reacted, he hastily squeezed the trigger, hardly able to ascertain whether he had hit the target. With his other hand clutching the handgun, he fired frantically, emptying approximately 5 or 6 rounds in panic. The gunfire echoed, bullets imbued with fiery energy pierced the wall, the sound of several missed shots reverberating through the air. After the smoke cleared, Chu Yunsheng was fortunate to see that the ice arrow had struck true. Although it had merely hit one of the pincers, it had nonetheless encased a significant portion of the beetle's body in ice. The bullets, charged with fire attributes, had also landed a few hits. Chu Yunsheng was running low on energy. The bullets unleashed by the handgun's energy symbol lacked the sheer power of the ice arrow's full force. Having endured the dual assault of ice and fire, the red-armored beetle was as good as dead. Since the sun's disappearance, the gravest crisis had finally been averted. Chu Yunsheng utilized the residual chill from the ice arrow to extinguish the flames caused by the fiery bullets that had struck the wall, which had already burned several gaping holes into it. He dared not approach the beetle's carcass, fearing the unknown, whether it harbored viruses or corrosive substances. After much deliberation, he ultimately resorted to using the material absorption symbol to safely contain it. The crowd on the street had mostly dispersed. Under the military's heavy artillery, dozens of red-armored beetles had claimed the lives of over 100 individuals, leaving fewer than 10 corpses behind, swiftly disappearing into the shadows. No one knew when they would resurface again. The once cohesive convoy now seemed incomplete, yet it continued to thunder past alongside the military's armored units. No one could fathom how many nearly indestructible insects awaited them ahead. Having slain 3 beetles in a single day had severely drained Chu Yunsheng's energy and spirit. He now understood that the legendary practice of meditative cultivation to replenish sleep was a mere myth. Cultivation and sleep were entirely distinct, irreplaceable entities. As long as he remained a normal human, he required sustenance, rest, and all other bodily functions without exception. The power supply in the community had been completely cut off, and gas had also run dry. Upon awakening, Chu Yunsheng felt ravenous and desired a warm meal. Initially intending to use the alcohol stove stored within the material absorption symbol, a surge of crisis awareness prompted him to extract the magazine from his handgun. Then, using the now feeble remnants of his energy, he aimed the empty gun at a piece of wood and successfully ignited a small flame. The energy of the natural elements was remarkably potent. Observing the ice remnants from the slain beetles outside, he speculated that this flame possessed formidable burning capabilities. Having conserved alcohol, the frugal Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of satisfaction. Quickly, he prepared a bowl of noodles over the flickering flame. Just as he was halfway through his meal, he heard a knock at the door. Ever vigilant? Chu Yunsheng peered through the peephole to see his neighbor from the 10th floor, the man who had narrowly escaped earlier, illuminating the entrance with a candle. Chu Yunsheng's first instinct was to wonder if they had discovered he was the one who had slain the 3 beetles. However, it seemed unlikely. During the chaos surrounding the first beetle's demise, they had been far too panicked to discern anything, and they had not witnessed the deaths of the second and third. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to open the door. Though it was an apocalyptic era shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril, humanity remained a social creature. His home was clean, and the third beetle's remains had been properly contained, so he had little fear of revealing anything suspicious. Standing outside his door with the neighbor were 3 others, a middle-aged man, a young lad, and an unremarkable girl. Is there something you need? Chu Yunsheng inquired, a puzzled expression crossing his face. The group leaned in, peering into Chu Yunsheng's dwelling as if searching for something. No. We were just wondering if you happened to see a beetle come up earlier, the 10th floor neighbor said, oblivious to who had slain it. If not for the insistence of the others to find the person capable of killing the beetles, he would not have been compelled to knock on doors. Being a resident of the building himself, more suited to the task than others. Seeing that Chu Yunsheng appeared confused, the young lad quickly clarified, Brother. Here's the thing, we were chased by several red-armored beetles just now. One was shot down by a master outside, while another followed us inside. At the time, we were just focused on fleeing upwards. Later, we heard gunfire, but after a long while, there was no further commotion. We suspected the monster had been dealt with. So we came to ask if you had seen anyone. Naturally, the young lad dismissed Chu Yunsheng as a suspect. Perceiving him as an ordinary individual with disheveled hair and noodles hanging from his mouth, hardly fitting the image of a master or extraordinary person. Ah, what? The creature got in? I had no idea. I just woke up when I heard you knocking. Chu Yunsheng feigned shock, nervously glancing outside. Is it true a monster came in? What should we do? You need not worry. There's a master hidden in this building. It's quite safe. Just rest assured. If anything unusual occurs, make sure to contact everyone. We'll be on our way. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, sensing that this individual hardly resembled a master. He offered Chu Yunsheng a few comforting words before hastily departing with the others. News of a powerful individual capable of slaying the red-armored beetles hidden within Building 8 spread like wildfire, igniting excitement within the entire community. For a long time, even the military had struggled to devise effective means of exterminating the beetles, leaving people trapped in a state of profound crisis. The sense of helplessness and despair had driven some psychologically fragile individuals to seek release through suicide, while the remaining survivors could only pray that the wretched beetles would spare them. Now, the sudden emergence of a master capable of effortlessly eliminating the beetles, concealed within Building 8, provided the entire community and even neighboring areas with a newfound sense of hope. Those demons prowling in the darkness could appear at any moment. In the vicinity of Mingdu Huayuan, no fewer than 3 incidents involving red-armored beetle attacks had occurred, all resulting in fatalities, no survivors, no corpses left intact. Only the horror of their brains being completely devoured. Safety lay only in proximity to the master, who resided on the 8th floor. But who was this master? The residents pondered how they might locate him and seek his protection. Chapter 9. The Realm of Dual Celestial Bodies in the Absence of Sunlight. People's perception of time became utterly chaotic. Although there were clocks to indicate the exact date and time, could one truly assert that it was day rather than night? Every moment felt like an endless night. Consequently, since the red beetles ceased to appear, people gradually adapted to a 24-hour time system, no longer distinguishing between day and night. The entrance of Building 8 had been ravaged by the red beetles, leaving no materials for repairs. One after another, individuals moved from other buildings into Building 8. And by 8 p.m., Chu Yunsheng peered through the peephole to find his doorway filled with a crowd seeking refuge. It seemed that only by remaining in Building 8 could they find a semblance of security. The throng grew larger, and after 2 hours, someone finally began to knock on Chu Yunsheng's door. He chose to ignore them. It was a feat in itself to manage his own affairs. Through the life and death struggle he had endured hours earlier, he understood that to survive in this world, where insects could emerge at any moment, he must diligently cultivate his vital energy. In recent days, he had deciphered several symbols from ancient texts, realizing that he was merely at the level of the first celestial realm in his cultivation of vital energy, a woefully inadequate state. Not only was the amount of vital energy he could absorb limited, but his ability to craft talismans was similarly constrained. Those with innate talents, albeit with singular attributes, be it fire, ice, or others, could unleash the power of physical energy immediately upon awakening, as if their bodies instinctively sealed a particular rule within a talisman. Take that ice-fisted man, for instance. He could unleash icy blasts with a mere punch, something Chu Yunsheng could not replicate. He adhered to the traditional cultivation methods outlined in the ancient texts, which dictated that only upon reaching the sixth celestial realm could one practice martial techniques without relying on talismans. Naturally, the combination of talismans at that stage would amplify their potency significantly. Before achieving that milestone, he would need to utilize talismans to unleash his power. Uniquely, the diversity of talismans allowed him to access various elemental skills, and with their assistance, his might could rival that of those who had awakened their powers. Currently, he could barely create second-tier talismans. If he aspired to craft third-tier talismans, he must expedite his progress to the second celestial realm. Third-tier talismans were truly reusable, unlike the disposable ones he possessed, which required immediate replacement whenever their energy ran low. Ascending from the first to the second celestial realm was not overly complicated. According to the ancient texts, one simply needed to thoroughly release the vital energy within their body and then refill it, a process requiring a total of 81 cycles. Each cycle would refine different parts of the body with vital energy, and upon completing the 81st, one would attain the second celestial realm. However, his cultivation pace was agonizingly slow, akin to that of a snail, despite dedicating nearly all his time to training, barring meals and sleep. The accumulation of vital energy remained excruciatingly gradual, utterly unaffected by his urgent desire. At this rate, it would take him nearly 2 years to reach the second celestial realm, even without accounting for the time spent releasing energy. 2 years? In a time of peril and darkness, such a duration was untenable. Just contending with 3 red beetles was already challenging. Should he encounter 50 as he had hours ago, he would scarcely have a chance to escape. 2 years were ample time for the insects to end his life countless times. He needed to discover a more effective method of cultivation, otherwise, possessing the ancient texts, an extraordinary boon, would not shield him from imminent danger. He rummaged through the ancient tome once more, tirelessly examining its contents. He was convinced that it held answers, but his limited understanding of the characters hindered his comprehension. If only he could read the text fluently. He was certain it would contain unimaginable knowledge. After a thorough search, he managed to uncover a few relevant insights. Experimenting with them, most resulted in failure, leaving him with only a talisman named Vital Absorption Talisman. Chu Yunsheng regarded the name with uncertainty, while he could recognize the 3 characters. He struggled to comprehend more than 2/3 of the talisman's functional description. Thankfully, he could grasp the crafting method. This talisman belonged to the second tier and required the entirety of his vital energy for its creation. Having exhausted nearly half of his energy on previous experiments, he could not attempt crafting it now and would need to wait another 4 days. During these 4 days, he practiced diligently with his bow, following the shooting tutorials he had downloaded previously. Given his current ability to release only a few arrows of vital energy, honing his shooting accuracy was paramount. A single misfire could result in significant energy loss. After 4 days of practice, coupled with the enhancement provided by the 6th elemental talisman, he felt confident in his ability to accurately strike a stationary red beetle from 30 meters away. After all, the skill to shoot moving targets was not acquired overnight. It required experience and practice. Finally, after 4 days, he successfully crafted the Vital Absorption Talisman. However, a minor issue arose during its activation. No matter how he attempted to initiate it, the talisman failed to absorb the natural vital energy from the surroundings. After considerable effort, an idea struck him. If the talisman could not absorb the primordial vital energy of the world, could it perhaps draw from the modified energy within a human body? With this thought, he prepared to act, only to realize that his own vital energy had become exceedingly sparse, rendering experimentation impossible. Then he recalled the red beetles. Their faintly reddish protective shields were undoubtedly a manifestation of the primordial vital energy, indicating that vital energy must reside within them. Chu Yunsheng conjectured that this likely denoted the presence of fire-type energy within the red beetles. While he could prevent such an influx, he chose not to. He wanted to witness the outcome. The entire process unfolded at half the speed of ingestion, and nearly 20 seconds later, as the fiery patterns of the talisman dissipated, it crumbled with a sizzle. The second-tier talisman was, after all, a one-time use. Yet, rather than lamenting its destruction, Chu Yunsheng felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He distinctly sensed that his vital energy had replenished by nearly 1/3. This was akin to achieving a level he could only attain through 3 days of arduous training. How could he not be elated? The energy extracted from a single red beetle despite potential losses during the conversion through the talisman, still managed to restore nearly 1/3 of his vital energy. Thus, he realized that with just 3 red beetles, he could completely replenish his energy, bypassing the arduous training that would otherwise demand 8 to 9 days. A cultivation plan immediately materialized in his mind, precisely what he had been seeking for days. First, he would craft a vital absorption talisman, then spend 8 days refilling his vital energy. His current maximum energy would allow him to fire 6 ice arrows. And in an ideal scenario where every shot found its mark, he could freeze all 6 beetles. In their frozen state, the red beetles would lack protective energy shields, allowing him to employ other methods to eliminate them. The talisman would then absorb the energy from the 6 red beetles. Although the talisman was one-time use, the energy absorbed would be released upon complete consumption, leading to the talisman's destruction. Similarly, once filled with energy, the talisman could not absorb more, regardless of subsequent energy releases. Therefore, to maximize the talisman's efficacy, he needed to first fully absorb the energy before channeling it into his own body in 2 increments, ensuring each infusion filled him to capacity. Ultimately, the talisman would shatter once the last of its energy was released. Thus, having encased 6 scarlet beetles in ice and absorbed their essence through a primordial talisman, his internal energy had nearly been depleted. He was poised to perform his first replenishment. Once invigorated, he promptly crafted a new talisman to draw in energy, which once again left him depleted. Following this, he proceeded to execute a second replenishment. The old talisman shattered, yet upon being revitalized, he could again slay 6 more beetles, utilizing the new talisman to extract their energy, and so the cycle continued. Theoretically, by exterminating 243 scarlet beetles, he could transcend the realm of the first primordial and ascend to the second primordial. Upon reaching the second primordial, he would be able to create reusable 3rd-tier talismans, liberating himself from the arduous task of meticulously calculating the usage of talismans. Chapter 10. The Ambush. Chu Yunsheng was so exhilarated that he could hardly sleep. He no longer had to wait 2 years to enter the realm of the duality heaven. His immediate goal was to slay at least 243 red armored beetles. He needed to venture out of his room, willingly stepping into the darkness to hunt those solitary beetles, then kill them and absorb their essence. Equipped with a new Yuan capture talisman, a pistol, a foldable crossbow with arrows, and a longsword prepared during the Age of Sunlight, sealed with a divine weapon talisman for close combat, he felt ready. Additionally, he anxiously crafted a 6 armor talisman to enhance his physical abilities and defenses. By the time he completed these preparations, several days had already passed. Finding the red armored beetles was not difficult. The chilling screams echoing from afar and the thunderous gunfire of the military indicated their presence. Given Chu Yunsheng's current capabilities, it was best to ambush the isolated beetles, for if they appeared in swarms, he would have no choice but to flee. He dismissed the idea of scavenging in the battle zones occupied by the military and the beetles, as those were perilous areas teeming with hordes of insects. Moreover, his method of absorbing essence through talismans would seem rather bizarre to contemporary humans, and he wished to avoid being taken away for investigation by the military like the Ice Fist Man. His target was solely those solitary red armored beetles. He did not wish to confront even 3 at once. If the 6 armor talisman failed to withstand the beetles' ferocious assaults and their terrifying corrosive saliva, he would regret it far too late. During these past days, the others in the building were enduring a grim existence, with dwindling food supplies forcing discussions about whether to evacuate or hold out until the military regained control of the city, often leading to heated arguments. He sought a secluded corner, retrieving a motorcycle from the Yuan capture talisman, a common model for ease of finding spare parts later. With a costly, pitch-black 4th-generation night vision device and a matching helmet, Chu Yunsheng revved the throttle and set off toward the nearest sound of a scream. The once vibrant city of Shun, now shrouded in darkness, had lost all traces of its former glory. Occasional car lights flickered like ghostly flames in a dead city, surrounded by towering buildings that loomed like monstrous entities. Upon arriving at the scene of the scream, he found only a headless corpse, its empty cranium lying by a nearby utility pole, surrounded by a pool of entrails and blood, a sight that horrified him. The night vision device, smuggled from abroad at a high price, was a 4th-generation, high-performance product, tightly regulated in the country, to cope with the complete darkness of the current age. He had also equipped an infrared radiation source, as the beetles, perhaps due to their protective shells, did not emit infrared radiation and could only be detected through ambient light reflections. In total darkness, The active infrared radiation source became essential for detecting the beetles. Turning a corner and then another, he encountered no beetles, only a few panicked humans. A chilling thought crossed his mind. He might be the sole individual in this world hoping to encounter the insects. Just as he prepared to leave the area, a piercing scream erupted from a nearby building, followed by a cacophony of terrified shouts. His heart raced as he stealthily approached, catching a glimpse of a large hole in a second-floor window. Though the situation inside was unclear, infrared imaging revealed several shadows moving at approximately the 6th floor level, obscured by the wall. With focus, he relied on the enhanced abilities granted by the 6 armor talisman, climbing up to the broken window and slipping inside. He proceeded cautiously, wary of the walls obstructing his view of how many beetles might be present, needing to avert any surprises. The screams, interspersed with cries, echoed hauntingly in the still night. Climbing to the 5th floor, he could now clearly see about 6 individuals and a red armored beetle. There were 2 or 3 corpses on the ground, and the beetle seemed unhurried in its slaughter, treating these humans as doomed prey, leisurely feasting on a human brain. The few individuals cornered against the wall huddled together, occasionally letting out desperate cries. The night vision device could not reveal their expressions, but Chu Yunsheng was certain they were as panicked as he had been during his first encounter with the beetles. The beetle discarded the drained brain, its greedy gaze sweeping over the 6 humans, seemingly selecting a more delectable target. In an instant, the 6 understood the beetle's intent, and they collectively ceased their screams, each unwilling to be the first to die, hoping that if the grotesque creature became satiated, it might leave. The beetle's avaricious focus soon landed on a fair-skinned girl, who instantly felt as though she had descended into hell. Despair, fear, and horror surged within her as she clutched the arm of a middle-aged man, pleading, "No, please. Not me." The others around her wore expressions of complex contradiction, both sympathetic and relieved it was not themselves. She looked to the man, filled with a final glimmer of hope, only to find despair as she realized that the man who had once promised her the world now averted his gaze, even forcefully withdrawing his arm from her grasp. In that moment, she despaired, fully aware that she was resigned to death, her heart turning to ash. As the insect approached, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt herself pushed aside. A figure enveloped her from behind. Opening her eyes, she saw a young boy, the one who had once confessed his affection for her, the one she had coldly rejected. He turned to her with a faint smile, that smile appearing so desolate and poignant under the dim flashlight. Tears silently traced down her delicate face, as if time had frozen at that moment. Yet, the beetle remained undeterred by such naive human emotions. It was in no rush. The boy resolutely faced the grotesque maw of the beetle bearing down on him, tightly gripping the girl's hand as death loomed near. All eyes were on him, some moved, others deeming him foolish, yet unanimously believing he was about to meet his end. Surprisingly, the beetle did not bite down but swiftly turned, almost in a panic, just as an arrow, exuding an astonishing chill, pierced through its protective shield, plunging deep into its body. The beetle had no time to emit a cry before it was enveloped in a hissing, icy mist, quickly transforming into an ice sculpture. In that instant, the 6 individuals were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Following the trajectory of the arrow, they spotted a man clad in a gray coat and wearing a peculiar helmet, armed with a crossbow, surveying them intently. Chapter 11. Meddling. The person who stealthily attacked the armored beetle from behind was Chu Yunsheng. He had successfully ambushed an overconfident insect, but now he was troubled by how to completely eliminate the frozen beetle before the eyes of the 6 onlookers, and subsequently absorb its essence using the Yuan talisman. Aside from the reluctant ice arrow he had just shot, he wished to avoid revealing his abilities any further. Being encased in ice did not equate to death. The armored beetle might still break free. Time was of the essence. The 6 individuals remained silent, so Chu Yunsheng took the initiative to speak. "Ahem. I believe you are temporarily safe now. Could you please make some room for me to deal with this insect?" At his prompt, the group snapped out of their shock, realizing they had been saved. Ecstatic cries of relief erupted as they embraced one another, whispering repeatedly, We don't have to die." They were finally able to vent the overwhelming despair they had felt moments before their near demise. Seeing this, Chu Yunsheng felt compelled to interrupt them again, urgently stating, Hold on. If you are all right, could you please step outside? I need this space to deal with the insect." The young boy was the first to comprehend Chu Yunsheng's words and grasped the weeping individuals. However, they all looked at Chu Yunsheng in confusion, as if to say, "Isn't the insect already dead? What more do you need to do?" This misunderstanding was understandable. Even Chu Yunsheng had not anticipated that the beetle would prove so resilient that it had not succumbed to death upon being encased in ice. He had to shoot another arrow to ultimately resolve the issue. Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Chu Yunsheng pointed at the frozen armored beetle, explaining, "This insect is not dead yet." To his surprise, before he could finish, the group erupted into a panic, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. One bold woman, who had contemplated touching the frozen beetle, was so frightened that she fell to the ground, scrambling away in terror. Chu Yunsheng could fully comprehend their alarm. The fear he had experienced when being hunted by the armored beetle that pursued the girl in white was no less than what these people felt now. "Rest assured. You are safe now. I need space to resolve this," he reassured them, adding, "The process may be quite bloody, so I need your cooperation to wait outside." Upon hearing this, they readily agreed. Although Chu Yunsheng assured them that they were safe, they were still reluctant to remain in the same room as a living armored beetle. Since their presence was no longer required, their best option was to step outside. "Can I stay?" the young boy asked anxiously. Chu Yunsheng furrowed his brow. Although he had seen a glimpse of the boy's bravery under the dim light of a worn-out flashlight, he only admired him for it. He had no intention of sharing his secrets with a stranger. "No. Everyone out." Chu Yunsheng firmly refused. The boy could not see the expression concealed beneath Chu Yunsheng's night vision helmet and mask, but the coldness of his refusal left no room for dissent. Disappointed, he followed the others out of the room. Chu Yunsheng promptly secured the door and lifted his night vision device. This fourth-generation night vision equipment would not suffer the sudden blindness that plagued earlier models, even under the relatively strong illumination of a flashlight. With the night vision device raised, he could clearly deal with the armored beetle before him. He first employed the material absorption talisman and the essence capture talisman on the still-living beetle. Confirming his previous hypothesis, living entities could not be absorbed into the material absorption talisman, nor could their essence be extracted. The only solution was to kill it first. Chu Yunsheng had meticulously observed the military soldiers' attempts to shoot the armored beetle. Even when bullets occasionally penetrated its protective shield, they failed to kill it, instead inciting its wrath. He did not intend to use ice arrows to shatter the frozen beetle. That would be a waste of essence. The beetle was devoid of its protective shield, and theoretically, it could be killed with conventional firearms. However, the loud gunfire could attract other beetles, and with less than 100 bullets in total, he could not afford the wastage. The beetle, despite lacking a shield, possessed an extraordinarily hard exoskeleton, requiring at least a dozen bullets to be effective. Such consumption was untenable for him. The only feasible method was to employ a longsword to sever the beetle's head, which would conserve essence and spare his limited bullets. Thus, he had spent an additional 2 days crafting a divine weapon talisman. The longsword, imbued with the divine weapon talisman, was now ready to receive his essence. Chu Yunsheng took a deep breath and swiftly struck. Under the flashlight's glow, an arc descended, and the beetle's head fell to the ground. After extracting the essence, Chu Yunsheng had no desire to linger in the room littered with dismembered body parts. It was simply too revolting. Although he had witnessed such gruesomeness numerous times before, he still could not bear the bloodshed. Outside the door, the 6 individuals had not left. As soon as Chu Yunsheng emerged, he heard a man pleading desperately, "Fei Fei. Listen to me. I was really dazed with fear. I didn't even know what I was doing. I didn't mean to act that way, please believe me. If I had been even a bit more composed, I would have died for you. I swear by the heavens. Will you trust me just one more time?" In dealing with this girl, Diao Dingwa felt an absolute confidence in his persuasive abilities. No matter what had happened in the past, he had always managed to charm her. Even though he had just made a grievous mistake, he rationalized that given the circumstances, it was not truly a mistake. Preserving his own life was of utmost importance. Who could have anticipated that a figure like Chu Yunsheng would descend from the heavens? Had he known, he would have put on a heroic display, standing resolutely before Fei Fei as if ready to face death. Now, he believed that with his eloquence, he could win the girl's heart and secure her virginity that very night. Chu Yunsheng illuminated the scene with his flashlight, revealing Diao Dingwa, a middle-aged man, while the girl named Fei Fei, who had nearly been devoured by the armored beetle, bit her lip, seemingly torn. The young boy, on the other hand, stood silently to the side. He inwardly cursed. How could this girl be swayed by someone like Diao Dingwa? She's truly foolish. And this young boy is utterly spineless, not saying a word. Just watching as my hard-earned opportunity slips away. He had no intention of meddling in their affairs. His priority was to find another solitary armored beetle. Yet witnessing Diao Dingwa's shameless manipulation of a young girl was intolerable. Additionally, He held a sliver of goodwill towards the boy, prompting Chu Yunsheng to speak coldly. Oh, dazed. Are we? Why isn't the young lad dazed? Young lady, I advise you to heed this. Someone who can abandon you once is capable of doing so again. Think carefully. No one anticipated that this mysterious man would interject in their affairs, leaving everyone astonished. Chu Yunsheng felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, realizing he may have overstepped, especially when he caught a glimpse of the resentment flickering in Diao Dinghua's eyes. However, Chu Yunsheng's words struck like a bolt from the blue, awakening Fei Fei to her senses. She bit her lip and resolutely declared, Diao Dinghua, we are done. She would never forget the moment Diao Dinghua had withdrawn his arm, abandoning her, nor the look of cold indifference in his eyes. Upon observing the situation, Chu Yunsheng deemed it unwise to linger any longer. He relinquished the flashlight to the boy and turned to depart. However, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Diao Dinghua, who believed he had nearly swayed Fei Fei, faced an unexpected humiliation as the enigmatic figure intruded, deriding him at a crucial juncture. This incident directly precipitated a rift between the charming young woman, Fei Fei, and himself. Despite the fact that this person had once saved his life, Diao Dinghua was consumed by resentment. Yet, amidst his indignation, he refrained from taking action, for he dreaded the formidable power of this mysterious individual. Witnessing the stranger's intent to leave, he felt a flicker of hope. Contemplating the possibility of persuading Fei Fei after the enigmatic figure had departed. In his eagerness, he momentarily forgot his initial plan to enlist the mysterious person's aid in escorting him to safety. Nevertheless, when his gaze fell upon the bow and crossbow in the stranger's grasp, adorned with arcane runes, an irrepressible yearning for possession surged within him, clouding his judgment. Chapter 12. The Consequences of Betrayal. Indeed, the mysterious stranger had wielded this very crossbow to slay that creature. Observing the peculiar runes etched upon it, one could ascertain that the weapon harbored some enigmatic power, which had undoubtedly augmented the strength of its bearer. Diao Dinghua could not suppress the thought, if only this weapon were mine. With such formidable armament, capturing not just the lovely Fei Fei, but an array of beautiful starlets, would be but a trifling endeavor. As the adage goes, wickedness breeds audacity. Diao Dinghua's longing consumed his courage, which in turn magnified his desire. Just as Chu Yunsheng turned to depart, Diao Dinghua swiftly unsheathed the concealed watermelon knife at his waist and lunged at Chu Yunsheng. The suddenness of Diao Dinghua's attack took everyone by surprise. The young boy only saw the blade flash past his eyes, and by the time he thought to shout or intervene, it was already too late. Even Chu Yunsheng had not anticipated the existence of such an ungrateful individual, having just saved their lives. He now faced someone who would repay kindness with malice. Thus, despite exchanging a few sarcastic remarks with Diao Dinghua, he never imagined that the latter would directly attempt to stab him. In Diao Dinghua's eyes, this seemingly imposing figure was as good as dead at such close quarters. A strike from even a watermelon knife would surely result in severe injury, if not death, allowing him to seize the crossbow and achieve his grand ambition. At that moment, he envisioned himself wielding this powerful weapon, dispatching the red-armored insect with great aplomb. However, the unfolding events defied all expectations. The mysterious figure remained unscathed, standing there with no indication of injury, while Diao Dinghua's knife clattered to the ground and a gash erupted on his hand, blood dripping onto the floor as he writhed in agony. Chu Yunsheng, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You wish to kill me?" Had it not been for the formidable defense of the six elemental talisman, he might have indeed fallen victim to this scoundrel. Anger surged within him. After all, he had saved Diao Dinghua's life, and not only was there an absence of gratitude, but now an attempt on his life. Was this even human? Why? In the midst of his rage, Chu Yunsheng felt a tinge of perplexity. Diao Dinghua realized, at the moment his knife was inexplicably deflected, that he had made a grievous mistake. One that was utterly ludicrous. This person was beyond his imagination. Panic seized him. Chu Yunsheng coldly chuckled. "Are you dazed once more? Do you not comprehend your own actions?" Diao Dinghua, instinctively glancing at Chu Yunsheng's crossbow, quickly averted his gaze, his mind racing to devise a plan as he gradually regained composure. Chu Yunsheng, already at the realm of the first element, enhanced by the six elemental talisman, could easily perceive Diao Dinghua's furtive glance. It did not require much thought to deduce that Diao Dinghua was after his crossbow. Chu Yunsheng was both infuriated and speechless. Even if Diao Dinghua obtained his crossbow, he would be incapable of using it without the requisite energy. Moreover, even with energy, the talisman seal was imbued with Chu Yunsheng's essence, rendering it unusable by anyone else. Diadingwo's duplicitous charm and venomous intent left Chu Yunsheng filled with loathing. For such a person, there was nothing to deliberate. His immediate thought was to eliminate him and feed him to the insects. However, as he drew his long sword and hovered it over Diadingwo's neck, he found himself hesitating, not out of compassion, but simply because he had never taken a life before, though he had witnessed many gruesome deaths and slain numerous insects. The prospect of truly killing a human was an entirely different matter, and it was not a question of weakness. Chu Yunsheng had never harbored any sympathy for such a wretch. Diadingwo, nearly collapsing from fear at the sight of Chu Yunsheng's drawn sword, never anticipated that his momentary greed would lead to his doom. Yet, he seemed to conveniently forget that he had initiated the treachery against Chu Yunsheng. The slightest hesitation from his adversary provided Diadingwo with an opportunity. He turned and fled into the adjacent room. Despite the absence of any escape route, perhaps this was what one might call a frantic dash without discernment. Though Chu Yunsheng hesitated for a moment, he was not prepared to let this scoundrel escape. Diadingwo fled with great speed, yet Chu Yunsheng's crossbow was swifter still, at such close range. He needed no energy to spare, and loosed an arrow that struck Diadingwo in the thigh. Diadingwo tumbled to the ground, crashing into a lifeless body, the pain and shock eliciting a terrified scream. The other 5 individuals, witnessing this drastic turn of events, were rendered mute with fear, none daring to plead for Diadingwo. Chu Yunsheng had devised a fitting plan. He sealed the only exit with a heavy door and secured it with iron bars scattered about from the damage caused by the red-armored insect. Thus, he would not need to dirty his hands with the murder of this scoundrel. Diadingwo would either bleed to death or starve within. In any case, there would be no escape. This method of demise seemed more cruel than a swift execution, yet Chu Yunsheng took solace in the fact that he loathed such ungrateful wretches. As he passed by the girl, Fei, he could not help but taunt her. "Do you still trust this treacherous scoundrel?" The girl, too frightened to meet his gaze, cowered aside, resembling a startled rabbit. "Am I truly that fearsome?" Chu Yunsheng thought to himself in frustration. "Can you take us with you?" the young boy implored. Chu Yunsheng regarded the 5 of them and shook his head, saying, "I have other matters to attend to. You must leave quickly. The stench of blood is overwhelming, and soon other insects will arrive. But where can we possibly go?" A middle-aged woman lamented in despair. "Exit and head west. There is light and gunfire in that direction." "Where the military is stationed," Chu Yunsheng replied swiftly, recalling the sights he had observed upon his arrival. The young boy immediately countered, "No. There is a bridge to the west, but insects guard it. We have attempted to cross several times, only to suffer heavy losses." Upon hearing of the insects, Chu Yunsheng's interest piqued, and with a hint of excitement, he inquired, "Insects? How many?" The others gasped at his tone, realizing he was indeed mad. It was the first time they had encountered someone so exhilarated by the prospect of insects. 2, albeit somewhat apart, yet at such proximity. It is virtually as if they are not separated at all. It poses a challenge, the boy explained. Chu Yunsheng suddenly pondered another issue, questioning, "Why must you cross that bridge? Could you not circumvent it from the north or south?" The boy sighed, "Elder brother, we wish we could, especially since to the south lies Huangshan City, where we have frequently ventured. However, the greatest number of deaths have occurred there, as a single insect awaits us on that street, and another within the city, merely biding their time for us to deliver ourselves unto them." Chu Yunsheng contemplated for a moment. Encountering solitary insects was indeed the most favorable option, yet such occurrences were rare. He realized that if he only sought to engage with isolated foes, his cultivation would stagnate, which contradicted his urgent aspirations. Therefore, he resolved to confront the 2. His spirits soared. Chapter 13. Trapped in despair, can you still recognize the way? Chu Yunsheng inquired, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. If the boy could navigate, their chances of success would significantly improve compared to his aimless wandering. Without hesitation, Chu Yunsheng replied, "To the east, though I haven't seen any bugs." Nodding in acknowledgement, he realized the presence of a severed corpse outside likely belonged to one of this group. "Young man, let us strike a deal. Guide me to Huangshan City in the south and to the small bridge in the west. Once I complete my task, I will escort you to the military camp." "How does that sound?" Chu Yunsheng required the boy's guidance. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "First, let them take refuge in the building across. We should deal with those 2 bugs to the south. This place is comparatively safer." The night remained shrouded in darkness, with only distant flickers of light preventing them from colliding with walls. Relying on his night vision device, Chu Yunsheng swiftly led the 5 individuals across the street, placing the remaining 2 men and 2 women on the 3rd floor of the opposite building. To demonstrate his sincerity, he produced 3 pieces of bread, stating, "You 4 can share these too. Young man, this one is for you alone. Though I am not a significant figure, I keep my word. If you assist me, I promise to escort you to the military camp." He introduced himself, but it was clear their interest lay elsewhere. Those who had been hungry for a long time gazed at the enticing bread as if it were a parched man encountering an unclad woman, their hungry eyes revealing their desperation. Had it not been for their fear of Chu Yunsheng's formidable abilities, they might have seized it without hesitation. To his surprise, the boy accepted the bread but did not eat it. Instead, he carefully tucked it away, though Chu Yunsheng could see the boy's hunger was no less than the others. The boy's swallowing reflex betrayed him. After securing the bread, the boy cheerfully said, "Brother Chu, my name is Zhang Han. You can call me Xiao Han." "Shall we head out now?" Puzzled, Chu Yunsheng asked, "Aren't you hungry? Aren't you going to eat something before we leave?" The boy patted the place where he hid the bread and smiled. "If I keep it here, I feel half full." "Very well, let us depart." Chu Yunsheng was eager to avoid further delay, focusing on the urgent matter of survival. With Zhang Han leading the way and Chu Yunsheng using his night vision device, they quickly approached Huangshan City. Through the device, he could distinctly see a red beetle wandering the street while another lay in wait within the city. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him. It seemed the ambient energy was fluctuating, but it soon returned to normal. After a thorough check, he found no issues and refused to waste such an opportunity. After placing Zhang Han in a nearby building, Chu Yunsheng felt along the wall, carefully positioning himself at the corner, drawing his bow and aiming intently at the sluggishly swaying red beetle. Fire! The ice arrow whistled through the air, its high-velocity shaft tearing through the atmosphere like the harbinger of death, hurtling towards the beetle. The beetle barely managed to react in the fleeting moment, spewing forth a mouthful of corrosive saliva toward the oncoming arrow. However, Chu Yunsheng's shot was simply too swift, propelled by the energy of the talisman, cleaving through the half-exhaled venom. The entire beetle and the corrosive saliva were completely encased in ice, even maintaining the posture of its attack. It seemed the freezing capability of the ice arrow had indeed heightened. Nevertheless, there was no time to ponder this. The remaining beetle within Huangshan City had shown no sign of movement despite the commotion outside. Cunning creature. If it wouldn't come out, he would have to go in. He swiftly dispatched the beetle outside and prepared to capture it with the talisman. Time was of the essence, as the inner beetle could strike at any moment. However, as he cautiously entered the city, he suddenly noticed 2 shadows on the night vision device. No, 2 pairs. 3 beetles were lurking inside and were now encircling him from 3 directions. Panic surged through Chu Yunsheng. 3 of them meant he would inevitably be forced into close combat against the red beetles. Yet, he possessed no formidable melee skills. The sword techniques required mastery beyond the second realm. If it were only 1 beetle, he could manage with the 6 armor talisman and a sword, but now, facing 3 at once, his chances appeared slim. Stay calm. He must remain composed. There had to be a way. As he observed the advancing beetles in the darkness, Chu Yunsheng knew he had to decide quickly. Otherwise, if they entered the range of attack, their speed would be unfathomable. The exit was already sealed by 1 beetle. He was retreating until his back met the wall, with nowhere left to go. In this unprecedented predicament, Chu Yunsheng's intense will to survive ignited within him, and he let out a low, suppressed roar. Since retreat was not an option, nor was escape, let them come to battle. If there was a fight to be had, he would fight to the death. With a heart ablaze, his resolve solidified like steel. He took a half-step forward with his left leg, pivoted his body, steadied his crossbow, and aimed the icy arrow, infused with the essence of death, at the beetle blocking the doorway. Whoosh! The furious ice arrow surged forth almost simultaneously with the 3 approaching beetles. Chu Yunsheng understood that once he released this shot, he would inevitably face the onslaught of the other 2 beetles, leaving him to rely entirely on the 6 armor talisman to withstand this lethal assault. The speeding ice arrow struck the beetle head-on, while the 2 others launched their fiercest attacks. Without using their pincers or corrosive saliva, the 2 beetles opted for their razor-sharp forelegs, crashing down with the combined weight of both. The piercing pain felt as if bones were being shattered, radiating through his entire body. Though the beetles' assault did not breach the formidable defenses of the 6 armor talisman, the immense force of their attack left Chu Yunsheng gravely injured. Riding the momentum of the beetles' powerful strikes, he tumbled towards the exit, just a step away from freedom. Yet he chose not to flee. Turning his back on the beetles would spell doom, for he knew he could not outrun them. The 6 armor talisman had valiantly resisted the combined onslaught, but he could sense its damage and the cracks forming, barely able to withstand another joint attack. There was no time to reload the crossbow. In his chaotic role, he had already relinquished it. In this life-and-death crisis, the fires of battle summoned forth Chu Yunsheng's greatest potential. Through the agonizing pain, he drew his pistol, gripping it tightly with both hands, bracing himself against the doorframe, and leaned at an angle on the ground, then unleashed a hail of bullets at the nearest beetle. The pistol, sealed by the talisman, held power not far inferior to that of the crossbow. The primary distinction lay in the beetle's fire energy, which the ice arrows effectively countered, rendering the pistol's effectiveness comparatively diminished. Thus, he disregarded whether he hit or missed, firing as if his life depended on it. The bullets infused with fiery energy blossoming like vibrant flames upon the beetles, on the city's structures, and against the walls, blooming in a dazzling display. Chu Yunsheng felt as if time had momentarily halted, even as he continued to pull the trigger fervently. It was a matter of life or death. All hinged on whether he could annihilate the foremost beetle charging toward him. Chapter 14, The Joy of Living. The crimson beetle, engulfed in flames, let out a harrowing wail. Its proud carapace unable to withstand the relentless fire that gradually consumed its life, although it had absorbed the energy equivalent to 2 icy arrows worth of bullets. Its life was not yet extinguished. However, it had lost the capacity to continue its assault, now languishing in agony as it awaited its demise. The last of the crimson beetles fearlessly crossed over its fallen comrades, a massive claw sweeping down with the force of a mountain, sending Chu Yunsheng's entire body hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yunsheng felt as if his body had shattered, scattered into a myriad of fragments. His pistol lay far out of reach, a distant hope now unattainable. The blood-red shadow of the beetle loomed larger in his vision, and he could almost sense the chill of death creeping closer. Within the creature's eyes resided cruelty, the scent of death, and an endless abyss of darkness, laced with a hint of mockery. Helplessly ensnared by the beetle's powerful pincers, Chu Yunsheng felt the 6-armor talisman on the verge of shattering. It seemed that a mere squeeze from the creature would cleave him in twain, much like the half-bodies he had witnessed before. The beetle emitted a triumphant screech, opening its filthy maw to reveal a long, sharp appendage resembling a straw, poised to pierce Chu Yunsheng's skull, intent on devouring his brain. Despite his desperate thrashing, he could not budge the iron-like grip of the pincers. His bow and pistol were lost to him. Yet, he still possessed a sword, a gleaming longsword, his sole glimmer of hope. His left hand swiftly found the hilt, and with a surge of energy, he drew the sword from its sheath, with barely 1/6 of his energy remaining. In that life-or-death moment, he recklessly infused the blade with all the energy he could muster. Gripping the hilt with renewed determination, he arched his body back, raising the sword high, and thrust it fiercely into the filthy mouth of the beetle, driving the blade deep until the entire length was engulfed within the creature's viscous maw. The revolting slime splattered across Chu Yunsheng's face, searing him with its fiery sting. The 6-armor talisman could not endure much longer. In a desperate counterattack, the beetle writhed in agony, flailing its pincers wildly, screeching in a frenzied outburst as it expelled Chu Yunsheng's body, twisting its robust form in a violent convulsion, gradually succumbing to death. Blood coughed from Chu Yunsheng's lips. The exhaustion from expending all his energy left him weak and achy, while the intensity of his physical pain rendered him immobile. He lacked even the strength to retrieve the energy talisman. Contemplating the laws of nature, he fought to recover his energy, aware of the additional beetle, still encased in ice, which could emerge at any moment. He had not the strength to continue the battle. It was a race against time, a contest of recovery against the insect. The burning crimson beetle was on the brink of death, and under the fiery glow, Chu Yunsheng anxiously observed the encased beetle, which hissed and exuded cold air. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A full half-hour passed, during which distant gunfire and sporadic cannon fire, along with the beetle's incessant screeching, echoed through every corner of the silent city, reminding all that this was no longer the glamorous metropolis of excess but a city of terror. Looking up, he beheld the shattered streets, the shadowy skyscrapers, in the darkened heavens, everything resembling a consuming, ancient ruin. The longsword stood upright, embedded in the mouth of the 3rd beetle, which gazed skyward, seemingly reluctant to embrace death. The leaping flames were resplendently vivid, and with a crack, the ice-encased sculpture split, a sound that resonated chillingly through the stillness of the cold night, heralding the imminent emergence of the insect. Like a cheetah, Chu Yunsheng sprang into action. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, gliding past the 3rd beetle, smoothly extracting the longsword. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, he leapt into the air, sword raised to strike, cleaving through the freshly freed head of the beetle, which fell to the ground. Green liquid cascading beneath the blade. It was over, truly over. Chu Yunsheng collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the 3 beetles. The second had perished in flames. The third slain by his sword, while the first had ultimately met its end by decapitation. He had simultaneously faced 3 crimson beetles. Yet, Chu Yunsheng felt no thrill. The price he paid was nearly his life, and should he encounter such a scenario again, he could not guarantee his survival. For the first time, he yearned deeply for the realm of the dual elemental, for it was only through that level of mastery that he could cultivate formidable close combat skills. Exhausted in body and spirit, he wished to remain on the ground and recuperate, but the clamor of hurried footsteps echoed through the street. Someone was coming, and it was not just one person. He surmised that it was the firelight and sounds of battle that had drawn them here. At this juncture, even a fool would understand the significance of sustenance. In the shadowy earth, many plants had withered away, and the future remained uncertain. The food that remained was the sole assurance of survival. No one would dismiss the need for such assurance, especially someone like Chu Yunsheng, who possessed the convenience of a material talisman, naturally preferring abundance. Utilizing the flickering firelight, Chu Yunsheng deftly gathered the scant items from the shelves, whether useful or not. Halfway through his collection, a crowd surged in, with Zhang Han among them. Chu Yunsheng gestured for him to quickly seize whatever he could. He himself darted to an unnoticed counter, emptying its stock of liquor and cigarettes. With his bow and quiver slung over his shoulder, Chu Yunsheng lit a cigarette and stepped out the door, paying no mind to the frenzied crowd behind him as they scrambled for food. Gazing up at the pitch-black sky, he suddenly felt a profound sense of gratitude for life. The city's supplies had already been scarce, and now, having been ravaged by Chu Yunsheng, the crowd scoured the warehouse, soon leaving nothing untouched, not even a single sanitary napkin. When Zhang Han emerged, his face bore bruises, a testament to the conflicts that had erupted during the scramble. He wrapped the chaotic spoils in his clothing, silently observing Chu Yunsheng's retreating figure. Unable to comprehend this man, he had witnessed him slay more than 1 beetle from the upper floor, yet none remained at the scene. Moreover, apart from the bow he still carried, there was no evidence to suggest he had obtained any food. Why was that? However, Zhang Han dared not inquire. He sensed an unsettling volatility emanating from Chu Yunsheng, an aura of danger. Moreover, not only Zhang Han, even with his mastery of the one elemental realm and the aid of night vision, he too had fallen victim to the cunning of the crimson beetles. What chance did Zhang Han have without any resources? Upon returning to the room designated for the remaining 4, Chu Yunsheng sought a secluded space, locking the door behind him, and immediately entered a state of meditation. Little did he anticipate that this perilous endeavor would reveal a significant advancement in his energy mastery. Chapter 15. The battle armor. After regaining some vitality, he released the corpse of the crimson beetle that he had yet to absorb energy from. Manipulating the energy absorption talisman, he completely drained the energy from 4 crimson beetles. At that moment, 5 flame patterns adorned the talisman. Chu Yunsheng had no time to hunt another beetle to replenish the talisman, for the dark city of Shun was rife with peril at every corner. Without hesitation, he opted to utilize the talisman to absorb energy into his body. Afterward, he was astonished to discover that the density of his energy had significantly increased compared to before. Now, he had enough energy to freeze 7 crimson beetles. Calculating the energy consumption for freezing a single beetle as a unit, his energy density had evidently increased by 1 unit. Moreover, not only had 3 flame patterns vanished from the talisman, but 3.5 had disappeared. Previously, when he completely filled the talisman, 3 patterns would disappear. This change indicated a true enhancement in his energy density. Chu Yunsheng recalled that when he first cultivated, his energy density was about 5 to 6 units. Now, after approximately 8 to 9 cycles of replenishment, it was likely that every 9 cycles would elevate his energy density by 1 unit. With a total of 81 cultivation cycles, he could enhance his energy by 9 units, which meant that at the pinnacle of the first Yuan realm, he could freeze up to 15 crimson beetles. Once he broke through to the second Yuan realm and mastered close combat techniques, he believed he could emerge unscathed even when faced with a massive swarm of beetles. With a confident smile, Chu Yunsheng filled his energy reserves and quickly crafted another energy absorption talisman, consuming 6 units of energy. Indeed, he still had 1 unit of energy remaining, a sensation that felt extraordinarily satisfying. The old talisman could no longer absorb energy. So he converted the remaining one into half-flame patterns entirely into his own energy, raising his internal energy to 4 units. Yet, this left him with only 2 units of energy density, necessitating nearly 7 days of recovery. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wounds on Zhang Han's face were not from a struggle over food, but rather from a packet of sanitary napkins. The reason being that the girl, Sun Fei, had her monthly cycle. This fellow truly was infatuated. Chu Yunsheng sighed in resignation. In this battle, he earnestly reflected on his shortcomings. His lack of close combat techniques was his greatest flaw. However, there was little he could do unless he had been one of those who awakened with such abilities. Now, he could only endure until he reached the second Yuan realm and cultivate the formidable sword techniques described in the ancient tome. The defensive capabilities of the 6 armor talisman were also a concern. While it could easily handle the attack of a single beetle, its defenses would be significantly weakened against the combined assault of 2, unless he could attain a second-tier 6 armor talisman. But the crafting method required at least half a character set that he could not comprehend. Even if he were willing to expend 6 units of energy to attempt the crafting, success was beyond his reach. What should he do? Gazing at the neatly arranged corpses of 6 crimson beetles in the room. One had been slain in his room, another while rescuing Zhang Han, and the others, and the remaining 4 during the last battle. An idea sparked in his mind. The beetle shells were incredibly tough. Why not use them to forge a set of battle armor? The ancient tome described the type of armor talisman of second-tier level, which required a complete schematic of the armor to be inscribed. The armor talisman would then autonomously absorb materials to supplement the talisman S diagram. Although Chu Yunsheng had once understood the crafting method, one material mentioned in the tome was beast bones, names of which he had never even heard, so he had not taken it to heart. Now, he could indeed experiment with the shells of crimson beetles. However, not at this moment. The foundational materials required for armor crafting were immense and necessitated a pure refinement process. The shells of the 6 crimson beetles were far from sufficient. If he could wait until his energy increased by 2 more units before commencing this endeavor, he could both store more shells and accumulate additional energy absorption talismans, thus mitigating the energy expenditure during the crafting process. 2 units equated to 18 cycles of replenishment, requiring the elimination of at least 54 crimson beetles. Though the number was considerable, Chu Yunsheng felt confident. As long as he did not encounter a situation like before, he was assured of success. Recognizing the utility of the shells, Chu Yunsheng quickly considered that other parts of the beetles might also be useful. For instance, their remarkably sharp legs could be fashioned into arrowheads for crossbows, undoubtedly enhancing their lethality. The corrosive liquid within could be collected from the beetle's abdomen for future refinement into a more potent corrosive venom. With haste, Chu Yunsheng disassembled one of the crimson beetle corpses. Protected by the 6 armor talisman, he had no need to fear the toxicity of the corrosive liquid. The shells could be used for battle armor, the pincers and limbs for arrows, and the corrosive saliva could be distilled into a more powerful venom. Ultimately, he was left with a pile of flesh, seemingly devoid of purpose. However, Chu Yunsheng believed that the muscle's elasticity and explosive power were substantial. These remnants could not be entirely useless, so he decided to keep them within the material talisman for later use. Of course, he absolutely dared not attempt to consume the beetle meat. Who knew if it harbored lethal mutations? Having resolved the disassembly of these corpses, Chu Yunsheng felt a renewed sense of purpose. To survive in this terrifying city, he must continually strengthen and empower himself. Though fate had not granted him the innate talent for self-awakening, his ancestors had bequeathed him a timeless tome. With this book, he would not be outmatched by those with inherent abilities. If the second Yuan realm represented his midterm goal, long and fraught with thorns, the enhancement of his energy by 9 units and the feasibility of armor crafting were his immediate objectives, which he must seize without delay. Standing atop the building, Chu Yunsheng gazed into the boundless darkness of the sky. 3 days prior, he had eliminated 2 crimson beetles on the small bridge to the west, escorting the lovesick Zhang Han and her companions to the military camp across the way. Whether they would receive protection from the army was no longer his concern. Food had become the new crisis in this terrifying city, with crowds unable to endure hunger appearing frequently on the streets. For the right to search through a convenience store akin to Howda, 2 factions would clash fiercely, the brutality rivaling that of the Crimson Beetle's attacks. Below him, a fierce gunfight unfolded. One side wielded a police handgun while the other had nothing but outnumbered their opponents 3-1. The intense struggle was for a former rice shop, where he even spotted an elderly man defiantly guarding the entrance, with at least 3 steel knives embedded in his body. As the unarmed side, relying on sheer numbers, was about to breach the door, a formidable crimson beetle appeared on the street. Without hesitation or pause, all present instantly chose to flee. Confronting the beetle with only a handgun was tantamount to seeking death. How could human speed compare to that of a beetle? The crimson beetle leaped into the crowd, perceiving these feeble humans as nothing more than defenseless prey. Yet, it was unaware of the age-old adage of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the shadow descending from above, heralded by the chilling gust of arrows. Chapter 16. The bloodshed caused by half a pot of beef. Human conflicts often attract a few scarlet beetles. They cannot deter the crowds fighting for sustenance, nor can they prevent the beetles from sensing the commotion. The only thing one can do is swiftly eliminate these loathsome creatures. Grasping the rope tied to the rooftop, Chu Yunsheng darted over the heads of the throng. His ice arrow shot forth effortlessly, piercing the beetle's carapace and encasing it entirely in ice. As he soared above the beetle, he reached out, seizing the frozen arrowhead. In an instant, both man and beetle ascended skyward, propelled by the tension of the rope. Landing on the opposite balcony, the cries and shrieks of the crowd fell abruptly silent. All flashlight beams converged upon Chu Yunsheng's back. What remained for the onlookers was merely the solitary, gray silhouette, alongside the enigmatic bow slung over his shoulder. No one knew who he was. No one knew from whence he came. He appeared both mysterious and formidable, yet had never descended to the earthly realm, coming and going alone. He took with him only the lifeless beetle. Thus, rumors about him gradually spread throughout the eastern district of Shin City. The City of Terror was witnessing an increasing number of skilled individuals, discussed fervently by those who encountered them. Chu Yunsheng was but an occasional mention. His time largely spent silently stalking the scarlet beetles through desolate alleys. He had also heard whispers of two prominent figures. One, a military man known as the Iron Beast, rumored to possess the strength to slay a beetle with a single punch. Chu Yunsheng was curious to ascertain just how many punches this man could deliver in one breath. The other was said to be a government security advisor known as the Ice King, whose abilities bore some resemblance to Chu Yunsheng's ice arrow, albeit with the capability to freeze multiple beetles simultaneously over a wide area. Standing atop a 3-story building, Chu Yunsheng contemplated, should he hunt enough scarlet beetles? He could forge battle armor talismans. Once adorned with such armor, he would be no less formidable than these individuals. If he could slay 54 beetles, he would no longer need to creep about in fear, resorting to ambush. Gazing at the pig brain bait he had prepared below, it seemed unlikely to yield results now. He had been lurking here for quite some time, his body growing somewhat stiff. He overheard passers-by mention that the temperature appeared to have stabilized, yet he still felt an unusual chill. Perhaps it was time to eat something, he thought, rubbing his somewhat cold belly. For days, he had subsisted on biscuits and bread, and today he resolved to indulge in something warm. This 3-story building had once been a luxurious restaurant. Without much effort, Chu Yunsheng located the kitchen on the first floor, where he found the utensils still intact, albeit in disarray. All the edible provisions had likely been scavenged by others. However, it mattered little. He had his own supplies. Lighting a portable stove, he could manage nothing more than a simple hot pot under the current conditions. Beef, cabbage, vermicelli, and even some tofu were hastily combined, soon filling the air with a delightful aroma. The steaming cabbage and beef warmed his stomach, causing him to shiver with pleasure. It had been ages since he had tasted such comforting fare. The once ordinary meal had transformed into a luxury. Someone has entered? Chu Yunsheng swallowed a piece of beef and quickly grasped his bow, aware that at least half of his meal remained uneaten, and he was reluctant to depart just yet. The first to appear before him was a group of students clad in uniforms, their eyes fixated on his half-pot of beef. Following them was a band of men and women wielding various weapons, equally transfixed by his meal. The kitchen of the opulent restaurant was undeniably spacious, yet now it felt exceedingly cramped with so many people gathered. Holding his bow, Chu Yunsheng stood frozen for a moment, before pointing at the pot of beef and uttering words that he himself deemed quite absurd. Mine. A burly man with a long, vivid scar across his bald head, exuding an air of menace, casually struck the countertop with a chilling cleaver. Not anymore, he declared. If you try to resist, my stubborn nature will kick in. Besides, I'm no longer that defenseless little office worker I once was. Chu Yunsheng raised an eyebrow in response. You can certainly try. The man laughed, as if hearing a joke, gesturing to his companions with his cleaver. Kid, don't overestimate yourself. You have but one crossbow. Once you've shot your arrow, you'll be out of commission. With so many of us, you won't fare well. Unperturbed, Chu Yunsheng replied, Is that so? Who said I intended to shoot at them? I only need to take you down. The man huffed in anger, signaling to his companions, "You've got guts. For sister, let this kid see what he's up against." Chu Yunsheng anticipated some trickery, yet was unprepared for the sudden gunfire that erupted from the crowd. He had long been active in hunting scarlet beetles, seldom entangled in human disputes over food, and his understanding of human behavior had subconsciously remained rooted in a more peaceful era. He had never anticipated that a mere disagreement would escalate into lethal violence. Had Diao Dinghua been present, he would have scorned the burly man as a fool, for he understood Chu Yunsheng's prowess. Alas, he was not there, and no one knew the young man's true capabilities. They only assumed that one who could prepare a pot of beef soup must possess a wealth of food, and killing him would mean acquiring his resources. The bullet clanged onto the floor, plunging the room into an eerie silence. For sister had never encountered anyone capable of blocking her bullets. Since her awakening, such individuals had ceased to exist. Chu Yunsheng stood there, motionless, having effortlessly deflected her bullet, which surprised her slightly, but did not frighten her. In her eyes, he was merely another awakened being, possessing some defensive energy, an entity she had encountered before, one of whom had perished beneath her gunfire. Her first bullet carried no energy, and it was reasonable to assume that an awakened individual could withstand it. For sister smirked, thinking if he survived the first, she would test him with a second. Without hesitation, she infused her most potent fire energy and fired her second shot. Chu Yunsheng, realizing the gravity of the situation after her first shot, was instantly enraged, thinking, "For half a pot of beef, you bastards wish to take my life? Have I lived this long only to be worth half a pot of beef?" The bullet posed no concern for him. His Six Harmonies talisman rendered him impervious to such energyless attacks. He swiftly summoned his energy and pulled back the bowstring, understanding that if they sought to end his life over a trivial matter, he would show no mercy. The ice arrow shot forth, imbued with an intimidating chill. The bald man had prepared his defenses, intending to endure the shot, while Fourth Sister took her opportunity to gun Chu Yunsheng down. However, he was gravely mistaken. He had chosen the wrong target. Some mistakes, once committed, offer no chance for rectification. As Chu Yunsheng's ice arrow was released, Fourth Sister's fire energy bullet struck at that moment, creating a surreal spectacle within the small kitchen, an embodiment of ice and fire. The bald man was instantly encased in ice, and had he not been an awakened being, Chu Yunsheng believed he would have perished instantly, as the frigid aura of the ice arrow was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary human. Fourth Sister's fire energy bullet flew directly toward Chu Yunsheng's heart. Yet contrary to her expectation, it did not penetrate and incinerate as she had anticipated. Instead, it merely sparked faintly, causing a slight distortion in the space before him before extinguishing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be? In the depths of Siamei's heart, she found it utterly inconceivable that her bullet, capable of penetrating the very body of the Crimson Beetle, failed to breach this man's defenses. Astonishingly, it had not even scorched his garments. Chapter 17. Who establishes order, brother? A group of individuals gazed in panic at the popsicle-shaped bald man. Do you wish to understand the essence of fire? Chu Yunsheng remarked with a sinister grin, resolute in his determination not to spare those arrogant fools who dared to point their guns at him. The 6G Yuanfu allowed for a swift concentration of vital energy to defend against such singular attacks. With his ample reserves of energy, the bullet from the Fourth Sister posed little threat to him. Chu Yunsheng released his crossbow, which hung from his shoulder, and quietly drew his handgun, aiming it at the still-stunned Fourth Sister. "Fourth Sister, run!" A masked man seized her hand, urging her towards the exit. "Thinking of fleeing when you cannot win?" Chu Yunsheng mused inwardly. "You must outrun the bullet first." Bang! Bang! With two resounding shots, infused with Chu Yunsheng's pure fire-infused vital energy, the bullet soared, trailing flames, striking the Fourth Sister squarely in the back. Ah! Her anguished scream echoed, her entire being engulfed in vital fire. Despite expending all her energy in a futile attempt to resist, she could still feel the relentless flames ravaging her body. The two bullets fired by Chu Yunsheng were unlike any he had previously discharged. They were imbued with a sufficient quantity of vital energy, each bullet containing a unit's worth. A single unit of ice arrow could instantly freeze a formidable scarlet beetle. 2 units would obliterate it into fragments. Therefore, 2 bullets, each containing 2 units of fire-infused vital energy, were beyond the capacity of someone like the Fourth Sister, who had only recently awakened. Even if the energies were of the same attribute, she could not withstand such a formidable assault. The flames consumed the Fourth Sister entirely, her defenses crumbling, and she screamed in a heart-wrenching manner, a sound that pierced the soul. The kitchen was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Chu Yunsheng had not anticipated such a gruesome scene. He was momentarily stunned. When exterminating insects, he had never considered their feelings. Yet, facing a human, albeit an enemy seeking to kill him, such a torturous demise still sent chills down his spine. Nonetheless, he felt no remorse. This was perhaps the reality of a post-apocalyptic world. If he were not endowed with certain abilities, he might very well be the one lying on the ground, suffering a similar fate. This woman had first shot at him with fire-infused bullets, showing no hesitation. This was retribution, Chu Yunsheng reasoned, if he were the one lying there. This group would possess no mercy. They had intended to eliminate him from the outset. Those who do not value the lives of others should not be worthy of sympathy. This fate was indeed her just punishment. The vital fire spread from the fourth sister's hands to the masked man's arm. Seizing the moment of Chu Yunsheng's distraction, the masked man decisively swung his knife, severing his own arm before fleeing through the door. The remaining accomplices, disregarding their fallen comrade, scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing without a trace in the face of an enemy as dangerous as a scarlet beetle. Chu Yunsheng had no intention of pursuing them. He was not a bloodthirsty demon, and he had already slain two. The crucial matter was that he had just expended 3 units of vital energy, and with his reserves not at full capacity, he was left with only 2 units. In this city, notorious for its terror, unforeseen dangers lurked, making it prudent to conserve some strength. He holstered his handgun. Noticing that a row of students and a young woman, presumably their teacher, stood before him, he had neither the time nor inclination to concern himself with them. The city was rife with homeless and starving individuals. Gazing at the charred remains of the fourth sister, Chu Yunsheng found little appetite to continue eating. Yet he could not waste the beef, what was most precious in dark times. Food. He gathered utensils, preparing to pack the meal for later use, assured it would not spoil. Sir, hello? The teacher could no longer contain herself upon seeing Chu Yunsheng's intent to leave with the food. She and her students had entered the restaurant in hopes of fortune, drawn in by the long-forgotten aroma of deliciousness. One astute student had even declared it to be beef. Without hesitation, they had entered, only to find themselves amidst a group of fierce individuals. She recognized the bald man as a local tyrant, who had gathered a gang of men and women, bullying others with their numbers in this lawless world. In this bleak existence without order, these thugs were complicit in every atrocity. She recalled her grandmother's tales of the Japanese invaders, a band of beasts who forced girls to smear ash on their faces to appear less attractive. Little did she know that she and her students would also have to resort to such measures to defend against these unrestrained brutes. She had assumed that the man devouring the beef would meet his end. She had never seen anyone survive under the bald man's command. Once, a girl had resisted his advances, and her entire family had been nailed to the entrance of their community, a memory that haunted her like a nightmare. Yet, the outcome shattered all her expectations. This young man had single-handedly eliminated the 2 main threats, the bald man and the fourth sister. She was left speechless, her astonishment beyond expression. She understood that some humans still existed, though she could never explain it to her students when they inquired. However, she had never heard of this man in her neighborhood. Who exactly was he? Such curiosity mattered little. What was important was that this man was about to take the beef hot pot away. She and her students had not eaten for over 2 days. Fearing that her beloved student, Xiaoxua, might not endure any longer, she steeled herself, hoping for even the slightest morsel of food. Chu Yunsheng could hardly fathom her chaotic thoughts. In his experience, during such circumstances, the ones who spoke were merely those seeking sustenance. His usual strategy was to remain silent. He would never graciously offer anything unless prompted. He was no philanthropist. Food was a precious commodity. If one spoke, he would assess the situation. He was no fool. Now, with over a dozen children and more than 20 pleading eyes fixed upon him, his hands, previously busy packing the beef, came to an unexpected halt. Ultimately, his heart softened, and he sighed, "You wish for this pot of beef? Take it and eat." Chu Yunsheng placed the entire pot before them, grabbed the alcohol stove, and departed. He feared that should he linger, his compassion might lead to unforeseen complications. Lighting a cigarette, he sat on the hall's sand, his thoughts tumultuous. The recent events compelled him to acknowledge that in the Dark Age, human rules had shifted. Without the machinery of the state or societal morals, many acted with impunity, relying solely on their strength to dictate their actions. If one was ruthless and powerful, they could oppress others, commit any misdeed, even take lives. With no police to arrest them, no court to judge them, everything descended into a vast chaos devoid of order. It was time to alter one's mindset, as demonstrated earlier. Had he not possessed protective charms, he might very well be on the road to the underworld. Only those with absolute strength could establish a new order in this dark age. Chu Yunsheng flicked the cigarette but away, contemplating. Thus, I must hasten my training. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can I impose order upon others rather than being subjected to theirs. Chapter 18. Courage and the Path. Chu Yunsheng counted once more. Adding the initial 6, there were already 38 corpses of the crimson beetles within the talisman, leaving a mere 22 to reach his target of 60. The pig brain had once become Chu Yunsheng's lifeline. Alas, solitary crimson beetles were scarce, and encountering 2 moving together filled him with joy. Of course, in the face of swarms, not even an armored convoy of the military would dare to engage. The beetles had an insatiable appetite for brains, be they human or otherwise. In the eyes of these creatures, the heads of all animals on Earth were delectable delicacies. Chu Yunsheng had successfully lured no fewer than 10 crimson beetles using the pig brain. However, its effectiveness had waned recently, as he had nearly lost the pig head to a starving individual. That was prime pork. Later, Chu Yunsheng learned to be more prudent. He extracted the pig brain, mixed it with fresh blood, and placed it beside the corpse of a human by the roadside. Indeed, no one dared to retrieve the pig brain thereafter. He speculated that perhaps it had lost its freshness, as the instances of the crimson beetles falling for the bait had diminished significantly. Now, hardly any beetles paid him a visit. As he pondered how to capture a solitary beetle, a female teacher and her students arrived in the hall. They seemed to have just finished eating. The half-pot of food was scant, especially considering their number. The group hesitated before approaching him, causing Chu Yunsheng to furrow his brow. This demeanor surely indicated that they had some matter to address. It was not that he was unwilling to assist these children, but in such circumstances, he could hardly afford to masquerade as a heroic figure. He inwardly regretted not leaving earlier. The female teacher expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your help. I am a teacher from the 21st Middle School in Shunqing. Chu Yunsheng interrupted. That's enough. I don't wish to know these details. Given your current predicament, you should seek refuge with the military or the government. You are all students. They ought to assist you. His interruption left the teacher somewhat embarrassed. Yet she persevered to explain, we have approached the military, but there are too many people, they cannot manage. Sir, I am not asking you for food again. One of my students has been feverish for 3 days, and without effective medication, she may not survive. Chu Yunsheng was taken aback. He felt sympathy. Yet he had no medicine. In the age of sunshine, prescription drugs required a hospital's authorization, and at that time, he lacked the energy to procure much. He did possess some ordinary medications, but they would be of no help against such a severe fever. He could only regretfully reply, I'm sorry. I do not have such medicine. The teacher, with a tone of hope, quickly added, there is a community hospital not far ahead. I took the students there. But there are beetles. Could you please assist us? I'm sorry. Chu Yunsheng contemplated but ultimately declined. He had visited that hospital. 3 crimson beetles stood guard at the entrance, and the dangers inside were unknown. Although he sympathized with the girl, he was not noble enough to risk his life for another. The atmosphere grew tense. Chu Yunsheng believed that whether to help or not was his prerogative. Risking his life for a stranger was indeed not a wise choice, and he stood to leave. Yet, behind him, he heard a thud. The female teacher had knelt before him. He was taken aback. Then, thud, thud, thud. Over a dozen students dropped to their knees. Chu Yunsheng felt an inexplicable shock within him. It was not pity that stirred him, but astonishment, a profound emotion he could scarcely articulate. In the age of sunshine, on television and across the internet, there were often reports of collective kneeling in protest, desperate appeals for aid, and workers pleading for their wages. He had once vehemently condemned the cold-heartedness of the powerful, their indifference, and their shamelessness. Yet he had never envisioned such a scene unfolding in his world. And he found himself on the other side. He opened his mouth, but no words came forth. Please, uncle. Xiao Xue is dying, cried one girl from her kneeling position. Uncle. Please. The chorus of cries echoed. Chu Yunsheng found himself torn between conflicting thoughts. One side urged him to concede, to acknowledge his limitations, to refrain from acting the hero, for he might not even know how he would perish. The other side implored him to embrace the thrill of life, to revel in the passions of existence. Fight, brother. While strength is indeed paramount, without the courage to confront bloodshed, one remains a psychological weakling. A true master is not solely defined by overwhelming power. More crucial is the audacity to challenge, to face the blood, to push limits without retreat. Suddenly, Chu Yunsheng realized that he had long succumbed to a vortex of evasion. avoiding danger and challenges, seeking comfort. While this approach had allowed him to survive thus far, could he maintain such a state? The increasing number of crimson beetles made it ever harder to hunt solitary ones. Continuing to hide would only slow his progress, while the beetles multiplied. He feared that he might be devoured before he reached the second-tier realm of cultivation. Sweat trickled down his brow as he contemplated, even in the age of sunshine. Achieving success without risk seemed an elusive endeavor, let alone in this perilous dark age. The beetles' numbers surged, and the powers of the awakened grew, while his own progress stagnated from fear of confronting 3 crimson beetles. If this persisted, he would surely be crushed beneath the weight of this era and fade into obscurity. Squandering a timeless tome of wisdom. Damn it. Chu Yunsheng exhaled deeply, surprised that these individuals had inadvertently appended his entire thought process. He transformed from a timid poacher into a fervent warrior. Of course, he could not act recklessly. Strength remained a vital factor. Courage did not equate to recklessness. If the disparity in power was immense, even the most fervent spirit would lead only to demise. With his current energy level at 8 units, he did possess a fighting chance against 3 crimson beetles, given meticulous planning. He believed his odds of victory to be at least 80%. The first step was to remain concealed, ensuring the beetles did not detect him. Then, with the utmost speed and precision, he would utilize an ice arrow to freeze one. Next, he would face the wrath of the remaining 2 beetles. If fortune favored him, he could incapacitate one while they charged. And with a pistol or crossbow still in hand, even if captured, he might still succeed against the last beetle. At present, he could not cleave through the dual defenses of the beetle's protective shells with a longsword. However, piercing through the shield was feasible. Last time, he had managed to breach the shield and strike the beetle through its unprotected mouth, an opportunity that was unlikely to present itself again. Thus, the process hinged on 2 critical points. First, he must freeze one. Second, he must not lose his pistol or crossbow. Ensuring these 2 factors would grant him at least a 70% chance of victory. If he could incapacitate one during the beetle's assault, the odds would soar to 90%. And barring any new arrivals, he should be able to secure his success. Chu Yunsheng's mind raced, contemplating all these possibilities. When he finally regained his composure, he noticed the group still on the ground, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Their actions had objectively influenced his future approach to cultivation. Since he had resolved to embrace the fiery challenge before him, he might as well assist them, achieving a harmonious resolution. Moreover, the significance of pharmaceuticals will undoubtedly rank just below food as a vital resource during a future dark age. And they are among the least prepared commodities for a forthcoming age of enlightenment. Hence, it is entirely imperative to make some provisions. Chapter 19. The new uses of pig brain. Upon hearing the news, the female teacher exclaimed with excitement, "You agreed?" Chu Yunsheng smiled and replied, "Yes, but first, please tell me how to locate the pharmacy. I am utterly unfamiliar with it." The moment he confirmed his agreement, the children erupted into joyous laughter, clapping their hands in delight. "Yay! Uncle, I knew you would agree. You are a good person." A bold middle school girl stepped forward, beaming, and declared, "Xiaoxue is saved now." It was understandable that these students referred to him as uncle, considering Chu Yunsheng always wore night vision goggles that obscured his true appearance. He had neither the time nor inclination to correct their address, and urged the female teacher, "Do you know or not? I am quite ignorant of pharmaceuticals and have no idea what you need." After several prompts, the female teacher, slightly apologetic, responded, "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited. You need not worry about the pharmacy. My father used to be a doctor there. Later, he was, well, let's just say, you take me there, and I know where it is." "Absolutely not. You cannot enter. I might not be able to protect myself, let alone you." Chu Yunsheng rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. The level of danger in such a battle meant that having an ordinary person nearby would be tantamount to inviting death. After contemplating, he suggested, "Draw the location of the pharmacy on paper. I can go in alone." The female teacher understood that her presence would indeed be a burden, so she refrained from further discussion. Taking the paper from Chu Yunsheng, she quickly sketched the pharmacy's location and listed the required medications from memory. There were 2 places in total. One was a window from which medications were dispensed, containing a variety of stock medicines, and the other was the hospital's pharmacy, secured with a heavy door that would be challenging to open. However, Chu Yunsheng believed that with his energy-infused sword, he could manage. After leaving the restaurant, Chu Yunsheng stealthily made his way according to the map marked by the female teacher. He chose a distant high-rise across from the hospital and meticulously surveyed the area with his night vision goggles. At this point, he was somewhat skeptical of their reliability. For navigation, they were useful, but depending on them for protection against the insects was too precarious. Within the night vision, he discerned 3 insects. Calming himself, he sensed the fluctuations of the Earth's energy and noticed no signs of the anomalies he had experienced in Huangshan City, leading him to believe with a high degree of certainty that only 3 were present. However, the challenge lay in how to enter the premises. The community hospital had 2 main gates located on separate streets, and the insects wandered along unpredictable routes. Regardless of his entry point, he would inevitably encounter one insect, prompting the other 2 to converge upon him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Rather than attempting to breach the entrance directly, he could lure the insects out. The more he pondered this plan, the more ingenious it seemed. In front of the hospital's entrance, he noticed a van parked, a 9-seater, facing away from the hospital. The passenger window was slightly ajar, providing an opportunity for stealthy entry. Without hesitation, he slipped into the passenger seat of the van. This older model allowed him to manually lower the window, perfect for positioning his bow. If he had remained on the rooftop, he feared he would have been just out of range for a successful shot. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself to provoke the 3 insects. The nearest insect appeared in his sights, hesitating momentarily as it sensed something amiss. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yunsheng pulled the trigger. He had been detected. The arrow struck true. The other 2 insects reacted swiftly, and Chu Yunsheng realized that with his current archery skills, hitting a target moving at such speed was improbable. The only solution lay with his handgun, which boasted a higher ammunition count, increasing his chances of hitting one. With a Type 92 pistol loaded with 15 rounds and infused with approximately 2 units of energy, he fired them all in rapid succession. At this point, the insects had already leaped onto the van's roof, gnawing at the hood. Reflecting on his previous luck in Huangshan City, he realized how fortunate he had been. Out of 15 bullets, only 1 or 2 had struck home, and even then, the hit insect was merely slightly injured, still capable of launching a fierce attack. Corrosive saliva began to seep through the van's roof, repelled only by the protective hexagram. Suddenly, Chu Yunsheng recognized that he had mismanaged the sequence of his actions. His original plan had been to fire the freezing arrows first, then follow up with gunfire. However, the situation had altered dramatically, and he had neglected to utilize the protection offered by the vehicle. He should have waited until the insect had fully engaged with the van before opening fire, as this would have significantly increased his hit rate. It appeared that his lack of combat experience hindered him, even if he had successfully executed numerous ambushes. They did not equate to the knowledge gained through direct confrontation. Regretting his earlier decisions was now futile as he braced himself against the corrosive saliva and the insect's spiny legs, swiftly reloading his weapon. The van was now riddled with holes from the insect's sharp appendages, and a gaping cavity had formed on the roof, with the insect clamoring to enter. Through the opening, he aimed directly at the abdomen of the nearest insect, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that consumed another unit of energy. Fortunately, the struck insect ignited in flames, flailing its pincers as it retreated. However, another insect had breached the van's interior, seizing Chu Yunsheng's body and dragging him out. The protective hexagram provided some defense, but it was insufficient to prevent the insect from causing him immense internal pain, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Though his right hand clutched the handgun, it was firmly ensnared by one of the insect's pincers, which was pulling with tremendous force. For a fleeting moment, Chu Yunsheng felt as though his entire arm would be torn asunder. He had no choice but to draw his sword with his left hand, thrusting it desperately at the insect's head. Yet, the insect offered no opportunity for him to pierce its mouth, resulting in a wasted effort that depleted nearly a unit of energy. By this point, he had expended 5 units of energy, one freezing an insect, another igniting one. While the fate of the last remained uncertain, the 2 insects were locked in a stalemate with him, each side unable to gain the upper hand. Desperation coursed through Chu Yunsheng. He could not afford to prolong this deadlock. Should the frozen insect break free or the burning one regain its attacking prowess, the hexagram would surely falter against their combined might. What weapons remained at his disposal? Regaining some composure, he searched through his inventory for usable items. The stored corrosive saliva was ineffective. He had tested that against the insects. The insect legs were equally useless. Pig brain. Irrelevant. Pig intestines. What nonsense. Wait. The pig brain. He wondered what reaction it might provoke if hurled at the insect's head, as it was its favorite food. If it could merely divert its attention for a moment, he might seize the opportunity to escape. Additionally, he recalled the fire separation symbol, a powerful third-tier attack symbol derived from ancient texts. Its potency would undoubtedly be tremendous, and he had nearly forgotten about it amidst the chaos. With renewed determination, he retrieved the pig brain and smashed it against the grotesque head of the insect. Channeling energy in anticipation of the moment it became distracted, allowing him to break free. The pig brain, though slightly stale, was still genuine, and the insect hesitated, seemingly torn between consuming the brain or Chu Yunsheng himself. Chapter 20. The new monster. Upon inspecting his injuries, he found his right hand somewhat numb from being yanked, each movement accompanied by excruciating pain. His abdomen was firmly gripped by a monstrous insect, inflicting the most significant damage, rendering even the act of breathing painfully arduous. Thankfully, he retained all his body parts. Under the flow of vital energy, he would eventually recover. With 2 units of vital energy remaining, he could easily dispatch the 3 dying red-armored beetles. After collecting their carcasses and clearing the battlefield, Chu Yunsheng hesitated to enter the hospital, dragging his numb right hand to a secluded corner. For now, he needed to expend 3 more flames to elevate the thickness of his vital energy to its full capacity. Gazing at the remnants of the shattered, energy-absorbing talisman hovering in midair, he pulled out a cigarette, contemplating the outcome of this mission. He had eliminated 3 red-armored beetles and consumed 6 units of vital energy, rendering the balance of intake and expenditure nearly equal. In tangible terms, he had also acquired 3 sets of the beetle's corrosive shells and saliva, which should prove beneficial. Chu Yunsheng dared not linger too long. The longer the night, the more dreams it would bring. After finishing his cigarette, he promptly set out once more. The community hospital was composed of an outpatient building and a small inpatient ward, its exterior clad in red bricks. Inside the yard lay various bodies, both doctors and patients, all with hollowed skulls, a grim testament to the work of the red-armored beetles. The automatic glass doors of the outpatient building lay shattered, fragments scattered across the ground that crunched beneath his feet. A thick layer of blood covered the reception desk, and the hall was strewn with disordered medical records and newspapers bearing ominous headlines. The sun disappears in 2012. Or even more terrifying, monsters attack humanity. Military intervention. A severed intestine dangled from the registration window, its blood congealed into icy clumps, while scattered bills whirled in the breeze around the billing window, hinting at the chaos that had once erupted here. Behind the security door, a cabinet lay hunched over, with a gaping hole torn into it. Rusty metal plates affixed with a grotesque eyeball, glaring ominously into the dark corridor beyond. The promotional display for a renowned physician had been partially demolished, shards of glass clinging to a long, blood-streaked head. Turning right, he reached the medicine dispensing area, where the glass bearing the words medicine collection teetered precariously. Surrounded by scattered chairs for waiting patients, the ceiling fan having crashed down and shattered into fragments. Chu Yunsheng was uncertain of the horrors that had transpired here, but the silence was palpable, so quiet he could almost hear his own footsteps. A sense of unease washed over him, a feeling of the uncanny that he could not quite articulate. However, there was little time for reflection. Retrieving the medication and departing was paramount. The glass at the medicine window was broken. With careful maneuvering, he could crawl over the counter. Inside, the shelves were tilted against the wall, like dominoes, with medications strewn across the floor, covering the entire room. Chu Yunsheng activated his object-collecting talisman, gathering all the medicines without the luxury of sorting through them or removing debris. The medicine collection area was sparse. The bulk of the supplies was likely in the pharmacy, as indicated by the map drawn by the female teacher. To reach the pharmacy, he would need to traverse the long, dark corridor. To go or not to go? Chu Yunsheng felt a nameless dread in the depths of that corridor. Hospitals were inherently eerie, and with the current insect invasion, terror gripped him even more. He hastily grabbed a bill validator from the reception desk and hurled it into the corridor, quickly aiming his crossbow. The validator clattered along the passageway, rolling far into the dark. Nothing emerged, no insects, no apparitions. Chu Yunsheng's heart eased. Perhaps he had been overly tense. If there were any insects, they would have appeared by now. Activating the active infrared source, the dim corridor immediately illuminated in green through his night vision goggles, amplifying its ominous aura. He gripped his crossbow tightly, inching along the wall, cautiously probing deeper. Sweat beaded in his palms, but for the sake of the medications, he had to take the risk. Even if not for the children, he would undoubtedly need these life-saving supplies in the future. He dared not glance at the doors flanking the corridor, focused solely on traversing it swiftly, to turn right at the end, leading him to the pharmacy. Passing another door on the left, a pale figure flickered briefly within. Chu Yunsheng pressed tightly against the left wall, his heart racing. As he hesitated, a haunting melody drifted from within, light, yet chilling, intermittent and ethereal. Who are you? He called softly, the eerie song sending shivers down his spine. Resolving to confront his fears, he steeled himself. He had slain dozens of the red-armored beetles. How could he be intimidated by such a figure? He was about to kick the door open when it creaked ajar on its own. A woman stood before him. Entirely nude, her disheveled hair failing to conceal her striking features. Her curvaceous form radiated a ghostly glow, her hollow gaze fixed on him, lips moving in a chilling chant. Who are you? Chu Yunsheng remained unshaken, clarity prevailing in his mind. The post-apocalyptic world had hardened his nerves. This woman was peculiar. Everything about her defied logic. In such frigid weather, she wore no clothing, her skin as pale as a specter. He sensed the six-armed talisman pulsating momentarily, inexplicably on guard. Stop, or I will shoot, he commanded. Yet she continued to advance, graceful and sorrowful, seemingly oblivious to his warnings, as if controlled by some unseen force. Chu Yunsheng would not allow anyone to threaten him, nor would he be beguiled by a naked woman. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. At such close range, the powerful ice arrow pierced her chest, propelling her backward, pinning her against the wall. Ah! The nude woman let out a piercing scream. Just as she was about to be encased in ice, he thought he caught a fleeting smile from her, an unexpected glimmer of relief in her vacant eyes. A deep, ominous sound emanated from the inpatient ward behind him, echoing with fury, as if something cherished had been snatched away. What in the world? Chu Yunsheng gasped. But there was no time for contemplation. He had to retrieve the medication and flee. Distance was his best ally. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted away, rounding corners and ascending floors. Following the teacher's map, he quickly located the pharmacy, a locked door that posed no barrier for someone armed to the teeth. The pharmacy was immaculate, devoid of chaos. He swiftly gathered the medications, even raiding the refrigeration units. The hallways led in two directions. Ascending to the right were the medicinal supplies, while a left turn led back to the inpatient ward. That sensation of being watched emanated from the left corridor. Gripping his crossbow tightly, he reminded himself that the most terrifying creatures in this world were merely insects. Yet, as he spotted a long, pipe-like creature with a bulbous eye at its end, resembling a tentacle, swiftly slithering from the end of the corridor, he began to wonder if there were monsters beyond just insects in this world. Chapter 21. Devastating blow to the tentacled monster. Without much hesitation, Chu Yunsheng swiftly stowed away his crossbow and drew his handgun. Countless narrow escapes had taught him that no matter how perilous or terrifying the situation, even amidst the cataclysm, panic could lead to one's demise. With the creature obstructing his path, he had no choice but to fight for his life. Regardless of the monster's nature, survival necessitated a relentless battle. The crossbow posed little threat to such a slender entity. Hitting it was a challenge, and even if he did, that long, pipe-like appendage would hardly be completely frozen. The handgun might also miss its mark, but the incendiary bullets had the potential to ignite anything in their path, offering a glimmer of hope for a temporary reprieve. Before the grotesque creature could make its move, Chu Yunsheng fired his weapon, fully aware that this entity bore no semblance of amicability. With no other viable options, he expended a measure of his energy, firing indiscriminately in an attempt to unleash the flames of his fire element and drive back the tentacles. In response to the powerful incendiary bullets, two of the soft tentacles swiftly separated from the throng, bravely sacrificing themselves to intercept the projectiles. Even as the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air, one of the tentacles defiantly absorbed the onslaught of bullets. The tentacles were remarkably agile, especially the one designated for offense, moving with the fluidity of a serpent. In no time, it ensnared Chu Yunsheng's body. Relying on the protection of his 6-armor talisman and the swelling of his internal energy, he fought to break free, only to find himself ensnared again and again. As the 4th and 5th tentacles emerged, despair threatened to consume him. Bound tightly, with his ammunition depleted, he found himself utterly unable to reload. The soft tentacles, having assessed his diminishing resistance, began dragging him towards the hospital ward. Suppressing his rising panic, Chu Yunsheng's mind raced for an escape route. The inpatient department of the community hospital stood 4 stories high, but was spacious. Upon being pulled inside, he noticed that the 3rd floor had been breached, and the walls oozed a viscous, sticky substance that fused the entire structure together, emitting a faint green luminescence reminiscent of a moss-covered cave. The walls were adorned with the naked bodies of women, leaving him agape in shock, as many bore remnants of patients' and nurses' uniforms. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier unease in the lobby. The unnaturally sterile condition of the hospital had been unsettling, too clean to contain even a single corpse. The red beetle consumed human brains, neglecting all other body parts, so there should have been numerous empty skulls strewn about, yet there were none. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that these bodies must be present, though they appeared not entirely lifeless. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a slender, almost transparent tube, akin to a finger, embedded in the back of a young woman's head, lifting her as if she were the naked figure he had previously encountered. As she glided past him, he could see the vacant gaze in her eyes. She had succumbed to this creature's control, explaining why she had moved like a specter, and the bizarre cry he had heard upon shooting that arrow was indeed a manifestation of this monster. In that moment, astonishment outweighed fear. What manner of creature was this? In the center of the building lay a bubbling pool of viscous liquid, a grisly tableau of human remains, with bodies encased in transparent membranes, writhing as they melted like pupae. Each pupil was connected to a cluster of grotesque, cylindrical entities, the largest towering over 5 meters, covered in the same viscous substance and resembling a tree in form. The tentacles that ensnared Chu Yunsheng originated from this colossal being. The creature's myriad tubes and tentacles were in constant motion. As he was drawn closer, he discerned that the hanging women were all connected to this monstrous entity, their lower bodies inserted into its tubes, which churned with repugnant liquid. Some women had distended abdomens, while others bore gaping wounds from which smaller cylindrical creatures emerged, voraciously consuming the remains of their hosts. It was breeding, prolifically. Chu Yunsheng's eyes widened in horror. The melting liquid pool below likely served as a nutrient solution for these abominations. What in the world was this creature? Fear surged within him as he struggled against his restraints, only to find himself inexorably pulled towards the liquid pool. A tentacle, as thick as a human thigh, materialized before him, splitting open at the tip to form a gaping maw that descended upon him. As he was engulfed, the tentacle's walls expanded, enveloping him entirely, shaping him into a humanoid cocoon. The viscous liquid surged around him, and he could feel the energy from his 6 armor talisman pulsating, fiercely protecting him, even as he neared suffocation. With a sudden pop, the cocoon Chu Yunsheng was expelled by the oral tentacle, landing in the pool of liquid. A slender tube promptly descended from above, but his energy repelled it. Now acutely aware of his chance for escape, he realized that under the protection of the 6 armor talisman, the melting liquid posed no immediate threat. Aside from depriving him of breath, his clothing and handgun remained intact within the energy barrier. His sole option lay in approaching the largest entity, presumably the maternal creature, delivering a grievous blow, and seizing the opportunity to flee. Around him, remnants of melted human pupae drifted by. Chu Yunsheng held his breath, relying on his 1 yuan realm to barely endure the suffocating environment. Stealthily, he exchanged his magazine, now with less than 30 bullets remaining, and cautiously drew out a yuan element talisman to replenish his energy, fearful of detection by the creature. Closer, ever closer, until he was directly beneath the maternal beast, which seemed oblivious to his presence. 1, 2, 3. Focusing intently, he seized the moment. With 6 units of energy coursing through him, he fired 3 shots without hesitation, each expending a unit of energy. The cocoon's wall ruptured, and the bullets, ablaze with fierce fire energy, surged toward the maternal creature. Simultaneously, he inhaled deeply, nearly having suffocated just moments before. The monster's surface bore an energy shield, and Chu Yunsheng surmised that even the red beetle possessed such a defense. This more terrifying creature would not be an exception. The bullets collided violently with the protective layer, swirling amid the flames, gradually revealing vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed his gun against the most fragile point and fired twice more, each shot expending a unit of energy. The incendiary bullets penetrated the creature's body, colliding with its energy-filled interior, igniting a chaotic explosion as the creature's gelatinous flesh ruptured, debris scattering in all directions. With a guttural cry, the monster sank toward the melting liquid pool, and Chu Yunsheng estimated he had succeeded in inflicting damage. Now, it was time to make his escape. A grotesque mass of viscous flesh erupted from the gaping maw of the monster, grotesquely striking the crown of his head and dangling from the night vision goggles. Chu Yunsheng was immediately struck by the realization that this small piece of flesh harbored a vitality akin to that of several insects. In that moment, he had no time to ponder further. The descending creature had summoned at least 10 tentacles, which now encircled him menacingly. Surrounding them were numerous smaller creatures, scaling the immense appendages, their maw-like tentacles shrieking in a frenzy. At the precipice of life and death, Chu Yunsheng could not afford to hesitate any longer. He retrieved the Li Hua talisman, which had nearly slipped from his memory. This third-tier offensive talisman, given his current realm of Yuan Tian, could unleash no more than 20% of its potential, a considerable waste. Yet, he had no choice but to employ this talisman to safeguard his life. As he gazed upon the encroaching tentacles and minuscule monsters, Chu Yunsheng hastily summoned his vital energy to activate the Lihua talisman. The character symbolizing departure shot forth from the talisman, unleashing a torrent of immense vital energy that coalesced around it, growing increasingly abundant. With a resounding crack, the character split apart, and the elemental fire of heaven and earth cascaded down like a rain of flames, descending upon the mortal realm. Chapter 22. The Birth of the Battle Armor. The might of the fire departure talisman far exceeded his expectations. Even at merely 20% of its power, it incinerated the tentacles without a trace. Afterwards, he managed to escape the infirmary unscathed, which suggested that the mother creature had indeed suffered significant damage from his attack. After providing some antipyretic medicine to the female teacher, he chose to take a well-deserved respite. All he desired was a peaceful slumber, free from thoughts and actions. Once again, Chu Yunsheng found himself in a dream. In this dream, he was pursued by a swarm of scarlet beetles, only to leap into a vast pit filled with numerous fruit-bearing women. In a panic, he attempted to escape, only to discover that his legs were ensnared by slender tentacles. Upon awakening, cold sweat dripped from his back. He sat by the window, lit a candle, and opened his diary, contemplating before meticulously inscribing: Scarlet beetle, adult origin, unknown level, unknown size characteristics, approximately 4 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 5 meters tall. Defense, carapace, energy shield traits, prefers darkness. Has a voracious appetite for brains. Location, unknown, tentacle monster, mother entity origin, unknown level, unknown size characteristics, approximately 5 meters tall, 4 meters in diameter. Cylindrical with multiple tentacles. Defense, energy defense layer. Primarily reliant on tentacles traits, reproduces by parasitizing humans. Location, uncertain. Having documented all the information he currently possessed about these two monsters, Chu Yunsheng quietly closed his diary. The Dark Age was becoming increasingly perilous. The mere presence of the scarlet beetles was overwhelming for humanity, and now such a terrifying creature had emerged, compounding their woes. To survive in such a world, it was imperative to gather as much knowledge about these monsters as possible. So he resolved to meticulously record and preserve the information within his diary. Perhaps even more formidable creatures would surface, and without swift enhancement of his own strength, he risked a sudden demise in the streets. Though this latest venture had nearly cost him his life, it was not without merit. He had acquired numerous precious medicinal supplies and witnessed even more powerful beings, which would undeniably serve as immense motivation for his future cultivation. Furthermore, the gelatinous flesh extracted from the tentacle mother had replenished him with 4 units of vital energy, somewhat alleviating his exhaustion and attesting to the creature's formidable nature. For the time being, his abilities were insufficient to provoke this monster. When he had advanced further in his cultivation, he could consider hunting it. For now, he must focus on collecting the beetles. Chu Yunsheng was eager to don powerful battle armor. After changing into a new outfit, he felt significantly more refreshed. The motorcycle roared to life, plunging into the unfathomable darkness. The urgency of time weighed heavily on him, while at the community, he had overheard discussions about the military potentially abandoning the city. A substantial number of troops were engaged in combat with the beetles, drawing many of them in. Should the city be abandoned, the creatures would scatter, and he might not even have the chance to confront 3 scarlet beetles. Currently, he possessed only a single talisman inscribed with fiery patterns, which he had been gradually depleting, while he had collected 41 beetle carcasses, leaving just 19 to go. The gap was narrowing, and he needed to hasten the acquisition of battle armor. Relying solely on the first tier 6 talisman for protection made him increasingly uneasy. Chu Yunsheng chose to hunt near a bridge connecting the eastern and western districts, where heavy military presence offered some assurance. The bridge was constantly under assault by the beetles, yet the military valiantly resisted, bolstered by relentless firepower. The number of beetles continued to swell, while the soldiers and munitions dwindled. It was only a matter of time before this location succumbed to the onslaught. Concealed within a nearby building, he lay in wait, ready to ambush any wounded scarlet beetles retreating from assaults on the bridge. He would not let such opportunities slip away, as these injured creatures made for prime targets. When no beetles passed by, he practiced his shooting skills diligently. His marksmanship left much to be desired, while he could manage stationary targets. Hitting a moving beetle was a different story altogether. Practicing archery was an exceedingly tedious endeavor, though he found some solace in using a crossbow rather than a traditional bow. Maintaining stability and a steady center of gravity improved his accuracy, but even the slightest instability could lead to missed shots. Fortunately, the scarlet beetles were colossal, and with the frost arrows, even a glancing blow would release freezing energy, significantly enhancing his success rate. After 5 arduous days, Chu Yunsheng finally managed to gather the last 19 beetles. Averaging fewer than 4 per day, this was the consequence of his current inability to directly confront more than 3 scarlet beetles at once. Upon returning to his lair in Mingdu Huayuan, he secured all doors and windows, and according to the ancient text principles, he meticulously inscribed his first battle armor talisman. The complete armor needed to encompass not only the torso but also the shoulders, arms, legs, and even the head, hands, and feet, ensuring maximum protection. The armor's design was fluid and streamlined. Chu Yunsheng opted for a striking aesthetic, albeit grounded in practicality, a small indulgence of his vanity. Once the armor was inscribed, an idea struck him. Since his long sword could never penetrate the scarlet beetle's shell, why not inscribe a sword alongside the armor talisman? He recalled seeing a similar design in one of the illustrations in the ancient text. Though uncertain of its success, he proceeded with cautious optimism. After crafting the 3-dimensional design, he inscribed a 4th-dimensional conduit to connect the talisman and the design. Chu Yunsheng was not well versed in these principles. He merely emulated the process. He inscribed additional refining rules and sealed the talismans, consuming nearly 8 units of vital energy in the process. Evidently, his decision to enhance his energy capacity to 9 units before embarking on armor crafting had proven wise. Once prepared, he replenished his vital energy and activated the battle armor talisman. The image of the sword instantly shot forth from the talisman into the void, slowly rotating as it illuminated a circular area below. Chu Yunsheng hastily cast a scarlet beetle shell beneath it. After a moment, the shell transformed into shimmering starlight, absorbed by the armor in the void, though no significant changes were apparent. Understanding that crafting armor required substantial materials for refinement, he swiftly continued to place shells beneath the beam. As he deposited more, the armor in the void began to materialize from the top down. After approximately 46 shells, the entire armor became fully corporeal, although the sword portion had only partially solidified. He experimentally added 2 more shells, only to discover that while the armor could still absorb them, the sword portion could no longer do so. Chapter 23. The 3 sword techniques of insect extermination. Chu Yunsheng pondered to himself as his battle armor took shape. The fact that it could continue to absorb materials indicated its potential for sustainable upgrades and refinement. In the future, any new shells from the red armored beetle he obtained could be used to enhance the battle armor. However, the sword component posed a peculiar challenge. As it could not continue to absorb the shells, he speculated that the materials might be unsuitable. Yet he was unable to decipher the annotations beneath the illustration of the sword in the ancient text, leaving him hesitant to draw any conclusions. After much contemplation and still in confusion, he decided to experiment by inserting the beetle's legs and pincers. To his astonishment, the sword component absorbed them, ultimately consuming all the legs and pincers he had collected, resulting in a rudimentary form of a crimson longsword. Filled with excitement, Chu Yunsheng reasoned that there must be a distinction between the legs and pincers of the beetle and its shell, one emphasizing offensive capability and the other focusing on defense. Naturally, materials with aggressive properties could forge a blade. To optimize the performance of his battle armor, Chu Yunsheng immediately placed the remaining dozen or so shells into it, all of which were fully absorbed. The battle armor fashioned from the red armored beetle's shells was similarly crimson, though it differed somewhat from the desired deep black hue. However, this was not the time for such concerns. While both the battle armor and sword were red, they did not possess the fire attributes of the beetle. Instead, like Chu Yunsheng's own vital energy, they were in a pure, primordial state, significantly enhancing their malleability. The usage of the battle armor talisman was exceedingly convenient. By sealing it within his body, he could activate it during combat with his vital energy. The armor would instantly spring forth from the talisman, disassembling into independent components that floated around his body, before converging seamlessly to envelop him completely. The sword hung at his left side, and as he drew it, he could feel its formidable sharpness emanating from its blade. The original longsword was relegated to a secondary role, remaining within the object talisman for potential future use. As he believed in the necessity of conserving resources, the entire process of crafting the armor required a substantial expenditure of vital energy to manipulate the armor talisman and refine the materials. After finishing, Chu Yunsheng assessed his remaining vital energy, which had dwindled to a mere trace. With a wry smile, he produced the last of his energy-gathering talismans, absorbing the 3 remaining flame patterns to barely reach a total of 7 units of vital energy. Next, he forged new 6 armor talismans and divine weapon talismans, sealing them within the battle armor and the sword, respectively. Chu Yunsheng now felt confident that by infusing a unit of vital energy into the sword, he could certainly penetrate the red-armored beetle's body. This sword was refined from the essence of nearly 240 beetle legs and 120 pincers. He believed that once he deciphered the crafting methods for the second-tier 6 armor talismans and divine weapon talismans from the ancient text, the power of his armor and sword would increase exponentially. His aspirations aimed squarely at the realm of the dual elemental heaven. He needed to refine his internal vital energy 54 more times. He realized he had miscalculated previously. As his vital energy increased by 1 tier, he would need to slay many more beetles. For instance, with his current 9 units of vital energy, he required 4.5 flame patterns from the red-armored beetle to fully replenish it. When reaching 10 units, he would need 5 beetles. Each elevation in vital energy would necessitate an additional half beetle's flame pattern. Nevertheless, Chu Yunsheng remained undeterred. Now equipped with the battle armor and the 1,000 cleaving sword, he felt confident that his efficiency in exterminating beetles would significantly improve. His primary concerns were to hasten his cultivation to the realm of the dual elemental heaven, ensuring his strength for survival and the capacity to impose order upon others. The second issue was his sluggish comprehension of the ancient text characters, facing a treasure mountain yet unable to find a path to ascend. The realm of the dual elemental heaven was attainable if he accelerated his cultivation pace, yet the characters in the ancient text posed a more significant headache. These characters, which could scarcely be classified as oracle bone script, were exceedingly peculiar, with an overwhelming quantity and many eccentric forms. The only way forward was to persistently ponder, speculate, and conduct experiments to validate his hypotheses. Deep in thought, Chu Yunsheng resolved that regardless of the circumstances, he must first cultivate to the realm of the dual elemental heaven. He hoped that upon reaching that level, his understanding of the ancient text would improve and allow for more experiments, as the second and third-tier vital talismans were exceptionally diverse. After a brief rest, his initial excitement subsided, leading him to consider that while the 1,000 cleaving sword was indeed a formidable weapon, its efficacy would diminish if he could not wield it effectively. This was akin to his ice arrows, which, due to his limited archery skills, struggled to strike moving targets. Consequently, he could only launch a surprise shot with the first arrow, significantly reducing the intimidation factor that ice arrows should possess. He believed that if a skilled archer wielded them, their impact would not be limited to mere ambushes in combat. Thus, he resolved not to employ the 1,000 cleaving sword blindly. Although the ancient text contained martial techniques, his current level was insufficient for practice. He could only learn some basic fencing techniques, which were scanned in the ancient text and difficult for him to decipher. Furthermore, the text held little regard for such techniques, relegating them to auxiliary skills, merely serving to familiarize the swordsman with the sword's nature. The compiled text of ancient celestial literature, printed and bound, proved timely in this regard. The fundamental sword movements, hooking, hanging, thrusting, flicking, piercing, and chopping were numerous, yet Chu Yunsheng opted not to study them all. They were far too diverse and chaotic, and he lacked the time. His immediate threat was the red-armored beetle, so his sword techniques needed to be specifically tailored to counter its characteristics. With the dual protection of the battle armor and the 6 armor talismans, the threat posed by the beetle's attacks was significantly mitigated. If his internal vital energy was sufficient, he could withstand multiple assaults from the insects. Additionally, the 1,000 cleaving sword, infused with vital energy, would prove exceptionally sharp and distinctive in its characteristics. Considering these factors, Chu Yunsheng devised a compact offensive sword technique consisting of merely 3 moves. The first was a direct downward slash, known as the cleaving sword technique. Gripping the sword with both hands raised, he would wait for the beetle to approach before executing a straight, downward strike, aligning his arm and sword in a single line, allowing his vital energy and strength to channel directly to the blade, cleaving the beetle's head. Should the beetle fail to evade, the most vulnerable part of its body, the head, would either be slain or gravely injured. Of course, this was contingent on his ability to accurately strike the beetle's head. Should the beetle move too swiftly or his technique falter, striking its shell would not prove fatal. If the beetle evaded or he missed his target, he would resort to the second move, the slicing sword technique. This technique was also straightforward and practical. If the first slash failed, the sword would have already begun its descent. He would merely rotate his palm to face upward, level the sword, and depending on the beetle's position, if it was to the left, he would pivot his body, executing a diagonal slice from the lower right to the upper left. With the sword tip elevated above his head, channeling his vital energy and strength into the forward part of the blade. This technique could target either the beetle's head or its body, aiming to inflict severe damage. If the beetle managed to escape, leveraging its jumping ability to bypass the blade, or even Chu Yunsheng himself, he would employ the third move, the reverse flick sword technique. Chapter 24. What is a master stroke? To lift is, by definition, to strike upwards towards a target. When the armored beetle leaps, one must coordinate this movement with one's own agility, reversing the sword to deliver a piercing blow to various parts of the creature, depending on the situation. The execution of 3 strokes should be seamless. While it may not guarantee the demise of the armored beetle, it can at least inflict significant injury. Chu Yunsheng is acutely aware that actual combat with these insects is fraught with peril, often straying far from what one might anticipate. His current task is to master these 3 techniques until they become second nature, for as the saying goes in the age of sunshine, a master stroke is simply the practice of a simple move to perfection. What Chu Yunsheng must do now is to repeatedly practice these uncomplicated 3 moves until he reaches the pinnacle of mastery. Although each move appears deceptively simple, maximizing the power of both body and sword requires relentless practice of every step until he discovers the optimal sword style that complements his own strength. In the spirit of simulating real combat, Chu Yunsheng dons his battle armor, arming himself fully, even equipping a crossbow and pistol to recreate the battlefield atmosphere. To enhance the realism, he even binds himself to a wardrobe to simulate being caught by a beetle, practicing how to wield his sword effectively under duress. He begins by isolating each of the 3 techniques for practice, striving to find the state that best suits his strength and energy. Each stroke is executed with unwavering precision. No shortcuts taken. He relentlessly strikes again and again. The sword moves as an extension of himself. A stable center of gravity is paramount. When the body is steady, the sword remains steady. When the sword is steady, the energy can flow smoothly. Thus, Chu Yunsheng must not only seek the optimal trajectory for his techniques but also ensure the harmony of his energy, striving for the ultimate synergy between sword play and energy, as well as between energy and sword intent. He must synchronize 5 aspects: hand, eye, body, technique, and footwork, transitioning from conscious coordination to an unconscious fluency. This requires extensive practice, but fortunately, there are only 3 techniques. Otherwise, significant progress would be unattainable in such a short time. Even so, during these frigid days, Chu Yunsheng practices mechanically until he is drenched in sweat, merely scratching the surface of what he seeks to achieve. For 3 consecutive days, apart from sleeping, he dedicates himself entirely to these 3 sword techniques until he can visualize and execute them flawlessly, even with his eyes closed. Yet, he realizes this is merely a rudimentary form. The optimization of energy and strength has yet to be attained. Only through real combat can he truly grasp the interplay of energy and power, relying solely on his physical strength, even with the sharpest sword. He may not effectively breach the dual defenses of the armored beetle's shield and carapace. Only a sword imbued with energy can shatter the shield and rend the beetle's shell. Chu Yunsheng requires a real battle to validate his theoretical knowledge and to compute his energy expenditure. He must be astute in his calculations, since harnessing energy, he has been keen to maximize its efficiency. Currently, he has 3 units of energy remaining. After much deliberation, he decides against spending 8 or 9 days recuperating at home, deeming it a waste of precious time. He must engage in battle to sustain himself, utilizing the energy from the armored beetles to eliminate more of their kind. Following initial chaos, the surviving populace of Xinjiang gradually coalesces into loose groups. Alone, individuals find it challenging to contend with the beetles, let alone compete for food, except for Chu Yunsheng, the anomaly among them. Streets are often teeming with crowds wielding torches, scouring for sustenance, no longer limited to markets. Even the rats in the sewers have become a potential last meal. The insects are indeed terrifying, but rather than resigning to starvation, venturing out to seek fortune seems more favorable, for the beetles are not omnipresent. With a stroke of luck, one might not encounter a single one. Which explains why Chu Yunsheng suddenly finds himself amidst many people on the streets, driven out by the scarcity of food. Equipped with his battle armor, Chu Yunsheng prepares himself, even affixing a night vision device to his helmet. This is a necessity. His current abilities do not permit him to utilize energy to perceive darkness. Thus, he must rely on the night vision temporarily. During the construction of his armor, he specifically designed a fixture for the night vision device for convenience. This unusual appearance piques the curiosity of many passersby, but he pays little heed. His energy reserves are low, and with the ever-present threat of the armored beetles, he cannot afford to be complacent. Their speed is truly alarming, and if they were to ambush him, he might not have time to activate his armor. After traversing several streets without encountering any beetles, he begins to ponder their whereabouts when suddenly he hears a distant shout, "Run! The beetles are coming! Hurry!" The street erupts with piercing cries that echo in the air, accompanied by the frantic footsteps of a panicked crowd, amplifying the urgency of the situation. Chu Yunsheng swiftly retreats into the recess of a building, drawing his crossbow as the terrified masses rush past him, some unable to maintain their grip on their torches, which fall to the ground. In the age of sunshine, there was a sardonic saying, "Two individuals encounter a tiger, one exclaims to run," while the other argues that running is futile against the tiger's speed, asserting, "I don't need to outrun the tiger, I only need to outrun you." Although this was once a mere jest, it has morphed into a harsh reality. Survival hinges on being faster than others, as the slowest inevitably become the beetle's prey. Chu Yunsheng's arrow, glinting with deadly intent, aims at a beetle that has lunged at a human, and without hesitation, he releases the frost arrow, piercing the creature with unwavering accuracy. Donned in battle armor, Chu Yunsheng does not appear clumsy. Rather, he moves with enhanced agility. The suit has features enabling him to leap over 3 meters in an instant. There are only 2 beetles in total, even without employing the 1,000-piercing sword. He could resolve the encounter with his pistol. However, he urgently requires 1 specimen for experimentation, and with fewer than 20 bullets left, he must choose wisely, sword or firearm. Soaring above the frozen beetle, he sweeps down with the 1,000-piercing sword, exerting not a shred of energy, yet the razor-sharp blade cleaves through the defenseless beetle's head, which has lost its protective shield. The remaining beetle, upon seeing Chu Yunsheng, discards its human prey and lunges towards him, both engaged in a high-speed collision. With the protection of his armor, Chu Yunsheng lands and springs forth, unscathed, while the beetle quickly regains its composure. A quarter of his energy evidently fails to penetrate its defenses. He decides to infuse half of his energy instead, leveraging the power of his armor to leap into the air, striking downwards as the beetle screeches in fury, its pincers slamming towards Chu Yunsheng's 1,000-piercing sword. With a resounding crack, the beetle's pincers are shattered, the sword firmly embedding itself at the base of its head. At this moment, the beetle's shield has been significantly weakened. With a mighty roar, Chu Yunsheng channels another half-unit of energy into his blade and executes the cutting technique with finesse, the beetle's head soaring into the sky, its body erupting in a spray of green liquid, repelled by the 6 armor talisman, without employing any special techniques. A single unit of energy is sufficient to slay 1 armored beetle. This is the formidable power of the combination of battle armor and the 1,000-piercing sword. The frost arrow, a type of elemental technique, possesses the advantage of elemental affinity but can only freeze and not kill the beetles. In contrast, the combination of armor and sword effortlessly achieves the feat of exterminating a beetle with just 1 unit of energy, and crucially, Chu Yunsheng has now mastered close-quarters combat against these creatures. In that instant, he finds himself momentarily awestruck. Chapter 25. The Great Retreat of the City. 1 unit of vitality could eliminate a single red-armored beetle, seemingly comparable in power to the ice arrow. However, Chu Yunsheng was acutely aware that freezing a beetle with an ice arrow was only feasible under ideal conditions and lacked practical significance in combat. In all his prior battles, only the first ice arrow could reliably ensure the freezing of a beetle once other insects closed in. He often needed to expend 2 or even more units of vitality to vanquish a single red-armored beetle. Furthermore, being beset by these ferocious creatures posed a genuine threat to his life. Now, however, things were different. Thanks to the protection offered by his battle armor, he could engage the red-armored beetles head-on without fear of disadvantage. Moreover, with just a single unit of vitality consumed, a single strike of his sword proved effective, making it entirely practical in combat. He was confident that, if he had 9 full units of vitality, he could easily slay at least 8 beetles during battle. Having meticulously cleaned his Chinpi sword, Chu Yunsheng stood atop a 20-story building. The brief elation brought by his battle armor quickly dissipated upon receiving news from the military. His heart was heavy as he gazed down at 3 imposing Type 99 main battle tanks and 6 Type 97 infantry fighting vehicles, their headlights ablaze, while loudspeakers repeatedly broadcasted the command center's emergency notice. We refer to them as red-armored beetles. We shall not count the cost nor spare any sacrifice in our attempt to eradicate these monstrous insects that have appeared across various regions. The channels through which these creatures proliferate within the city cannot be destroyed, and the influx of red-armored beetles into our urban areas is relentless. Now, we must announce that the situation continues to deteriorate. Recently, the number of red-armored beetles within the city has surged once again. It is beyond our control. Extremely perilous. After careful deliberation, the command center has resolved that, effective immediately, a citywide evacuation is mandated. A citywide evacuation. All citizens who hear this decree may follow the military in retreating, with the destination set for Jinling City. The only piece of good news we can share is that, according to scientific analyses, the main urban area of Jinling City contains a substantial amount of an unidentified substance, which has thus far prevented the emergence of insect channels in the main urban zone. The command center has decided to establish a new defense system in Jinling City. There, our troops, after months of arduous combat and at great sacrifice, have entirely cleared the red-armored beetles that infiltrated from the outer city into the main urban area of Jinling. They are currently constructing a robust defensive line on the outskirts of Jinling City, successfully thwarting multiple incursions by the insects. The command center has decided that from the moment this notice is issued, the military will hold its ground for another 72 hours. Citizens wishing to seek refuge in Jinling City must evacuate within this time frame. After 72 hours, the military's rear guard will withdraw from the city, taking on the responsibility of covering the retreat. Are we truly about to abandon this place? A retreat of over 20 million people? The mere thought sent shivers down Chu Yunsheng's spine. Perhaps the military could no longer withstand the pressure, or perhaps the situation had deteriorated to an irreparable extent. The citywide evacuation may merely serve as a reluctant explanation from the military to the populace, an unfortunate abandonment of the citizens. This is not only a disaster for the city, but a calamity for all humanity. The world must be trembling under the tyranny of these insects at this very moment. Chu Yunsheng's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Despite having heard such rumors for some time, and knowing that an earlier group, including the expert from above his apartment, had already evacuated to the military camp, he found it hard to accept when the day of reckoning finally arrived. Over 20 million people, what an unfathomably large crowd. The chaos, disorder, and struggle for survival, with insects in pursuit, lack of food and medicine, how many would perish on this road? He could not fathom why the command center would issue such a decree. For over 3 months since the sun vanished, the city had been under the highest level of defensive deployment by the command center, which had reportedly sacrificed many smaller cities, concentrating the best and most potent military forces in the East China region into Shenzhen. Yet now, they were prepared to abandon it. Chu Yunsheng sensed that the command center must have discovered some new situation, perhaps a new type of monster or an alarming increase in insect numbers, leading them to conclude that continuing to expend military resources to maintain the defense was futile. Rather than face inevitable defeat, it would be wiser to preserve their current strength and bolster the new defense system, securing the last bastion for humanity's survival. Nevertheless, these were merely his speculations. Regardless, one thing was certain: his journey to escape was about to commence. Although he possessed battle armor, the Chenpi sword, and ice arrows, he did not allow himself to become overly confident, believing he could single-handedly confront the impending swarm of insects. Following the main force and retreat was his only choice, and indeed, the best one, especially since his only remaining relative resided in Jinling City. The flight for survival was imminent. Yet before embarking on this journey, Chu Yunsheng felt compelled to prepare something, perhaps to slay a few more insects to replenish his vitality or to search for useful items for future needs. He would not naively assume that the nearly 300 kilometers to Jinling City would be devoid of danger. As long as he had his ancient texts, battle armor, and vitality symbols, Chu Yunsheng remained confident that he could reach Jinling City safely. Was it not said that the main urban area of Jinling had been cleared of insects? Therefore, he would use Jinling City as a base to diligently train himself and hunt the red-armored beetles outside the city, which was far better than living in constant fear of the insects that might appear at any moment while trying to sleep, eat, or even attend to basic needs. He couldn't help but wonder how his aunt and her family were faring in Jinling City. After all, she was his only remaining relative since his parents had passed away. Chu Yunsheng had been fervently cultivating his vitality not only to preserve his own life, but also to ensure he could protect his loved ones and friends. What he had not anticipated was the swiftness and ferocity of the insects' arrival, which disrupted all his previous plans. After their emergence, he had lost contact with them. Fortunately, the military's news brought him some relief. Jinling City still stood. And as long as his aunt and her family managed to survive the initial onslaught of insects entering the city, they should be relatively safe now. He just wondered if their food supplies were still sufficient. According to the ancient texts, the situation in Jinling City involved an intersection of the Earth's and the otherworld's celestial pathways. The celestial passage had opened, but, for reasons unknown, had bypassed the main urban area, preventing insect entry from within. This was advantageous for the military in their efforts to clear the city. Unlike Gangcheng, which had numerous celestial passages allowing the insects to infiltrate continuously, Jinling's main urban area was spared from such endless incursions. This might indeed be one of the reasons the command center chose to abandon Gangcheng. Chapter 26 Encounter with Thugs on the way back. The streets were teeming with chaotic crowds, frantically gathering together. At the slightest disturbance, they would scatter blindly, creating a scene of utter disarray. Beneath Building 8 in the neighborhood, many people had gathered, brandishing torches, as Aunt Zhang from the community committee and a man from the 10th floor stood atop a Volkswagen Passat. Sundarui, what should we do? I am in favor of taking action together. As long as the children are safe, our family is willing. I also support collective action. Damn it. We can fight the bugs if need be. Voices clamored, with only a few dissenters expressing alternative views. In truth, there was little left to salvage. Just some scattered daily necessities, which were quickly gathered. As they prepared to leave, Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of emotion. It was in this very room that he first cultivated his vital energy, successfully forged his first talisman, defeated the first red-armored bug, and crafted his battle armor and sword. So many firsts, as if this place marked the inception of his journey into the Dark Age. This thought struck him as absurd, and he shook his head, striding out of Building 8. In a daze, he experienced a sensation akin to a fish entering a river or a dragon diving into the sea. Chu Yunsheng's initial target was a mid-sized Jiatali supermarket. Most convenience stores had already been ravaged multiple times by ravenous crowds risking their lives, with only a few locations still infested with numerous red-armored bugs holding supplies. Throughout his journey, he felt a twinge of regret. Since the onset of the Dark Age, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the bugs and enhancing his strength, neglecting the ample food he had gathered during the sunny days. Now that they were evacuating, he realized he should have collected more provisions, especially those that cost nothing. Regret, however, was futile. Although most convenience stores had been stripped bare, he was aware of a few that still harbored bugs, locations he had scoured in search of solitary red-armored bugs. The Jiatali supermarket, situated at an intersection, had initially housed 4 bugs when he first arrived, forcing him to flee in disarray. Now, however, it presented an opportune target. Despite the 4 bugs, Chu Yunsheng did not dare to underestimate the situation. Activating his battle armor, he resumed his familiar stealthy approach, a habit ingrained in his subconscious from previous encounters with the bugs. Upon arrival, he discovered that the number of bugs had increased to 5. After careful consideration, he concluded that he could handle them. 5 bugs excited him. He recalled how he had previously fled from 3, or fought valiantly for his life. Now, he had the chance to confront 5. How could he not feel exhilarated? Just recently, he had slain 4 bugs, absorbing their essence to restore his energy to its full capacity, equipping him to face the 5 with both caution and confidence. Chu Yunsheng stealthily infiltrated a 6-story building opposite the supermarket, taking position behind a security door on the 1st floor, which provided a diagonal view of 3 bugs outside. He readied his crossbow, the frost arrow primed for release. With a swift motion, he launched an energy-infused frost arrow, successfully ambushing 1 bug. The other 2 immediately reacted, rushing towards him, their reflexes sharp as ever. Though the security door only held the bugs at bay for a few seconds, it was sufficient for Chu Yunsheng to load another frost arrow, aiming it directly at the 2nd bug's abdomen. At that moment, the remaining 2 bugs emerged from the supermarket. But Chu Yunsheng had deliberately chosen a narrow stairwell, which was further obstructed by a frozen bug, leaving just enough space for 1 bug to attack him directly. The 3rd bug seized him with its pincers, shaking him violently, and he realized he had to eliminate it immediately. Thanks to his battle armor, the bug's pincers no longer inflicted unbearable pain. Even when captured, Chu Yunsheng maintained his composure. Drawing his 1,000-piercing sword, he unleashed a flurry of slashing strikes, severing the bug's head in one fluid motion. Escaping its grasp, he evaded another bug's attack from above and countered with a thrust, piercing through the bug's carapace. With a powerful sweep, he struck it down, and it fell to the ground, writhing in its death throes. Meanwhile, the last bug lunged at him, realizing it could not hold him in place. Instead, it flung him away while spewing corrosive saliva. Chu Yunsheng was thrown onto the roof of a nearby car. Apart from the jarring impact, he suffered no significant harm, and the corrosive saliva had no effect on his armor. However, the last bug did not immediately pursue him as he had anticipated. Instead, it emitted a high-pitched call to the sky. Chu Yunsheng's heart sank. This sound signaled a call for reinforcements. He could not allow it to summon more bugs. After the previous skirmish, his energy reserves were dwindling. And if more bugs arrived, he would be left defenseless, regardless of his armor. With urgency, he leapt, sword raised, channeling all his remaining strength as he cleaved through the bug's carapace, slaying it, anticipating that the bug's call had already attracted more. He wasted no time gathering the 5 slain bugs into his storage talisman before rushing into the supermarket, collecting anything he could find without hesitation. After sweeping everything into his talisman, he dashed down the street, cautious not to ride his motorcycle, fearing the noise would draw the bugs to his location. Chu Yunsheng had never imagined he could run so fast. He felt like Usain Bolt, leaving all others in his dust. He sped past towering buildings, distancing himself from the supermarket. Eventually, he paused to catch his breath, relieved by his swiftness. However, just ahead, he heard the deafening sounds of artillery and machine gun fire. Quickly adjusting his night vision goggles, he was horrified to see a swarm of at least 30 bugs assaulting a military armored unit, with danger ahead and behind. He panicked and fled towards a nearby luxury hotel. Based on prior experience, he knew that bugs rarely ventured to the rooftops of high-rise buildings. Climbing the 30-plus floors was no longer a formidable challenge for him. Under the pressure of the pursuing threats, he soon emerged on the rooftop, only to discover that he was not the only one privy to this sanctuary. At that moment, the armored unit fired a flare, illuminating Chu Yunsheng in his striking crimson battle armor, exposing him to the gaze of the crowd on the roof. His appearance was undeniably peculiar. He soon became aware of the odd behavior of a group of about 10 men armed with various weapons, surrounding a cluster of men and women on the ground, occasionally kicking those who stirred restlessly. Thugs? This was Chu Yunsheng's first thought, recalling his previous encounter with such individuals in a restaurant. Chapter 27. Who else but me? The events of the previous encounter still haunted Chu Yunsheng, as the individuals before him were prone to violence and merciless in their pursuits. Confronted with this unexpected situation, he dared not let his guard down. He swiftly drew his Qianbi sword, adopting a stance that signaled readiness for battle. In this dark age, the extraordinary transpired in every corner and every minute, none of which were his concern. Thus, as long as these people did not provoke him, he had no intention of engaging them in conflict. It was not that he underestimated this group. Rather, his true apprehension lay with the swarm of insects ahead and the possibility of another swarm pursuing from behind. A confrontation could easily attract unwanted attention, and with firearms in their possession, the consequences could be dire. After dispatching 5 red-armored insects, Chu Yunsheng felt his vitality wane to a critical level, compelling him to exercise caution. While he remained motionless, the others were intimidated by his imposing battle armor, frozen in place. Only a thin, limping figure, wielding a faint flashlight, cautiously circled behind the water tower. With a thud, the limping man was kicked out, rolling to the side. A tall man, adjusting his trousers, cursed loudly at him. "Damn you lot. I'm trying to get something done, and you're causing chaos." From Chu Yunsheng's perspective, it was apparent that this man was likely the leader of the group, and judging by his demeanor, he had just been involved in less than honorable activities. As the man continued to rant, he shone his flashlight on Chu Yunsheng, momentarily stunned into silence before cautiously approaching, scanning him with a wary gaze. "Who might this brother be?" he inquired. Chu Yunsheng maintained his battle-ready posture and simply replied, "I'm just passing through." The man responded with an "oh," his eyes flickering as he appraised Chu Yunsheng's exaggerated appearance. Chu Yunsheng found the scrutiny unsettling. If not for the looming threat of insects, he would have dismissed these individuals entirely. With a cold huff, he subtly warned the man against provoking him. The man furrowed his brow but quickly adopted a jovial demeanor, laughing heartily. "Since you're just passing by, feel free to find a spot to rest. We want to interfere with each other. I'm a friendly guy. Everything can be discussed. My brothers here are just some ruffians who escaped from prison. If we've offended you in any way, please don't take it to heart." Chu Yunsheng discerned the veiled threat in the latter part of his statement, hinting at the nature of his subordinates, essentially warning him not to underestimate their capabilities. Having no intention of engaging with them, Chu Yunsheng feigned ignorance, nodding slightly before retreating to a secluded area to recuperate. Time was of the essence for Chu Yunsheng. Akin to life itself, every moment spent cultivating his energy was a step toward greater security. The leader of the group, having exchanged a few words with the limping man, busied himself with some peculiar exercises behind the water tower, the sounds of which echoed eerily in the stillness of the rooftop. The distant gunfire gradually faded, leaving uncertain whether humanity had triumphed or the insects had prevailed, while the latter had yet to make their presence felt. Annoyed by the incessant grunting, Chu Yunsheng halted his fruitless meditation and lit a cigarette, taking slow, contemplative puffs as his thoughts drifted further afield. "Hey, can you spare a smoke?" the limping man inquired. A nervous smile plastered on his face. Although Chu Yunsheng wished to avoid conflict with the insects, he had no desire to associate with these individuals either. Dismissively waving his hand, the limping man paused, a light bulb going off in his head as he murmured, "Wait here, I'll get something to trade." Before long, he returned, leading another person who wore a peculiar grin. Chu Yunsheng was left bewildered. The limping man tossed the newcomer onto the ground, grinning. "I'll trade her for a smoke, but let us be clear. I need at least half a pack. 1 cigarette, 1 tea-do. This girl is quite the catch, and I'm keeping this from my boss." After listening to the limping man's rambling, Chu Yunsheng finally understood that he intended to barter the woman's body for cigarettes. While human desires are natural, they manifest when one is secure and at ease. In this perilous environment, Chu Yunsheng felt no inclination towards such trivial matters. The limping man and his companions merely sought fleeting pleasures, living day by day like the walking dead. Meanwhile, he was on a treacherous journey, having only just taken his first step. Their paths diverged, and their thoughts were worlds apart. Chu Yunsheng considered himself not a beast of desire. He had once indulged in fantasies of claiming a woman, but not in such a manner. Just as he prepared to reject the limping man's offer, a nearby thug kicked someone out, angrily cursing, "What a damn nuisance. Hiding a few biscuits, you little brat." The victim pleaded for mercy, and as Chu Yunsheng recognized the familiar voice, he quickly adjusted his night vision goggles. What a revelation. The man was none other than his colleague, Yu Xiaohai. He had not recognized him until now. Seeing Yu Xiaohai being brutally beaten, Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of urgency. With a powerful leap, he soared over 2 meters, swiftly closing the distance to the assailant and delivering a kick that sent him flying before helping the still pleading Yu Xiaohai to his feet. The sudden change left the surrounding thugs momentarily stunned, followed by a collective gasp. Chu Yunsheng had practically covered a distance of 6 meters in one bound. How could they not be startled? Paying no mind to their reactions, he assisted the trembling Yu Xiaohai to a safer spot. Although Yu Xiaohai was still shaking, he had managed to regain some composure. "Thank you for saving me," Yu Xiaohai muttered in a daze. Chu Yunsheng reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Thank me. You should be grateful you're alive," Yu Xiaohai murmured, living isn't much better than dying. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he lifted his gaze, locking onto Chu Yunsheng's helmet with a piercing intensity, as though trying to see through the visor. Chu Yunsheng felt a chill and was about to remove his visor when Yu Xiaohai, trembling, tentatively asked, You're Chugu?" To his astonishment, Yu Xiaohai grasped his battle armor tightly, and after a moment, he broke down in tears. Chu Yunsheng had never expected to witness such an emotional outpouring from a man who had never shed a tear before. Chapter 28. The beginning of slaughter. They're all dead. All dead. Yu Xiaohai convulsed as he spoke. "Brother Chu, my father, my mother, they were all bitten to death by the bugs. They're gone. Dead." Chu Yunsheng felt a pang of sorrow, but was at a loss for words to comfort him. He embraced Yu Xiaohai's trembling head, sensing the quivering of his back. A sudden thud echoed from behind the water tower, and he turned to see the ringleader of the thugs, still adjusting his trousers, furiously exclaiming, "You lot can't wait for me to finish my business?" The limping man chuckled as he got up and leaned close to his leader, whispering hurriedly while stealing glances at Chu Yunsheng and Yu Xiaohai. The ringleader, still fumbling with his trousers, pushed the limping man aside and approached Chu Yunsheng, pointing at his incapacitated companion on the ground. Instead of showing anger, he laughed. "Brother, I respect you as a person, but what is the meaning of this?" Chu Yunsheng furrowed his brow. Had it not been for the concern about the bugs, he would have taken Yu Xiaohai away without hesitation. That kick he delivered, though powered merely by the strength of his battle armor, had still inflicted significant damage. He recalled the earlier transaction with the limping man and retrieved a crumpled half-pack of cigarettes, tossing it to the ringleader. "I'll spare this person." The ringleader accepted the half-pack, inhaling the scent before grinning. "Brother, this is yours now." Chu Yunsheng was no fool. He understood this half-pack was merely a means for the ringleader to save face in front of his gang, preventing a violent confrontation. After all, the earlier display of force had already instilled a degree of fear in them. The limping man, seeing the half-pack go into the ringleader's pocket, approached with a reluctant expression. Blinking as he asked, "Brother? Oh, I mean big brother, are you really not going to trade for that girl? Just one cigarette, that's all I need. Or maybe just a piece of candy." With a cold smile, Chu Yunsheng drew his sword, channeling his energy as he plunged it into the floor beneath him, causing the limping man to fall back in terror. Yu Shaohai, who had not finished eating, fell into a stupor, whether from exhaustion or sleep, it was unclear. The ringleader's incessant chatter finally ceased, and Chu Yunsheng focused, deciding to forego rest until he had cultivated an additional 2 units of energy. With the military's withdrawal looming in less than 70 hours, every moment was crucial. Fortunately, he had become quite adept at absorbing the energy of the world, with no delay in the process, and his speed had significantly increased. Where he once required 12 hours to absorb 6 units of energy over 8 to 9 days, he now felt the effects in just 6 hours, having gained half a unit of energy. At this rate, in 18 hours, he would accumulate a total of 6 units, sufficient to craft a new energy symbol. He currently possessed 5 bug carcasses in his storage symbol, which could replenish him with at least 10 units of energy. However, his continued cultivation was interrupted by the ringleader, Liangxing, who attempted to recruit Chu Yunsheng into his ranks, only to be declined. From Liangxing's words, Chu Yunsheng learned that they had captured Yu Shaohai and the others to use as bait to distract the bugs, buying themselves time to escape. Chu Yunsheng had always relied on his own strength to combat the bugs. He could never entertain such inhumane schemes. If it hadn't been for the fear of attracting the bugs, he wouldn't have even offered the half-pack of cigarettes to the thugs. Every resource he had was earned through his own blood and sweat, whether in the dark times or the era of sunlight. None came easily. Now, with the sounds of gunfire and the cries of bugs faded, and the bugs behind them not pursuing, he no longer cared about the thugs' gunfire attracting the creatures. After Liangxing faced rejection, he led his men downstairs, their destination also being Jinling City. The thugs herded a group of expendable victims past Chu Yunsheng and Yu Shaohai. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd, crying out, "Yu Shaohai, save me!" Yu Shaohai, startled from his stupor, jumped up in alarm. The figure lunged towards him, gripping his clothing tightly. Uncertain of the situation, Chu Yunsheng swiftly drew his sword, channeling his energy. Yu Shaohai blinked in confusion before slowly regaining his composure, cautiously informing Chu Yunsheng, "Brother Chu, it's Shaoli from the company, my new female colleague since you resigned." At that moment, the thugs had gathered their weapons, clearly displeased with how Chu Yunsheng had previously dismissed one of their own. Guns were aimed directly at him. Liangxing maintained a slight smile, saying, "Brother, I've shown you enough courtesy. There are rules to follow, don't you think?" "Brother, why bother talking to him? I don't believe he can withstand a bullet." One thug shouted, "Old man, I've been eyeing this kid for a while now. He thinks wearing armor makes him invincible." Another thug chimed in, "Let us finish him." The thug's encouragement caused Liangxing to hesitate, but he seemed wary of Chu Yunsheng's capabilities, and his smile faded. "Brother, I know you have some skills, but we've been playing with knives for quite some time." Chu Yunsheng seized Yu Shaohai and the female colleague, throwing them behind the water tower, interrupting Liangxing with a thunderous shout, "I'm taking them. If you want to fight, then let us fight." In a flash, he dashed into the midst of the thugs, sword drawn. Gunfire erupted, and screams filled the air. To Chu Yunsheng, ordinary bullets posed no real threat. With the protection of his armor, he moved through the crowd like a wolf among sheep, each strike claiming a life. He hadn't expected that his initial restraint would lead to a seamless execution of his signature 3-strike technique, though he infused his strikes with energy. The razor-sharp blade of the 1,000-piercing sword cleaved through foes effortlessly. By the time he realized what was happening, the ground was littered with bodies, either split in two or decapitated. Blood dripped from the sword onto the concrete rooftop, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, almost chilling to the bone. In merely 60 seconds, he had slain dozens. In his entire life, he had never killed as many creatures combined as he had in this brief moment, save for the bugs. In the blink of an eye, only the limping man remained alive among the thugs, Liangxing's head rolling at his feet. The limping man stood frozen, staring at Chu Yunsheng as if he were a specter from hell. Chapter 29. The wrong rescue. Chu Yunsheng did not kill the cripple, yet the cripple ultimately perished, a victim of the mob that seized him as a scapegoat. The notorious Liangxing suffered a brutal fate at the hands of the frenzied crowd, his very manhood reduced to a bloody pulp. Chu Yunsheng stood silently by, drawing on a cigarette, The act of killing struck him with a profound impact, but it subsided swiftly, perhaps due to the sheer number of corpses he had witnessed. None dared approach him, not even Yu Shaohai, who looked at him in horror. Chu Yunsheng suddenly reflected on his ceaseless cycle of killing since the dawn of the Dark Age. First insects, now humans, and perhaps, in the future, more. When would this relentless cycle find its conclusion? He removed his helmet, revealing hair that had grown long and unkempt, dancing wildly in the cold breeze. It was time to cultivate, Chu Yunsheng thought to himself. Descending from the rooftop, he sought a clean room, instructing Yu Shaohai to wait outside. He needed to hasten his efforts in cultivating the final half-unit of vital energy. The five-star hotel boasted opulent facilities, and Chu Yunsheng sank comfortably onto the bed, immersing his entire being in the laws of nature, attuning himself to the ethereal essence of the universe. After a monotonous, mechanical, and dreary 18 hours, he finally augmented his vital energy by half a unit, restoring his internal reservoir to a thickness of 6. Without delay, he retrieved talisman paper, crafting a new energy-gathering talisman. A second-tier energy-gathering talisman required the consumption of 6 units of vital energy. Once completed, the meager remnants of energy within him barely sufficed to manipulate the talisman. Transmuting the corpses of the red-armored insects into flames upon the talisman, which then converted into vital energy within him. With 5 insect carcasses, he obtained 5 flame patterns, converting them into 10 units of vital energy. After replenishing 9 units, he expended 2 units to create an unbound 6-armored talisman, preparing it for Yu Shaohai. Then infused the last half-flame pattern back into himself, culminating in 8 units of vital energy. Yu Shaohai possessed no vital energy of his own, rendering the 6-armored talisman significantly less potent. However, if merely for the purpose of escape, it would still prove beneficial, as the 6-armored talisman greatly enhanced physical capabilities. Once everything was arranged, Chu Yunsheng activated the spatial talisman, collecting all bedding and necessities from the room. Who knew how long this dark age would persist? Such items could very well become scarce resources in the future. Thus, he began to scour the hotel rooms, halting only when the spatial talisman indicated that its capacity was nearing saturation, leaving just enough space for 10 more insect-sized items. Chu Yunsheng contemplated that when his energy levels became more favorable, he would need to craft another spatial talisman. Otherwise, he would have no means to conceal valuable items should they arise. The creation of a second-tier spatial talisman consumed 6 units of vital energy, a significant expenditure that had made him reluctant to produce another. Many guests, likely those who had checked in before the Dark Age, were still hidden in parts of the hotel. As a troop of armored vehicles arrived below, chaos erupted throughout the hotel, illuminated only by a few flashlights. Chu Yunsheng had initially intended to visit the city library to seek ancient texts that might aid his understanding of old scriptures. However, time was of the essence. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. If he did not join the retreating crowd, with only 8 units of vital energy, encountering a swarm of dozens of insects would likely spell his doom. As long as he survived, there would always be a way to unravel the mysteries of the ancient texts. If he perished, there would be nothing left to discuss. After a considerable time, Chu Yunsheng finally located Yu Shaohai, who was lost in the throng. Amidst the crowd, he sealed the newly crafted unbound 6-armored talisman onto Yu Shaohai, who was astonished for a moment. Yet, the result was as Chu Yunsheng had anticipated. It was only equivalent to 20% of its effect when applied to himself. Nevertheless, even this enhancement significantly improved Yu Shaohai's agility as he navigated the crowd. Chu Yunsheng retrieved his motorcycle, allowing Yu Shaohai to ride while he and the new colleague, Shaoli, perched behind. He intended to utilize this fleeting moment to cultivate vital energy, absorbing whatever he could, as even a small amount might save his life. Shaoli was positioned at the rear, while Chu Yunsheng sat in the middle, thus flanked on both sides and able to relax his thoughts to cultivate. The throng moved at a sluggish pace, growing ever denser, illuminated by flickering torches and flashlights. The sight of scattered corpses weighed heavily on everyone's spirits, inducing anxiety and trepidation, compounded by the cries of children, the groans of the injured, frantic calls for lost loved ones, and the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps. Insects. Came the piercing screams from the front, the sound grating on the ears. Then came the thunderous roar of tanks and the rapid-fire crackle of machine guns. Chu Yunsheng snapped alert, steadying the panicked Yu Shaohai, leaping onto the nearby bus station roof to adjust his night vision goggles. Before him lay a horde of red-armored insects in the midst of an assault. The sheer numbers were staggering. Chu Yunsheng did not dare waste time counting. He leaped down, decisively calling out, "Shaohai, turn back. We can't get through." In truth, others had already begun to flee, as humans are inherently social creatures. When one person turned, a cascade of others followed suit, desperately retreating. The motorcycle was toppled by the surge, and when Yu Shaohai attempted to right it, Chu Yunsheng immediately halted him. There were too many people. Riding a motorcycle would only hinder their escape speed compared to running. Having purchased 3 motorcycles in total, losing one was manageable. With the enhancement from the 6 armored talisman, Yu Shaohai's speed far exceeded that of ordinary humans as he pulled Shaoli through the crowd with remarkable agility. Yet, the insects were even swifter. Some broke through the troops' defenses, unleashing chaos among the fleeing masses. Screams erupted, blood spattered in every direction. Suddenly, a red-armored insect leaped down from the surrounding wall, blocking the crowd. Its massive pincers swept through, sending several people flying and toppling a large section of the crowd. Yu Shaohai and Shaoli became entangled in the fallen throng, while Chu Yunsheng nimbly leaped over them, drawing his Chenpi sword, running and shouting, "Shaohai, you two go ahead." He was not overly concerned about a single insect. Rushing toward it, he leaped into the air, executing a precise sword strike. The insect, attempting to block with its pincers, was oblivious to the fact that he had infused a unit of vital energy into the Chenpi sword, rendering its defenses moot. With a resounding crack, the pincers shattered, and the sword cleaved through the insect's head, splitting it in 2. Each insect was worth 2 units of vital energy. How could Chu Yunsheng afford to let such an opportunity slip away? Ignoring the presence of others behind him, he swiftly collected the insect into his spatial talisman. At that moment, he spotted Yu Shaohai dragging someone, rushing forward. Human endurance has its limits. After sprinting several blocks, compounded by prolonged hunger and malnutrition, many collapsed by the roadside. Using his night vision goggles, Chu Yunsheng quickly located Yu Shaohai, who was propped against a guardrail. Gasping for breath, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Torches and flashlights had been abandoned. Yu Shaohai, unable to see the situation around him, dared not move recklessly. Chu Yunsheng led them as they sprinted to the rooftop of a nearby building. He too was cautious, uncertain if other insects lurked nearby. Taking refuge atop the building to observe the unfolding chaos was the best and most desperate course of action. Upon reaching the rooftop, through the night vision goggles, the surroundings became vividly discernible. The troops were still engaged in a fierce battle against the monstrous creatures. The situation remained uncertain. Chu Yunsheng took a deep breath, seated himself at the edge of the building, and immediately entered a meditative state. He felt on the verge of madness, disregarding everything else. Fixated solely on one principle, the more vital energy he accumulated, the greater his chances of survival would be. However, unexpectedly, Yu Shaohai exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you?" Another individual, Shaoli, panicked and queried, "Who are you people?" In that instant, Chu Yunsheng comprehended that Yu Shaohai had mistakenly targeted the wrong individuals. Chapter 30. The Awakening of Yu Shaohai. Yu Shaohai stood in a daze for a moment before exclaiming, "What about Shaoli, Brother Chu?" Chu Yunsheng promptly reminded him, "If you ask me, who should I ask? The person you wish to save is the one you were holding on to. Who knows where she is gone?" Yu Shaohai cried out in despair, "It's over, it's over. Shaoli didn't escape. It was all chaotic just now. I must have mistaken her for someone else. I've brought harm to Shaoli." Chu Yunsheng, puzzled by his words, replied, "How can you say you are to blame? If we hadn't rescued her, she wouldn't have lived anyway. What does it matter now? Life and death are fated." With a slight sigh, Yu Shaohai lamented, "I truly am useless. I even lost a person." Chu Yunsheng's curiosity was piqued as he asked, "Could it be that you've taken a liking to her? It hasn't been long since your breakup with Si Jun. You are quite the philanderer." Yu Shaohai immediately denied, No. It's just that Shaoli is new and under my care. She is my apprentice, so it's natural to be concerned." Chu Yunsheng chuckled. Yu Shaohai blinked and changed the subject. "Brother Chu, I was in a haze earlier and forgot to ask, how did you suddenly become so formidable?" Chu Yunsheng retorted, "What do you mean formidable? If I were truly that powerful, would I be chased around by a few insects?" Yu Shaohai poked Chu Yunsheng's battle armor with his finger, marveling, "You still don't recognize it? With such heavy armor on, you're moving like a monkey." "Brother Chu, I knew you were extraordinary. Just think about the disappearance of the sun. You predicted it perfectly. If I had listened to you earlier, perhaps my parents." As he trailed off, Yu Shaohai's voice diminished to a mere sigh of sorrow. Chu Yunsheng, having regained his serious demeanor, said intently, "Shaohai, the world has changed. Only the strong can survive. Let the past be the past. Dwelling on it is futile. The priority now is how to live." At this juncture, the woman they had mistakenly saved interjected, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are?" Chu Yunsheng waved his hand dismissively. Does that matter? You can leave now. Feeling slightly rejected yet hesitant to depart, the woman replied, May I rest here for a moment? Suit yourself. Chu Yunsheng responded casually. After a brief pause, curiosity got the better of her as she asked, Did he really predict the sun's disappearance? Chu Yunsheng shot Yu Shaohai a fierce glare, though the woman was oblivious in the surrounding darkness. At that moment, Yu Shaohai suddenly exclaimed, startling Chu Yunsheng. In the darkness, he trembled, Brother Chu, it's over. I feel an intense cold within me, as if I'm freezing. This is retribution. Before he could finish, Yu Shaohai collapsed to the ground, shivering violently and weakly uttering, Be Brother Chu, am I going to die? A flash of insight struck Chu Yunsheng. Could this be the self-awakening described in ancient texts? The reaction seemed excessively severe. He was uncertain whether self-awakening posed any risk to life, as most of the ancient texts on the subject were beyond his comprehension and not particularly relevant to him. After much contemplation, he exclaimed, Stay calm. Breathe steadily. You'll be all right. A chilling aura rapidly emanated from Yu Shaohai. His consciousness began to fade, and he muttered nonsensically. Frustrated, Chu Yunsheng felt helpless, having no idea how to handle a human self-awakening. After a moment's thought, he surmised that fire energy might suppress the cold. So he quickly handed a flashlight to the woman, who was also dumbfounded, laid out bedding on the ground, and wrapped Yu Shaohai within it. He then drew his pistol, infusing it with energy, and fired at another pile of bedding. Flames immediately surged around it, clashing with the cold surrounding Yu Shaohai, momentarily mitigating the freeze. However, the effect was minimal. Before long, the cold within Yu Shaohai surged again, as if attempting to break through his body. Chu Yunsheng could even hear cracking sounds akin to ice. Yu Shaohai had lost all consciousness, collapsing into unconsciousness. Chu Yunsheng observed intently. Whenever the cold was forced inward, Yu Shaohai's complexion would ease slightly, allowing for some breath, but when it rebounded, he appeared utterly lifeless. This indicated that the 6 armor talismans were indeed significant. Yet, he could offer no further assistance. Whether Yu Shaohai lived or died was now entirely in his hands. Just as Chu Yunsheng was about to rise, he suddenly felt the ancient book within the talisman pulsating violently, its intensity increasing. At that moment, gunfire erupted from below. The sound of rifles belonged to military weapons. He had been so preoccupied with worrying about Yu Shaohai that he hadn't noticed someone approaching with a gun. Rushing to the edge, he peered down to see a group of fewer than 10 soldiers shielding a few individuals, hurriedly entering the building while being pursued by 3 red-armored insects. Confirming no new insects were approaching, Chu Yunsheng let out a sigh of relief. He could handle 3 insects, just as he had anticipated. The group would eventually be cornered to the rooftop. They had no other options. Should they remain on the street, the insects would ensure a swift demise. Entering the building merely delayed their fate. However, this group was armed with a substantial amount of weaponry, and in the narrow stairwell, the insects would have limited room to evade. With grenades or similar weapons, they might still be able to injure the insects, providing a glimmer of hope. With Yu Shaohai still teetering on the brink of life and death, Chu Yunsheng could no longer afford to concern himself with him. He unsheathed his sword, quietly infused it with energy, and prepared for battle. Once the insects arrived, he would not distinguish between friend and foe. A thunderous explosion echoed from below, shaking the entire building as if it might collapse. Chu Yunsheng genuinely feared that another blast might bring the entire structure down. Following the explosion, several figures emerged from beneath the floorboards, fewer than when they had entered, likely having met misfortune on their ascent, though the insects had yet to arrive. Anguished cries echoed from below, indicating that the threat remained. Only about 6 or 7 soldiers remained, along with 3 civilians, 2 men and 1 woman. They gazed curiously at the oddly dressed Chu Yunsheng, the near-unconscious Yu Shaohai, and the woman whose features were obscured. Everything felt surreal. Chu Yunsheng had no time to ponder their thoughts. As the moment the only woman among them passed by, he felt the ancient book within the talisman react intensely. She must possess something of significance. The ancient book finally projected a faint ripple of energy through Chu Yunsheng's talisman, perceptible only to him. He was finally able to confirm that it was indeed that peculiar pendant. It must be connected to the ancient book. Otherwise, it wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Chapter 31. Exchange. Chu Yunsheng gazed indifferently at the group before him, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity or employ a different strategy to acquire the pendant belonging to the woman among them. An officer among the group spoke urgently. Professor Sun, the commander has personally instructed me that the data and materials in your possession, along with Miss Zhao, represent the nation's hope and humanity's future against the insects. You must not perish. When the insects arrive, my comrades and I will hold them off while you escape. Since we are on the rooftop, the likelihood of the insects pursuing you down the stairs is minimal. This officer was willing to sacrifice his life to delay the insects in exchange for the safety of his targets. Their retreat to the rooftop must have been prompted by the sight of their bedding ablaze, leading them to speculate that survivors were above, attempting to leverage the living on the roof to increase their chance of success. A chill ran through Chu Yunsheng. Unfortunately for them, their calculations were flawed. He was no pushover. The officer hurriedly positioned his comrades for battle and then approached Chu Yunsheng, asking sternly, "Are you a self-awakener?" Chu Yunsheng coldly regarded him, uninterested in engaging. Ever since he had overheard their conversation, he had felt no affinity for these individuals. He raised an eyebrow, ignoring the officer's outstretched hand while firmly clutching his Qianbi sword. "Summon? On what grounds do you summon me?" He scoffed. "What if I refuse?" Gu Liming's expression turned icy as he warned, "I hope you understand the consequences of defying military orders." Chu Yunsheng bristled at the threat, interjecting, "I am not a soldier and owe you no allegiance. Additionally, let me make it clear, with just a few of you and your pitiful equipment, I could send you to meet the King of Hell in less than a minute." He pondered whether the officer had lost his mind. With such an attitude, he expected others to risk their lives for him. Chu Yunsheng activated the infrared source, noting that the insects were still scurrying below, but it was only a matter of time before they ascended. His current strength posed little risk against 3 insects. He lifted his mask, lit a cigarette, and resolved to negotiate with these individuals, leveraging the 3 insects and the pendant as bargaining chips. He intended to slay the insects anyway, and if he could obtain the pendant in the process, it would be an added bonus. With a sly, almost greedy glimmer in his eye, he directed his gaze toward the woman's chest and announced, "I have a proposal. I wonder if you might be interested." Gu Liming and the others, already on edge, were taken aback by his nonchalance as he casually smoked. Particularly, Miss Zhao noticed his lingering gaze on her chest, her expression shifting to one of indignation. The others, realizing his inappropriate stare, quickly mirrored her displeasure. Seeing their silence, Chu Yunsheng coolly remarked, "You have a mere minute to consider my suggestion." He continued nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. I will deal with the 3 insects below in exchange for that pendant." He pointed at Miss Zhao, ready to assert his demand. Gu Liming, Professor Sun, and another elder immediately interjected in unison, "No." Their simultaneous refusal took Chu Yunsheng aback. Wasn't it merely a pendant? Was it truly more valuable than their lives? Before he could respond, Gu Liming angrily pointed at him. "Miss Zhao and Professor Sun are key protected targets of our unit. Do you understand the significance of their research to humanity?" Chu Yunsheng, irritated by Gu Liming's arrogance, interrupted coldly, "You have no options. It's either death or exchange." Miss Zhao's gaze flickered as she nearly bit her lip, finally inhaling deeply. "Father, Professor Sun, please do not obstruct me any longer. You both know we cannot escape. The insects will not spare us. I cannot bear to see either of you harmed. You are my dearest, but there must be another way." Miss Zhao's father quivered in protest. "Time is running out, father. Let's take a gamble." Miss Zhao's voice was resolute and icy, as if she had cast aside all concern. Chu Yunsheng flicked away the cigarette, but, brandishing his sword, "All right, time's up. The insects are about to arrive. Have you come to a decision?" With a scornful look, Miss Zhao retorted, "Why should we trust you to kill 3 insects?" Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of irritation at her disdainful gaze. Was a pendant worth the lives of so many? Did they need to act as if he were attempting to assault her? Growing impatient, he replied, "Believe it or not, you have 10 seconds left. Will you exchange or not?" The sounds of the insects crashing below grew louder, signaling their imminent arrival. Miss Zhao gritted her teeth. "Fine. I accept your proposal." At that moment, the head of an insect began to emerge. Chu Yunsheng pulled down his mask, leaped forward, and shouted, "Deal." As he spoke, he plunged into the stairwell, striking downwards with ferocity. The red-shelled insect had not anticipated an ambush, offering little resistance as he cleaved through its head. 2 more remained. Chu Yunsheng advanced to the corner of the hallway, where the 2 insects charged at him. In the narrow passage, they could not attack him simultaneously. He executed a series of powerful slashes, severing the first insect's head. It released a final, corrosive fluid before succumbing to his blade. The last insect, more cunning, struck at him with its legs, pinning him against the wall while attempting to crush his helmet with its pincers. Thanks to his protective armor, the attacks, though restricting his movements, caused little harm, merely jostling him. With a swift motion, Chu Yunsheng countered, using the momentum of his elbow to drive his sword through the insect's carapace, spilling its green innards onto the ground in a nauseating display. The creature, still writhing, was silenced with a final blow to its forehead. Having successfully dispatched the 3 insects, the only cost were a minor depletion of energy and some discomfort from the impact. It was a relatively successful engagement. Climbing back to the rooftop, he found the group still present, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief, which relieved him. Chu Yunsheng had come to regard the pendant as his prized possession. The group possessed night vision equipment, seemingly far superior to his own, and Professor Sun was currently holding it. They likely had witnessed much of his recent battle with the insects. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. As long as his strength surpassed theirs, their equipment held little significance. He simply had not anticipated the impact he had made on them. In under 20 minutes, he had astonishingly eliminated 3 insects, now appearing before them alive and well, seemingly beyond their comprehension. Noticing their prolonged silence, Chu Yunsheng disregarded the grotesque remains of the insects and hurried to Miss Zhao's side, urging, "I've dealt with the insects. It is time for you to honor your promise." Chapter 32. I will retrieve the bet. Miss Zhao possessed an exquisite appearance. Her visage graced with an air of scholarly elegance, though her figure was enveloped in thick down clothing, rendering her inscrutable. Chu Yunsheng's demand appeared to place her in a difficult position. 2 minutes had elapsed, yet no response was forthcoming. His dissatisfaction grew. They had all agreed upon certain terms, and if the other party intended to renege, he might have to resort to force. In a moment of resolve, Chu Yunsheng disregarded the reactions of those present. With a swift motion, he brandished the Qianpi sword against Miss Zhao's delicate neck, reaching to seize the pendant concealed within her attire. "Stop!" The first to spring forward was Lieutenant Gu Liming, gun aimed squarely at Chu Yunsheng. "What do you intend to do?" Miss Zhao's father attempted to advance but hesitated, fearing for his daughter's safety, and shouted in anger. Chu Yunsheng sneered, "What am I doing? Retrieving what rightfully belongs to me. You lot are all talk. I shall take matters into my own hands." However, Miss Zhao remained remarkably composed, tightly gripping Chu Yunsheng's left hand in an effort to dislodge it. Coldly, she stated, "Since I have promised you, I will fulfill my word. Let us not linger here. We can go downstairs, and you may do as you wish." Chu Yunsheng, caught off guard, replied, "There is no need for such trouble. This will suffice." Upon uttering those words, Miss Zhao's face turned ashen, her lips quivering with suppressed fury. Yet she could not articulate her thoughts. "Beast!" Professor Sun exclaimed angrily, brandishing his cane in an attempt to strike Chu Yunsheng. In a moment of panic, Chu Yunsheng forgot the man's age and kicked out, narrowly avoiding serious harm to the elder, had not soldiers rushed to intervene. Realizing the intensity of the group's reaction, Chu Yunsheng understood that Miss Zhao genuinely believed he intended to assault her. It was both absurd and amusing, and he could only blame himself for his lack of clarity and communication, compounded by Gu Liming's constant interruptions. Gu Liming eyed Chu Yunsheng and declared, "Release Miss Zhao, otherwise I will fire." Chu Yunsheng chuckled, "Go ahead, I don't know that girl. Do as you please." Gu Liming was momentarily taken aback, and without a glance at him, Chu Yunsheng shifted the gun's aim towards Yu Xiaohai's head, saying, "What about him?" At this, Gu Liming's hand trembled slightly. He was uncertain whether he could hit the man on the ground, yet he believed Chu Yunsheng was capable of eliminating them all. Miss Zhao's father quickly interjected, "Gu, don't act impulsively. Perhaps we can all calm down and discuss this. At this moment, we shouldn't resort to violence. Young man, do you not agree?" Chu Yunsheng initially intended to clarify that he merely sought the pendant, not to harm anyone. However, provoked by Gu Liming's threats, his temper flared. "You think I want to assault this woman? Very well, let us proceed with that." He raised his voice. "There is nothing to discuss, as previously agreed. Once I'm done with her, you may leave." "You." Miss Zhao's father was left speechless. Suddenly, Miss Zhao released her grip on Chu Yunsheng, swiftly retrieving a grenade from her pocket, pulling the pin, and coldly gazing at him. "If you insist on staying here, I would rather perish with you." Chu Yunsheng hesitated, taken aback by her possession of such a lethal weapon. While unafraid of the grenade, he realized that should the pendant be destroyed, he would be left with profound regret. With that thought, he regained his composure, the rage subsiding. His foremost priority was to secure the intact pendant rather than engage in further chaos. Besides, his anger was momentary. To truly force himself upon her was improbable, given the disdainful glare she shot in his direction. Enhancing his power was paramount. The ancient texts represented the essence of his strength, and thus, he regarded them as his sole means of survival. The pendant? The situation had escalated too quickly for Miss Zhao to fully comprehend. Feeling a rush of urgency, Chu Yunsheng declared, "This is my final ultimatum. If the pendant is not surrendered, You shall all perish here, without exception. None dared question his threat. They had witnessed him dispatch 3 red armored bugs with apparent ease. Although they were unaware that he had expended considerable energy in doing so. Miss Zhao hesitated briefly but ultimately retrieved the pendant, placing it delicately in her palm. With a quivering lip and reddening eyes, she said, "This was a keepsake left to me after my mother passed away. I hope you." Chu Yunsheng distinctly felt the ancient text pulsating, cautiously accepting the pendant while gesturing for them to leave. "You are free to go." The group exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. Only Professor Sun, who had been kicked by Chu Yunsheng, could not suppress his curiosity regarding scientific inquiry. With eager eyes, he implored, "Young man, may I study your armor?" Chu Yunsheng, anxious for them to depart so he could examine the ancient texts and understand what had transpired, dismissively urged, "Leave, leave, leave. Hurry along." Seeing his rising agitation, Miss Zhao's father quickly restrained Professor Sun, urging everyone to vacate the rooftop. Noticing a girl still seated, Chu Yunsheng frowned. "Why are you still here?" The girl stammered, I am not with them," concerned that the knowledge of the ancient texts might reach another. Chu Yunsheng pondered briefly before taking her by the arm, pointing toward the stairs. "I understand. Regardless, it is time for you to leave." The girl cast a frightened glance at him, torn between pleading and hesitance, and reluctantly began to descend the staircase. Now, aside from the barely conscious Yu Shaohai, all others had departed. Chu Yunsheng extinguished the fire pit and checked on Yu Shaohai, finding him still alive but unable to assist further. He cleaned his armor and settled in a clean spot, preparing to delve into the ancient texts and pendant when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps ascending the stairs. Cursing under his breath, he realized the group had returned. However, he soon understood their reason for reappearing. Below, 5 red armored bugs were brazenly pursuing a van, which had collided with a wall. The bugs surged forward, and screams of terror erupted, accompanied by a wave of bloodshed that wafted through the air. Chapter 33. Dark Energy. The girl, whom one might assume had been rescued in error, had not strayed far. She sat beside Chu Yunsheng and Yu Shaohai, forming a distinct divide between their world and that of Gu Liming. Each piercing scream from below sent tremors through her body, reminiscent of a rabbit gripped by sheer terror. Chu Yunsheng had experienced a similar sensation when he first witnessed the horrific acts of these creatures, their grotesque consumption of human brains causing his heart to race uncontrollably, as if it belonged to another. Silence enveloped them, a silence so profound it felt as though they were entombed. After what seemed like an eternity, Chu Yunsheng felt himself drifting into a light slumber, abruptly awakened by the memory of a nightmarish vision where his helmet had fallen, and the creatures were feasting upon his brain. The agonizing cries from downstairs had ceased, and only a few indistinct shapes of the creatures wandered in the distance, accompanied solely by the girl's soft sobs and the faint murmurs of Professor Sun and his colleagues. Yu Shaohai remained as inert as a lifeless pig, prompting Chu Yunsheng to nearly surrender hope, were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his friend's nostrils. As Chu Yunsheng gazed skyward, he was startled to witness what had once been a pitch-black void now illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow. His heart quickened, and he hastily removed his visor, confirming the presence of delicate light filtering through the darkness. Though the world remained shrouded in shadows, this tenuous luminescence allowed the outlines of nearby objects to emerge, preventing complete blindness in the absence of torches or flashlights. With an exuberant leap, Chu Yunsheng urged the motionless Yu Shaohai to awaken, exclaiming, "Shaohai, arise. The skies have changed. There is light. Stop feigning death." Yet, it seemed he would remain unresponsive. Professor Sun approached, leaning on his cane, and seated himself before Chu Yunsheng, continuing. "He is in the process of awakening. According to our research, his body is undergoing transformation due to dark energy, and he will not regain consciousness just yet." "Dark energy?" Chu Yunsheng inquired, puzzled. He had expected the old man to press him about his battle armor, but instead, he mentioned these concepts, which struck a familiar chord. Perhaps he had heard the term from the expert in Building 8. Professor Sun nodded, elucidating. "Indeed, dark energy is the absolute dominator of the universe. Combined with dark matter, it constitutes an astonishing 96% of the universe's structure, if not more." "Are you suggesting that he is undergoing transformation due to this dark energy?" Chu Yunsheng had never encountered discussions of cultivation or awakening outside ancient texts, and he hesitated, recalling the kick he had delivered moments prior, uncertain how the other might respond. Professor Sun appeared unperturbed by such thoughts, sighing, "Yes, however, not all dark energy possesses this capability. We are still investigating which forms of dark energy induce transformations in humans or animals. Chu Yunsheng recalled that the ancient texts mentioned that the vital energy capable of cultivation descended upon Earth only after the sealing of the celestial axis was broken. To confirm this, he provocatively asked, then why did these phenomena not occur before the sun vanished? Professor Sun chuckled, during the age of sunshine. The only dark matter we could detect was neutrinos, which constitute an almost negligible fraction of the dark matter realm. The other forms of dark matter and dark energy remained mere speculation, undetectable until the advent of the Age of Darkness. As Chu Yunsheng listened intently, he interjected. But what then? His mind raced, drawing parallels between Professor Sun's descriptions of dark energy capable of altering the human body and the vital energy chronicled in the ancient texts. Perhaps this was simply a divergence in nomenclature between two epochs or realms. He recalled the expert from Building 8 mentioning that the Ice Fist Man might be related to a form of dark energy. Remarkably, it seemed to be true. Observing Professor Sun's animated discourse, Chu Yunsheng was suddenly struck by the realization that the force behind the old man's kick was no ordinary human strength. The last assailant had nearly been gravely injured by him, and now, Gu Liming clutched his abdomen in evident distress. Was it possible that he too was an awakened being? Could there truly be awakened individuals of such advanced age? Cautiously, he ventured, "You too?" Professor Sun offered a slight smile, self-deprecatingly responding, "Indeed, I am also awakened. Albeit my dark energy is feeble, insufficient for combat, it serves merely for research, and even that is a challenge." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback. He had always presumed that any awakened individual, regardless of their strength, could engage in battle. He had not anticipated the existence of awakened beings incapable of fighting. His ignorance regarding these matters was profound. He often pondered how advantageous it would be to possess a dictionary of the arcane symbols found in the ancient texts, which often left him perplexed after countless attempts to decipher their meanings. Unbeknownst to Professor Sun, Chu Yunsheng's thoughts were racing. The old man's attention swiftly shifted back to Yu Shaohai, exclaiming, "Your friend's awakening is peculiar. Based on our prior observations, this awakening process is exceedingly perilous. It is apparent that your friend should not be able to withstand a surge of dark energy. Yet, why are these dark energies being suppressed?" A revelation struck Chu Yunsheng. Could it be that the six-jia talisman contained the dark energy that was supposedly causing Yu Xiaohai's turmoil? Though gratitude towards the old man for his insights lingered, he felt no inclination to divulge the secret of his cherished talisman, for the ancient texts were his lifeline. Professor Sun then uttered a chilling remark. "Alas, this is not a laboratory setting." Chu Yunsheng's expression darkened, and Professor Sun quickly noticed, seemingly grasping Chu Yunsheng's apprehension, and chuckled softly. "You awakened individuals often imagine scientists' experiments to be quite terrifying. In my academic career, I have yet to witness the rumored dissection of humans in the name of research." To his surprise, Chu Yunsheng realized the old man perceived him as a naturally awakened being. However, he refrained from clarifying, finding it preferable that others remained oblivious to his unique circumstances. With the old man's remarks, he offered an awkward smile, neither confirming nor denying. Yu Shaohai remained unresponsive, and the countdown to the military's 72-hour withdrawal drew ever closer, intensifying his anxiety. Feeling a newfound fondness for the old man, who had imparted valuable modern knowledge regarding the Age of Darkness, Chu Yunsheng, in a moment of hunger, used half a piece of bread as bait, hoping to elicit further information regarding awakened humans. To his relief, the old man revealed that none among those he knew who had awakened possessed abilities beyond Chu Yunsheng's own. At that moment, Yu Shaohai, resembling a lifeless pig, finally stirred, letting out a gasp as he struggled to sit upright. Chapter 34. 3 Arrows. The awakening of Yu Shaohai has been successfully achieved. Observing the incredulous expression on Professor Sun's face, Chu Yunsheng has fully realized the significance of the Six Harmonies talisman in the awakening process. Under the protection of the Six Harmonies talisman, the perilous awakening journey has been effectively safeguarded, greatly enhancing the success rate of the awakening. Chu Yunsheng did not need to ponder deeply to comprehend the terrifying implications of this. However, apart from himself, no one else was aware of this. Even Yu Shaohai was somewhat oblivious, merely believing he had fainted. Chu Yunsheng pulled him up, curiosity piqued regarding the innate abilities Yu Shaohai might possess. As for the energy attributes, the chilling aura emanating from him spoke volumes. According to Professor Sun's brief insights, he had mostly observed humans awakening with either ice or fire attributes, while other types were exceedingly rare. The pure energy like that of Chu Yunsheng had never even been mentioned by Professor Sunday. Yet, this was fortuitous, as Chu Yunsheng thought it would allow Yu Shaohai to experiment with his crossbow. thus enhancing their survival odds with one attacking and the other lurking. Chu Yunsheng was nearly ignorant of awakened humans. It was under the guidance of the research-enthusiastic Professor Sun that Yu Xiaohai embarked on various trials, which left Professor Sun somewhat disappointed. Yu Xiaohai's awakened abilities were rather mundane, producing merely a few icy raindrops. It was doubtful whether such powers could even handle a rat, let alone an insect. Nevertheless, Chu Yunsheng felt indifferent. Those gifted individuals, often described in ancient texts as prodigies, were far removed from Yu Xiaohai's unimpressive capabilities. The mere fact that he had awakened was akin to smoke rising from ancestral graves, a sign of divine favor. The crux of the matter was that Chu Yunsheng possessed the talisman and did not necessarily require Yu Xiaohai to have extraordinary abilities. As long as he could channel ice energy, he could shoot ice arrows. Initially, upon learning about his awakening from Professor Sun, Yu Xiaohai was exuberant, but after some trials, he became quite dejected upon realizing the outcome. Although Professor Sun reassured him that with persistent training, he would surely attain formidable combat skills. Brother Chu, am I utterly useless? Yu Xiaohai sighed. Chu Yunsheng, with a mysterious air, urged, come with me. Without waiting for Yu Xiaohai's reaction, he whisked him downstairs, selecting an unoccupied room. Channeling his energy, he kicked open the door, relieved to find it empty. Chu Yunsheng retrieved the crossbow and inquired, can you use a crossbow? Yu Xiaohai, puzzled by the peculiar runes adorning the crossbow, asked curiously, Brother Chu, what is this? Enough chatter. Can you shoot accurately? Chu Yunsheng pressed, rolling his eyes. Yu Xiaohai replied with confidence, Brother Chu, have you forgotten? Last year, when I was pursuing June, I spent quite a bit at her club. Though I can't claim to be a professional, I am certainly an amateur expert. Recalling that Yu Xiaohai's previous girlfriend was indeed from a club where he had once signed up for a membership, Chu Yunsheng nodded, realizing that his friend's expenditure on courting was not in vain. Stop rambling. Just do as I say. Channel your energy into the crossbow and shoot an arrow at the sand in the back room. Yu Xiaohai hesitated, confused about Chu Yunsheng's intent, but ultimately complied. Okay. Brother Chu, I'll do as you instruct. He knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring, displaying a deftness that surpassed Chu Yunsheng's expectations. Whoosh! The arrow thudded into the sand, creating a large hole but leaving not a single shard of ice behind. Yu Xiaohai stared at Chu Yunsheng, puzzled. Does the sand have a grudge against me? Taking the crossbow, Chu Yunsheng smacked his forehead, realizing in his haste he had forgotten to switch the talisman. The cold weapon talisman sealed on the crossbow bore his own essence, rendering it impossible for anyone else to activate, with only 3 units of energy remaining within him. Creating a new, unbound cold weapon talisman to equip Yu Xiaohai would require 2 units. However, even with diminished energy, if Yu Xiaohai could unleash 2 fully charged ice arrows, he could easily dispatch the frozen red-armored beetles with Chu Yunsheng's remaining energy. Thus, if Yu Xiaohai could manage to shoot more than 3 arrows, it would be a boon. The experiment must continue. Chu Yunsheng decisively instructed Yu Xiaohai, wait here for a moment. I need to use the restroom. He was not yet prepared to reveal his ability to forge talismans. The Yu Xiaohai found this odd. He shrugged it off, replying, I'll wait for you. In the restroom. Chu Yunsheng quickly retrieved his talisman-making tools. The first-level cold weapon talisman was familiar to him, and the simplicity of crafting it without a master's essence made it even easier. Soon, he completed the process. Had he reached the second realm, he could have infused Yu Xiaohai's essence into the talisman, thus allowing only Yu Xiaohai to activate this specially made talisman, sealing the unbound cold weapon talisman onto the crossbow. Chu Yunsheng emerged, brimming with confidence. Try again, and follow my previous instructions. Again? Yu Xiaohai murmured, but upon seeing Chu Yunsheng's stern look, he refrained from further comment. As soon as Yu Xiaohai infused his energy into the crossbow, Chu Yunsheng felt the cold weapon talisman activate. With a sharp twang, the arrow shot forth, enveloped in a wave of chilling air, plunging into the sand and freezing it instantly into an ice sculpture. Thud! The crossbow clattered to the ground, and Yu Xiaohai stared at the icy sand in disbelief. Chu Yunsheng was satisfied with this outcome, reaffirming the potency of his cold weapon talisman. Provided there was sufficient energy, the ice arrows could be unleashed, but this was contingent upon using Chu Yunsheng's pure energy or ice attribute energy. Should fire attribute energy be employed, not even a fragment of ice would materialize. How many more times can you infuse your energy like before? Chu Yunsheng sought to ascertain Yu Xiaohai's capabilities. At most, 1 arrow. I used some during my trial with Professor Sun. Yu Xiaohai contemplated, quickly grasping that something was amiss with Chu Yunsheng's crossbow. Since the prophetic abilities of Chu Yunsheng had begun in the Age of Sunshine, He sensed that his friend was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Thus, he wisely refrained from asking further questions. Chu Yunsheng stroked his chin, deducing that Yu Shaohai could probably shoot a maximum of 3 ice arrows. Although this was a far cry from his own capabilities, it was still commendable. With those 3 arrows, he could eliminate 3 red-armored beetles, and with his full energy, he could only dispatch 9. Together, they could confront 12 beetles. Moreover, Yu Shaohai was a friend he could trust. However, since he was not well versed in the training methods for awakened individuals, and having now discerned Yu Shaohai's abilities, Chu Yunsheng suggested, you should head upstairs to find Professor Sunday. See if he has any way to help you enhance your abilities, but do not mention what happened earlier. Yu Shaohai, now quite astute, understood that Chu Yunsheng had ulterior motives. He smiled knowingly. Brother Chu, I'm not foolish. I understand that. Nodding, Chu Yunsheng remembered that Yu Shaohai had been busy for quite some time without nourishment. He produced some food and called out to Yu Shaohai, who was about to leave. Almost forgot. I have 2 bags of cookies. Take them with you. If that old man is unwilling to cooperate, use the cookies to persuade him. Additionally, exchange the remaining cookies with those soldiers for some 9mm bullets. As for the bread and water, make sure to eat quickly. We may need to evacuate at any moment. Chapter 35. The 5 maps. Chu Yunsheng's decision to change bullets was a meticulous consideration for an additional weapon, regardless of its potency, would grant him peace of mind. Yu Shaohai was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom where Chu Yunsheng had conjured these items from, further deepening his sense of the latter's enigma. Holding these objects with a mixture of excitement and gratitude, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He understood all too well that had it not been for Chu Yunsheng's timely intervention, he would likely have lost his life. Now, receiving these provisions from Chu Yunsheng was a testament to the trust placed in him. Yu Shaohai was acutely aware of the importance of these supplies. After all, he had barely escaped death over a single biscuit. With determination, Yu Shaohai declared, Brother Chu, rest assured, I will ensure they expend all their ammunition. I shall diligently hone my abilities. Chu Yunsheng chuckled, enough with the dramatics. My assistance is predicated on the hope that you two will possess the strength to aid me. Now, off you go. After Yu Shaohai departed, he secured the door and contemplated the need to thoroughly investigate the ancient book and the pendant. Upon retrieving the ancient tome, he discovered that the pendant had vanished, leaving only its chain behind. Chu Yunsheng distinctly remembered binding the pendant to the book, and a frantic search through his spatial storage yielded nothing. He pondered, could it have been absorbed by the ancient book? Upon examining the tome, he noticed that the previously dull cover faintly revealed an image, accompanied by some characters. As he pieced together the meaning of the text, he discerned the gist of the first half. The author of this book, a predecessor in dire straits, had relied on the care of nearby human tribes. He predicted that in 5,000 years, the celestial axis would realign, bringing turmoil to the world, yet he sensed his life was nearing its end. Thus, he sought to convey this warning to the surrounding tribes, hoping his knowledge would be preserved for future generations. The human tribes implored him for methods to avert disaster. Grateful for their care, the predecessor compiled his life's teachings into this tome and sealed away the treasures he had collected. Subsequently, he entrusted the ancient book to the nearby tribes, ensuring that it would endure through the ages, rather than being buried in obscurity. This was to guarantee that when the celestial axis was restored, the recipient of this tome could inherit his vast knowledge. Moreover, to protect his treasures from premature discovery by those who possessed the ancient tome, he separated the map detailing the location of his sealed treasures into 5 sections, sealing each within jade stones and distributing them to various tribes. He hoped that 5,000 years hence, the possessor of this book would gather all 5 maps and retrieve his life's work to confront the heavens. Only after the celestial axis was restored and the tome infused with the essence of the universe would the maps resonate with one another, merging in harmony. At that time, should any of the sealed maps appear in proximity to the book, it would manifest anomalies, alerting its possessor. The predecessor noted that he had initially intended to conceal the maps within the book, allowing them to naturally reveal themselves after 5 millennia, thus sparing humanity the toil of searching for them. Unfortunately, the celestial axis had been sealed. After completing the tome and sealing his treasures, he lacked the spiritual energy to execute such an elaborate method. In the end, he could only hastily seal the maps in jade and lament the absence of time to impart their significance to the tribes that cared for him. He cautioned that the future possessor of the tome must gather all 5 maps promptly to retrieve the treasures. Otherwise, if more formidable extraterrestrial evils descended upon the world, humanity, given its current level of cultivation, would likely be powerless to resist. As for the latter part of the predecessor's message, Chu Yunsheng could no longer decipher it. Yet, the information he had gleaned was enough to fill him with trepidation. Extraterrestrial evils? What could they be? He was certain they were not mere insects. For the ancient text referred to them as beings from another dimension, and these characters were distinctly different. Perhaps they were even more powerful entities, he mused. Recognizing the vast chasm between ancient and modern interpretations of phenomena. For instance, the essence of the universe described in the ancient text was regarded by Professor Sun as a form of dark energy within the cosmos. Reflecting on his current trepidation when confronting insects, he wondered just how formidable these extraterrestrial evils could be. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of gratitude for possessing the ancient tome from 5 millennia ago, yet he was engulfed in a paralyzing fear of the unknown. Who was this predecessor? What exactly was spiritual energy, if not the essence? If even such a powerful figure succumbed to grievous injuries, what other horrors lurked in the shadows? Where would he find the remaining 4 maps? What was he to do? A cacophony of questions thundered through Chu Yunsheng's mind, leaving him devoid of answers. Any fleeting pride he might have felt regarding his recent achievements had been utterly shattered. He realized his own insignificance, his frailty, his impotence. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Though it was scarce, it was not devoid of hope, or else the predecessor would not have left behind such invaluable knowledge. Yet, in this vast world, where might he seek out the remaining 4 maps? Overwhelmed by uncertainty, he resolved to dismiss these thoughts and focus instead on enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, even if he encountered the maps, he might lack the ability to claim them. In the span of barely 30 seconds, Chu Yunsheng was astounded to find his spiritual energy surging dramatically, nearly 6-fold. This was akin to undergoing 72 hours of continuous cultivation without rest. The predecessor was truly formidable. This singular thought consumed him. Regrettably, such opportunities were rare and fleeting. He had no control over how long the ancient tome would draw upon the essence of the universe. It was purely a matter of luck. The sudden influx of energy filled Chu Yunsheng with exhilaration. After completing the cold weapon talisman for Xiaohai, he had been anxious about his meager reserves of spiritual energy, which now had been unexpectedly alleviated, lifting his spirits considerably. With 7 units of energy now at his disposal, he resolved to strategize carefully, avoiding any reckless actions. He needed to expedite his departure from the city, as he possessed only a few talismans to replenish his energy, leaving him feeling vulnerable. He planned to reserve 6 units of energy for crafting a second-tier talisman, utilizing only the remaining single unit. However, he had only 4 corpses of the red-armored insects. One had been slain during the retreat, while the other 3 had been dispatched within this building. Each talisman could absorb the energy of 6 red-armored insects. Previously, in emergencies, he had been forced to use incompletely charged talismans, resulting in significant waste, a thought that pained him greatly. Resolving firmly, Chu Yunsheng, fearing the prolonged night might bring unforeseen complications, hurriedly gathered his belongings and descended to find Xiaohai. Before he could reach the rooftop, he heard the voice of the last person he wished to encounter, Lieutenant Gu Liming. Little brother, trading 10 bullets for a single biscuit is the utmost we can manage. Chapter 36. Continuing the fight with a languid voice, Xiaohai remarked. What? 10? You might as well shoot me dead and just take it. Gu Li, clearly devoid of the earlier bravado he had displayed while conversing with Chu Yunsheng, anxiously replied, Little brother, exchanging bullets with you in private would be a violation of military discipline. Moreover, we need to retain some ammunition to protect the professor and the others. I hope you can understand our predicament. Xiaohai responded leisurely. One must be careful with words. I did not force you to violate military discipline for a mere exchange of biscuits. Since you fear punishment, perhaps it is best not to trade. Following this, the sound of him deliberately munching on a biscuit could be heard. A man's voice chimed in. We still have some gold and silver ornaments. Could we trade those for your biscuits? Xiaohai found this proposition utterly absurd, stifling a laugh, and said, Mr. Zhao, do you honestly believe that with renminbi, dollars, or gold, one could still purchase a single biscuit? You truly amuse me. Oh, Brother Chu, you've arrived. Chu Yunsheng emerged from the corridor, nodding. His gaze swept across the crowd surrounding Xiaohai, all of whom hesitated to seize the biscuits from him. Their fear stemmed from the formidable abilities of Chu Yunsheng, which Xiaohai audaciously relied upon. Upon Chu's arrival, everyone, save for Professor Sun, instinctively took a step back, their expressions complex as they regarded him. Have we secured the bullets? He inquired directly about the ammunition, causing Gu Li's eyes to light up with hope. He instinctively believed that Chu Yunsheng was in dire need of bullets. Just as he prepared to reduce his bargaining chips, he silently resolved to cut down 2 more. For bullets had become exceedingly precious to them. Yu Shaohai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "These people are so stingy. I still need to negotiate." Gu Li, regaining his composure, confidently asserted, "Little brother, your asking price is simply too high. Let us discuss it further." In truth, Chu Yunsheng merely sought to ascertain whether Yu Shaohai had acquired the bullets. He was eager to launch a surprise attack on the insects, rendering the bullets inconsequential to him. Ignoring Gu Li's words, he swiftly declared, "No more negotiations. Shaohai, pack up. We must leave immediately." This statement left not only Gu Li dumbfounded, but also Professor Sun and Miss Zhao, who stood behind him, momentarily stunned. They had just been deliberating how to persuade this individual to escort them to the military camp, only to find him intent on departing right away. Yu Shaohai paused, approaching and whispering, "Brother Chu, are we not trading the bullets anymore? They are about to concede. Just wait a moment." Chu Yunsheng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No time for that. Just grab the crossbow, and we'll talk as we go." Yu Shaohai, being one of the first to recognize Chu Yunsheng's uncanny ability to foresee the dark era, had developed considerable trust in him through various events. He refrained from further objections, stowing away his biscuits and following Chu Yunsheng downstairs. Wait, gentlemen." Gu Li, flustered and emboldened for reasons unknown, stepped forward to block Chu Yunsheng, exclaiming urgently. Chu Yunsheng raised his gaze, speaking sternly, "Commander Gu, I respect your military uniform and the valiant spirit of your comrades behind you. I can overlook past grievances, but I implore you to refrain from provoking me further." Professor Sun quickly interjected, "Young man, Commander Gu is also acting in our best interest. Please show some understanding." Chu Yunsheng felt a degree of fondness for the elder, who had not only shared valuable insights regarding dark energy, but had also provided information about awakened humans, proving beneficial to him. Moreover, the elder was genuinely kind-hearted and did not hold a grudge against Chu for having kicked him. The half-piece of bread Chu had given him had been distributed to 10 or so individuals, although it was but a drop in the bucket for so many. "For the sake of Professor Sun, I'm willing to trade 1 biscuit for 10 bullets, if you're amenable, but I have other pressing matters." Chu Yunsheng had no time to engage in protracted negotiations. Bullets were trivial compared to his current urgency. In truth, Gu Li and his companions possessed limited handgun ammunition, needing to reserve some for self-defense. After much ado, they managed to exchange just 4 biscuits, leaving Chu Yunsheng quite vexed. As they descended, Chu Yunsheng recalled to ask Yu Shaohai, "Does the elder know your training methods?" Yu Shaohai smiled wryly. He is unaware. They were originally conducting experiments in this area, but it has all been halted. He merely advised me to utilize my abilities as much as possible. Neither the elder nor Chu Yunsheng had any further information, so they could only continue to observe and plan as events unfolded. "I have something to tell you. Shortly, you will accompany me to eliminate a couple of insects." Yu Shaohai hesitated momentarily, but quickly recalled his own initial encounter with the red-armored beetles, realizing he was not much better off than Yu Shaohai. Empathizing, he explained, "Don't be nervous. I will explain everything in due course." Before he could finish, Yu Shaohai interjected anxiously, "Brother Chu, is it dangerous to kill the insects?" Chu Yunsheng fixed his gaze on Yu Shaohai, affirming, "Indeed. There is danger at all times. Whenever faced with insects, there is always danger. In this world, nothing is without risk. If you lack the courage to confront even this level of peril, how do you intend to survive?" Yu Shaohai felt a mixture of fear and shame from his words. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Chu, just tell me what to do. I will follow your lead." Chu Yunsheng patted him on the shoulder, nodding, "We will assess the situation as it unfolds. As long as you possess this courage, we shall endure even the toughest of times." Outside, the number of insects had surged at the nearest location. There were at least 6 beetles. Given their current circumstances, they were unable to confront them head-on. They could only rely on cunning strategies. Chu Yunsheng had been pondering this predicament. Several corpses lay scattered outside, one of which had a rat gnawing at it while cautiously surveying its surroundings. The sky bore a faint glimmer of light, albeit weak, rendering visibility poor. Chu Yunsheng had to continue using his night vision goggles. The battlefield Chu Yunsheng selected was a commercial street 1 kilometer away, where at least 5 red-armored beetles were feasting on human heads. He dared not approach directly, but instead circled to choose a sniping building. In a while, he would instruct Yu Shaohai to open the window on the 5th floor and use his crossbow to shoot at the beetles on the commercial street. Then, together with Yu Shaohai, they would stealthily retreat to a position at least 2 kilometers away, selecting two buildings sufficiently distant to evade the jumping capabilities of the beetles. Chu Yunsheng handed Yu Xiaohai a watch, instructing him to ascend to the 5th floor alone, agreeing that 10 minutes later, he would provoke the 6 beetles, allowing Yu Xiaohai to use his ice arrows to freeze one amid the chaos. Chapter 37. Who is the girl? His sole reliance lay in the defensive prowess of his battle armor, hoping it could withstand the frenzied onslaught of 5 crimson beetles. The dimly lit surroundings rendered it nearly impossible for Yu Xiaohai, situated on the 5th floor, to discern the beetles. He required Chu Yunsheng to provide illumination. However, the moment Chu Yunsheng activated the flashlight, it heralded an imminent wave of beetle attacks. Taking 3 deep breaths, Chu Yunsheng unfastened the flashlight strap to his shoulder, leaped from the corner, and landed atop a nearby vehicle. The beetles immediately took notice of him, and without hesitation lunged forward. Chu Yunsheng let out a roar, a rallying cry for himself and a warning for Yu Xiaohai above. As his sword struck down upon one beetle, the remaining 4 swiftly surrounded him, raising their knife-like appendages to strike down with ferocity, the sound of their assault reverberating against his armor, despite the protection his battle gear afforded him. The simultaneous attacks from 4 beetles sent jolts of pain coursing through his body. Just as a massive claw threatened to ensnare him, he dared not hesitate, propelling himself over the beetle's head. At that moment, he felt the long-awaited ice arrow arriving, ready to encase one of the beetles in frost. He had endured thus far to stabilize the beetles, allowing Yu Xiaohai to unleash this arrow. With success in sight, Chu Yunsheng promptly set his escape plan into motion, ensuring he attracted the attention of 3 beetles to prevent Yu Xiaohai from being exposed. At this juncture, Yu Xiaohai faced certain doom if confronted by the trio. The relentless assaults from the 4 beetles had begun to inflict damage upon his armor, yet Chu Yunsheng could no longer afford to ponder such matters. He dashed through the streets, pursued by 3 formidable beetles. The chase had officially commenced. Leveraging his smaller stature, Chu Yunsheng deftly maneuvered between vehicles, at times even darting into buildings before bursting back out. The 3 beetles, seemingly intrigued by him, gave chase without a hint of relent. Along the way, they encountered 2 groups of humans who, frightened by the swift passage of Chu Yunsheng and the beetles, fled in terror. Following the prearranged plan, he gradually lured the beetles far from their initial position, arriving at the building where he had set up ropes. With the speed of the wind, he ascended, the 3 beetles relentlessly clinging to his pursuit. Though he still possessed a modicum of energy, he dared not expend it, even if he could eliminate the beetles behind him. He opted to retreat as planned, conserving every ounce of energy for potential emergencies. As Chu Yunsheng, panting heavily, leaped onto the rooftop, the 3 beetles closely followed, with one nearly pinching his backside. He rolled to the ground, swiftly grabbing the loosely coiled rope around a pillar, leaping off without a second thought. Soaring between 2 buildings, he crashed through the glass of the opposite structure, entering with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, the 3 beetles remained on the adjacent building, frantically screeching in frustration. Chu Yunsheng held faith in the intelligence of the beetles. From the moment he witnessed one scale a building, he recognized they were no mere fools. Thus, even with a temporary separation, he did not allow complacency to set in and hurried down the stairs of the building. The beetles, indeed clever, cautiously crawled down the exterior walls. Their descent was not swift compared to their leaps in the street, yet Chu Yunsheng did not dare to relax. Seizing the opportunity to escape amidst the cover of darkness, in a state of heightened anxiety, he scarcely had a moment to catch his breath. Quickly scaling to Yu Xiaohai's position on the 5th floor, where he needed to craft a spirit capture talisman. Initially, he had intended to prepare it earlier, but had he done so, he would have been left with barely enough energy to survive a mishap. For the sake of caution, Chu Yunsheng chose the most conservative approach, believing that preserving his life was paramount. Peering through his night vision goggles, he spotted 2 figures below, igniting a flicker of concern within him. He cautiously ascended to the 5th floor, which had once housed a mobile phone market, its counters scattered around. As Chu Yunsheng entered, he heard Yu Xiaohai anxiously inquire, "Who is it?" Emerging from the shadows, Yu Xiaohai switched on a faint flashlight, gazing at the slightly damaged Chu Yunsheng with concern. "Are you hurt?" Chu Yunsheng shook his head. "No, I'm fine. We need to relocate immediately." Yu Xiaohai hesitated momentarily before saying, "Brother Chu, that girl has followed us again." Chu Yunsheng, bewildered, asked, "What girl?" Yu Xiaohai sighed, explaining, "The one we mistakenly rescued." Chu Yunsheng paused, puzzled. "How did she follow us? What is she doing here?" Yu Xiaohai suddenly blinked. Speaking mysteriously, "Let us not dwell on that. Do you know who she is?" Chu Yunsheng, pressed for time, responded impatiently, "Just say it." Yu Xiaohai retreated briefly to bring out the girl, holding a poster which he spread beside her, exclaiming with excitement, "Look at this." With his flashlight damaged by the beetles. Chu Yunsheng picked up Yu Xiaohai's flashlight and glanced at the poster. 2012 New Year's sci-fi blockbuster, The Dark Era? What nonsense is this? Yu Xiaohai pointed at the figure on the poster, directing his gaze toward the girl. "Look again." Chu Yunsheng acknowledged. "She does bear a resemblance." Then, he pressed. "What are you trying to say? Speak quickly, we are short on time." Yu Xiaohai sighed in frustration. "Chu Yunsheng, this girl is Lin Shuiyao. Don't you see it?" Furrowing his brow, Chu Yunsheng asked, "Who is Lin Shuiyao? Is she your new girlfriend?" Chapter 38. You are an actor. Yu Xiaohai paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, saying, "Brother Chu, you are truly humorous." Chu Yunsheng cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "What do you think you are? All right, let us move quickly. Stop rambling." Yu Xiaohai made a gesture of helplessness towards the girl, stating, "You see, I told you my brother doesn't know you. You should just not follow us." "Must I know who she is?" Chu Yunsheng suddenly interjected. He had probably heard the name before, albeit vaguely. His mind was currently consumed with thoughts of escape and the terrifying creatures he had encountered. Just days prior, he had witnessed a renowned television host meet a grim fate at the claws of a creature, and it had left him indifferent. The world was in chaos. Who had time to care about identities? Survival was the only concern. Yu Xiaohai chuckled awkwardly, realizing his conversation was becoming tedious, and fell silent, trailing behind Chu Yunsheng. "Can you take me with you?" Lin Shuiyao called out from behind, her voice tinged with hope. Yu Xiaohai pointed towards Chu Yunsheng, implying that she should speak to him. Chu Yunsheng, wary of her following them, contemplated before saying, "If you awaken to your self-awareness like Xiaohai, it would be beneficial for everyone. We might consider teaming up for our escape, but you understand the current situation. Having you with us puts everyone at risk." Seeing that Chu Yunsheng was about to refuse her, Lin Shuiyao hastily interjected, "I know of a jade pendant, identical to the one you saw on the rooftop." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Lin Shuiyao, meeting his gaze, affirmed, "It is the woman's pendant. I was there when she handed it to you. I have seen an identical jade pendant." Chu Yunsheng's pupils constricted slightly. The matter of the map was of utmost importance to him, and he felt utterly lost. The girl claimed to have seen the same pendant, which made him deeply skeptical. His first instinct was to think she was lying, seeking to attach herself to him, which posed a great risk, substantial enough to necessitate a revision of his plans. He scrutinized Lin Shuiyao, searching for any signs of deceit. Yet, her eyes remained locked on him, unwavering and unflinching. It was like an invisible duel, a clash of belief and disbelief reflected in their gazes. Chu Yunsheng could not discern any faults in her demeanor, yet his suspicions only escalated, for he was acutely aware that she was an actress. He replied, devoid of any emotion, "How can I trust you?" Lin Shuiyao smiled gently, "Do you feel I am deceiving you?" Chu Yunsheng smirked coldly, reminding her, "Do not forget that you are an actress." Lin Shuiyao appeared momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending, an expression of helplessness crossing her face. She then furrowed her brow. Pointing at Chu Yunsheng's large sword, "You need not overthink this. Given your capabilities, should I lie, you could easily slay me with that." Chu Yunsheng nodded, affirming, "For now, I shall take you at your word, but remember every word you just spoke. You may now reveal the whereabouts of that jade pendant." Lin Shuiyao smiled brightly, stating, "It belongs to a CEO who gifted it to his son for his birthday. I happened to be present at the party that day." She paused, her eyes flickering as she continued, "As far as I know, when darkness descended, they were in Jinling City. I will tell you the exact names once we arrive there. I hope you understand." A flicker of anger surged within Chu Yunsheng, as he coldly remarked, "Are you threatening me? If you do not trust me, how can we cooperate?" Lin Shuiyao shook her head apologetically, "I am sorry. I realize this is not appropriate. However, I genuinely fear you might abandon me midway. If you were in my position, you would likely do the same, wouldn't you?" Chu Yunsheng remained noncommittal, countering, "Do you truly believe that jade pendant is of great importance to me?" Lin Shuiyao replied with a sly smile, "When we were on the rooftop, I suspected you were primarily after that woman's pendant. As soon as she ascended, your gaze was fixated on it." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback, reevaluating Lin Shuiyao. At the time, she had remained silent, merely a hostage with the gun to her head, seemingly detached from the events, yet it turned out she had been keenly observing them all along. She was a clever and cautious woman. He could not help but think that any woman navigating the entertainment industry must possess a certain shrewdness. He understood her mindset. In such an extremely perilous era, trust between unfamiliar parties could not be established swiftly, and maintaining leverage over one another was the most prudent course. However, he did not intend to accept this implicit leverage, allowing Lin Shueyao to believe she had accurately discerned his thoughts. The map was indeed crucial, but the absence of one piece was not an immediate crisis. To an astute individual, Chu Yunsheng did not deny his need for the jade pendant. He offered Lin Shueyao a self-righteous smile, succinctly stating, "You were correct in your assumptions. But regrettably, our perspectives do not align. I cannot collaborate with you. Farewell." With that, he swung the door open and stepped outside, fearing he might be swayed by the allure of the map and reconsider. Lin Shueyao's face tightened, shocked that it had come to this. She was flustered. While Chu Yunsheng could afford to disregard her leads, she desperately required his assurance of safety and unequal exchange, leaving her feeling helpless. Gritting her teeth, she followed him out the door, calling down the corridor, "All right, you win. I can tell you who has the jade pendant." At that moment, however, Chu Yunsheng barely registered her words. His heart raced as he caught sight of something through the window at the stairwell corner, a figure on the street below. Reminiscent of the creature he had encountered in the hospital, it bore the unmistakable mark of the tentacle monster. He knew he was ill-equipped to confront such a beast. Encountering it meant death or flight. Unaware of this sudden turn of events, Lin Shueyao assumed Chu Yunsheng was deliberately ignoring her, intending to humiliate her. She had taken a significant risk to follow them here, hoping to forge an alliance. Suppressing her indignation, she exclaimed, "Are you making me beg?" Chu Yunsheng, consumed by anxiety, feared the creature might hear even the slightest sound and penetrate the building. There was no time to discuss matters further. He pointed at Lin Shueyao, lowering his voice, urgently commanding, "Silence. Keep quiet." He gestured for Yu Shaohai to extinguish his flashlight, pressed himself against the wall, activated the infrared source, and cautiously scanned the entire building. His heart pounding in his chest, praying the tentacle monster would not breach their sanctuary. Though Lin Shueyao had been chastised into silence, she noticed Chu Yunsheng's extreme tension. A shiver ran down her spine. She understood that whatever could instill such fear in him must be far more dangerous than at least 3 scarlet beetles combined. Chapter 39. Departure from the city. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng found himself confronting a pressing dilemma. As the raucous crowd in the distance diverted the attention of the peculiar tentacled creature below, he suddenly felt an unexpected sense of happiness compared to those people. In such a vast shopping mall, searching for a private room to serve as a talisman crafting space was not particularly challenging. He left Yu Shaohai and Lin Shueyao outside the door, entering the room alone. Guided by the beam of his flashlight, he meticulously began to inscribe the talisman for capturing essence, a process he had become quite adept at, consuming little time. After successfully absorbing the vital energy from exactly 6 red-armored beetles, Chu Yunsheng counted the remnants in the talisman, which contained approximately 15 beetle carcasses. With his battle armor damaged, he required new shells for repair. Without delay, he began to separate the shells from the red-armored beetles, extracting the battle armor talismans to refine each shell meticulously until the damaged areas were restored to their original state. The new essence-capturing talismans filled with 6 flame patterns could replenish about 12 units of vital energy thickness. However, 6 of those still needed to be allocated to create additional essence-capturing talismans, leaving him with only 6 units of vital energy to combat the beetles. Chu Yunsheng felt a growing urgency. At this rate of consumption, he would never be able to accumulate surplus essence-capturing talismans for backup. The only feasible plan was to rely on his own cultivation to assist in restoring vital energy, alongside Yu Shaohai, who could potentially eliminate 3 more red-armored beetles. Albeit his recovery rate was likely slower than Chu Yunsheng's. When would he ever reach the 2nd Yuan Heaven Realm? Chu Yunsheng often dreamt of achieving that state, where merely 2 units of vital energy thickness would suffice to craft an essence-capturing talisman, or perhaps invest more energy to produce a reusable 3rd-tier talisman. The 1st Yuan Heaven Realm required a staggering 6 units of vital energy thickness to create a single-use talisman, a thought that caused him much distress. He needed to focus on his cultivation. The process of cultivation necessitated the honing of his physical form and complete absorption of vital energy. Therefore, he had to first replenish his energy with the essence-capturing talismans, then expend 6 units to inscribe the talismans, ultimately absorbing the remaining 1.5 flame patterns of vital energy into his body. The procedure, though intricate, had become second nature to him. Once he systematically completed these tasks and stepped outside, he overheard Yu Shaohai quietly inquiring about Lin Shueyao's gossip. Questions such as whether she truly had an affair with a certain male celebrity or if she had ever dated a wealthy heir from the island of treasures abounded. Chu Yunsheng was baffled by the plethora of rumors Yu Shaohai had conjured. Upon seeing Chu Yunsheng emerge, Yu Shaohai marveled at his impeccably restored battle armor, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, you truly can turn the mundane into the extraordinary at any moment." Chu Yunsheng, aware of Yu Shaohai's incessant chatter, chose to ignore the flattery and stated directly, "Let me outline my plan. You both have the right to voice your opinions, but not to make decisions." Yu Shaohai was nonchalant, adopting an attitude of compliance. Chu Yunsheng, unfazed by Lin Shuyao's calm demeanor, continued rapidly, "We have less than 50 hours until the final evacuation of the troops. We must leave the city in conjunction with the main group. Shaohai will drive the motorcycle, I will position myself in the middle, and Lin, you will take the rear. All actions will follow my command." Yu Shaohai readily agreed, while Lin Shuiyao furrowed her brows slightly, thinking, "This man has the audacity to place me, a girl, at the back while he occupies the safest position in the middle." Little did she know, Chu Yunsheng chose the middle to at least lean on Yu Shaohai for stability, utilizing every available moment to restore his vital energy. However, Lin Shuiyao refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that the so-called right to propose with no decision-making power was merely a fade. Acknowledging her limited capabilities, she acquiesced, but not without a playful retort. "Please do not call me an actress. I am actually a model." Chu Yunsheng waved dismissively, replying indifferently, "In the eyes of the common folk, it is all the same." Before Lin Shuiyao could argue, he produced an astonishing array of food, leaving her astonished. Yu Shaohai, having witnessed this before, remained unfazed, instead finding Lin Shuiyao's surprise amusing. As their escape loomed, the trio needed to replenish their strength, particularly Chu Yunsheng, whose energy expenditure was considerable. He presented 3 sausages, a can of tuna, 3 loaves of bread, 2 boxes of Danone biscuits, and even a few vacuum-sealed marinated eggs. Chu Yunsheng handed a can of Red Bull to both Yu Shaohai and himself, anticipating a prolonged journey ahead. Typically, he maintained a stable diet, but for Yu Shaohai and Lin Shuiyao, this was an entirely different experience. While munching, Chu Yunsheng contemplated his situation, only to discover in frustration that by the time he finished half a loaf, Yu Shaohai and Lin had already devoured the tuna he cherished. Chu Yunsheng could only curse under his breath, a bunch of gluttons. When he retrieved the motorcycle, Lin Shuiyao managed to suppress her astonishment, demonstrating commendable composure. While Yu Shaohai exclaimed, "Brother Chu, wasn't that motorcycle broken? Did you fix it?" "This is a new one," Chu Yunsheng clarified. Yu Shaohai gave a thumbs up, lamenting, "If only I had listened to you from the beginning and prepared supplies, it would have been splendid." This was the second time Lin Shuiyao heard Yu Shaohai mention Chu Yunsheng's foresight, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she eagerly listened in. Yet, Chu Yunsheng chose not to pursue that topic further. He patted Yu Shaohai's shoulder, stating, "Regret is futile. Use this time to contemplate your useless ability. You might find a way to put it to good use." Yu Shaohai blushed and quickly fell silent. Chu Yunsheng cautiously stepped outside the shopping mall, peering at the throngs of people continuously passing by on the street. He gestured for the trio to mount the motorcycle and swiftly approached the nearest gathering. This peculiar assemblage, consisting largely of youths, was numerous and fragmented into various groups. As Chu Yunsheng pondered their situation, Yu Shaohai had already struck up a conversation with a girl from the crowd. She explained that they were students from Gangcheng University who, due to the semester not concluding on December 23rd, had remained on campus amidst the subsequent disappearance of the sun, which plunged the world into darkness until the 28th. They had just received word that the entire school was preparing to flee to Jinling City en masse. The students were organized under the school's arrangement. Teachers and their families formed 2 teams, while students grouped by departments created smaller units, all under the protection of tanks dispatched by the military and several self-aware students. Gangcheng University, being one of the largest in the city, had originally over 30,000 students, but according to the girls, many had perished at the hands of the red-armored beetles, and with some having gone missing, only about 20,000 were now attempting to escape the city. Chu Yunsheng mused on the sheer magnitude of the crowd, realizing that the line of people extended endlessly in both directions. The sky occasionally bore a faint glow, reminiscent of midday in the era of sunlight, but come nightfall, darkness enveloped everything once more. Countless frantic individuals emerged from buildings, joining the vast throng, swelling its numbers. Representatives from the military and the university stood amidst the chaotic crowd, incessantly calling for awakened individuals to join the protective teams. Along the way, they encountered several small-scale attacks from the red-armored beetles, all of which were repelled by the arriving troops and awakened students, though losses were, regrettably, unavoidable. Chapter 40. The awakened warrior Chu Yunsheng was also summoned, primarily because his battle armor was exceptionally eye-catching. Upon joining the throng, he made no effort to conceal his abilities alongside Yu Shaohai. He was acutely aware of his own strengths and weaknesses, neither aspiring to feign heroism nor resorting to cowardice by hiding among others for protection. His willingness to be part of this awakened squad stemmed from a straightforward motive. The soldiers' collaboration in eliminating the Crimson Beetles could significantly alleviate his dire need for them. Initially, he had harbored a profound fear of revealing his unique abilities, especially after his first encounter in Building 8 of the Mingdu Huayuan, where he had slain 3 Crimson Beetles without daring to boast about it. The image of the heavily armed soldiers escorting the Ice Clan member left an indelible mark on him. As the chaos escalated beyond his imagination, each day was fraught with terror. He tirelessly sought to strengthen himself, meticulously managing every ounce of vitality while secretly rejoicing at the chance encounter with a solitary beetle. The original societal structure crumbled under the weight of this unprecedented catastrophe, obliterating notions of order and morality. Survival became the prevailing theme in the City of Horrors. As self-awakened individuals began to emerge, Chu Yunsheng even found himself having killed one of them. This transformation in the rules and order of the human world deeply resonated with him, leading him to care less about concealing his abilities. Perhaps joining them temporarily would yield a greater harvest of Crimson Beetles, he mused, nearly driven to madness by his desperation. The awakened guard squad was assembled atop a military truck, presumably for logistical ease. For the awakened, a mere leap would allow them to effortlessly disembark and engage in combat. Inside the truck, a dozen individuals were seated haphazardly. Chu Yunsheng did not take the time to examine them closely. His gaze drifted past to 3 older men at the front, engaged in a heated debate over a map. Alongside Chu Yunsheng were 2 other men, both of whom had joined during the large-scale evacuation from Gangcheng University. For ordinary awakened individuals, banding together to confront the Crimson Beetles offered far more safety than facing them alone. Chu Yunsheng leaned against the side of the truck, feeling somewhat awkward in his battle armor, quietly observing those around him. The truck's rear was equipped with lights, casting enough illumination for everyone to see clearly. The representative leading their group approached the front, whispering a few words to a bespectacled middle-aged man. After surveying the 5 of them, the man rapped on the table and announced, "Everyone, please settle down. Let us welcome the 5 new awakened warriors." Contrary to expectations, there was no applause or fervent welcome. Only a palpable silence, as if the newcomers were perceived as mere specters. Apart from a curiosity towards the term awakened warrior, Chu Yunsheng felt no particular sentiment. Trust was challenging to establish in such a tense atmosphere where no one was familiar with one another. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and stated gravely, "Since you have chosen to join the awakened guard squad, there are a few matters we need to clarify with you, and of course, we will share information with you as well." Chu Yunsheng and the others nodded, signaling their readiness to listen. The man continued with his introduction. "I am Zhang Zicheng, a professor from the physics department at Gangcheng University. You may call me Teacher Zhang. I will be responsible for coordinating and guiding your actions. Now, I would like to learn about your abilities. Please introduce yourselves. I am Yao Xiang, Yumingxiao, Luxiang Xiang. My ability is Fire Will Slash. Effective against 3 beetles," exclaimed a chubby young man, despite his physique bearing no resemblance to either of the famous athletes. "My name is Ding Yan. I am older than you. You can call me Old Ding. My ability is also fire, but I need a handgun to use it, capable of handling about 2 beetles. I often team up with Xiao Yao," said Ding Yan, a tall, thin man in his 40s, whose appearance was unremarkable. Yu Shaohai glanced at Chu Yunsheng, receiving an encouraging nod before he introduced himself. "I am Yu Shaohai. My ability is freezing, and my weapon is a crossbow, effective against 2 Crimson Beetles." This was a strategy they had devised together. Given their unfamiliarity with the situation, they opted to withhold some information. Yu Shaohai was aware that his limit was 3 beetles, so Chu Yunsheng decided to have him understate his capacity. Once Yu Shaohai finished, Chu Yunsheng added, "I am Chu Yunsheng. My weapon is a sword, and my ability is also swordsmanship, capable of defeating 6 Crimson Beetles." He did not conceal his real name, as there was no longer a need. By stating 6 instead of his true maximum of 9, he aimed to maintain a strategic advantage, having previously agreed with Yu Shaohai to keep a low profile. As soon as he spoke, the previously quiet truck erupted into hushed whispers. With the enhancement from the 6 beetle talisman, his hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to easily catch snippets of conversation. 6? What a boast. Our captain can barely manage a few. Last time, he nearly lost his life after taking down only 5. Given his appearance, they had expected him to be a formidable warrior. But now they viewed him as a mere braggart. I find this fellow rather peculiar. Doesn't his armor seem somewhat familiar? Chu Yunsheng felt a surge of frustration. He had significantly downplayed his abilities, yet this was the reaction he received. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, having initially contemplated claiming 3 or 4. However, if he were to unleash a flurry of 6 in battle, it would raise questions, and he feared that it would breed distrust among them. Zhang Zicheng rapped on the table again, directing his attention to Lin Shuiyao behind Chu Yunsheng. Quiet down, please. We have one more person to hear from. Lin Shuiyao had already informed Chu Yunsheng about the pendant's whereabouts en route, and she was now anxious that he might disregard her. Hearing his mention of her brought a wave of gratitude, and she cast him a grateful glance. A boy in a black down jacket scoffed. This truck is only for awakened warriors. Everyone has friends. If we start bringing them along, how can we accomplish anything? A girl beside him tugged at his arm. Qinheng, can you keep it down? Chu Yunsheng ignored him, focusing on Zhang Zicheng. He understood that the authoritative figures in the truck were the 3 seated at the front, though he was uncertain why they commanded such deference from the other so-called awakened warriors. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zicheng said apologetically, Mr. Chu, I regret to inform you that we do have such regulations in place, as our goal is to ensure everyone's safe passage to Jinling City. Chu Yunsheng smiled. Although he had learned of the pendant's whereabouts, he could not betray Lin Shuiyao. Having promised to assist her, he would not abandon her in her time of need. Others had their rules, and this squad had established theirs. Order was theirs to dictate. Thus, Chu Yunsheng, not one to dally, drew his sword and shook his head, saying, In that case, I shan't waste any more of your time. Let us disembark. Lin Shuiyao obscured her delicate face with a scarf of unknown origin, revealing only her pair of eyes, yet the silhouette of her attire unmistakably suggested she was a woman. Zhang Zicheng, under the impression that she was Chu Yunsheng's girlfriend, noted the tension when Chu Yunsheng threatened to leave. This conviction solidified in his mind, prompting him to smile and explain, Mr. Chu, allow me to finish my words. There is no need for concern. Each of us has relatives and friends on the bus behind. This is a privilege granted by the school to the Awakening Guard, and we will take turns assigning team members to provide security on the bus. You may rest assured that your friends can proceed there first. Chu Yunsheng paused, taken aback by this unexpected arrangement. However, upon further reflection, he realized that even those students from out of town must have their own close friends and partners and would not selflessly serve the school while neglecting to protect their loved ones. He sensed that he had perhaps acted a bit impulsively. Before he could respond, the Rotundio Xiang approached, leaning in to whisper to Chu Yunsheng, Brother, don't leave. I've heard that the professors at Gangcheng University have made groundbreaking advancements in their research, which would significantly enhance the capabilities of us awakening warriors. Chapter 41. The alluring bus number 1. Chu Yunsheng was not a fool. If he could not only ensure Lin Shuiyao's safety, but also gain insights into the professor's research, and most importantly, acquire more bugs, he had no desire to decline. This was, after all, the very reason he had joined the escort team. Behind the truck trailed several buses, the most heavily fortified of which housed the relatives and friends of the escort team. Not only were heavy machine guns mounted on the roof, but 2 team members also took turns standing guard. The exterior was reinforced with steel bars. The bus had a normal capacity of over 50 passengers, with each person allotted 2 to 3 spots, contingent upon completely dispatching 3 bugs. Those with higher abilities received 3 spots, while those with lesser skills were limited to 2. This was a strict rule established by their captain, and none dared to defy it. To earn 3 spots, one had to strive to enhance their abilities. This rigid regulation was purportedly due to extreme shortages of protective resources, food, fuel, and the fact that the escort team primarily consisted of students from outside, lacking numerous relatives, mostly consisting of boyfriends and girlfriends. The military provided weaponry support, while the school supplied food, facilitating the escort team's combat operations. Consequently, this bus, which was not only under tight protection but also guaranteed a stable food supply, became a veritable paradise in the hearts of all students and teachers within the institution. This mobile fortress offered safety, warmth, and, most importantly, a steady supply of food and water. Before Chu Yunsheng and his companions joined, the escort team had 14 members, 8 men and 6 women, of whom only 5 had 3 spots, including their captain. The rest were limited to 2. These scarce spots were coveted by all. with some attempting to curry favor through connections, while others were willing to barter their bodies. There were even handsome boys fervently pursuing the female members of the escort team. Notably, those already qualified to board this bus received flattery and attention from others, simply because they were allocated food twice daily. Apart from the bus dubbed Bus Number 1. A few other buses followed, which became the secondary choice for others. Yet, those too could only be boarded by individuals connected to the school or military. Chu Yunsheng and Yu Shaohai collectively had 5 spots, but they had to undergo rigorous evaluation by their captain to verify their authenticity before being granted such privileges. For now, Lin Shuiyao could only remain by his side. The supply of food and water, the arrangement of combat order upon receiving alerts, and the rotation sequence were all meticulously organized. Most crucially, it was emphasized to all awakened warriors that they need not completely annihilate the red-armored bugs. Merely disabling their defenses sufficed, leaving the rest to the military's advanced weaponry, significantly increasing the number of bugs the escort team could confront. Leaning against the railing, Chu Yunsheng smoked idly. Listening to Qin Hung boast about how he would make their captain subdue him, exposing him as a complete fraud, he could not be bothered to engage with him soon. Their captain would arrive to demonstrate his prowess, and he was curious to see what words Qin Hung and his companions would muster then. Turning his gaze outward, Chu Yunsheng noted that the vehicle moved slowly amidst the throngs of people, sometimes feeling as if they were not advancing at all. The roads leading out of the city were choked with refugees, oblivious to the corpses often encountered along the way and the foul stench left by those who had passed before them. The air was filled with cries, some calling names, others sobbing foolishly, and some even attempting to steal backpacks from others, all frantically following the footsteps of those ahead. A misstep could lead to a fall, and failing to rise quickly could result in being trampled to death, with no one caring whether they stepped on a corpse or a living person. In the distance, Chu Yunsheng observed many climbing atop unarmed private vehicles, some even breaking windows to crawl inside, all in utter disorder. The escort team fared better. No one dared approach their vehicles too closely in the shadow of darkened gun barrels and the vigilant awakened warriors. The sound of cannon fire drew Chu Yunsheng's attention to the far rear, where a fierce battle between the bugs and the military raged. The fiery explosions of artillery illuminated the darkened world, scattering in all directions, with the ground trembling as if the earth itself were shaking. The launch of self-propelled rocket artillery unleashed torrents of destruction, illuminating half the sky with flames. The cacophony of explosions and the whistling of shells was both majestic and ferocious. Chu Yunsheng watched in awe as the military displayed such formidable firepower, aside from what he had seen on television. This was his first encounter with such a grand display of artillery, as if it aimed to obliterate everything in existence. Remarkably, this spectacle was achieved without the deployment of missiles or even nuclear weapons. Suddenly, he recalled that humanity itself possesses the capability to annihilate this planet. He could scarcely imagine whether the nation on the opposite side of the globe, armed with countless nuclear warheads, had its president hovering his finger over the launch button. Since the onset of this dark era, Chu Yunsheng had always believed he was on the front lines against the red-armored bugs. Only now did he realize that his perspective might be somewhat skewed. At this moment, it was evident without thought that such intense artillery fire from the military indicated the sheer scale of the insect swarm they faced. That was the true front line of the war between humans and insects. Yet, despite the military's overwhelming firepower, the command ultimately made the reluctant decision to retreat. A shiver ran through Chu Yunsheng's heart. Just how terrifying must the creatures be for the military to feel such dread? Was genuine safety truly only attainable in Jinling City? Could Jinling withstand an onslaught of bugs beyond his imagination? The news of Jinling City served as the sole beacon of hope for all fleeing souls. The last pillar of support for everyone's psyche at this moment. He could guarantee that if authoritative news were to declare Jinling's fall, all present, himself included, would likely plunge into unfathomable panic, teetering on the brink of collapse. Or perhaps Jinling City was merely a glimmer of hope. Regardless of whether they would ultimately reach or enter it, everyone harbored that hope. To arrive there, perhaps they could survive. Rumors had circulated long ago that Jinling had also fallen, but lacking authoritative confirmation from the military, no one fleeing was willing to believe it. For it was the last flicker of hope for all. As Chu Yunsheng gazed at the sea of heads before him, a thought struck him. If Jinling had indeed fallen, where would his hope reside? Would he be doomed to a life on the run or surrender to the bugs? I still have vitality. I can still cultivate. Chu Yunsheng resolved inwardly. Even if I must flee for my life, I shall persevere. His father had once advised him that no matter how dark the clouds, they would eventually pass, and one must never lose heart, for only then could one witness the sun breaking through the clouds. Chapter 42. The Test. I am Zhongnan, the captain of the Awakening Guard Squad. Time is precious, so let us commence the test from the right side, one by one. As he spoke, a team member walked forward, carrying a large piece of the chitin from a red-armored beetle. Chu Yunsheng scrutinized him closely. He was somewhat taller, robustly built, and clad in a black coat, moving with the swiftness of the wind, exuding an air of competence. Zhongnan halted before the five of them and said earnestly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is merely a preliminary assessment. Our primary objective is to confirm each of your identities as awakened ones and to conduct a general evaluation of your abilities. In subsequent battles, I shall revise your ratings based on your actual prowess and provide you with appropriate treatment." Chu Yunsheng had learned from others that these awakened warriors did not possess the same ease in combating the beetles as he did, often requiring multiple strikes to breach the defenses of the red-armored beetles. Zhongnan's approach, utilizing a single piece of chitin, was ingenious. It conserved the testers' energy while allowing for an estimation of their capabilities based on the strength of their initial strikes. The testing took place atop a truck, surrounded by a throng of people with no vacant space available. Other team members rose to gather at the front of the vehicle, some even perching directly upon the cab. The first to be tested was Yao Xiang, who had been particularly enthusiastic. Two teammates firmly held the ends of the chitin as Yao Xiang twisted his body dramatically, leaving Chu Yunsheng astonished. With a loud shout, he unleashed a fiery ring from his palm, striking the chitin with considerable force. The two holding it instinctively stepped back, steadying themselves. Under the illumination of the truck's headlights, a deep gash was clearly visible on the chitin. Yao Xiang beamed with satisfaction and turned to Zhongnan, saying, "Captain, what do you think of my move?" Zhongnan nodded and simply told the girl responsible for recording, "Pass." The captain's lackluster response left Yao Xiang slightly disheartened. Yet he could only stand aside in resignation. Next was Ding Yan, whose abilities, Chu Yunsheng noted, bore resemblance to those of the fourth sister he had slain, both utilizing handguns to channel their powers. According to Zhang Zicheng, this type of ability would be a focal point of their research, aimed at enabling conventional firearms to harness a form of dark energy to combat the beetles. Ding Yan's bullet created a visible crater in the chitin, but failed to penetrate it. Zhongnan repeated, "Pass." Then it was Yu Xiaohai's turn, but complications arose. His energy had been depleted, rendering him unable to shoot his ice arrows. Chu Yunsheng pondered for a moment, then pulled the awkward Yu Xiaohai aside, stating, "His energy is exhausted, and he cannot be tested at this time." Yu Xiaohai nodded in agreement. Zhongnan frowned, about to speak when several team members seated at the front began to jeer at Chu Yunsheng, believing him to be lying. Under Qin Heng's provocation, they mocked him, saying, "If you dare not test, then get lost. This is not a place for you to loaf around." It was not so simple to let them go, after all. They had boasted of facing 6 beetles, yet now they dared not even test. Chu Yunsheng's anger flared. He had not wronged them, so why were they fixated on him? Were they truly so foolish? Unbeknownst to him, these team members, having gained abilities beyond ordinary men post-awakening, had grown increasingly arrogant, dismissing others as their status rose. Their mockery had become mild. At times, they would even resort to physical violence, leaving their victims too intimidated to protest. His brazen self-proclamation of being able to handle 6 beetles was perceived by these individuals as sheer folly, rendering him yet another target for ridicule. Even Zhongnan, the captain of the Awakening Guard, had failed to discern the true strength behind Chu Yunsheng's 3 strikes. He had sensed no energy fluctuations from him whatsoever. Chu Yunsheng had indeed refrained from utilizing any energy. Against the already lifeless chitin of the beetle, his 1,000-piercing sword was more than sufficient, rendering energy unnecessary. He pointed towards the chitin and coldly addressed Qin Heng and the others, "Should you dare to mock again, you shall meet the same fate as this chitin." Thud. Thud. The sound echoed like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. What kind of power was this? To sever something claimed to be harder than steel without employing any energy at all, with a speed beyond their comprehension? Was this truly the so-called indestructible chitin of the red-armored beetle? The previously arrogant and mocking Qin Heng and his crew now exchanged alarmed glances, gasping in shock. Zhongnan, initially startled, was soon overcome with joy, realizing this individual's battle prowess is unparalleled. The Awakening Guard will greatly benefit from his addition. He had turned a blind eye to Qin Heng and his companions, tolerating their arrogance due to their overall contributions to the squad. However, He now did not wish to lose a potential powerhouse because of their antics. With a stern expression, he commanded Qin Heng and the others, "Come here and apologize to this gentleman." Chu Yunsheng had little interest in such theatrics of apology and replied coldly, "No need, Captain Zhong. I merely hope you can ensure they do not provoke me again in the future. I shall state it plainly. My joining your squad is a mutual agreement. With no debts owed, I trust we can cooperate harmoniously. Furthermore, my brother's energy has indeed been exhausted. Whether you believe it or not, this remains my explanation." Zhongnan chuckled awkwardly and replied earnestly, "With your abilities, we fully trust your friend's integrity. We hope for a pleasant collaboration." The so-called formalities involved a girl responsible for recording personnel changes on bus number 1. Due to various reasons, some team members frequently requested swaps. Zhongnan nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, we will make the necessary arrangements." He then pointed to the girl beside him and added, "Additionally, if you require further arrangements, please directly contact the person in charge, Tong Tong. As long as it falls within your quota, there will be no issues." Chu Yunsheng acknowledged with a simple choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, the truck had been stationary for quite some time, and the crowd was in disarray, speculating about the commotion ahead. Zhongnan cast a worried glance forward and called over a team member, instructing Chu Yunsheng, "This is Qiandidwa, for now. You and your friend will be grouped with him. Get to know one another, as I must attend to a matter." With that, Zhongnan hurried away. Chu Yunsheng took a cigarette from his pocket, inhaling deeply as he assessed Qiandidwa, the group leader. He appeared to be in his early 20s, likely a student from Dongshan University, with squinting eyes and a peculiar smile. Qiandidwa extended his right hand and cheerfully introduced himself. "Hello, pleased to meet you. My name is Qiandidwa. You can call me Xiao Qian." Chapter 43. The Battle. Qiandidwa was once an ordinary student at Dongshan University, possessing the remarkable ability to slay 3 scarlet beetles, which earned him a spot among the 3 positions on bus number 1. And he was appointed as the leader of the 5th team by Captain Zhongnan. During the Sunshine Era, he was not particularly favored by the ladies. Yet he had now become the object of their affections. Qiandidwa boasted to Yu Xiaohai about how the flower of their department had once dismissed him, only to now pursue him fervently, his animated speech causing Yu Xiaohai's heart to flutter. Consequently, Qiandidwa confidently promised to find Yu Xiaohai an exquisite girl. As Chu Yunsheng escorted Lin Shuiyao to bus number 1, she recounted an event from the Sunshine Era where she had been invited to an activity and stayed at the 5-star hotel where Chu Yunsheng had rescued Yu Xiaohai. Chu Yunsheng was uncertain about the significance of her words and did not wish to delve into her past. He presumed that Lin Shuiyao, having temporarily found security, was eager to share her experiences, but as he was no psychologist, he did not intend to provide her with any emotional consolation. Navigating the chaos of this world was already a miracle in itself. The 5th team initially comprised 2 members, the leader, Qiandidwa, and a girl named Zhou Tingyun. The camaraderie between Qiandidwa and Yu Xiaohai sparked Zhou Tingyun's displeasure. However, as a newly awakened warrior capable of slaying only a single beetle, her status was lowly, leaving her with little choice but to suppress her feelings of discontent. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Chu Yunsheng's eyes widened, and he sprang up alertly, causing those nearby to tense up. The air was thick with the scent of blood, an unmistakable sign of trouble ahead. Chu Yunsheng swiftly drew his Qianpi sword, remaining ever vigilant, unwilling to let his guard down. The crimson blade stirred unease among the truck's occupants, many still haunted by his recent display of swordsmanship. Without regard for the thoughts of others, Chu Yunsheng nimbly leapt onto the truck's roof, deploying his night vision device to survey the situation ahead, eager to discern the source and intensity of the impending danger. However, the device could only see so far into the chaotic throng, revealing nothing but a sea of heads. Just as anxiety began to creep in, a signal flare shot into the night sky, its solitary brightness cutting through the darkness. Qiandidwa, stroking his chin, murmured, "Brothers and sisters, prepare to move. The captain has signaled." The truck had lost its mobility, trapped amid the crowd. Zhang Zicheng had organized this operation, involving the newly recruited 4th and 5th teams, totaling 9 individuals. Under the leadership of their respective captains, they jumped from the truck, the crowd reluctantly parting to grant them a narrow passage. Chu Yunsheng was aware that Yu Xiaohai's internal dark energy was not fully restored. He could rely solely on his body's natural recovery, which was significantly slower than Chu Yunsheng's. Nonetheless, Zhang Zicheng had reported Yu Xiaohai's condition and promised to devise a suitable training regimen based on it. Yu Shaohai estimated he could only unleash a frost arrow with half its usual potency. Upon learning this, Qian Didhua, adhering to the philosophy that something is better than nothing, insisted on taking him along. The closer they approached the front line, the more intense the gunfire became, and the screams of the wounded grew increasingly harrowing. Many people were in a panic, fleeing backward and obstructing the advance of the awakened guard team. When the 9 of them finally squeezed their way to the front line, Zhongnan had just withdrawn from combat against a scarlet beetle. Seeing them, he exclaimed in frustration, "Why are you only just arriving?" Captain Zhang Yeyu of the 4th team replied, "Captain, we cannot be blamed. The truck was immobilized, and the crowd surged backward. We fought tooth and nail to make it here." Zhongnan's expression darkened, possibly due to the earlier intense battle, and he wearily instructed, "You 4th and 5th teams. Half of you are new recruits. Remember, your goal is to breach their defenses. Leave the rest to the troops. There are still 12 beetles remaining. Hurry." Though Zhang Yeyu felt disgruntled, he knew better than to disregard the captain's orders, especially as the beetles were on the verge of breaking through the soldiers' defenses. Blood pooled on the ground, sticky beneath their feet. Bodies of men, women, soldiers, students, and even children lay strewn about, some mangled, others with gaping wounds, their innards spilling onto the earth. Fortunately, Chu Yunsheng had grown accustomed to such scenes. Despite their gruesomeness, they did not overly impact his fighting spirit. As a final warning, Qian Didhua added, "Watch out for bullets. A hit or two might not be fatal, but a sustained barrage from a heavy machine gun will be your end." "Oh, I almost forgot to provide you with bulletproof vests. Stay safe." Chu Yunsheng had no need for such protection. Even Yu Shaohai's 6 armor talisman could withstand ordinary bullets, let alone his own battle armor. Observing the fallen scarlet beetles littering the ground, Chu Yunsheng leaped over the vehicle and charged towards the rampaging insects, determined to collaborate with the others to eradicate them swiftly. Otherwise, the vitality within the corpses would diminish with time. Before him stood 3 soldiers, frantically firing their automatic rifles at the approaching beetles. One soldier, consumed by fury, pulled a grenade from his belt and shouted, "Get back, brothers. I'm going to take them on." Chu Yunsheng had no time to intervene as the soldier recklessly hurled himself at the relentless scarlet beetle, colliding with its blade-like leg and becoming impaled, blood gushing forth. The soldier, gritting his teeth, growled, "Damn you, die," and clung desperately to the beetle's leg, dragging his body forward even as his intestines spilled onto the ground. In a final act of defiance, the soldier shoved his left hand, grenade in tow, into the beetle's gaping maw, even as it bit down and shattered bone. He continued to thrust his hand inside with wild abandon. With a thunderous explosion, the beetle's formidable defenses faltered, its lower jaw obliterated. In agony, it prepared to unleash its wrath upon the 2 remaining soldiers. At that moment, Chu Yunsheng surged forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. Chapter 44. The advantage of battle. The most vulnerable areas of the red beetle are undoubtedly its head and its posterior. During a direct confrontation, Chu Yunsheng typically faces the insect's head. If he manages to strike effectively, he can swiftly conclude the battle. This particular beetle, injured and missing its mandible, exhibited significantly reduced defenses. Its remaining blade-like leg barely managed to pierce his armor, but Chu Yunsheng deftly sidestepped, exerting minimal effort to cleave through its skull with a single stroke. The soldier, blinded by rage, was flung to the ground by the beetle, lying there, barely clinging to life as his 2 comrades rushed to his side. Life drained rapidly from the squad leader, his left hand reduced to a near pulp, hanging limply on the ground. His head drooped, and after several attempts at shaking him awake, his comrades finally elicited a faint glimmer in his eyes. He struggled to part his lips, and his comrades leaned in, eager to catch his words. Chu Yunsheng's senses were acutely attuned. Even the faintest whisper from the squad leader, on the brink of death, reached his ears. "Chong, find a place to bury me. I don't want to lie like a dead dog." The leader's mouth bubbled with blood, his speech slurred. Chong, tears and snot streaming down his face, nodded through choked sobs, "Yes." "Squad leader." Suddenly, the squad leader convulsed violently, barely managing to open his weary eyes to the dim sky, muttering indistinctly, "If I see your sister." Chong and another soldier buried their heads against the squad leader's body, weeping inconsolably, their fingers clawing at the muddy ground. "Brothers, we'll fight the insects to the death. The company commander is dead. The platoon leader is dead. The squad leader is dying. Everyone is gone. What is the point of living?" cried another soldier, his face twisted with rage. Chu Yunsheng stepped over the carcass of the beetle, silently departing. Often, when alone, he pondered the possibility of dying at the jaws of an insect. Wishing only to be buried in the earth rather than lying like a dead dog on the street, perhaps that would be his final happiness. He frequently mocked himself for such thoughts, realizing the absurdity of contemplating death while still alive. Not far away, Qianda, Duojiang, and others were already locked in combat with the insects, soldiers following their lead, unleashing a torrent of bullets that felled beetles one after another. While humanity waded through rivers of blood, Chu Yunsheng quickened his pace, leaping high to strike at a beetle attempting to ambush his comrades from behind. His sword, imbued with his pure energy, penetrated the insect's defenses with a decisive blow, cracking its shell with a resounding snap. Guided by gravity, he plunged the sword into the opening he had created, piercing the insect's back. The beetle writhed in pain, attempting to dislodge him. But Chu Yunsheng gave it little opportunity to struggle. He withdrew his sword and struck repeatedly until the creature lay motionless. Wiping the sticky residue of insect slime from his visor, he turned to strike down another beetle that sought to ensnare him with its pincers. His body hurtling through the air like a bullet as he evaded. With a forceful thrust, he jammed his sword deep into the beetle's mouth, shouting as he pushed the hilt, forcing the insect back several steps before delivering a fierce downward slash that unleashed a foul, corrosive slime. The severely wounded beetle stumbled back, spewing green fluid from its mouth, trembling before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, only 3 red beetles remained, their protective layers shattered by awakened warriors. Now mercilessly suppressed by a hail of bullets, death imminent. Qianda, having completed his task, stared in awe at Chu Yunsheng, who was drenched in slime, and curiously asked his companion, "You Xiaohai, is your friend not incredible? Didn't he hear the captain say that it was sufficient to breach the insect's defenses?" Yu Xiaohai cast a disdainful glance at him, proudly retorting, "Breach the defenses? I've never seen a beetle survive after being attacked by Brother Chu." Clearly, Yu Xiaohai was boasting. Not long ago, Chu Yunsheng had to devise an escape plan to elude 3 pursuing beetles to conserve his energy. Yet now, he had slain 3 without needing support from the soldiers, leaving Qianda incredulous at Yu Xiaohai's claims. Truly a master. Apart from the captain, I've never encountered anyone as formidable. Oh no, even the captain pales in comparison. He is extraordinary, so fortunate to be on our team, Qianda exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled awkwardly. The captain had made the team assignments, and he had no say in the matter. However, he took some comfort in the abilities of a young man named Yao Xiang. Chu Yunsheng did not leave. He stood aside, smoking, indicating that Qianda and the others needed to take a moment. He wished to wait until the awakened guards and the soldiers had retreated so he could quickly collect the insect carcasses. Every second of wasted energy pained him. The surviving soldiers stubbornly insisted on cremating and burying their fallen comrades. Chu Yunsheng understood their somber mindset. Those who had died were comrades today. Tomorrow, it might be themselves. With the beetles slain, the crowd of refugees pressed onward, still unable to escape the outer ring of Shin City, their anxiety palpable as they dared not linger. For ordinary people, Chu Yunsheng did not mind exposing his ability to absorb energy. For them, drawing out an energy talisman was as astonishing as Yao Xiang's fire wheel slash, nothing particularly special in their eyes. Having absorbed energy from 16 beetles into his previously blank energy talisman, Chu Yunsheng continually refined new talismans for absorption. Some beetles leaked energy for an extended period. Thus, the 16 beetles only amounted to the energy of 14 freshly deceased ones. He crafted 2 fully charged flame-patterned talismans while storing the remaining 2 beetles in a talisman for future use. With 3 units of energy still in reserve, he planned not to fill them immediately. With 2 fully charged talismans on hand ready for replenishment, he felt no urgency. More importantly, cultivating required a complete release of internal energy to signify the completion of a cycle. Hence, he intended to expend the remaining energy within him first. Chu Yunsheng felt a slight improvement in his mood. The long-standing issue of insufficient energy talismans had finally been resolved, signaling an acceleration in his cultivation speed. The second heavenly realm no longer seemed so distant. After testing, Yu Xiaohai noted a marginally quicker recovery rate, but Chu Yunsheng still found it too slow. Barely half the speed of his meditative practice. This sluggish recovery rate was the reason for their need to engage in group battles. Chu Yunsheng approached Captain Zhang Nan, requesting to join every subsequent mission with the various groups, urgently seeking to enhance his strength. Chapter 45. The Power of Sausage. Zhang Nan regarded Chu Yunsheng with astonishment. Throughout his experience, he had only encountered those who feigned illness to avoid battle. Yet here was a volunteer who eagerly sought to engage in every fight. Puzzled by Chu Yunsheng's motives, as captain, he felt a duty to counsel him, hoping to encourage a sustained fighting spirit rather than a fleeting impulse. However, Chu Yunsheng's resolute insistence ultimately compelled Zhang Nan to abandon his attempts at persuasion. After all, with someone willing to fight so frequently, it seemed unwise to oppose him, especially when others would likely envy such determination. At mealtime, upon receiving his allotted portion of food from the school, Chu Yunsheng decided to stow away his battle armor. The surroundings were crowded, and the insects could not immediately approach, so wearing the armor would hinder his movements and appear out of place. The food was unappetizing. A mushy mass whose ingredients were indiscernible, but fortunate for the combatants, there was an additional treat, a half piece of sausage, which felt like a luxury in these times. Despite the simplicity and even the subpar quality of the meal, everyone in the truck relished their food, while those below could only swallow hard. Their eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions as they gazed up at them. Chu Yunsheng had always cherished food, aware that in this world, sustenance was dwindling. To survive, he must confront a future fraught with scarcity, thus he never despised any morsel that could be consumed. Today, however, he felt a glimmer of joy as he had acquired 2 fiery talismans, and if circumstances continued favorably, he might secure even more life-saving charms. Yet, as he reached the halfway point of his mushy meal, he found it unbearable and passed it to Yu Shaohai. He then retrieved a can of beer he had previously been reluctant to indulge in, lit a cigarette, and, accompanied by the half-sausage, began what he considered a rather lavish repast. Aside from food, Chu Yunsheng had also managed to stockpile a considerable number of cigarettes, always prioritizing sustenance. For smoke could not serve as sustenance. Most of his cigarettes were collected during searches of various cities and shops, irrespective of brand. He took whatever he could find, never knowing how scarce such items might become in Jinling City. Beer, cigarettes, and sausage. Any one of these could incite a commotion among the surrounding crowd, let alone the combination of all 3. Yet, no one dared to disturb Chu Yunsheng. He had just single-handedly taken down 3 red-armored insects in battle, a feat that had been eagerly touted by Qianda. A figure as formidable as a captain was not one to provoke, provided one retained their sanity. Only Yu Shaohai dared to sip from Chu Yunsheng's beer, while others merely gazed enviously, some even beginning to covet Yu Shaohai's fortune. Brother Chu, Qianda, already viewing Chu Yunsheng as more than an ordinary team member, approached him. There's something I would like to discuss with you. Chu Yunsheng nodded, indicating for him to continue. Qianda quickly surveyed their surroundings and lowered his voice. Brother Chu, I know of an underground food processing factory. I previously worked there. I've discussed it with Jiang Dadu, and we're considering teaming up for a venture. Chu Yunsheng was taken aback. A venture? Why hasn't he the higher-ups organized you all to search for food? He inquired, perplexed. Qianda sighed in exasperation. They have organized it. Before you arrived, there were numerous expeditions to search major cities and warehouses. Where do you think our food comes from? But in collective operations, all items must be surrendered, leaving little benefit for us brothers. Understanding dawned on Chu Yunsheng. Qianda sought his assistance in a private endeavor. He had no objections, as acquiring more supplies would only be advantageous. If you go out on your own, how will the spoils be divided? He asked. Qianda smiled lightly. There are rules. If we encounter no insects, we split it evenly. If we do, those who contribute more take a larger share, fair and square. Chu Yunsheng nodded in agreement. That is fine. But I advise against going to places that are too dangerous or too far. Qianda patted his chest, assuring him it wouldn't be too distant. Though he couldn't guarantee safety. If there are too many insects, we'll retreat. None of us want to risk our lives for a trivial gain. Do you know what it feels like to be utterly famished? He continued. Being killed by insects is not the worst fate. The true horror lies in dying slowly from hunger and thirst. By heaven, I wouldn't wish to endure that again. Brother Chu, do you know how I awakened? He asked. I was so starved that I nearly lost consciousness. My body felt like it was in the depths of hell, devoid of any strength to move. Just when I was about to perish, I inexplicably awakened. Chu Yunsheng offered him the last few sips of his beer, encouraging him to drink a bit and to remain calm. As he conversed more with others, Chu Yunsheng realized that nearly every survivor harbored an indelible memory of their struggles. Gratefully accepting the beer, Qianda's eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned. Brother Chu, do you doubt my words? Chu Yunsheng shook his head, for he held no disbelief. From what he knew, since the onset of the Dark Ages, more had perished from starvation than from insect bites. However, Qianda misinterpreted the gesture, thinking Chu Yunsheng was skeptical. He grinned mysteriously, snatching the half-sausage Yu Shaohai planned to enjoy later, and apologetically declared, "Let me borrow this. I'll demonstrate something for you." With that, Qianda stood up, pointing to the crowd outside the truck. "I recognize these individuals. They are students from our school's English department. Let me show you the power of this half-sausage." Holding the sausage aloft, Qianda seemed to rally the crowd, elongating his voice as he shouted, "Food! Food!" At his call, both those inside and outside the truck turned to him, puzzled by his intent. Yet, the allure of the half-sausage was undeniable, and the starving students surged forward, driven by an instinct to survive. Instantly, the area below the truck erupted into a frenzy, those who maintained their composure gazing disdainfully, while the famished, with eyes glinting with desperation, pushed forward, casting aside all sense of shame or decorum, shouting, "Me! Me! Me!" Chapter 46. A great change. The unfolding events did not align with Chanduo's expectations. A thunderous shout erupted from behind bus number 1. "Chanduo!" Before the words could fully escape, the furious Captain Zhong Nen leaped onto the truck, immediately delivering a kick to Chanduo, scolding him. "Chanduo, you big mouth. Can't you give me a moment of peace? Is the chaos not enough for you?" Chanduo, with a playful grin, clambered back up from the truck bed, rubbing his hands together and replied, "Well, Captain, please don't be angry. I was just conducting a little experiment. There's no need to be so tense. No one will get hurt." Zhongnan scoffed. "No one will get hurt? I warn you to keep it down. Take a look at the mess you've created." Chanduo peered outside the truck and exclaimed in dismay, "Captain, you can't blame me. You kicked me, and I lost my grip. The sausage just fell out." Chu Yunsheng had witnessed many fierce battles over a store, but he had never seen a chaotic brawl ignited by a mere half-sausage. He could not even discern the sausage's silhouette amidst the uproar, only hearing shouts of "It's over there," as a tide of people surged forward, burying the unfortunate culprit beneath them. The ruckus intensified, the crowd grew increasingly frenzied, and some individuals blindly joined the chaos, trampling and pushing one another, cries for help echoing through the air. Zhong Nan's face hardened, and even the usually unflappable Chanduo appeared pale, if they did not act swiftly to quell the turmoil. There was a real possibility of someone losing their life, although lives seemed undervalued in this era. Escalating matters in such a manner could provoke public backlash against the school's command system. Bang, bang, bang. For sharp gunshots rang out. The crowd momentarily froze, even the scuffle pausing. It was Zhong Nan firing his weapon. He leaped atop the truck's roof, grabbing the megaphone handed to him from the driver's seat, and shouted, "Students, students, please cease all chaotic behavior immediately. Exercise restraint." Evidently, his rhetorical skills fell far short of the political commissar Chu Yunsheng had encountered long ago. Not only did he fail to restore order, but he also incited the very turmoil he feared. A male student ripped off his hat and slammed it onto the ground, shouting, "Students, restrain yourselves. These bastards eat well, dress nicely, and have cars to ride, while we suffer from hunger and cold, reduced to feeding worms. Well said. They claim to protect us, but where are they when people die every day?" A female student coldly retorted, "What can they do but bully us? Sooner or later, we'll die by the hands of those worms or at their hands. Those bastards ruined my girlfriend." A cry rang out, "Charge, students." The food struggle swiftly morphed into an internal conflict, students clamoring and rushing toward the truck, bus number 1, and all vehicles in sight. The momentum was akin to a collapsing mountain, a surging tide. The military's collaboration with the school's commander, his face as cold as ice, drew his pistol. Standing atop bus number 1, bellowing at the crowd, "Anyone who approaches will be shot without mercy. Prepare to fire." Zhongnan panicked, discarding the now useless megaphone, and urgently shouted to his team, "Team 1, secure the truck. Teams 2 and 3, follow me to buses 2 and 3. We cannot allow our research results to be compromised. Teams 4 and 5, head to bus number 1. Remember, no one is permitted to kill without my command. I repeat, no killing without my command." Chu Yunsheng instantly activated his battle armor. He had not intended to partake in this internal strife. Whether on the side of the ordinary students or the authorities, it mattered little to him. However, the overwhelming tide of students forced him to make a swift choice. Rather than side with the weaker party, he opted to align himself with the stronger faction. The victors of this turmoil would inevitably be those empowered with weapons and formidable abilities, the school officials. Moreover, Chu Yunsheng had witnessed his comrades battle the worms with valor, Perhaps they had overstepped at times, yet they genuinely endeavored to protect the populace. Thus, he perceived the students inciting the chaos below as entirely irresponsible. Or perhaps their minds had succumbed to a profound collapse. Bus number 1 represented the Achilles heel for all members because their closest loved ones were aboard. Zhong Nin entrusted the vehicle's security to teams 4 and 5, the strongest and largest groups, precisely for this reason. Students had surged beneath the bus. Some began to climb, while others shoved the vehicle. Chandwa's face had turned ghostly pale. He had never anticipated that a jest involving a half-sausage would lead to such upheaval. He mechanically followed his comrades to the roof of bus number 1, still in shock. As students charged forward, teammates kicked them away, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Chu Yunsheng could feel the bus swaying precariously under the crowd's force. Windows shattered as students struck the bus, due to the steel reinforcements outside. They could not yet breach the interior, but the screams from within were relentless. Suddenly, an unforeseen twist occurred. One of the teammates, caught off guard, had their ankles seized by a student they had just kicked down. Before they could react, they were dragged below and immediately engulfed by the surging crowd. This teammate possessed fire attributes, and as they were overwhelmed, their primal ability ignited. A fierce blaze erupted from their body, piercing through the throng. In moments of life-threatening peril, survival instincts overshadow any commands. 1, 2, 3 students were ignited by the dark, fiery energy capable of incinerating the armored worms, their screams piercing the air. The flames surged towards bus number 1, and Chu Yunsheng, alarmed, seized the crossbow from Yuxia Hai, infusing it with a touch of essence, swiftly aiming and shooting to freeze the rapidly spiraling inferno. This sudden conflagration diminished the students' morale. Before the awakened teammates, they appeared as fragile as ants, easily crushed. The chaos descended into a standoff. "Look, a helicopter!" Zhou Tingan exclaimed, pointing at the 3 lights approaching from behind. As the helicopters drew nearer, the vigilant commander suddenly ordered the machine gunners to pivot their weapons. Chu Yunsheng found this peculiar, as the helicopters seemed to be fleeing for their lives. Hastening from the front to the rear of the bus, Chu Yunsheng donned night vision goggles and observed several small dots closing in rapidly behind the fleeing helicopters. What could it be? A sense of dread filled him. Tat, tat, tat. The helicopters erupted in rapid gunfire, bullets slicing through the darkness, aimed at those small figures below. The crowd, including the awakened teammates, froze, all gazed skyward, bewildered by the unfolding scene. As the helicopters approached, the small dots expanded into larger shapes, edging closer, until finally, the creatures caught up with the helicopters, entangling with them. The air was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire, and the leading helicopter even fired 2 rockets backward. "It's the worms. Flying worms!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed in terror. The helicopter under assault lost its balance, billowing smoke, and plunged forward, while the creature shrieked and lunged toward another helicopter. At that moment, Chu Yunsheng caught a clear glimpse of the monstrous entity, comparable in size to a helicopter, with dragonfly-like wings, a long beak and 4 legs, too short in front and too long in the back, flying with astonishing speed. Following the first, there were 2 more. One of them dove down, shrieking as it plunged towards the blazing number 1 bus. At the command of the company commander, the machine gunner immediately pulled the trigger, and the dark barrel spewed forth a long tongue of flame. Startled, Chu Yunsheng retreated several steps, shouting, "Get down! Get down!" In a matter of moments, the flying insect swept across the ground. Chu Yunsheng sprinted forward, throwing himself onto the hood of the vehicle where the others were still frozen in shock. The insect soared over the number 1 bus, ultimately snatching one individual with its rear legs and ascending into the sky. Chapter 47. The green beetle. Chu Yunsheng looked up in astonishment, realizing that the one being abducted was Zhang Zicheng, the very first person he had encountered. At that moment, Zhang was thrashing in terror, desperately calling for help, yet he was utterly unable to escape the grasp of the flying insect, which carried him further into the sky. The machine gunner of bus number 1, in a panic, unleashed a hail of bullets towards the creature that had taken Zhang. But Chu Yunsheng could not discern whether he aimed to hit the insect or save Zhang. The insect circled in the air a few times before sinking its mandibles into Zhang's head, tearing apart his body and carelessly discarding him. It then veered sharply towards the gunner, who was still firing with abandon. "Do not shoot! Do not shoot!" Chu Yunsheng shouted as he saw Zhong Nin leap onto the roof of bus number 1, frantically yelling. But it was too late. The insect seemed fixated on the gunner, soaring just above the heads of the crowd, its hind legs curling slightly as it snatched the screaming gunner away. Zhong Nin firmly grasped the captain, who was preparing to take over the gunner's position, and solemnly warned, "Do not shoot." The frenzied insect soon shredded the gunner to pieces, continuing its aerial dance as if searching for new prey. A somber mood enveloped the group. Chu Yunsheng understood Zhong Nan's intent. Their current strength was simply inadequate to confront such a brazen creature, which moved with astonishing speed. Only one insect was taken down after entangling with a helicopter, struck by multiple rockets from the ground forces. The other two insects swooped and ascended repeatedly, evading all attempts to hit them. Chu Yunsheng realized that firing blindly would only enrage these insects. Based on the behavior of the red beetles, an enraged insect posed far greater danger than one merely hunting. A hunting insect would typically depart after consuming enough prey, while an agitated one would stop at nothing to obliterate any perceived threats. Chu Yunsheng pulled Yu Shaohai off bus No. 1. Remaining atop the vehicle was simply an invitation to death. The two took refuge beside the bus's wheels, sitting on the ground. The gunfire from other positions gradually ceased, as if accepting the rampant destruction wrought by the insects. Aside from the panicked screams of the crowd as the insects dove, and the cries for help from those who had been seized, the atmosphere fell into a disheartening silence. After devouring more than 10 people, the two remaining insects spread their wings and soared away, while the scattered crowd slowly began to regroup, as if nothing had transpired. Zhong Nan counted the number of survivors and casualties on the truck. Chu Yunsheng briefly showed his face before jumping down to inspect the downed insect. He had only seen it fall, yet it was not entirely dead. The ground forces had expended considerable weaponry and collaborated with awakened soldiers to finally slay it. By the time Chu Yunsheng arrived, the area had been cordoned off by the military, leaving him to observe from the periphery. The insect was green, distinct from the red beetle, yet its body was encased in a formidable exoskeleton. Signs of having been frozen indicated that one of the awakened soldiers had executed a freezing attack. The shell bore numerous bullet marks and a few holes, demonstrating that even after losing its protective layer, the exoskeleton maintained remarkable defensive capabilities. From his earlier observations, Chu Yunsheng noted that the insect's attacks stemmed primarily from its slightly curved hind hooks, its tearing forelegs, and its long, serrated mouthparts. Chu Yunsheng felt a twinge of uncertainty, questioning whether his battle armor could withstand encounters with such a formidable flying insect. Soon, researchers from Gangcheng University arrived at the scene, cautiously preparing to dissect the insect. Recognized by the researchers as a member of the school's security team, Chu Yunsheng was granted temporary access to the insect's corpse. The researchers named this creature the green beetle and conducted a detailed dissection of its physiological structure. During this process, one researcher suffered burns from the liquid within the beetle. At the researcher's behest, Chu Yunsheng unsheathed his sword to test the strength of the exoskeleton. As expected, the beetle's shell proved significantly stronger than that of the red beetle. Chu Yunsheng would need to channel some vital energy to cleave through this green exoskeleton. This revelation dampened his spirits. However, he was relieved that such insects appeared to be scarce. If swarms of these airborne creatures were to descend upon humanity, there would be no means of resistance. Qian de Dua had received a severe reprimand from Zhong Nan and now slumped in a corner, sighing despondently. Yu Shaohai was diligently training his abilities nearby, seemingly motivated by the presence of the insects. Chu Yunsheng hoped he could sustain this determination. The truck resumed its journey, moving slowly over the bumpy terrain as Chu Yunsheng closed his eyes to meditate, absorbing vital energy. After a day of cultivation, he felt somewhat fatigued. Just as he began to drift into a light slumber, he faintly heard Qian de Dua's rustling voice. Chu Yunsheng alertly opened his eyes to see members of the 4th and 5th groups gathering, with Yu Shaohai approaching to summon him. The faint light in the sky had completely faded, indicating the onset of night in the age of sunlight. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was past 11 o'clock. Qian de Dua had regained some of his vitality and whispered, "Shu, Brother Chu, the food processing plant is nearby. We are about to act. When the time comes, everyone must disembark one by one, quietly. Zhou Tingyun, you stay in the vehicle to prevent the captain from looking for anyone." "Why must I remain in the vehicle again?" Zhou Tingyun retorted, displeased. She bit her lip, her excitement palpable. "I knew you all looked down on me." Qian de Dua frowned, threatening. "Are you going to follow us or not?" "Zhou Tingyun, if you don't listen, you can join Qin Heng's group. We want to miss you in Group 5. Deflated, Zhou Tingyun nodded in resignation, muttering softly, "Fine, I want to go. It's not a big deal." Chu Yunsheng mused to himself. Indeed, human nature is greedy, particularly in moments when food equates to life itself. However, he refrained from interjecting, quietly following the others off the truck. At this time, few remained on the road. Most were utterly exhausted, resting on the ground, save for sporadic campfires that illuminated the otherwise serene surroundings. Qiandidwa seemed to have procured a night vision device, a product of domestic military technology, leading the way as the group navigated through the dim crowd. This clandestine factory specialized in bread processing and was situated near an overpass not far from the outer ring road. Along the way, they encountered no insects, which Chu Yunsheng deemed reasonable. If any had been nearby, they would have long been drawn away by the distant throngs. Finally, they arrived at the overpass, where a glimmer of light suddenly appeared on the horizon. Yu Shaohai nudged Chu Yunsheng and whispered, "Brother Chu, look over there." Chu Yunsheng lifted his visor, only to behold a multitude of luminous flying creatures against the night sky, resembling fireflies in summer, casting a brilliant red glow over a small patch of the heavens, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the enveloping darkness. "What are those?" Qiandidwa crouched closer, nervously inquiring. Chu Yunsheng shook his head. "Who knows what they are?" "Look, what is below those things?" yelled Yao Xiang from the fourth group, nearly exclaiming in surprise before Jiang Yi hastily covered his mouth. The insects were far more sensitive to sound than light. Chu Yunsheng squinted into the distance. The luminous entities retreated further into the sky, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. Beneath the radiant glow, however, loomed an enormous tree-like plant. Although its precise form was indistinct, its height surpassed all adjacent buildings. Surely not a remnant from the age of sunlight. Chu Yunsheng had never heard of such a terrifying tree existing near Shunqing. The group exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar beings. They could only marvel at the increasingly bizarre and complex nature of this world. Chu Yunsheng pushed Qiandidwa and urged, "Stop thinking and quickly go down to search for the items." The crowd, awakening from their astonishment, hastily made their way around to the side of the underpass, approaching the red brick house, which stood barren with nothing surrounding it. Upon initial inspection, there were no signs of insects or people. Qiandidwa, utilizing his night vision goggles, scanned the area and quietly signaled an OK with his hand. However, the gate to the courtyard was ajar, causing a sense of foreboding among them. It was likely that someone had already come to scour the place. Furrowing his brow, Qiandidwa pressed against the wall and entered cautiously. Although the night vision goggles revealed no visible threats, Chu Yunsheng, having been deceived by such devices in the past, harbored deep skepticism towards their reliability. It was probable that the members of his team shared this sentiment, as they were backed by a dedicated research department that scrutinized these matters day and night. Thus, they remained exceedingly vigilant. Qiandidwa led the way directly to the warehouse, which appeared increasingly desolate in the small factory. Chu Yunsheng followed closely behind him. The warehouse stood at the rear of the workshop, and as they rounded the structure, they noticed the warehouse door was closed. Qiandidwa let out a sigh of relief and was about to approach when Chu Yunsheng suddenly sensed a surge of energy nearby, a chilling aura pressing in on them. Alarmed, he seized Qiandidwa's arm and exclaimed, "Be careful." Before his warning could fully register, a woman clad in white emerged from the warehouse entrance. Enveloped in a powerful frost-laden aura, she cast a fleeting glance at Chu Yunsheng and the others, then gracefully leaped onto the rooftop, vanishing from sight in an instant. Her speed rivaled that of Chu Yunsheng activating his battle armor. "Who was that?" Jiang Yi, trailing behind Chu Yunsheng and Qiandidwa, inquired nervously, having only caught a glimpse of the shadow. Chapter 48. The quota issue. Chu Yunsheng shook his head, noting that the other party's movements were too swift, clearly indicating a desire to avoid contact. "Let us check the warehouse first," Jiang Yi contemplated before addressing Qiandidwa. "In chaotic places, one might still find items that have not been taken. If everything is stripped clean, then no hope remains." Qiandidwa adeptly found a small box of well-packaged bread in a hidden corner of the warehouse, while the others, including Chu Yunsheng, gathered little, mostly scattered loaves, of which only a portion was still edible, the rest having gone stale. Hygiene concerns of the bread factory were now irrelevant. Sustenance was all that mattered. Despite the modest haul, they encountered no dangerous situations apart from the alarming woman, marking this venture as relatively successful. Each person received 3 pieces of bread, with one remaining that Qiandidwa intended to give to Zhou Tingyun as her share. Chu Yunsheng mused that according to their customs, the disparity in treatment between those who showed up and those who did not was indeed significant. No wonder Zhou Tingyun insisted on coming along. Qiandidwa scoffed, dismissively stating that the vehicle was merely a conduit for illicit transactions, where any food could summon a plethora of women or men at one whim. As he spoke, He wickedly caressed the bread in his arms, grinning widely. Upon returning to the truck, Chu Yunsheng suddenly felt that spending time for a mere 3 pieces of bread was a waste of his cultivation. He had hoped to procure some insects along the way but was disappointed. Regret was futile now. Sitting in the truck, he dozed off for a while, awakening to find that the crowd had seemingly exited the city limits. The mixed throng from Gangcheng University merged with larger groups of refugees. From a distance, the flickering of torches, flashlights, and sparse car headlights illuminated a scene reminiscent of a vast sea of humanity, perhaps the largest exodus in human history. He jumped down from the truck, lit a cigarette, and noticed Yu Xiaohai waving at him near bus number 1, though he was unsure of the reason. Qiandidua was also present, and, upon seeing Chu Yunsheng approach, cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Chu, come over and see these people. If you like anyone, let Tongnong register them for the bus. I almost forgot the promise I made to Xiaohai about finding you both some beauties." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback. What promise to Yu Xiaohai? What beauties? He looked at Yu Xiaohai, who merely grinned without uttering a word. Qiandidua pulled over a middle-aged man and enthusiastically introduced him. "This is old Fong, who handles these matters for us discreetly. Brother Chu, you two are quite sought after now, with so many slots available. Do you have any idea how many are desperate to board bus number 1? Old Fong, a slender and capable-looking man, respectfully added. "If you two do not find someone to your liking, I can search again. Let us take a look first." With that, he gestured, and a group of over 10 young women approached from behind the truck, some shyly averting their gaze, while others looked at them eagerly. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng understood. Recalling Qiandidua's previous comments about the quota issue for bus number 1, he had indeed promised Yu Xiaohai to find an exquisite girl, and this was the matter at hand. Qiandidua irreverently interjected, "Brother Chu, I heard from Xiaohai that the girl isn't a girlfriend. If she doesn't suit you, just swap her out. All it takes is for Tong Tong to make a change." The window of bus number 1 had already been shattered amidst the chaos, allowing the outside chatter to seep in. Lin Shuiyao, upon hearing Qiandidua's comment, could not conceal a flicker of panic in her eyes. "Brother Chu, why don't you choose first?" Yu Xiaohai suggested, slightly embarrassed. "Choose what nonsense? Qiandidua, take your people and follow me immediately. Trouble is brewing." Zhang Nefeng shouted from atop bus number 1, a throng of about 10 people trailing behind him, as if everyone had been mobilized. Chu Yunsheng had no intention of involving himself in this affair. If they could secure safety in Jinling City, it would be one thing. But for now, survival was paramount. He promptly discarded his cigarette, and followed Zhang Nanfeng. Yet, Yu Xiaohai struggled, pointing at a delicate girl, disregarding his embarrassment, and said to old Fong, "Reserve her for me." At that moment, Lin Shuiyao and the bus breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yunsheng caught up with Zhang Nanfeng and observed that only the third group was assigned to defend the bus, while all other team members had gathered. Something significant was afoot. Upon arriving at the cacophony of battle, Chu Yunsheng was horrified to discover that their adversary was one of those tentacled monsters he had encountered at the hospital, albeit this one was even larger. How could there be such a creature here? Chu Yunsheng pondered in shock. This area was already beyond the city limits, surrounded by desolate fields. Could it be that such monsters resided underground? The beast before him towered over 10 meters, its tentacles and appendages thrashing about, making it impossible to count them. The sight of small tentacled creatures crawling beneath it left little doubt that this was a mother entity, a formidable maternal monster. Moreover, this creature controlled 7 or 8 fruit-like women, levitating in midair, periodically spewing viscous slime from their mouths. Those ensnared became increasingly bound, akin to being trapped in a spider's web. These fruit-like women possessed not only this ability but also the audacity to seize weapons from soldiers amidst the gunfire, retaliating effectively. Many soldiers were felled by their own bullets. The more Chu Yunsheng observed, the more uneasy he became. Having battled such a tentacled beast before, he understood its terrifying nature. Some tentacles were purely brute force, while others bore sharp teeth, thick and thin alike. Severing one would not stop its assault. It could regenerate swiftly. The military was utterly helpless against it. Rockets fired by soldiers were easily batted away by its quicker tentacles, and even tank shells were ensnared by several appendages, allowing the blasted tentacles to regenerate rapidly. The first group will handle those women, the second group will deal with the crawling creatures on the ground, and the fourth, fifth groups, along with myself, will concentrate on attacking the energy layer of the monster, breaking through it to allow artillery fire. Zhang Nefeng rapidly assigned tasks to each group before turning to Chu Yunsheng. "Your speed is unmatched, and your strikes are lethal. The lives of everyone depend on you. Move swiftly to rescue anyone ensnared by the tentacles. Chu Yunsheng nodded gravely, understanding that only through united efforts could they hope to vanquish the creature before them. Otherwise, it would be prudent to flee while they still could. Just as he prepared to join the fray, Ding Yin from the fourth group suddenly blocked his path. Surprised, Chu Yunsheng regarded the man. Since their induction into the Awakening Guard, Ding Yin had rarely spoken, his presence almost imperceptible outside of combat. Now, in this critical moment, he obstructed Chu Yunsheng, leaving him uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 49. The battle against the tentacle matriarch. Ding Yin fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Chu Yunsheng, stating in a grave tone, "If you heed the captain's words, I will turn around and flee as far as I can, for you are undoubtedly doomed." Chu Yunsheng's pupils constricted, bewildered by the implication of Ding Yan's words, especially at such a critical juncture when internal discord was an impractical concern. Ding Yan gestured toward the writhing tentacles and continued, "Your sword is swift and sharp, but can you save anyone? We have 13 members in our escort team alone, not to mention the awakened warriors from the military. How many can you possibly rescue? Once they all perish, it will be your turn to die?" As Ding Yan twirled his pistol, he fixed his gaze on Chu Yunsheng, asserting decisively, "The captain's mind is consumed by the military's artillery, yet you know as well as I that the cannon cannot vanquish this creature. To breach the monster's energy shield, it would require the sacrifice of all. To survive, there is but one solution. Disregard the cries for help, and with your speed and your sword, strike directly at the monster's core. You are the strongest among us, with the greatest offensive capability, the fastest combat speed, and the highest defensive prowess. Only you can pierce its essence while we distract its attention, destroy it, and slay it." Chu Yunsheng's mind raced. Ding Yan's plan was audacious, directly attacking the creature's core. Setting aside the feasibility of defeating the monster, it meant abandoning his comrades in peril. Frowning slightly, he inquired, "Then why don't you flee now?" Ding Yan smiled faintly and replied, "Unless death is inevitable. It is better for everyone to survive together than to face danger alone in the future, wouldn't you agree?" Chu Yunsheng regarded him gravely, brandishing his Qianbi sword and stepping forward. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I will follow your plan. Let us commence." Ding Yan added from behind, "The faster you act and the stronger your strikes, the lesser our peril." Chu Yunsheng waved his hand, observing as his comrades plunged into the fray, all crouching low, gathering their utmost strength. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with even the military's awakened warriors beginning to suffer casualties. Remaining outside the tentacle's reach, Chu Yunsheng squinted, searching for the perfect moment to strike. He had to land a decisive blow. He could not allow the tentacles to ensnare him, for that would spell his defeat. The monster's idle tentacles were dwindling, while more team members were being ensnared. Captain Zhong then began to call out Chu Yunsheng's name, cries for help ringing throughout the tumultuous scene. At this moment, only 2 tentacles remained free to writhe in the air, and the ground was nearly devoid of personnel. Ding Xiang, while firing his weapon, drew closer to a female teammate armed similarly. Just as Chu Yunsheng readied himself to advance despite the peril, Ding Xiang suddenly hurled the female teammate at one of the tentacles, leaping into the air to grasp the last remaining tentacle, shouting, "Quick! Kill it!" In an instant, Chu Yunsheng propelled himself forward like a cannonball, sprinting at full speed. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. "Save me! Chu Yunsheng! You bastard Chu!" Ignoring the shouts, it was as if everyone had frozen, suspended in midair at varying heights, while he alone raced forward. "Quick! Kill it!" echoed in his ears like a mantra. Racing to the monster's front, Chu Yunsheng let out a fierce shout, launching himself skyward, wielding the Qianbi sword. His vital energy surged into the blade, and the crimson sword sliced through the air, descending with unstoppable force. With a series of sickening sounds, the dark core of the tentacle matriarch was mercilessly cleaved open by the Qianbi sword, creating a vast gash. With a pained roar, the creature expelled a torrent of liquid from within, and all its tentacles flailed wildly in a frenzy. Drenched in the monster's viscous excretion, Chu Yunsheng poured all his energy into thrusting the sword deeper into the creature's core. "Fire! Fire! Quickly fire!" Zhong Nan, ensnared by the tentacles, hoarsely shouted to the ground troops. Boom! 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 The artillery thundered. Simultaneously, 2 thick tentacles lashed out at Chu Yunsheng. He felt a blinding flash before him, then was struck as if by a whip, his body involuntarily soaring backward before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Though his injuries were not severe, his strength was entirely expended, and he could only lean on the Chinbi sword to rise. Before him loomed a raging inferno. The military had launched incendiary shells. The firelight cast a warm glow on his blurred visage. Struggling through the flames, Zhongnan and the awakened warriors emerged from the chaos. The creature's tentacles lay limp on the ground, while the controlled women met their fiery demise in the blaze. Ding Yan, limping, approached Chu Yunsheng, offering a grim smile. Jiang Yi is dead. Chu Yunsheng shuddered. He had anticipated that there would be fatalities, and if given the choice, he would have darkly favored the less amiable Qin Hang and his ilk. Jiang Yi, the leader of the fourth squad, had been someone he found relatively commendable. Despite their limited interactions, silently, he sank to the ground, producing a cigarette and lighting it. Got any left? Pass me one, Ding Xiang said, sitting beside him. His tone subdued. Chu Yunsheng tossed the cigarette pack to him, his gaze lingering on Jiang Ye's lifeless form as Zhongnan and others carried him away. A sense of unexpressed frustration welling within him. Zhongnan, his face darkened, approached the two men. Before he spoke, Ding Yan candidly declared, "It was my idea." Chu Yunsheng remained silent, absorbed in his smoking. Zhongnan scrutinized Ding Xiang for a moment before coldly stating, "Jiang Yi is dead. You will assume leadership of the fourth squad." Ding Xiang nodded, saying nothing further. Chu Yunsheng lifted his gaze to Zhongnan, sheathing his sword and discarding the cigarette, but before inspecting Yu Xiaoi's injuries. Thanks to the protection of the Lu Jia talisman, Yu Xiaoi's wounds were not grave, though the talisman had been rendered ineffective. As Chu Yunsheng gazed at Jiang Yi's corpse, he contemplated the possibility that he too might one day perish without reason. Much like Jiang Yi, in this dark and unforgiving world, who could truly know? Let us bury him. Though Jiang Yi's demise bore little direct connection to him, even to the extent of being unrelated. In this era, life and death are dictated by fate. If you perish, you merely accept your misfortune. Yet, Chu Yunsheng felt compelled to assist in the burial, stubbornly believing that being laid to rest was a form of happiness. Even he found this notion absurd. Yet he clung to it resolutely. Initially, it was Chu Yunsheng and Yu Xiaohai who began digging the grave, but soon Qianda, Ding Yan, and Yao Xiang joined a lend a hand. Eventually, even Qin Hang participated in the digging, as if they were burying not Jiang Yi, but a part of themselves. Once Jiang Yi was interred, the flames consuming the tentacle monster had diminished significantly. Its core remained mostly intact, with the true harm inflicted solely by Chu Yunsheng's desperate strike, while the subsequent bombardment merely hastened its demise. The tentacle monster possessed an abundance of energy. Chu Yunsheng would certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 50. The captain's plan taking advantage of the researcher's absence. Chu Yunsheng swiftly inscribed a new spirit-absorbing talisman and stealthily approached the back of the tentacled creature, desperately drawing upon the vital energy within the maternal cavity. When one talisman proved insufficient, he inscribed a second, and when that too fell short, he inscribed a third. Ultimately, he consumed 6 talismans, equivalent to the energy of over 30 red armored beetles. Remarkably, this was not even done immediately after the creature's demise, leading to a significant waste of energy, underscoring the creature's formidable nature. The smaller tentacled monsters were beyond his reach now, as researchers began to arrive in succession. As he collected the talismans, he noticed the sky was tinged with the first light of dawn. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was already past 8 in the morning. After the relentless crafting of talismans, his body had been tempered by the influx of vital energy, leaving him in a highly energized state. He estimated that he now possessed the strength to slay 10 red armored beetles. However, he pondered whether he could contend with the blue armored beetles or the maternal tentacled creature. Captain Du extended his hand to grasp Chu Yunsheng's right hand, smiling warmly. "Mr. Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Du Qishan." A sense of unease gripped Chu Yunsheng. What could the military possibly want with him? He managed a strained greeting, "Hello." Just as Captain Du was about to speak, another person emerged from behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "It's you." Captain Du's expression shifted subtly as he asked, "Li Ming, do you know each other?" Gu Li Ming appeared somewhat awkward, whispering a few words into Captain Du's ear. As Captain Du's demeanor grew serious, he turned to Chu Yunsheng and said, "Mr. Chu, as Gu's superior, I would like to apologize on his behalf. I hope you can overlook past grievances." Chu Yunsheng shook his head dismissively. "It's all right. The matter is in the past and was simply part of his duties. If there's nothing else, I must take my leave. Noticing his intent to depart, Captain Du quickly interjected, Mr. Chu, Professor Sun has mentioned you on multiple occasions, expressing great admiration for your abilities. I had the privilege of witnessing your impressive feat of slaying a monster with a single stroke, and I am deeply impressed. I was just discussing with your Captain Zhong about the possibility of your assistance. We need to escort a group of individuals to Jinling City as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunsheng contemplated the situation. Although Captain Du's demeanor was notably sincere, his gaze earnest, a stark contrast to Gu Liming, he had no desire to become a bodyguard. Accompanying military awakened warriors to escort individuals fleeing from a disaster-stricken area was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, far less safe than remaining among the crowds. Without much hesitation, he politely declined. I'm sorry, Captain, do you overestimate my capabilities, and I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot join your operation. Captain Du chuckled slightly, clarifying, Mr. Chu, there is no need for modesty. Perhaps I was unclear earlier. This escort involves not only key leaders, but also numerous scientists. It is not for personal gain. Due to military confidentiality, I cannot divulge further details, but I assure you it is for the greater good. We must reach Jinling City safely and promptly. I hope you will reconsider. Chu Yunsheng found it curious that even he understood the safety of blending into a crowd, far superior to venturing alone. Surely, they must be aware of this as well. What urgency compelled them to hastily abandon the masses? Yet, such considerations were not his concern. The mention of leaders left him feeling disheartened. Why should important officials be prioritized for evacuation? The entrenched mindset of the authorities was indeed formidable. He had no desire to serve as a bodyguard for these officials, and felt his expression darken as he replied coldly, Captain Du, Gangcheng University has many researchers as well. I am better off with the security team there for now. If there is nothing else, I must attend to some matters. Goodbye. Without waiting for their response, Chu Yunsheng turned and departed. He now possessed a wealth of spirit-absorbing talismans, and his paramount focus was to cultivate his abilities to the realm of the second yuan. Leaders? In this crimson era, how many could truly command his respect, aside from these bureaucrats? Although he spoke in a low tone, Chu Yunsheng's keen hearing captured every word, sending a shock through him. The troops behind were finally on the verge of collapse. If they were to falter entirely, a swarm of insects would pursue relentlessly. Despite the throngs of humanity on this road, their numbers, though seemingly vast, would ultimately succumb to the fate of prey, much like lions stalking a herd of sheep. Concern gnawed at Chu Yunsheng, yet he remained resolute in his decision to abstain from Captain Du's plan. The risk of breaking away first was daunting. Who knew what dangers lurked ahead? Especially after his encounter with those peculiar flying lights and strange flora at the nearby bakery. He felt the threats ahead were no less daunting than the insects behind. The faint glimmer of dawn barely illuminated the surroundings, fading into obscurity beyond a certain distance. The crowd advanced slowly, having now exited the city and entered the desolate farmlands, which felt exceedingly empty. By nightfall, they had yet to reach the urban area of Huangshan City, and many had succumbed to illness along the way, with corpses increasingly littering the path. The sounds of artillery fire dwindled, gradually fading into silence. The atmosphere grew oppressive. They had yet to encounter even a single red-armored beetle, leading Chu Yunsheng to neurotically suspect the insects were orchestrating a large-scale assault. As he dozed off in the truck, a sudden cacophony erupted from bus number 1. Startled awake, he noticed that aside from 2 female team members, most were missing. Alarmed, he leapt from the truck. Surrounding bus number 1 was a throng of people, the majority of whom were members of the university's security team, clearly at odds with another group, weapons drawn. Captain Zhong stood at the forefront, seemingly locked in a heated argument with the leader of the opposing faction. Boss, what are you still talking to them for? Just take it. With just these few awakened warriors, they're hardly worth our attention, shouted a burly man wielding a large knife from behind the leader. Others echoed his sentiments. Unable to squeeze through the throng, Chu Yunsheng pulled a nearby team member aside to inquire about the situation. He learned that over 20 fierce awakened warriors had recently arrived, pillaging food as they approached the bus convoy from Gangcheng University. When they attempted to seize supplies near the university's buses, they were halted by the security team. Both sides hesitated, knowing they were equally matched, prompting Captain Zhong to intervene urgently. The leader of the opposing group was a long-faced man with dark, brooding eyes, assessing the university's team as if gauging their strength. Captain Zhong, he said coldly, out of respect for you, we only demand half of the supplies and half of your buses. Otherwise, what do you intend to do? Qin Hung interjected angrily. if it comes to blows. We fear you not. The long-faced man sneered at Qin Heng, saying, Captain Zhang, I see you're quite skilled, which is why I extend this courtesy. But with this kind of trash, I wouldn't even bother to glance at them. Qin Heng, stung by the insult, could no longer contain his fury and prepared to strike, only to be restrained by Captain Zhang. Chapter 51. Conflict. Zhang Nan wore a stern expression and spoke coldly, Mr. Gan. Acquiring these items will not be as simple as you think. The long-faced man burst into laughter, saying, Do you see my brothers here? Those who fear death. Captain Zhang. I must tell you honestly, yes, we are indeed looters, but we also consider ourselves as part of the government. The government is short on manpower. And since we have certain skills, we have been entrusted to escort a dozen important figures. Do not mistake us for mere bandits. Seeing Zhang Nan only snored in response. The long-faced man continued, If my brothers did not see the potential power these figures could wield upon arriving in Jinling City, we would not be bothered with this mess. The government has tasked us with this escort, yet they provide neither vehicles nor supplies. To survive in this world, we must resort to looting. Might makes right. We believe you are capable, and we wish to avoid conflict. Either share half of the supplies with us or join our ranks. Together, we can enjoy prosperity in Jinling City. You have 1 minute to decide. He added, Oh, and by the way, what good will it do you to protect this group of students? I heard they once attacked you. Think it over. The long-faced man lit a cigarette and watched Zhang Nan with a smile, seemingly dismissive of the school as security team. To his surprise, Zhang Nan replied without hesitation, I am a student of Dongshan University, and the majority behind me are also students of Dongshan. Our internal matters are ours to resolve. What you propose is impossible. If you wish to take our supplies, we will fight to the bitter end. The long-faced man's expression turned cold, and just as he was about to speak, an old man emerged from behind him, his face a mask of smiles. Captain, I am Zhu Duan. Some of you may have heard my name. I assure you, if you ensure our safe passage to Jinling City, you will be generously rewarded, enough to secure you a lifetime of comfort. Qian Didu shouted from the back, Old man, I know who you are, just a rich tycoon. What good is your wealth now? Money is just a number. Try trading it for food. Dream on. The old man remained unfazed, chuckling, Young man, you underestimate us. Not only are most leaders in Jinling City our friends, but my son is also an official there. Qian Didu laughed. If you're so powerful, why doesn't the military protect you directly to Jinling City instead of relying on these bandits? Huh? The old man shook his head, lamenting. Who wouldn't want military protection? Do you know how many important figures are in the entire Xinjiang? We are grateful to even have some escort. He cautiously apologized. Pardon my rudeness. The burly man with a knife pushed the old man aside and exclaimed, Boss, let us get this started, enough of this nonsense. He displayed an arrogant disregard for the others. However, a stern voice rang out, I dare anyone to make a move. Chu Yunsheng looked up to see Commander Du arriving, flanked by a throng of armed soldiers and awakened warriors. The long-faced man hesitated for a moment but then laughed. Sir, you misunderstand. My brothers are merely discussing cooperation with Captain Zhang. Commander Du glanced at Zhang Nan and coldly replied, I do not care what you are discussing. It is best not to cause trouble. Dongshan University is a key protected unit of the military. Anyone who dares to disrupt will face consequences. The long-faced man laughed nervously. We wouldn't dare. Then he shifted his tone, speaking with a hint of resignation. Sir, we are also tasked by your government to escort important figures to Jinling City. If we do not receive food supplies, given the current situation, I fear we may not complete this mission. Perhaps it would be best to hand these individuals over to your troops. The long-faced man looked puzzled and inquired, I would like to hear more. Commander Du nodded and stated plainly, the regiment is currently gathering awakened warriors to escort a group to Jinling City immediately. You may temporarily join us, and the regiment will provide you with food and supplies. This way, we can enhance our strength and ensure safety. What do you think? The long-faced man summoned 2 companions and whispered a few words before saying, That is a good plan, but in addition to what you just proposed, I have one more condition. We need a bus. How does that sound? Commander Du pondered for a moment, looking at Zhang Nan. Captain Zhang, please bear with this difficulty. Zhang Nan could only painfully nod, agreeing to provide a bus for the long-faced man and his group. At that moment, Qin Heng spat on the ground, cursing the long-faced man. The long-faced man's expression darkened, and he swung his right hand, unleashing a fist-sized ice spike that hurtled toward Qin Heng. The spike flew swiftly, and with their proximity, Qin Heng hastily conjured flames for defense but was still overpowered, sent crashing back into a truck, blood spilling from his mouth. The members of the first group were instantly enraged, ready to retaliate, but Zhongnan held them back firmly, coldly stating, "Do not seek death." With just one move, he severely injured the leader of the first group. He is no mere expert. At that moment, Commander Du spoke sternly, "This matter ends here." Before he could finish, a soldier shouted, "Commander, flying insects. Flying insects are coming." What? Before the words could fully escape, a chilling buzzing filled the air, and a colossal green beetle swooped down, targeting the wealthy old man. Chu Yunsheng drew his Qianbi sword, realizing there were too many people to lie low. Unexpectedly, the long-faced man, in an effort to protect the old man, seized a member from the Dongshan University security team and hurled him at the beetle. The beetle, suddenly attacked by a human projectile, abandoned its target and clamped down on the thrown individual, its powerful hind legs piercing through him before it took flight, carrying the man away with a scream. That scream sent chills down Chu Yunsheng's spine. It was Yu Xiaohai's voice. He was standing at the front of the crowd, while Chu Yunsheng was at the back. In a panic, Chu Yunsheng propelled himself upward, leaping over the heads of the crowd, and reached the top of the bus. He pulled out a long unused pistol, pouring all his energy into it, and began shooting desperately at the flying insect. He emptied one magazine, then another, and kept firing until all his bullets were spent, but the beetle soared higher, and Chu Yunsheng could only watch helplessly as it carried Yu Xiaohai away. Perhaps due to the protective six-arm talisman he had newly crafted for him, the beetle did not tear him apart, but it continued to ascend, drifting farther away until he became a mere speck in the sky. At that moment, Chu Yunsheng felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable icy abyss. Sinking deeper and deeper, he knew the six-arm talisman would not hold for long. Unless a miracle occurred, Yu Xiaohai had no hope of survival. Chu Yunsheng discarded the empty pistol and drew the Qianbi sword embedded on the bus's roof. His eyes turned icy as he raised the sword, aiming it at the long-faced man. Chapter 52. The killing the long-faced man cursed vehemently, "Damn it." A chilling aura enveloped him, transforming into 3 icy spikes that shot forth. Chu Yunsheng shattered one midair, while the other 2 struck his battle armor from below, sending a wave of frigid energy seeping through. The 6 armor symbols activated, erecting a protective barrier around him. The 3 potent, sharp eye shards only slightly hindered his aggressive advance. The long-faced man, witnessing Chu Yunsheng's unyielding charge, abandoned his earlier arrogance, replaced by a look of astonishment. He hastily summoned the surrounding cold air, forming a layer of ice protection before him. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng had already closed the distance, and with a swift swing of his sword, the ice shattered. The long-faced man's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated swiftly. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunsheng's sword was even faster. With a sharp sound, the energy from the sword tip burst forth, instantly tearing through the long-faced man's down jacket and sending him flying. Blood dripped from the trembling arm of the long-faced man, his face a mask of horror, yet he saw Chu Yunsheng still advancing with his sword poised high. Unable to conceal his panic any longer, he shouted, "Brothers, let us take him on together. This man is insane." With that, he retreated, not daring to face Chu Yunsheng's second strike. At this moment, his companions, hearing his cry, quickly unleashed their respective ice and fire abilities. In an instant, Chu Yunsheng felt a vast and chaotic force rushing towards him. He bellowed, unleashing his maximum strength, channeling every ounce of energy into the 1,000-piercing sword. Boom! The 2 forces collided violently. A powerful shockwave surged back towards both parties, sending the long-faced man's group into disarray. Zhongnan and the others watched in stunned silence. Yao Xiang murmured, "The might of a single sword is truly formidable. When will I reach such a level?" Chu Yunsheng let out a cold laugh, drawing his sword once more to charge forward. Suddenly, one of the opponents leaped out, a burly man wielding a knife, cursing, "You little brat, don't get too arrogant. Witness my blade." With both hands gripping the sword, Chu Yunsheng infused it with energy. Moving with astonishing speed, he sidestepped the knife-wielding man. The man muttered a curse under his breath, only to find himself cleaved in half, crashing to the ground. The crimson blade was splattered with vibrant blood as Chu Yunsheng flicked it, letting the droplets fall onto the cold earth. The long-faced man and his companions instinctively took 2 steps back, rendered speechless and pale. At that moment, Captain Du furrowed his brows, weighing his options, and jumped out, calling out, "Mr. Chu, wait." Chu Yunsheng replied coldly, "Captain Du, do you intend to stop me?" The military soldiers immediately aligned with their captain, leveling their dark barrels at Chu Yunsheng, while other awakened warriors encircled him from the rear. The machine gunners atop the vehicles had also turned their weapons towards him, and a few soldiers with rocket launchers had readied their weapons, all targeting him. A sense of foreboding gripped Chu Yunsheng. Captain Du had evidently reached an agreement with this group to use them to protect certain important individuals for a strategic retreat. The current situation clearly indicated their intent to ensure their safety. If he were to confront the military now, not only would he face the threat from the awakened warriors, but also the heavy machine guns and rocket launchers wielded by the ordinary soldiers. It would be impossible to fend off such a multitude of attacks from all sides. Captain Du fixed his gaze on Chu Yunsheng, speaking in a grave tone. "Mr. Chu, might you explain the situation?" Before Chu Yunsheng could respond, Qian Dudu mocked from the crowd. "The one named Gon killed his brother. Naturally, he seeks revenge." Captain Du was taken aback, not grasping the implication, and turned to the long-faced man. The long-faced man furrowed his brow in thought, exclaiming, "That person was his brother?" Captain Du queried, "What do you mean by that person?" The long-faced man, with a pained expression, explained, "Isn't it the one I grabbed to throw at the flying insects to save the old man named Chu?" Chu Yunsheng spoke darkly. "Captain Du, now that you understand, will you still protect them?" He let out a cold laugh. It was clear that Captain Du would prioritize the military's interests. To him, one man's strength paled in comparison to a group of over 20 awakened warriors. Otherwise, Captain Du would have long since allied with him against the long-faced man. What truly concerned Captain Du was the possibility of Chu Yunsheng severely injuring these men, thereby diminishing his own power. Nonetheless, Captain Du was determined to safeguard these individuals. Chu Yunsheng knew he could not confront them head-on. Otherwise, it would not be revenge, but a death sentence. Having hovered near death numerous times, he was remarkably calm and rational at this moment. A cold smile crept across Chu Yunsheng's face. Could the grudge of a slain friend be disregarded so easily? Even if these individuals died 10 times over, it would not suffice to quench his thirst for vengeance. He could not attack directly, but did that mean he could not eliminate them? Captain Du underestimated Chu Yunsheng's resolve. He had survived since the dark times by ambushing the insects. Realizing that further words would be futile, Chu Yunsheng coldly surveyed the crowd, saying nothing as he took heavy steps back, creating a palpable sense of oppression. In reality, he had not retreated far. Once he blended into the crowd, he shed his armor, donning a thick gray coat, pulling a beanie over his head and mouth, leaving only his eyes exposed. At this moment, Chu Yunsheng had fully regained his composure. He aimed to ambush and assassinate the long-faced man and his awakened warriors, until he had dispatched the last of them. He resolved not to reveal himself. Otherwise, should they become vigilant, combined with the military's might, he would stand no chance of success. His only opportunity lay in the chaos of battle between them and the insect monsters. He needed to strike at a moment when he could create the illusion of being killed by the insects. Thus, he required a weapon of considerable advantage. The 1,000-piercing sword was out of the question, as it necessitated close quarters to be effective. If he were discovered up close, all would be lost. A handgun could suffice, but he could not fire unless his opponents did, or he would surely be detected, as the awakened warriors possessed far superior hearing. The ideal choice was naturally the ice arrows, utilizing condensed ice energy for shooting rather than traditional arrowheads as energy carriers. Although this greatly diminished the attack's power, it would serve two purposes. First, Chu Yunsheng did not require immense freezing capability. Merely the ability to disrupt and hinder the enemy's evasive maneuvers and reduce their defenses during combat. Second, post-ambush, there would be no incriminating evidence left on the bodies, unlike a handgun that would leave behind bullets. However, Chu Yunsheng was troubled by the fact that he had lost Yu Xiaohai's crossbow and could not locate it. He could only hope to find a shooting club in Jinling City to procure a bow. Chapter 53. I am the traitor. Chu Yunsheng had heard Qian Dudu mention that the military had long desired for the school's awakening guard to join their ranks, to collectively escort individuals in urgent need of relocation. However, the essence of the guard was rooted in the school, and they would never forsake it. Moreover, having declined Colonel Du's invitation, the military had thus focused their attention on the long-faced group. The military was the most formidable organization of this era, capable of satisfying the appetites of those like long-faced. Yet, Chu Yunsheng had grown indifferent to such matters. His sole focus was on eliminating long-faced. He understood that Colonel Du would not seek long-faced's life solely for his sake. Long-faced's comrades would never consent to that. With a mere word from long-faced, those men would be willing to risk their lives in battle. They were well aware of the principle of unity in adversity, thus. He did not regret not negotiating with Colonel Du at that time. He knew full well that even if he had, Colonel Du would not agree, for he desired a complete long-faced team. Now, if Chu Yunsheng wished to eliminate Long-Faced and his associates, he could only rely on himself. Seated discreetly within a somewhat foul-smelling crowd, Chu Yunsheng noticed a corpse beside him, emaciated and likely a victim of starvation. While those around had long since grown accustomed to such sights, a commotion arose from the bus convoy at the school, which then dispatched a bus, squeezing through the throng, gradually making its way towards the military assembly point. He suddenly recalled that Lin Shueyao seemed to still be on bus number 1. He had effectively withdrawn from the Awakening Guard, and it was probable that she could no longer enjoy that quota either. However, he felt it was no longer his concern. Each to their own fate. Reflecting on his current capabilities, he realized that when his energy was abundant, he could indeed vanquish 10 red-armored bucks. Yet, after previously unleashing a barrage of gunfire, he had expended over half of his energy, and following a subsequent skirmish, he was left with little vitality, barely enough to inscribe a new 6-armor talisman. His ammunition had run out, and replenishment was not immediately feasible. But he felt no urgency regarding that. His paramount concern was to enter Jinling City and procure a bow. As he rose to follow the bus, Chu Yunsheng keenly sensed someone trailing him in the crowd. He instinctively placed his hand on the Qianbi sword, maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he altered his direction. The figures that gradually emerged from behind were none other than Ding Yin and Yao Xiang. He remained vigilant, opting not to speak first, preferring to ascertain their intentions. Ding Yin spread his arms and chuckled. "Brother Chu, you are quite cautious, seeking such a secluded spot to converse." Noticing Chu Yunsheng's unwavering vigilance, Ding Yin scratched his nose and added, "Could you spare a cigarette? Let us chat slowly." Chu Yunsheng offered no words, nor did he produce a cigarette, merely smiling. Ding Yin had left a deep impression on him during their encounter with the tentacled creature, and until he grasped the other's purpose, he dared not lower his guard. In this era, people were often the most unreliable entities. Ding Yin, observing his silence, grew serious and locked eyes with Chu Yunsheng. "Xiao Yao and I have officially withdrawn from the Awakening Guard at Gangcheng University." Chu Yunsheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Ding Yin would reveal such information. He glanced at Yao Xiang, who appeared much more straightforward than Ding Yin. Yao Xiang nodded earnestly, stating that trash team is of no consequence. "It matters not whether we remain with them." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yunsheng inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Ding Yin replied nonchalantly, "In a team where one member is dead and another severely injured, the captain dares not say a word, consumed by thoughts of artillery. Following such a leader, one would not even know how death would come." Chu Yunsheng, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Captain Zhong's handling of the situation may not be entirely incorrect. If a fight were to ensue, the casualties among the guard would exceed just 1 death and 1 injury, and besides, he preserved a significant portion of supplies." Ding Yin gazed at Chu Yunsheng with a hint of amusement. "Is that truly how you see it?" He shifted the topic. "May I have a cigarette now?" Finding Ding Yin increasingly intriguing, Chu Yunsheng retrieved a pack of cigarettes and tossed one to him, and Yao Xiang declined, indicating he did not smoke. Ding Yin exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "You know better than I where Captain Zhong erred. Do you realize the impact you had on everyone at that moment? I admit I underestimated you before. With such formidable power, had Captain Zhong aligned with you, boldly rallying the team in your favor, that so-called colonel would not dare intervene." Chu Yunsheng had indeed contemplated this, nodding in agreement. Yet, he had never expected assistance from others since the age of sunlight. He understood that everything must be earned through one's own efforts. He casually articulated what seemed like a defense of Captain Zhong. Perhaps Captain Zhong is still considering the military's artillery and is reluctant to offend the troops. Ding Yin scoffed. All he needed was to lead everyone to stand united. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger to intimidate that colonel. By stabilizing the military, he could simply watch you engage long-faced, resulting in significant losses for them. Perhaps even total annihilation, while you would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In that scenario, both sides would be compelled to seek aid from the guard or the military. And even the powers of the military and the guard would return to equilibrium. At that point, the military would no longer dare to take action against Zhong Nan and would continue to support him. Chu Yunsheng was astonished, contemplating that had Zhong Nan stood by his side, the distasteful Colonel Du would not have interfered. However, he had not considered the subsequent implications and felt it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. Ding Yin chuckled. "Look at the mess we find ourselves in now. Not only is the team fragmented, but a bus has also departed, and more critically, the military's influence has surged, no longer supporting him as before. Chu Yunsheng regarded him with amusement, replying, "Not everyone thinks so far ahead in such times. Besides, these matters are no longer relevant to me." Ding Yin laughed lightly, offering no counter-argument but exhaling smoke, stating, "I'm merely discussing our reasons for departure." As Chu Yunsheng observed the shifting crowd, concerned that the military's escort operation might commence at any moment, he extinguished his cigarette and said, "In that case, take care, both of you. I hope we meet again in life." Ding Yin intercepted him, declaring, "Xiao Yao and I have been following you since you left. Our intention in seeking you out is to join forces with you." Chu Yunsheng surmised their motives in approaching him, but he felt little need for companionship at present. His plans involved stealthy attacks and assassinations. The more people involved, the more cumbersome the endeavor. Thus, he shook his head, stating, "I do not need partners at this time." Ding Yin stood resolutely, asserting, "No, you do need us. I know you intend to hunt down Long-Faced, but you require an insider, an informant within their ranks. You cannot monitor them every moment. If they take a different path, you risk losing your target. I can be that insider." Chu Yunsheng stared at him in shock. Realizing that it was not surprising Ding Yin knew of his intentions toward Long-Faced, he suspected that Long-Faced group might have anticipated it as well. What bewildered him was why Ding Yin would offer to be his informant. He felt their relationship was not particularly intimate, nor did he possess any delusions of being inherently charismatic enough to attract others. More importantly, Chu Yunsheng harbored deep mistrust towards Ding Yin, suspecting this could be a ploy devised to curry favor with the military. A murderous intent began to stir within him. Chapter 54. The Ambush Trio. Why? Chu Yunsheng uttered, his voice devoid of emotion. Ding Yin climbed up the ridge, pointing to a nearby spot where numerous men, women, and children lay on the cold ground, cautiously digging for frozen earthworms and even field mice. Each time they caught one, they quickly stuffed it into their mouths or tucked it away at their waists. He raised his voice. "The world has changed, the rules have changed, and the order has changed. There are crawlers and monsters everywhere. What can we do to survive? We must either grow stronger or become like them." This truth was evident to all, yet Chu Yunsheng remained noncommittal. Ding Yin turned with a smile. "You should remember the things we saw at the black bread factory. I suspect it's no longer just about bugs. Who knows what else lies ahead? Xiao Yao and I merely wish to survive, to grow stronger, to live on. The number of awakened humans is increasing. We are fortunate to be among the first. I assure you that the future will belong to the awakened warriors. No matter how strong the military is, they cannot prevent this reality unless there is an extraordinary breakthrough in technology." Chu Yunsheng replied lightly, "Perhaps you are right, but that still does not offer you a reason to help me." Ding Yin jumped down from the ridge, speaking earnestly. "You are the most peculiar and exceptional awakened individual I have ever encountered. Until today, you have never displayed any ice or fire abilities. Yet, with merely a sword, you can slay the red-armored beetle, and your armor can withstand the lethal attacks of the long-faced man. But these details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that today, you exhibited the ability to wield dark energy through a handgun, just like I do. Moreover, your friend Yu Shao I suffered the least in that battle against the tentacle monster, despite his apparent lack of strength. Don't you find that strange? Even the flying insects failed to tear him apart on the spot." Chu Yunsheng immediately became alert, coldly regarding him. "You have been observing us?" Ding Yin calmly replied, "Anyone who pays a little attention would notice. It's not surprising. I've mentioned the shock you brought us. For me, it wasn't just your formidable attack capabilities at that moment, but rather, my astonishment at how quickly you regained your energy after having just slain a tentacle monster. I have never witnessed anything like it." Chu Yunsheng hadn't anticipated that Ding Yin had observed so much in secret. However, since he had decided to join the guard team, he assumed someone would notice his differences. He was not particularly concerned. Ding Yin continued, "Xiao Yao and I do not wish to uncover your secrets. Every awakened individual has their own secrets, and no one wants their past exposed. We simply wish to collaborate with you. I will act as an insider, and all you need to do is provide us with some life-saving items like those that helped you Shanghai." Chu Yunsheng intended to find an insider, which would facilitate his tracking, especially when he encountered the insects, ensuring he wouldn't lose his target due to the need to fight. However, he harbored significant wariness towards Ding Yin. If it had been Yao Xiang, he might have trusted him, but with Ding Yin, he felt there was something insincere about him. Ding Yin chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Brother Chu, I know you don't trust me much, but there is no other choice. I can't let Yu Xiang become the insider. He is a devoted cultivator and too honest. If he went, it wouldn't be long before he was discovered and lost his life. Isn't that right, Brother Chu? Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Chu Yunsheng paused, reflecting on this. Indeed, Ding Yin had little reason to lie to him. He could have chosen to approach the military directly, devising a plan to escape without needing to involve Yao Xiang. Having come to this understanding, Chu Yunsheng chose not to comment, sealing some Lu Jia talismans that would not deplete much of his energy. Furthermore, he could conceal his life information within these talismans, allowing them to shatter at a crucial moment. However, he was not yet prepared to grant Ding Yin the fire talismans that would enhance his handgun's power. His trust in Ding Yin was still insufficient. Chu Yunsheng smiled. Then let us hope for a fruitful collaboration. Ding Yin patted Yao Xiang's shoulder and nodded. May the three of us survive until we reach Jinling City. Yao Xiang had remained silent, seemingly trusting Ding Yin. Chu Yunsheng had no interest in probing into their past experiences, though he suspected they were not without their difficulties. At that moment, having reached an agreement with Ding Yin, Yao Xiang exclaimed joyfully, Brother Chu, you are truly amazing. Do you know how I've dreamed of cultivating to that level? Chu Yunsheng shook his head, resuming his seat on the ridge alongside the two. Since we are cooperating, I will speak plainly. I can provide you with energy shields similar to that of the red armored beetle, but there are time limitations. The strength of the defense will correspond to your own abilities. At the very least, it can withstand the simultaneous attacks of 2 red armored beetles. But facing 3 would be perilous. Even Ding Yin, who had been speculating about Chu Yunsheng's abilities, was left speechless upon hearing this. To date, he had never heard of a human capable of creating such energy shields. Most defenses relied on ice and fire abilities, with ice warriors typically having higher defenses and fire warriors focusing on attacks. Chu Yunsheng disregarded their astonishment, pressing forward with urgency. You both understand now that I must kill the long-faced man to avenge my brother. However, his abilities are formidable, and ambush alone will not suffice, as he is surrounded by many loyal companions. To eliminate him, we must first clear away these individuals. Ding Yin fiddled with his handgun, inquiring, What is your plan for eliminating them? Chu Yunsheng snorted coldly. Captain Du will soon assemble all elite forces, departing from the crowd. The journey from here to Jinling City spans hundreds of kilometers, and they will encounter countless monsters along the way, resulting in casualties. Once they are sufficiently worn down, I will ambush their team members during their battles, causing them to lose their defenses or hindering their evasion, indirectly leading to their demise at the hands of the monsters. Ding Yin nodded. That's a good plan, but we must carefully choose the location for the initial assassination. We cannot strike too close to Jinling City nor too early. We must gauge their casualties. I will find a way to relay this information to you, and you can decide when to act based on your strength. Chu Yunsheng smiled, finding the presence of an insider to be quite advantageous. In the interest of time, Chu Yunsheng produced some canned food and bread, allowing Ding Yin and Yao Xiang to eat while he crafted a Lu Jia talisman to conceal his presence. In the midst of their astonished gazes, he sealed it onto them without further explanation. As Ding Yin had said, every awakened individual harbored their own secrets. I need a crossbow or a bow. Do you know if there is an archery club in Kuan City? Chu Yunsheng finally asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Ding Yin pondered briefly before shaking his head. I am aware of many clubs in Kuan City, but I have not heard of any that focus on archery. If it's essential, you and Yao Xiang could infiltrate the city. There are likely locals who haven't escaped and could provide information. Additionally, I will leave markers along the way. You need not worry about getting lost. Chu Yunsheng sighed. It seems we have no other option. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed. Ding Yin dusted off the dirt from his clothes, saying, I will first seek out Captain Du and align with him. You two can follow behind. Just be cautious and do not get too close. Perhaps Ding Yin was confident that this was a trivial matter, or perhaps he sought to exchange even more from Chu Yunsheng in the future. One could never be certain. Chapter 55. Urban Jungle. Under the protection of tanks and armored vehicles, Commander Du's elite team maneuvered away from the crowd and headed towards the city of Jinling. Chu Yunsheng, anxious about lagging behind, took out his motorcycle and trailed at a distance alongside Yao Xiang. However, they had not traveled far when Commander Du's team encountered the first wave of attacks from the Red Beetles. With formidable firepower and nearly 40 awakened warriors, the team suffered only minor casualties. A single ordinary soldier lost his life, while a few others sustained injuries. This turn of events inadvertently benefited Chu Yunsheng, as the 10 or so beetles provided him with ample opportunity to replenish his energy talismans. As they journeyed, sporadic appearances of a few beetles slowed Commander Du's team's progress. By around 8 p.m., according to the map, They should have reached Jinling City. However, before them and Chu Yunsheng unfolded not merely a concrete jungle, but rather a lang of towering plants that he had never encountered before. Chu Yunsheng recognized these colossal trees from his visit to the bakery. They soared endlessly, representing flora never seen on Earth. A verdant mist enveloped the surroundings, shimmering yet eerie, reminiscent of a monstrous creature lurking, ready to ensnare the unsuspecting. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yunsheng cautiously pressed on. Upon entering the city, he found himself shrouded in the surrounding emerald haze, which, despite evoking a sense of disorientation, appeared devoid of peril. The six-armed talisman remained unresponsive, merely contributing to a feeling of bewilderment. The once boisterous crowd had been left far behind, and this peculiar urban jungle exuded an unsettling tranquility. Some trees bore branches radiating a soft white light, adorned with fluffy, dandelion-like luminescence, swirling through the air as tanks passed. Others bore vibrant, strawberry-like fruits, each the size of a television set, emanating an alluring crimson glow. Observing these peculiarities, Chu Yunsheng nearly convinced himself he had stumbled upon the beetle's lair. The pathways had become an intricate maze of unfamiliar vegetation, rendering even tanks sluggish. The noise of his motorcycle risked drawing attention from the military convoy ahead, prompting him to stow it away and proceed on foot alongside Yao Xiang. Fortunately, the military's pace was not brisk, allowing them to keep pace. Surrounding them, remnants of towering skyscrapers were entwined with thick vines, with some plants thrusting through the buildings, displaying an array of colored branches. The scene resembled an ancient city abandoned millennia ago. The only familiar sight for Chu Yunsheng was the chaotic array of vehicles beneath the buildings and the scattered corpses, many bearing hollowed skulls, indicating the previous presence of the red beetles, yet none had been sighted thus far. Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang maintained a wary distance behind the military team, occasionally fearing the emergence of a beetle or some other strange creature. Humanity's deepest fear lies in the unknown, particularly during such turbulent times. Despite having witnessed numerous horrifying scenes, Chu Yunsheng found himself holding his breath, pressed against the trunk of a giant tree, vigilantly observing his surroundings. As the military convoy advanced deeper, distant, chilling screams echoed from within the city, sending shivers down their spines. The path ahead had become indistinguishable, forcing the convoy to navigate around colossal, uneven flora that obstructed their way. They halted before a sunlit hospital, uncertain whether they needed to replenish supplies or send scouts ahead. Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang sat upon a red, lotus-like plant root protruding from the ground, liquid visibly coursing through it. Behind them stood a real estate agency, barely recognizable, with the words real estate faintly visible. Several promotional papers for properties from 2012 lay trapped beneath tangling vines, extolling the former housing market. He discreetly retrieved a cigarette, offering Yu Xiang a bottle of mineral water. While the thousand-edged sword remained securely at his side, his guard unwavering. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the jungle near the military. Chu Yunsheng gestured for Yao Xiang to remain alert as he cautiously peeked over the military vehicles towards the source of the commotion. Soldiers swiftly adjusted their rifles, aiming at the increasingly audible and frantic footsteps, unaware of what monstrous entity might emerge from the green mist. Time ticked away, each second intensifying his heartbeat. Chu Yunsheng felt an unusual tension enveloping him, perhaps due to the eerie stillness of the environment. At that moment, a flat, gray entity resembling a cloth lunged from the mist, possessing a single red eye and the size of a half-human. It pursued the last soldier, enveloping him in its fabric, binding his upper body tightly. A painful scream echoed as the soldier struggled in vain, his upper half dissolving into a pool of blood, while his lower half collapsed to the ground. Following this, two more such entities surged forth, targeting the soldier at the front. The military soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bullets raining down upon the cloth and its victim. Chu Yunsheng's fingers trembled, dropping his cigarette, but as he wondered, what on earth is this? Such a death was nothing short of terrifying. However, these entities appeared less resilient than the red beetles, under the relentless gunfire. Two were finally pierced and fell to the ground, while one managed to evade the bullets, lunging at a soldier atop an armored vehicle. Before it could strike, an awakened warrior conjured flames, incinerating the creature. Just as they caught their breath, the sound of gunfire attracted more trouble, as red eyes flickered ominously within the mist. Chu Yunsheng heard Commander Du's commanding shout, "Retreat." The tanks roared as they veered left. Ice warriors began releasing frigid air, and fire warriors positioned themselves atop the vehicles, preparing for battle. Just as Chu Yunsheng was absorbed in the unfolding chaos, he felt Yao Xiang tug at him, prompting him to alertly pivot his body. Following Yao Xiang's pointed finger, he gasped. At least 4 or 5 red eyes were fixated on them. He immediately raised his thousand-edged sword, propelling himself into action, understanding the urgency to eliminate these creatures swiftly, lest they alert the mass of creatures ahead and expose themselves to the military. The cloth-like entities lacked formidable defenses. Chu Yunsheng's sword pierced through easily, embedding deep within. However, as he dispatched 2, another enveloped his head, and he felt the 6-armed talisman resist. A strange gas emanated from within the fabric, hissing as it corroded his battle armor. Overcome by suffocation, panic surged within him, grasping the outer layer of the fabric tightly. He pulled with all his might, yet it refused to yield. In desperation, he reversed the thousand-edged sword and forcefully slashed through the outer layer, determined to break free from the monster's grip. Chapter 56. City of Mist. 5 monsters appeared, 4 of which lunged towards him, while only 1 soared towards Yao Xiang. Just as Chu Yunsheng broke free from his concealment, Yao Xiang's fiery wheel slash swiftly dispatched the creature. Chu Yunsheng, neglecting to check for injuries, pressed Yao Xiang tightly against the wall behind them. Before them lay hundreds of crimson eyes, hundreds of such monsters. Though these creatures possessed relatively weak defenses, their ability to fly and swift movements made them formidable. Once they ensnared a victim's head, they would immediately release a bizarre, suffocating mist. Chu Yunsheng sensed that had it not been for the protective talisman, the monster would have attempted to inject something into him. What did it mean to be besieged by hundreds? Even if one were not afraid of being reduced to mere blood, suffocation would surely claim their life. A shiver ran down Chu Yunsheng's spine as he cowered behind the wall, daring not to move. Fortunately, Captain Du's team drew the attention of the monsters. And although Chu Yunsheng refrained from peeking, he could hear the deafening gunfire and the chorus of anguished cries. He wondered if Ding Yan was in danger. Chu Yunsheng reassured himself that as long as he stayed with Yao Xiang, the talisman should safeguard his life. As the sounds gradually receded, Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang bent low, scanning their surroundings cautiously until they confirmed the absence of those red eyes, allowing them to exhale in relief. Ignoring Yao Xiang beside him, Chu Yunsheng activated the storage talisman to collect several monster corpses from the ground, resolved to study them later. The more he understood these creatures, the greater his chances of escape. Yao Xiang stared in astonishment at the vanishing monsters, his mouth agape, yearning to inquire about Chu Yunsheng's actions but hesitating, seemingly distressed. Chu Yunsheng opted not to explain. Some matters became increasingly convoluted the more one discussed them. He swiftly secured the monster remains and led the way along the military's evasive route. Along their path, they occasionally encountered monster corpses, collecting those they could but disregarding the rest. In addition to the monster remains, there were several half-bodies of soldiers and a couple of comrades with elongated faces, indicating that Captain Du's team had sustained significant losses. Their attire made it easy to distinguish between the military and ordinary civilians. Thankfully, they did not spot Ding Yan's body, which alleviated some of Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang's worries. They dared not approach too closely. Captain Du's team gradually faded into the mist after a fierce battle with the monsters, and Chu Yunsheng's night vision device could no longer track them. They could only follow a general direction while searching for the agreed-upon markers to find Ding Yan. When he finally caught sight of Captain Du's convoy again, Chu Yunsheng was horrified to realize that they had both lost their way. The city's jungle thickened with green mist the deeper they ventured. While many plants emitted a wondrous light, preventing total darkness, it seemed there was no clear direction within the fog. The city's roads were haphazardly covered, with buildings appearing isolated in the mist. Even with a nationwide city map prepared during the Age of Sunshine, Chu Yunsheng could not make sense of his surroundings. Panic began to swell within him. Had this been Shin's city, his familiarity with the architecture would have guided him through, but now, in this unfamiliar city, how could he discern his path? He couldn't even concentrate on meticulously recording their route, constantly fearing the lurking red-eyed monsters. Captain Du, ahead, likely faced the same predicament, having come to a complete standstill, perhaps deliberating their next move. Yao Xiang, holding the map Chu Yunsheng had given him, marked the nearest building, the industrial and commercial bank's rear branch, suggesting, "Chu Gu, I believe we should find a local. Didn't we see many people hiding in the buildings earlier?" Chu Yunsheng had considered this as well, but he had hoped that Captain Du's elite unit would not become disoriented. After all, they had a portion of so-called scientists aboard their armored vehicle. Surely they must be of some use? Yet the reality proved otherwise. Captain Du's team was indeed lost and likely more anxious than Chu Yunsheng. At Yoxiang's suggestion, Chu Yunsheng felt a sudden jolt of realization. Normally, whenever the military passed through, civilians would flock from all directions to follow in their wake. However, after circling with Captain Du, not a single soul had emerged. Yet it was evident that some buildings housed people. Why was that? Chu Yunsheng's thoughts became a chaotic web. This city of mist seemed even more sinister and malevolent than the horror-filled city teeming with crawling creatures. They truly needed to find a local for guidance. Rubbing his stomach, Chu Yunsheng acknowledged their hunger after their trepidatious circles with Captain Du. They needed to find sustenance, and with Ding Yin around, he felt less anxious about losing sight of Captain Du. He led Yoxiang to turn down a side street, seeking refuge in an island CAF. Cautiously, he used his blade to unlock the door and slipped inside. The CAF was not particularly chaotic. Against the inner wall, a thick vine-like plant emerged from the ground. Climbing upward, its bulbous protrusions emitting a faint white glow that enveloped the CAF in a dim light. Chu Yunsheng scoured both floors for danger before settling down with Yaoxiang, hastily consuming the provisions he had brought. Yaoxiang smiled and remarked, "I haven't enjoyed such a lavish meal in ages." Chu Yunsheng drained a bottle of water and instructed, "You eat while I take a quick nap. We'll leave in half an hour to inquire about the situation." Yaoxiang nodded, adding, "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit drowsy." They exchanged a few more mundane remarks before Yaoxiang leaned back, dozing off. With this in mind, Chu Yunsheng straightened his posture to check the status of his protective talisman. Indeed, the energy within had diminished significantly, far exceeding the usual consumption rate. This indicated that the creature's peculiar mist possessed the capability to erode his energy defenses. A sudden realization struck him during his circles with Captain Du. He had not encountered a single red-armored insect, but rather stumbled upon countless long-dead specimens, many of which he had collected for future refining. He retrieved the remains of those red-armored insects for a closer examination. Their demise did not appear to result from human fire or ice attacks, but rather from decapitation and severe internal damage. Reflecting on the presence of many red-eyed monsters nearby, could it be that this horde had been responsible for the red-armored insect's demise? If this hypothesis were accurate, the bizarre mist of the red-eyed monsters could indeed dismantle the energy defenses of the red-armored insects. Chu Yunsheng's heart raced uncontrollably. The primary reason he struggled against the multitude of red-armored insects and tentacled monsters was their formidable energy barriers. With this revelation, he promptly retrieved the corpses of the red-eyed monsters, preparing to conduct an experiment. Chapter 57. The choice. The crimson-eyed creatures unfurled to a length of nearly 2 meters, their bodies resembling gray canvases adorned with a web of dark red veins. Atop their heads, a mouse-sized eyeball turned a dull brown upon death. Below the eye, a substantial area was covered with undulating tendrils reminiscent of a flower's core. Chu Yunsheng meticulously flipped the crimson-eyed creature over, observing it from every angle, even stomping on it vigorously a few times. Yet he failed to elicit the desired vapor. Could it be that the vapor vanished along with the creature's demise? Reflecting on this, he retrieved the spirit absorption talisman, attempting to draw in the creature's essence. In no time, faint icy patterns appeared on the talisman, amounting to merely 1/5 of its capacity, while a single red-armored beetle could yield a flame essence. This indicated that the essence of the crimson-eyed creature was significantly inferior to that of the beetle. Chu Yunsheng surmised that this might also explain the creature's considerably weaker defensive capabilities compared to the beetle. Generally, ice energy offers superior defense against fire energy at the same level, but a vast disparity in quality still results in substantial differences. Moreover, the crimson-eyed creature lacked a hard shell for protection. However, he still could not locate the vapor. The spirit absorption talisman seemed to absorb only pure ice or fire energy without reacting to other forms. Chu Yunsheng stored the talisman away, a sudden idea striking him. He unsealed the battle armor talisman, attempting to refine the crimson-eyed creature's carcass into the armor. Yet, the armor showed no response, being entirely composed of beetle shells. It had no inclination to absorb this tattered entity. Conversely, the thousand-slicing sword whirled in the air, extracting wisps of blue vapor from the creature. Precisely what Chu Yunsheng had sought all along. The vapor emanating from the deceased crimson-eyed creature was scant. He released all the carcasses for the thousand-slicing sword to draw from, but only a few strands were visible, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Within the sword's crimson body, faint blue ripples emerged, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. With the presence of red-armored beetle carcasses, Chu Yunsheng tested the sword against the beetle's shell, finding no change in sharpness, indicating that the blue vapor's utility lay solely in breaking through energy defenses. Unfortunately, he could not find any red-armored beetles for further experimentation. Casting a glance at the drowsy Yaoxiang, he ultimately dismissed the idea of testing the sword against his 6-armored talisman, fearing he might miscalculate the force and inadvertently harm Yaoxiang. Furthermore, given that the 1,000-slicing sword had absorbed so little vapor, the effectiveness of the experiment was uncertain. It would be wiser to seek out more crimson-eyed creatures later. However, contemplating the clustered crimson-eyed creatures, Chu Yunsheng felt little inclination to provoke them. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting Chu Yunsheng to hurriedly gather all the items on the ground into the spirit absorption talisman, without even activating the battle armor. He witnessed a group of men and women surge in, their expressions momentarily frozen upon seeing Chu Yunsheng and Yaoxiang. Startled awake, Yaoxiang sprang up from the sand, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. There were 9 individuals in total, 5 men and 3 women, along with a boy of about 10 years. 4 of them wielded long iron rods, while the other 4 carried a red-armored beetle shell as a shield, the boy carrying half a small dog-esque carcass on his back. Chu Yunsheng offered a friendly smile, surmising they were likely locals who had survived here for quite some time. One's cotton coat bore the unmistakable insignia of the city management. Chu Yunsheng and Yaoxiang intended to engage with the locals to glean information about the eerily mist-laden Kuan city. The group eyed them warily, promptly raising the beetle shell in front of them and pointing their iron rods outward, seemingly hesitant to retreat. Chu Yunsheng gestured toward himself and Yaoxiang, chuckling nervously. "We're merely passing through, taking a brief respite. This is my friend." At that moment, neither he nor Yaoxiang possessed notable weapons. Chu Yunsheng's armor remained dormant, and Yaoxiang was known for his unarmed combat. Their appearances were not particularly menacing, and with Chu Yunsheng's attempt to clarify their intentions, the locals visibly relaxed, albeit still gripping their weapons tightly. A woman among them raised her head, coldly stating, "Since you're just passing through, let us not interfere with one another. You stay on the left, and we'll remain on the right." The CAF center featured a circular platform, upon which a piano stood, effectively dividing the space. Chu Yunsheng nodded, wishing to continue the conversation, but the locals had already retreated to the platform's right side, evidently unwilling to engage further. Exchanging a glance with Yaoxiang, he offered a resigned smile. In these times, humanity's nerves were exceedingly frayed and sensitive. Mutual suspicion over food theft was entirely expected. They obviously possessed half a dog's meat, and thus were understandably cautious of 2 unfamiliar individuals. Yet, Chu Yunsheng was not prepared to abandon their quest for information. They urgently needed to comprehend their situation before seeking out Captain Du. Glancing over the food laid out on the table, he casually picked up a half bag of biscuits and 2 pieces of sakama that had yet to be tidied away, contemplating using food as a bargaining tool. It seemed the most effective approach at this juncture. Just as he stepped onto the platform, the CAF's main door swung open with a resounding crash. A disheveled man, brandishing a beetle's leg as a weapon, charged in, accompanied by 2 women. With a series of shattering sounds, several gray figures burst through the windows, their glowing red eyes unmistakable. Alarmed, Chu Yunsheng instantly retreated, activating his armor and drawing the 1,000-slicing sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yaoxiang. The 9 newcomers quickly raised their shields and iron rods, retreating with remarkable composure, suggesting they were seasoned in such encounters. The crimson-eyed creatures did not immediately target the disheveled man. Instead, they surged chaotically, causing one older woman to panic and flee. In a sudden move, one of the creatures lunged at her, ensnaring her and dragging her to the left. The man, taken aback, instinctively grabbed another woman and shouted, "Mom," as he leaped in vain. At that moment, several other creatures dove toward a younger woman, who could only cry out, "You, husband," before being enveloped, swiftly separating her from the man. He stood frozen in place, caught between 2 worlds. Even Chu Yunsheng, having witnessed countless battles between humans and creatures, was momentarily struck dumb, as the cruel reality of the false narrative from the Age of Sunshine unfolded before him. The vapor from the crimson-eyed creatures could swiftly incapacitate those ensnared. The disheveled man now faced an agonizing choice: save his mother or rescue his wife. Chapter 58. Where is the exit? With a flicker of motion, Chu Yunsheng propelled himself off the sandy backrest and lunged towards the elderly woman, urgently calling out to the disheveled man, "Go save your wife." He acted not merely out of empathy for the situation, but also because it was the opportune moment for him to strike. Only 4 of the chaotic creatures remained overhead, and he and Yao Xiang could handle them without issue, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The blade of the 1,000-piercing sword grazed the red-eyed creature hovering over the older woman, leaving a long gash in its wake. Yao Xiang swiftly followed suit, yanking the creature down with force. Having dispatched that one, Chu Yunsheng reversed his sword, shifting to a slicing technique that met another red-eyed creature charging towards him, rupturing its core with a single, fatal stroke. At that moment, the man, now roused, witnessed Chu Yunsheng eliminate the creature threatening his mother and immediately dashed towards his wife, unleashing a frigid energy in an attempt to freeze the beast. Chu Yunsheng flicked his sword, shaking off the lifeless red-eyed creature, and landed steadily on the ground as 2 more red-eyed beasts lunged towards him simultaneously. He sidestepped, raised his sword overhead, and cleaved one creature in 2, while the other missed its mark and attempted to circle back, only to be met with Yao Xiang's barrage of fire wheels, forcing it to retreat until it was incinerated. With 4 creatures vanquished, the man, in an unexplainable frenzy, managed to remove the beast from his wife's head. Trembling, he held her close, but her face bore no intact skin, and it appeared she was fading. Chu Yunsheng peered through the window, surveying the surroundings and relieved to find no additional red-eyed creatures approaching. The toxic mist from these monsters posed a lethal threat to ordinary humans, far exceeding Chu Yunsheng's expectations. The man's wife managed a final, feeble utterance, "You must live," before exhaling her last breath. His mother, too, could not hold on much longer. Her trachea had melted away, rendering her voiceless. She clutched her son's hand desperately, her unseeing eyes fixed on him, seemingly torn between longing and concern, until she too succumbed. The man, choking back sobs, buried his head in his hands, gripping his hair as he emitted gut-wrenching cries, tearing at his scalp in anguish. Whether to save his wife or his mother, the outcome was the same, and neither could be saved. In both dark and sunlit times, nothing is more excruciating than witnessing the death of a beloved one while feeling utterly powerless. Chu Yunsheng quietly collected the corpses of the fallen creatures. Just as he reached for one near the grieving man, the latter snatched it away, frantically biting into the creature before erupting into the misty green outside, screaming, "Come on, you beasts! Come and kill me! Why aren't you here?" Yao Xiang picked up the biscuits and other provisions that Chu Yunsheng had dropped and approached the group, earnestly inquiring, "Hello, are you locals?" Perhaps intimidated by their display of strength or moved by Yao Xiang's sincerity, the group's demeanor softened. The leading woman nodded, saying, "Yes, if you are merely passing through. I know what you seek." She gestured to a man, adding, "He also came from outside Jinling City. I understand your confusion, but we cannot assist you." "No one can escape the fog." Chu Yunsheng felt a jolt of alarm and quickly asked, "What do you mean?" The woman offered a bitter smile, explaining, "Since the sun vanished, insects appeared, claiming many lives. Soon after, a dense fog engulfed the city, its origins unknown, followed by bizarre flora and monsters. The insects were eventually eradicated by the creatures in the fog, and just as we began to feel safe, they turned on humanity. We tried to flee, but even with a map, we cannot navigate beyond the fog." Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Yunsheng asked, "Why is that?" The woman scoffed, "Why? If we knew, we wouldn't be hiding here. Not only ordinary people, but even the awakened cannot escape the fog. They either perish within it or roam aimlessly like headless flies." With no reports of anyone ever escaping, a chill gripped Chu Yunsheng's heart. If he could not find a way out of the fog, how would he reach Jinling City? How would he find his aunt? Was he destined to be trapped in this city for eternity? Yao Xiang's expression mirrored his own despondency. No one wished to be ensnared in this place. There must be a way, Chu Yunsheng reassured himself, determined not to lose hope. The fog must possess some peculiar qualities that blocked the exits, and if he could uncover the mysteries behind it, hope would emerge. It was time for him to elevate his strength. Otherwise, he might perish before finding an exit. Contemplating Captain Du and the others, an idea sparked within Chu Yunsheng. Perhaps he should initiate a surprise attack on the long-faced men ahead. After all, there was no telling when he would find an exit. The outside world was a straightforward darkness, easily navigated with a flashlight, whereas the green mist here dulled the light's penetration. Night vision equipment was ineffective, making it an ideal location for ambushing them. Chu Yunsheng reasoned that Captain Du would be equally anxious, likely preoccupied with seeking an exit, testing the waters everywhere. He could follow behind them, and if they stumbled upon the exit, it would save him considerable effort. They had scientists among them, likely more adept at problem-solving than he was. Additionally, should Captain Du encounter red-eyed creatures, he could launch a surprise attack and, upon their retreat, claim numerous monster corpses to refine and enhance his abilities. With his plan solidified, Chu Yunsheng felt a wave of calmness wash over him. However, he realized he still lacked a bow and, filled with hope, inquired, "By the way, do you know where one might find a bow or crossbow in Kuan City? Or perhaps a club?" Noticing their silence, he took the biscuits from Yao Xiang's hands and tempted, "If you guide me, I will trade you 3 bags of these biscuits." A man from the group stepped forward, readily agreeing, but then cautioned, "I know of a club that has bows, but it is perilous. Are you sure you dare to go?" Chu Yunsheng refrained from impulsiveness and asked sternly, "What kind of danger are we talking about?" The man replied, "It's not just the red-eyed creatures. It's people, ruthless individuals. They have awakened warriors and firearms. I've heard that when they run out of food, they resort to cannibalism. It used to be a premier club in Kuan City, but now it's their stronghold." Reluctant to invite unnecessary trouble, Chu Yunsheng pondered before asking, "Do you know of any other places that sell bows?" The man shook his head, replying, "This is the only one I know of. I've never seen bows anywhere else." Grinding his teeth, Chu Yunsheng resolved to assess the strength of these individuals before making further plans. He nodded, stating, "All right, let's go with this. This half a bag of biscuits will serve as a deposit. If you truly lead me there, I will give you the remaining 2.5 bags. Chapter 59. The fog wall. The man leading the way was named Wan Gurong, who informed Chu Yunsheng that during the era of sunshine, he had served as a city management officer, making him more familiar with this area than anyone else. When the red beetle arrived, he had not managed to escape and subsequently found himself ensnared by the fog. He cautioned Chu Yunsheng against wandering aimlessly, as it was easy to lose one's sense of direction within the mist. Wan Gurong guided Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang stealthily to the lower level of a telecommunications office, where a sign indicated they were on Wansho Road. Ahead loomed a wall-like expanse of dense fog, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. The fog's density far exceeded that of the areas they had traversed earlier. While tracking Captain Du, Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang had passed through several such fog walls, each time obscuring their view of Captain Du's movements. Consequently, after passing through, they often found themselves unable to locate him, eventually relying on Ding Yan's markers to reunite after considerable effort. Wan Gurong cautiously instructed, "Stay close to me and do not stray." He then led the way into the fog wall, with Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang closely following. Upon emerging from the fog, they found themselves in a square, featuring a fountain that had long been abandoned. Behind the square stood a department store. Not far from them, a crooked signpost indicated the path to Renmin Road. Just moments ago, they had been on Wansho Road. How could it suddenly transform into Renmin Road? Puzzled, Chu Yunsheng heard Yao Xiang exclaim from behind, "Brother Chu, I understand now." Curious, Chu Yunsheng inquired, "What do you mean you understand?" Yao Xiang approached with a map, marking a circle on Wansho Road and another on the distant Renmin Road in the city center, drawing a straight line between them. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Look! By passing through this fog wall, we've traversed several kilometers in a single step. No wonder when we crossed through the fog wall from the park, we emerged at a branch of the industrial and commercial bank, leaving me baffled until I spotted Captain Du and forgot all about it." At that moment, Wan Gurong whispered, "Keep your voice down. In a few days, you'll comprehend the situation. Currently, the entire Kuan City is divided into 9 sections by these fogs, and no one has ever managed to navigate beyond these 9 fog zones." Taken aback, Chu Yunsheng pointed to the fog wall behind them, asking, "9 sections? Are they all separated by these fog walls?" Wan Gurong solemnly circled another location on the map. Chu Yunsheng felt a swelling in his head, staring blankly at the map marked with several circles. Utterly bewildered by the situation, Yao Xiang interjected, "How do you know all this so well?" With a soft chuckle, Wan Gurong replied, "The fog has shrouded Kuan City for quite some time. We scoured every street and alley in search of food. Previously, as a city management officer, I was particularly sensitive to directions, so I made some records. However, it is all too intricate. I am merely a city officer and lack the education to comprehend its patterns." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunsheng queried, "Wouldn't it suffice to traverse each direction of the 9 areas and document them to clarify the situation?" Wan Gurong sighed and explained, "We initially thought the same, but the more we walked, the more disoriented we became. Many remain lost within, oblivious to their fate. Eventually, we learned that approximately every 12 hours, the pattern shifts. For instance, we just crossed from Wanshou Road to Renmin Road in 2 hours. It may no longer be Renmin Road, but perhaps Dongfang Road or even Donghai Road. No one knows. The thought of such changes chilled Chu Yunsheng. It meant that every 12 hours, the entire fog city would present a new map. Just then, a series of human screams echoed from afar, startling the trio. Wan Gurong urged, "We must hurry. While I can still recognize this path, we must move quickly. If we wait another 2 hours for the pattern to shift, we will surely lose our way." Before them lay a small river, with a low bridge nearby, cluttered with various small vehicles, partially obscured by the green fog. Suddenly, they discerned a cannon barrel emerging from the distance within the fog, followed by the vague silhouette of a tank. With no time to hide, Chu Yunsheng promptly stowed his combat armor, pulled down a woolen hat to cover his head, and urged Yao Xiang to retreat to the side. It was Captain Du and his men. The tank was slowly advancing onto the low bridge. Chu Yunsheng turned his body, feigning a conversation with Yao Xiang, who was also wearing a thick hat, his heart racing at the unexpected encounter before their ambush could commence. The bridge was narrow, with 3 tanks' treads nearly crushing the small vehicles beneath them, producing a creaking sound as they passed. The soldiers atop the tank appeared somewhat dejected, swaying with the motion of the vehicle. On the following infantry fighting vehicle sat the long-faced man's comrades, who looked drowsy and lacked energy. Captain Du and the long-faced man were nowhere to be seen, but Chu Yunsheng spotted Ding Yan, who Yao Xiang had been most concerned about, sitting in the last infantry fighting vehicle, munching on something with an incessant chew. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the fighting vehicle, brandishing a submachine gun as he approached the trio. Chu Yunsheng's heart sank, and he swiftly signaled Yao Xiang, whispering, "Prepare for battle. Remember, if we can fight, we will. If not, we retreat." Wan Gurong, hearing of their potential confrontation with the military, felt his legs weaken, but Chu Yunsheng steadied him. At that moment, someone emerged from the armored vehicle, declaring, "After crossing the bridge, we will serve food. Those still alive, register for rations." The 3 exhaled in relief. It was best not to be discovered now. Otherwise, should they become wary, the difficulty of their ambush would significantly increase. They hastily crossed the low bridge, heading straight for the fog wall ahead. Chapter 60. Resolute Wan Gurong led Chu Yunsheng and Lu Xiang to a 3-story building, which had once served as an upscale club. The second floor still bore a weathered sign announcing archery, though it was barely legible. Hanging grotesquely in front of the entrance were several half-decayed corpses, a sight both shocking and unsettling. Concerned for their safety, Wan Gurong hurriedly took the remaining biscuits promised to him by Chu Yunsheng and departed, cautioning him to be wary of the individuals inside. Chu Yunsheng and Lu Xiang stealthily maneuvered behind the building, following a thick vine. The fog rendered visibility nearly impossible, compounded by the darkened windows of the club. Beyond the vine lay a wall, and beyond that, the club's rear entrance, flanked by a row of carports with roofs torn away, exposing sharp metal pipes. Securing the bow was paramount. Chu Yunsheng had no intention of hesitating at such a crucial juncture. He needed to find a way out of the city swiftly, and wasting time here was not an option. Activating his battle armor and drawing his Qianpai sword, he gracefully leapt down from the tree, vaulted over the wall, and was about to sneak through the back door when he heard commotion from the rooftop. He quickly pressed himself against a nearby minibus. A woman appeared at the edge of the roof, her long hair billowing in the wind, her clothing tattered, revealing a glimpse of white undergarments. A man's voice, dripping with malice, taunted her, "Run, go ahead and run. You shameless wretch, serving as well is all you are good for. If you anger me, it will be a fate worse than death." Laughter erupted from several others, and though Chu Yunsheng could not discern the woman's expression, he sensed her tremble. With a defiant resolve, she climbed onto the railing and declared, "Not every woman is so base. I would rather die." With that, she leapt outward, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting onto the jagged metal pipes below, where she was brutally impaled, blood gushing and staining the cold ground. Her head turned towards Chu Yunsheng, revealing her delicate features, mere meters away. Her eyes, filled with a fierce defiance against her cruel fate, bore into him, refusing to close. In that moment, he recognized the extraordinary strength of this woman. Soon after, several figures slid down a water pipe from the 3rd floor, their movements swift, and Chu Yunsheng surmised they were likely awakened warriors. Initially skeptical of Wan Gurong's warnings about cannibalism, he now found himself reconsidering. Tightening his grip on the sword, he realized that the corpse lay too close for comfort. Should anyone come to collect it, he would be discovered. Without a second thought, He decided that any further negotiation with such vicious individuals was unnecessary. The most direct course of action was to charge in, seize the bow, and depart. He vividly recalled the incident involving the bald man and the fourth sister. Those people had nearly killed him over a mere disagreement. In this dark age, human hearts were fragile. A moment's hesitation could render one a target. Chu Yunsheng resolved not to fall into such a passive role again. Holding his breath, he observed two individuals descend, while another remained on the upper floor, motionless. Like a silent predator, he awaited the two as they approached, oblivious to the impending danger. The first man inadvertently shifted just enough for Chu Yunsheng to catch a glimpse of him, and a chill ran through him. Yet, Chu Yunsheng was faster. He sprang into action like a bullet, his crimson sword flashing through the air, severing the man's head along with a portion of the metal pipe. The dying man's eyes were wide with shock. As Chu Yunsheng soared through the air, he seized the opportunity to kick the second man in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall, leaving an imprint in the structure. Landing deftly, he pressed his foot down hard on the second man's neck against the wall, squeezing with such force that it seemed to threaten the man's very existence. Wary of the opponent's potential power, he activated his Qian Pai sword and thrust it through both man and wall, eliminating them in a heartbeat. The commotion on the rooftop escalated, with the remaining man, now in a panic, retreating into the building. Chu Yunsheng shifted his weight, pressing down with his left foot, withdrawing his sword, and propelled himself upwards, using a nearby water pipe as leverage. As he neared the rooftop, he grasped the railing and leaped onto the platform. The man who had been shouting in fear stumbled, caught off guard. In that moment, Chu Yunsheng understood that once he engaged, he needed to resolve the conflict swiftly. He charged forward, sword raised, and the man pleaded, "Don't kill me. My brother is the boss here." Before he could utter another word, Chu Yunsheng's sword had already sliced through his neck, blood splattering forth. An unawakened ordinary man, yet Chu Yunsheng dismissed him just the same. Were not the likes of Diao Dinghua and the bald leader mere mortals? Anyone who posed a threat to his safety was expendable. Suddenly, 6 enraged figures leaped from the staircase, their faces contorted with fury, as if they had been set ablaze. One middle-aged man, sporting a beard, let out a pained cry, "Second brother?" Without hesitation, he lunged forward, prompting Chu Yunsheng to respond with his signature cleaving technique. The middle-aged man unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, clashing with Chu Yunsheng's sword. The latter retreated 2 steps, drawing his sword back. The man staggered, but his comrades rallied, positioning themselves to maintain their ground. The middle-aged man, his expression darkening, barked, "Brothers, this man is ruthless. If we do not slay him, he will surely kill us. Attack together." With that, he surged forward, and the others followed suit, surrounding Chu Yunsheng. This was the opportunity he had awaited. Had he initiated the assault, he would have been cornered. Instead, he remained poised, exploiting their momentum to evade their attack. With a swift movement, he darted past them, his Qian Pai sword once again claiming another life. Now the odds were 1 against 5, and his confidence surged, bolstered by Lu Xiang's presence behind him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The group, realizing their disadvantage, attempted a coordinated attack but failed to connect, quickly forming a defensive formation with ice warriors at the forefront and fire warriors behind, advancing with unyielding determination. Chu Yunsheng deftly maneuvered, but the rooftop size was limited, and he soon found himself cornered. He quietly contemplated that he must confront with a sword, and this strike must disregard their assaults. Drawing upon the protection of his armor and the 6 talismans, he resolved to withstand all attacks in a desperate bid to unleash this sword, with the primary aim of claiming another life. This represented his second formidable advantage, the high defensive capability. By leveraging this aspect, even if he were to sustain some injuries while slaying another, his adversaries would be reduced to merely 4, thereby rendering the situation increasingly favorable for him. With a firm resolve in his heart, he began to retreat slowly, silently accumulating strength. The moment his foot pushed off the railing, Chu Yunsheng suddenly let out a fierce roar, launching himself into the air, his sword thrusting forward, targeting one of the fire element warriors. With one strike, then another. His armor endured nearly 10 chaotic assaults, but Chu Yunsheng finally forced his way into their midst, channeling his vital energy through the longsword, piercing the throat of the panicked fire element warrior. At that moment, the remaining 4 surged forward with renewed strength, and after achieving his goal, Chu Yunsheng could no longer hold his ground, being struck and sent flying. His armor bore some cracks, though not severe, allowing him to continue fighting. The ice element warrior who had been struck by Chu Yunsheng exclaimed in pain, staggering forward a few steps, nearly toppling over. Now, it was 1 against 4, with one adversary gravely injured. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. From the moment Chu Yunsheng had claimed the first life, he understood well that in this era, once battle commenced, it was a matter of kill or be killed. There was no room for reason or order, especially when facing such a vicious group. Relying on his speed, without pausing for respite, he rushed towards the wounded ice element warrior, kicking him off the balcony while shouting, "Yao Xiang, that one below is yours." Given that he had already dispatched so many of them without any new warriors appearing, it indicated that this group likely consisted solely of these few. With only 3 adversaries remaining on the upper floor, he felt entirely capable of handling them. Moreover, Chu Yunsheng was concerned that the ice element warrior might not perish from the fall, hence he decided to call upon Yao Xiang for assistance. An injured ice element warrior, plummeting from the 3rd floor, would inevitably encounter a fire element warrior waiting below. Under normal circumstances, it would spell certain doom for him. Thus, Chu Yunsheng harbored little concern for Yao Xiang as he pressed forward to confront the remaining 3 foes. Chapter 61. The Flesh Worm. The middle-aged man, seeing that only 3 of his comrades remained, felt a surge of panic. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "This man has already slain several of us. His physical capabilities must be at their limit. With 3 of us left, I do not believe we cannot kill him." Little did he know that Chu Yunsheng's internal energy had already become exceedingly potent, and he had only expended half of it. Thus, dispatching the 3 of them posed little challenge. As the trio launched their attack, Chu Yunsheng focused solely on eliminating the middle-aged man, disregarding the assaults from the other 2. Relying on his armor to absorb the blows, the defensive capabilities of a fire warrior were not particularly robust. With a forceful thrust, Chu Yunsheng plunged his Qianbi sword into the man's chest. The middle-aged man, even in the throes of death, gazed blankly at the sword embedded in his torso. The other 2, witnessing their leader's sudden demise and realizing their attacks had failed, began to contemplate retreat. Seizing the opportunity, while Chu Yunsheng had yet to withdraw his sword, they swiftly retreated. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Yunsheng's armor had developed a significant crack, far beyond the previously inconspicuous fissures. The attacks from the 2 had even begun to collide with the 6 armor talismans within, causing his vital energy to surge uncontrollably. At that moment, their intent to flee coincided perfectly with Chu Yunsheng's strategy. He accelerated his pursuit from behind, where he was least likely to encounter retaliation. He swiftly dispatched one of them and encountered a complication when he turned his attention to the last remaining foe. This individual possessed an unusually peculiar awakening ability. Rather than the expected elemental powers of ice or fire, it bore a striking resemblance to the rumored capabilities of the military's diamond beast. Its defensive prowess was formidable, absorbing Chu Yunsheng's second strike with only a recoil that caused him to spit blood, yet it refused to perish. Chu Yunsheng, filled with alarm, channeled peak energy into his Qianbi sword, launching a series of explosive strikes. Only after 3 consecutive blows was he able to sever the opponent's arm. The man cried out for mercy, but Chu Yunsheng, now blinded by rage, continued his relentless assault until the individual lay lifeless. Meanwhile, Yao Xiang had already subdued the severely injured ice warrior below. As Chu Yunsheng traversed the sea of corpses, he gestured for Yao Xiang to enter through the rear door below, planning a coordinated attack on any remaining foes. His sympathy for these terrifying cannibalistic thugs had long evaporated. Upon reaching the stairway, his gaze fell upon the peculiar awakening warrior lying on the ground. An idea struck him. He had always utilized the energy absorption talismans to extract energy from monsters, yet had never considered whether the energy of these awakened warriors could also be absorbed. According to Professor Sun's explanation, Chu Yunsheng surmised that the energy of awakened warriors ought to be akin to the vital essence described in ancient texts. The attributes of the man he had just fought seemed reminiscent of the golden vital energy mentioned in those writings. Without hesitation, Chu Yunsheng unleashed the energy absorption talisman, directing it towards the fallen warrior. Indeed, a trace of golden vitality was gradually drawn into the talisman, revealing 2 golden patterns upon its surface. Chu Yunsheng marveled at the discovery. The essence of deceased humans could indeed be extracted, and this individual's energy was notably rare golden energy. Given that this man's energy could be absorbed, Chu Yunsheng speculated that the other ice and fire warriors might also yield similar results. Thus, he employed the talisman on the 4 other awakened warriors he had slain, finding that the accumulated energy filled 2 talismans to capacity, with the leading middle-aged man's energy comprising 4 fiery patterns. Inwardly, Chu Yunsheng mused. The ability to absorb the energy of fallen awakened beings was akin to a unique version of a stellar absorption technique. Alas, the second-tier energy absorption talismans could not siphon energy from living beings. Otherwise, it would have truly become a method of stellar absorption. Nevertheless, this newfound functionality of the talisman promised to enhance his strength against both monsters and other awakened warriors, alleviating fears of exhausting his vital energy. After securing the energy absorption talismans, he momentarily set aside the bodies of the 3 awakened warriors below, his form flickering as he descended the staircase. Upon reaching the 3rd floor's lounge area, he heard a trembling voice plead, "Do not kill us. We will give you anything." At that moment, Chu Yunsheng noticed that Yao Xiang had ascended to the 3rd floor, having already captured several individuals attempting to flee. Yao Xiang reported, "They are merely ordinary humans without awakening. None have escaped. All are here." Aside from these 4 or 5 individuals, there were also 7 or 8 young women bound nearby, presumably captured for the purpose of being consumed. The man who had spoken was scruffy and unkempt, likely having neglected his grooming for some time. Sensing the exits had been blocked by Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang, he hastily rummaged through a pile of items, desperately imploring, "Do not kill us. We are truly ordinary people, not like the awakened experts under Jiang." As he spoke, he pushed a bucket forward, adding, "This is all food. Take it all if you wish, just spare our lives. By the way, Jiang has some liquor, I can find it for you." He paid no mind to whether Chu Yunsheng would agree or not, fervently searching behind the bar, muttering anxiously, "I remember it being in here." In his frantic search, he accidentally cut his hand on a broken cabinet door but seemed oblivious, fixated solely on locating the liquor as if it were a lifeline. Chu Yunsheng glanced into the bucket, revealing a pile of pale flesh, and recalling their cannibalistic practices, felt his stomach churn in disgust. Had he not grown accustomed to the sight of corpses, he might have retched. The scruffy man continued to search for the liquor, kicking a terrified woman who had been cowering by the bar. Finally, he unearthed a bottle of indistinguishable foreign alcohol, elatedly exclaiming, "I found it. I found it." However, upon noticing Chu Yunsheng's unyielding gaze fixed on the bucket of pale flesh, the man scrambled over, seizing the bucket and proclaiming, "Brother, this is not human flesh, truly. I'll eat some to prove it." The rumor that we consume human flesh was intentionally spread by Jiang to frighten others, allowing him to create a secluded haven here. The half-corpse hanging outside is just what the monsters leave behind to scare people. Chu Yunsheng frowned, questioning, "If it is not human flesh, then what is it?" The others nodded in agreement, insisting it was monster meat. For the first time, Chu Yunsheng considered using humans as bait for monsters, seemingly a novel concept. The scruffy man then pulled forth a clean-shaven gentleman, gesturing toward a corner of the room, stating, "This is Dr. Ding." The medical equipment over there was procured by Jiang from nearby hospitals, specifically for installing energy bombs. The fabrication of the bombs is managed by myself and 2 others. At this point, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he pointed to a nearby woman, saying, "Brother, if you spare us, we can continue assisting you in making these bombs. Jiang has gathered a plethora of materials, which you can utilize. As for the women, you can do as you please. If you do not wish to engage with them, use them to lure flesh worms. Just provide us with a morsel of worm meat, and we shall not starve." Chapter 62. The ambush begins. Upon hearing his words, Yao Xiang leaped up in fury, exclaiming, "You are nothing but a pack of beasts." The group, led by Huzi, trembled at his harsh rebuke, silenced and begging for mercy as they knelt before him. Yao Xiang, his expression frozen in ice, turned to Chu Yunsheng and said, "Brother Chu, these scoundrels have lost all humanity. Keeping them alive is a calamity." Although Chu Yunsheng had taken many lives, he had yet to descend to the inhumane depths of using women as bait to lure flesh-eating monsters. He nodded in agreement, remarking, "They indeed deserve death. You handle this. I shall retrieve the bow." The shock on Huzi and his companions was palpable. Previously, Jiang the boss had always conducted affairs in this manner, and they had anticipated the same approach under the new leadership. However, they soon realized that both Chu Yunsheng and Yao Xiang were entirely dismissive of their pleas. Recognizing the futility of further begging, they scrambled to their feet and attempted to flee in all directions. Yet, they were no match for the awakened Yao Xiang. In mere moments, he had dispatched them with his fiery wheel, leaving the nearby women screaming in terror. Chu Yunsheng descended to the 2nd floor, thoroughly searching the rooms but finding no crossbow, only a collection of bows, which he gathered into his storage talisman, ensuring not a single arrow was left behind. Unfamiliar with the art of archery, he could not afford to be picky. He would have to practice diligently in the future. He unfolded a map of Jinling City, marking the 4 locations he had visited, labeled 1 to 4. Uncertain of the whereabouts of Captain Du and his team, he could only hope for a chance encounter or to follow the faint clues left by Ding Yin to locate them and continue his pursuit. He was on the verge of advancing, his internal energy nearly sufficient to confront 11 red-shelled insects. While seeking Captain Du, he might also have the opportunity to slay a few red-eyed monsters, allowing his Qianbi sword to absorb more of the elusive blue mist. Although Chu Yunsheng's archery skills were lacking, he was fortunate to rely solely on his energy for shooting, which left him with a considerable supply of arrows. The defensive capabilities of the red-eyed monsters were not particularly high. He only needed to expend a minimal amount of energy to freeze them to death. Initially, he had planned to climb a tree for a surprise attack, but after hearing Huzi's words, he realized that the towering trees might conceal other monsters. It would be wiser to deal with the red-eyed creatures on the ground. If it became too overwhelming, he could always flee. After traversing several blocks, Chu Yunsheng still had not encountered Captain Du and his team. He suspected they might be hiding, considering the dense fog that rendered escape impossible. With numerous scientists among them, they would be better off finding a safe place to conduct thorough research. Along the way, he collected several red-shelled insect carcasses, which would be useful in mending his battle armor that had suffered a significant tear. The flesh-eating monster Huzi had mentioned was now within Chu Yunsheng's sight, a grotesque white entity nearly 10 meters long, lacking a head and possessing 2 orifices at either end, leaving one puzzled as to which was for feeding and which for excretion. Chu Yunsheng knew that, with his current abilities, he could only manage to kill 2 at most. No wonder Jiang the boss had sought to create a human energy bomb. Only an explosion powered by internal fire energy could incapacitate such a creature, allowing Jiang's 8 awakened subordinates to approach it for an attack. Even more alarming were the creatures that occasionally swooped down from the upper layers of vegetation, engulfed in flames, resembling fire monsters composed of pure fire energy. When they attacked, Chu Yunsheng witnessed the flesh-eating monsters and red-eyed creatures being easily vanquished. In mere moments, a 5-person awakened squad was reduced to nothing under their fiery assault. Chu Yunsheng assessed that with his current battle armor, 6 armor talismans, and the recently acquired energy capacity, he stood no chance against such flame monsters. Unless he could step into the realm of the second layer of Yuan, encountering one of these fiery beasts would spell his doom 100 times over. He silently counted the steps remaining, reminding himself that just 32 more rounds of physical training would elevate him to the peak of the first layer of Yuan. At that point, with the techniques from ancient texts, he could break through to the second layer. Achieving this level would not only enable him to unleash true sword combat techniques, but also grant him access to the lowest tier of the 3rd-level beast-sealing talisman he had recently deciphered. This talisman could encapsulate dying monsters within its confines, allowing them to manifest and aid him in battle, provided he had enough talismans to seal a sufficient number of creatures. With the addition of other offensive energy talismans and sword techniques, Chu Yunsheng believed that even if he could not defeat the terrifying fire monsters, at the very least, he would be able to escape without issue. He already possessed nearly 10 chaotic ice-fire pattern energy talismans, most of which he had accumulated from the red-eyed monsters after defeating Jiang the boss's group. While the blue ripples on the Qianbi sword had not shown significant improvement, Chu Yunsheng dared not use it to experiment on the flesh-eating monsters, as those fire beasts primarily preyed on them. A careless encounter with a fire monster would surely lead to his demise. One red-shelled insect could provide him with 1 fire pattern, while a single red-eyed monster yielded no more than 1/5 of an ice pattern, a disparity that left him somewhat disheartened. The only advantage he had was that when besieged by red-eyed monsters, he could utilize the fog wall to escape their pursuit. However, should he encounter swarms of red-shelled insects beyond his capabilities, he would have no choice but to rely on his legs to outrun them. Currently, Chu Yunsheng found himself in the area he had designated as Zone 3. He had spotted Captain Du and his team 3 hours prior, hastily departing from a resting place, unaware of their destination. At this moment, they were ensnared in a relentless assault by the red-eyed monsters. This was the opportunity Chu Yunsheng had long awaited. He signaled to Yao Xiang, and the 2 stealthily entered a nearby building, opting not to climb too high, settling on the 3rd floor. They opened a window, positioning themselves directly above Captain Du and his team, who were valiantly battling below. Chu Yunsheng instructed Yu Xiang to ensure their safety while he readied his bow. A chilling arrow, composed entirely of pure energy, formed on the bowstring. He infused it with only 1/5 of his energy, intending to catch the enemy off guard. He did not need to expend enough energy to kill them, especially knowing his archery skills were lacking. If he missed, it would be a tremendous waste of energy. At that moment, his arrow was aimed at the closest companion of the long-faced man. The ice arrow soared through the air with purpose. Chapter 63. Model Establishment. After successfully ambushing one individual, Chu Yunsheng continued to draw his bow and shoot. His archery skills were lacking, often resulting in missed shots, fortunately. The battle below raged on fiercely, and no one paid heed to his errant icy arrows. By the time Captain Du and his team concluded their skirmish, Chu Yunsheng had stealthily taken down 3 more foes. He counted. The long-faced man's accomplices had dwindled to just 16, likely suffering further losses in the recent encounters. Seated within the building, he lit a cigarette, awaiting Captain Du's departure so he could scavenge the corpses of the red-eyed monsters. If Captain Du's team faced a few more such ambushes, Chu Yunsheng believed he could swiftly eliminate the long-faced man from the shadows. The air was thick with the scent of blood, prompting Captain Du's team to hastily vacate the area. Chu Yunsheng promptly discarded his cigarette, but, needing to expedite the collection of the bodies, otherwise, the arrival of other red-eyed creatures, drawn by the scent of blood, would spell trouble. As he finished gathering the corpses, he suddenly noticed flashes of red light amidst the fog. Upon closer inspection, he saw at least 30 red-eyed monsters, sending a shock of alarm through him. He quickly urged Yu Xiang to retreat towards the nearest fog wall. Chu Yunsheng fought while falling back, aided by Yao Xiang's firewall slash. Armed with his Qian Pai sword for close combat, he inflicted heavy casualties on the advancing creatures, despite their overwhelming numbers. Seeing the relentless tide of monsters behind them, Chu Yunsheng abruptly seized Yao Xiang and sprinted away, unwilling to risk a battle that could ensnare them both in a deadly trap. The two searched through Zone 5, avoiding clusters of red-eyed beasts, but found no trace of Captain Du's team. Chu Yunsheng once again traversed the fog wall, moving between Zones 5, 1, 7, and 4 in repeated searches until he finally spotted Captain Du's group in Zone 9. 5 days later, at the Jinjiang building, Captain Du's resting point. Captain, our losses have been devastating over the past few days. Most of Captain Gan's men are nearly wiped out, said Advisor Tao, his voice laden with concern. My own troops have fared relatively well, but for some reason, the fatality rate among Gan Zichang's new soldiers is alarmingly high. If this continues, not only will we fail to reach Jinling, but even Kuan City may remain beyond our grasp, leaving them all in jeopardy. Du Qishan gazed intently out the window at the encroaching fog, his brow furrowed. Old Tao, do you not find it strange? Our soldiers, possessing similar capabilities, have survived numerous bloody encounters, while Gan Zichang's men fall one after another at the hands of the monsters. Advisor Tao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Which leads me to suspect that someone is covertly targeting us. But why do they focus solely on Gan Zichang and not our forces? Du Qishan let out a soft chuckle, sighing. I should have anticipated it. He would not easily concede. When he retreated that day, his heavy steps filled me with foreboding. He has indeed followed us. Advisor Tao blinked in confusion. Who is he? Du Qishan forced a smile. Do you recall the expert we encountered before entering Kuan City? I had hoped to recruit him, but he declined. Later, when he clashed with Gan Zichang, I intervened, and he melted back into the crowd. It appears he has been trailing us, seeking revenge in the shadows. Du Qishan nodded resignedly. Yes, it must be him. There is no other who could track us for so long and possess the ability to launch such stealthy assaults. Advisor Tao pondered for a moment before asking, Captain, what do you think his abilities entail? Without hesitation, Du Qishan replied, I do not know. Perhaps I misjudged his capabilities before. Now, I am even less certain. However, that is of little consequence. By the way, how is Professor Sun's research progressing? Du Qishan exhaled deeply. That is good to hear. We no longer need to risk our lives traversing the fog. Issue my command. From this moment until the scientists have finalized their equations, no one is to step outside the Jinjiang building. Those who defy this order will be shot on the spot. Advisor Tao immediately stood at attention, saluted, and affirmed, yes, sir. Du Qishan turned to inquire, how many men does Gan Zichang have left? Advisor Tao promptly reported, including Gan Zichang himself, only 5 remain. His expression grave. Advisor Tao added, yes, sir. Chu Yunsheng had been lying in wait at the Jinjiang building for over 12 hours. Since Captain Du and his team had entered, they had not emerged again. He had successfully taken down another 12 of the enemy, leaving only 5, including the long-faced man. Brother Chu, have you considered that if we were to launch a sudden attack now, Captain Du might hesitate to stop us from eliminating the long-faced man? Yao Xiang ventured, rarely engaging in strategic thought. Chu Yunsheng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Captain Du prioritizes the interests of his military above all else. As long as it avoids unnecessary losses, he will not act recklessly. Given the current chaotic situation, he has abandoned the rules of the Sunny Era. I suspect that even if we confront him directly, he would abandon the long-faced man to avoid incurring losses among his own. Yao Xiang grinned. Then what are you waiting for? With Brother Ding as our inside man and the two of us, Captain Du will have little recourse. Chu Yunsheng exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the towering building across from him. Let us wait a little longer. You and I will take turns resting for 6 hours. If they do not emerge by then, we will be well rested and ready to charge in and take his life. We must be cautious of Captain Du potentially intervening, which would force us into a full-scale battle. So, let us rest for now. After all, we have been at this for days, and these 6 hours are inconsequential. Chapter 64. The sequence of fog sources. 6 hours had passed, yet Colonel Du's team had still not appeared. Rejuvenated, Chu Yunsheng decided not to wait any longer. He strode boldly through the entrance of the Gangcheng building. With so many rooms in the Gangcheng building, he had no idea which one Long Face was in. Rather than sneaking in and risking discovery, it was far better to enter openly, making it clear that he was there to find Long Face. He was eager to see Colonel Du's reaction. If he continued to protect Long Face, Chu Yunsheng would have no choice but to fight. If he could kill them, he would, and if not, he would follow them and launch a surprise attack until their demise was assured. If it came to that, Colonel Du would not merely be a casualty, he would become a target as well. Considering these uncertainties, Chu Yunsheng decided to have Yao Xiang remain outside temporarily. This would prevent Ding Yan's exposure, as he needed her to continue acting as an informant if Colonel Du persisted in defending Long Face, and if a fierce battle ensued without him being able to eliminate Long Face on the spot. Furthermore, he was also concerned about Long Face's allies escaping. After all, he had been stealthily pursuing Long Face for a long time and feared that those who fled could retaliate with their own ambushes, causing him endless trouble. Yao Xiang's abilities had significantly improved, and with the protection of the Lu Jia talisman, he would not be at a disadvantage even when facing Long Face. It would be manageable for him to deal with one or two of Long Face's henchmen who might slip through. Chu Yunsheng's entrance was quickly noticed by the sentry. Colonel Du stood in the lobby, wearing an enigmatic smile as he regarded Chu Yunsheng. Mr. Chu, we meet again. Colonel Du greeted, a smile adorning his face. Recognizing Chu Yunsheng was effortless. His bright red battle armor was unique. With a stern expression, Chu Yunsheng fixed his gaze on him and stated directly, Colonel Du, you are well aware of my intentions. Let us not waste time. Tell me where you stand. Colonel Du paced thoughtfully, scrutinizing Chu Yunsheng, and inquired, have you considered making your move once we reach Jinling City? Setting aside the uncertainty of reaching Jinling City, Chu Yunsheng firmly declared, there is no possibility. He must die now. Nodding, Colonel Du showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this. Just then, Advisor Tao hurried over, whispering urgently into Colonel Du's ear. Initially ecstatic, Colonel Du's expression soon darkened, and he nodded incessantly. Once Tao finished speaking, Colonel Du regained his composure, his gaze sparkling as he approached Chu Yunsheng and murmured, Mr. Chu, I understand you have been following us with the intent to avenge Gangcheng. I can deliver him to you, but there is something I believe will pique your interest. Chu Yunsheng shook his head, insisting, I only want Long Face's life. I have no interest in your affairs. Colonel Du smiled faintly and replied, this matter concerns not only us, but also you. My advisor has informed me that the professors have concluded their calculations. The sequence for dismantling the fog wall has been established. To leave Kuan City, we must cooperate. Before Chu Yunsheng could voice his questions, Colonel Du continued, to be frank, dismantling the fog wall necessitates the destruction of 9 fog source entities within the palace grids. We have pinpointed their locations multiple times, but the order of destruction must be strictly adhered to, as it changes every 12 hours. The professors have successfully built models and equations for this. From the moment we strike until we finish, we must remain within that 12-hour window. Otherwise, the sequence will shift and the fog sources will regenerate, rendering our efforts futile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunsheng's heart raced. He had not expected these scientists to discover a method to dismantle the fog wall. The intellect of humanity was indeed unparalleled. If the fog wall could be dismantled and they could escape Kuan City, he would not mind collaborating with the military. Although Colonel Du's presence irked him, survival took precedence. However, he refused to be used as a pawn by the military, and would never allow them to leverage Long Face's life as a bargaining chip. Long Face's life was inherently a debt owed to Yu Shaohai. Pausing for a moment, Colonel Du spoke with a hint of wryness. As a soldier, it is my duty to obey orders from my superiors. Even in these chaotic times, as long as Jinling City endures, so too will the military. I remain a soldier, fulfilling my orders. My mission is to ensure the safety of these individuals as they reach Jinling City. My command is to protect the target at all costs, even if it means sacrificing anyone else. Mr. Chu, do you grasp the implications of this? In essence, I could be sacrificed as well. He continued. You may consider me despicable, standing by Gan Ziqiang when it benefits me, only to abandon him when it does not. But I have no choice. I must act in the best interest of the mission. Dismantling the fog wall requires extraordinary speed and strength. With just my team, we cannot complete the destruction within 12 hours. You are the fastest and most powerful awakened warrior I have encountered. Only with your assistance can we hope to dismantle the fog wall. I believe this could be mutually beneficial. Chu Yunsheng gently shook his head. Colonel Du, you are mistaken. From the very beginning, you have erred. I may not need to leave Kun City. I can survive here just as well. Colonel Du was taken aback, then waved his hand. I understand your point. Speak your terms. As long as they fall within my authority, I can guarantee compliance. However, thus far, he had not seen Long Face. Just as he was about to inquire, a commotion erupted from the third floor, accompanied by shouts and curses. Moments later, a soldier rushed down, breathless, and urgently reported to Colonel Du. Colonel, Gan Ziqiang is strapped with explosives and intends to take the professors down with him. Colonel Du was taken aback, disregarding Chu Yunsheng as he dashed towards the staircase, muttering, Where's Zhou Wei? Wasn't he supposed to keep an eye on Gan Ziqiang? He can't even manage this. Chu Yunsheng glanced towards the rooftop. The lobby and second floor were interconnected, while the third floor required either the elevator or stairs to access. There were two staircases, one on the left and one on the right. Colonel Du ascended the left staircase. Chu Yunsheng stealthily took the right staircase, moving cautiously through the dim light, making his way to the third floor. The conference room doors were blocked by several awakened warriors from the military, while Gan Ziqiang and his companions leaned against the walls of the conference room, facing off against other soldiers and awakened warriors. Gan Ziqiang's face twisted with rage as he sneered, Colonel Du, my brothers fought valiantly for you, and now that they are all dead, you wish to cut the bridge behind you. Colonel Du forced himself to remain calm. Captain Gan, please, let's discuss this rationally. Gan Ziqiang laughed heartily. Du Qishan, you truly are despicable. You still think you can deceive me? I know that brat is here. You want to sell us out. Yes, I may not be able to defeat him, but I won't let you have it easy either. We all go down together. Pointing to the grenades strapped to his body, he added, See these? I secretly took them from your fallen soldiers. I anticipated this day. You had Zhou Wei watch us. I can't beat him. But why should I fight him? I'm not that foolish. Right now, your scientists are in the conference room behind me. They are all ordinary people. If I pull the pin on these grenades, the explosion will collapse this floor, killing a few of them. You would have a hard time explaining that. Colonel Du's expression darkened as he growled, Gan Ziqiang, do not act recklessly. Gan Ziqiang spat defiantly, sneering, reckless? Du Qishan, I have strapped all these explosives to myself. I never intended to survive. Chapter 65. Epiphany. Commander Du's expression darkened, for if Gan Ziqiang were to pull the pin on the grenade, half of the key figures in the conference room would surely perish, an outcome he could not bear. With a menacing grin, Gan Ziqiang declared, Du Qishan, immediately order your men to eliminate that boy, and then we can all go our separate ways. Otherwise, none of your esteemed companions will survive. A chill gripped Chu Yunsheng's heart. This scoundrel was indeed intent on his life. Initially, he had been concerned for the safety of the scientists capable of unraveling the Mist Wall-S sequence, for their survival was essential for escaping Kun City. Now, Gan Ziqiang's coercion of Commander Du was a direct threat to Chu Yunsheng's own safety. Resolute, he knocked a physical arrow, drew the bowstring, and infused it with his vital energy, aiming directly at Gan Ziqiang's side. This angle afforded him a significant advantage for a stealthy strike. His only concern was his accuracy. Confident in his ability to freeze Gan Ziqiang instantaneously with his ice arrow, which traveled faster than a bullet, he knew that if he struck true, Gan Ziqiang would have no chance to detonate the grenade. The moment passed in a flash, as Commander Du began to speak. Chu Yunsheng's ice arrow tore through the fabric of space like a streak of white light, piercing Gan Ziqiang's body and pinning him to the wall. The frigid air surged forth, swiftly encasing Gangcheng in ice, even freezing the grenade in place. Hit! Chu Yunsheng silently celebrated. The sudden turn of events momentarily stunned Gangcheng's remaining four companions and Commander Du's men, but soon both sides engaged in a desperate melee. Chu Yunsheng sheathed his bow, drew the thousand-slicing sword, and strode boldly into the fray, cleaving two foes before finally decapitating the long-faced man and kicking his head aside. A weight lifted from his heart. He had avenged Shanghai. The awakened soldiers from the military had swiftly eliminated the remaining two insurgents, restoring calm to the hall. The entire sequence transpired in less than 3 minutes. Commander Du's countenance remained grim as he gestured for the soldiers to remove the bodies and called Chu Yunsheng aside. Speaking sternly, "Mr. Chu, do you comprehend the danger we just faced? How could you act unilaterally?" Chu Yunsheng sheathed his sword and replied with a dismissive smile, "Commander Du, let us not forget your earlier words. You asserted that you would sacrifice anyone to ensure the safety of those within. I have no doubt you would command your subordinates to attack me. I merely eliminated a potential threat." Commander Du, though somewhat irate, could only shake his head in resignation and sighed, "Come with me. Let Professor Sun explain whether we can dismantle the mist wall. This is of utmost importance for both of us." Commander Du forced a smile and addressed the others. "Rest assured, the danger has been averted." At his words, the assembled crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The earlier chaos had left the walls encased in a thick layer of ice, a testament to Chu Yunsheng's handiwork. Until Commander Du confirmed their safety, they had been on edge. Deliberately changing the subject, Commander Du remarked, "I heard from Advisor Tao that you all have completed the equation derivations. Is that true?" Upon mention of the equations, the expressions on their faces shifted. Some were excited, others contemplative, some perplexed, while others expressed astonishment or shook their heads in disbelief. At that moment, Chu Yunsheng had already shed his battle armor. Now clad in a simple gray coat, standing calmly behind Commander Du, he had spotted Ding Yan earlier, but she merely exchanged a glance with him, not uttering a word. Chu Yunsheng sensed she had other plans, and he chose not to press the matter. His relationship with Commander Du was not particularly close. Indeed, he had previously clashed fiercely with Commander Du's subordinate, Gu Liming. Even if they were to collaborate, it would likely be a superficial alliance. Professor Sun quickly recognized Chu Yunsheng, recalling the time on the rooftop when he had not removed his mask for an extended period. Miss Zhao also recognized him, though her gaze bore a hint of surprise and annoyance, unlike Professor Sun's excited demeanor. In an era fraught with peril, where death lurked at every corner, the chance encounter between two individuals who had narrowly escaped was nothing short of remarkable. Chu Yunsheng harbored a fondness for Professor Sun. The old man had not held a grudge after receiving a kick from him and had generously shared food obtained through his knowledge with his companions. Thus, upon seeing the old man again, Chu Yunsheng felt no aversion. When Professor Sun spotted him, he broke into a smile, holding a sheet of hotel stationery. Professor Sun navigated around the table, exclaiming, "Young man, I never expected to see you again. By the way, where is that armor of yours?" Noting Chu Yunsheng's silence, Professor Sun shook his head and continued, "You new awakened warriors always assume we researchers would dissect you for study. That is simply not the case. But let us not discuss it. Everyone has their secrets. No pressure, no pressure. Come, take a look at our research findings. It's astounding, truly marvelous. Do you realize that given time, these fundamental equations could even be applied to spacecraft for traversing the cosmos?" Commander Du regarded Chu Yunsheng with sympathy as he was led away, likely aware of the old professor's relentless inquiries. Chu Yunsheng soon understood this sensation of torment, for the formulas and diagrams on the blueprints were utterly incomprehensible to him, akin to reading an alien script. The diagram on the stationery differed somewhat from the ancient text, serving only as a preliminary prototype, albeit flawed. However, due to the fundamental nature of this prototype, many characters from the ancient text remained unintelligible to Chu Yunsheng, rendering the latter portion even more obscure. Yet this diagram began from a primal state, divided into 5 steps for derivation, only to be marked with a large cross, as if abandoned. As Chu Yunsheng delved deeper, he felt as if he had unlocked the door to a profound principle, entering a trance-like state. Unconsciously, he picked up a pencil and swiftly began reconstructing the comprehensible aspects of the ancient text in conjunction with the draft in his hand. His unusual behavior caught Professor Sun's attention. Observing Chu Yunsheng scribbling chaotic symbols on a discarded draft, he jested, "Young man, I didn't realize you possessed such scientific potential. Before Professor Sun could finish his sentence, a new geometric figure sprang to life on the page as Chu Yunsheng completed his representation of the law's preliminary form. Although it diverged significantly from the complete diagram in the ancient text, it was the utmost limit of his derivation. Upon completion, a sudden clarity washed over Chu Yunsheng. Previously, his creation of elemental symbols had been mere mimicry, devoid of understanding of the underlying principles. When faced with failure, he had attributed it to poor imitation. Now, however, he experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing the beauty of understanding the principles behind his actions. It felt as though he comprehended not only the what, but also the why, and the gateway to advanced elemental symbols seemed to slowly open before him. Lost in contemplation of his diagram, Chu Yunsheng noticed Professor Sun initially dismissing their figures with a cursory glance. Yet, after a second look, he could not resist a third, which he ultimately could not tear himself away from. Professor Sun appeared as if struck by a hammer, snatching the draft from Chu Yunsheng's hands. His voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Impossible! Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This coupling of force fields should not be stable. Why is it stable? Why has it not collapsed? How can we control the decay process? Lao Fong, come quickly, you're the physics expert. Come and take a look." An ordinary sheet of manuscript paper suddenly incited a fierce scramble among the professors, resulting in an utterly chaotic scene. Even outside, Advisor Tao burst in with a throng of people, creating a palpable tension within the conference room. Chapter 66. The plan at this moment. Chu Yunsheng had regained his senses and realized he had stirred up a significant trouble. His concern was not about leaking any confidential information. The rule in question was merely a minor principle among the vast sea of laws documented in ancient texts, still in its nascent form. What troubled him was the fact that, as an ordinary individual, he had managed to produce something that even the professors could not. To suggest that no one harbored doubts would be the height of folly. Professor Fong suddenly bellowed, seizing Old Sun with excitement. "Old Sun. Isn't this the very topic I argued for yesterday before it was ultimately dismissed? Who modified it? Speak up. Who made the changes?" Professor Sun, reminded by Fong, recalled the root of the issue and hurriedly detained the departing Chu Yunsheng, repeatedly imploring, "It was him. Young man, don't leave. Please tell us how you created this." Steadying his thoughts, Chu Yunsheng's mind raced before he finally spoke. "Professor Sun, do you truly believe that a mere undergraduate like me could concoct such a thing? It was purely serendipitous, whether you believe it or not. That is the truth." Regret coursed through him. He lamented how he had been entranced in the moment, overwhelmed by a profound sensation that had surged forth without time for further contemplation. Professor Sun regarded Chu Yunsheng as if he were a prehistoric beast, shaking his head in disbelief one moment and expressing wonder the next. However, despite Chu Yunsheng's insistence on mere luck, this explanation seemed too far-fetched for many to accept. Even Miss Zhao, who had maintained her distance, approached with a mix of curiosity and wariness, scrutinizing Chu Yunsheng. The impact of his revelation was monumental. He learned from Professor Sun that the energy field diagram proposed by Old Fong had been under development for quite some time. Ultimately, when they could not deduce further, Fong had reluctantly abandoned it, believing he had taken a wrong turn. This diagram was as crucial to their research as the foundation of a grand edifice, bearing immense significance for the establishment of new physics following the emergence of dark energy. According to Professor Sun, should Chu Yunsheng elucidate the meanings behind those peculiar characters in conjunction with this model, he could even apply for the Nobel Prize in Physics in the Age of Sunshine. Chu Yunsheng smirked at the thought of the Nobel Prize, pondering whether the princes and princesses of the Swedish royal family were still quaking in some corner, frightened by the bugs outside. He did not wish to linger on this topic and quickly reminded the increasingly curious Du Qishan, "Captain Du, time is of the essence. Please arrange for them to explain how to dismantle the fog barrier." Captain Du nodded in agreement. If they could not safely evacuate Huangshan City, any research findings would be in vain. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us now discuss how to dismantle the fog barrier. The situation outside is perilous, and I urge everyone to unite, share ideas, and expedite our departure from Huangshan City." His words fell like a bucket of cold water over the scientists, abruptly cooling the previously fervent atmosphere. Professor Fong Ziwen stood up, gravely stating, "The model for the nine-palace fog barrier has been established, and the sequential derivation equations have been successfully deduced. The current challenge lies not in the sequence, but in how to swiftly eliminate the fog sources in the 9 sectors. Furthermore, we must contain this within 12 hours. Otherwise, the fog sources will regenerate, and the fog barrier will reactivate. Old Sun, please elaborate on this matter. His concluding remark deepened the oppressive atmosphere in the conference room. Captain Du pondered for a moment and beckoned to Advisor Tao, saying, "You must immediately take Zhou Wei and others, allocate 2 tanks, and conduct a citywide search for any surviving awakened warriors. Gather them as much as possible to work together in dismantling the fog barrier." Additionally, he turned to Professor Sun and inquired, "Are you concerned about those fiery monsters? Do we have any estimates regarding their capabilities? How many awakened warriors would we need to confront them? I require data for planning." Professor Sun shook his head, stating, "The capabilities of these fiery monsters exceed our predictions. Mere numbers cannot bridge this gap. Engaging them head-on would result in catastrophic losses, potentially even total annihilation." The conference room fell silent once more, each person lost in their own thoughts, filled with unease. Suddenly, Chu Yunsheng spoke up, "Captain Du, I may be able to help divert the fiery monsters." However, before he could finish, every gaze in the room turned sharply to him. Each expression varied. Chu Yunsheng met their stares without evasion, deciding not to conceal his abilities any longer. He understood that escaping Kuan City solely on his own merits was unrealistic. Of course, if it meant certain death, he would prefer to remain in Kuan City. Captain Du stared at Chu Yunsheng in astonishment. His interest in Chu Yunsheng had stemmed merely from his superior abilities compared to Gan Ziqiang and others. He had not anticipated that Chu Yunsheng would dare to confront the fiery monsters. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Mr. Chu, you do realize this is not a time for jest?" Chu Yunsheng nodded and replied, "Captain Du, let us discuss this privately." Captain Du inquired seriously, 1 minute is sufficient. "Mr. Chu, are you certain you can accomplish this? I do not wish for any mistakes to occur." Chu Yunsheng smiled, saying, "I am not capable at this moment, which is why I must present my terms. I require 3 days to enhance my abilities, during which I will need your soldiers' assistance with several tasks." Captain Du, incredulous, questioned, "You believe that 3 days will enable you to reach a level capable of confronting the fiery monsters?" Chu Yunsheng interrupted, "Captain Du, this is my concern. The only assurance I can provide is that after 3 days, I will be able to withstand the fiery monster for 1 minute. If you continue to doubt, we can no longer proceed with this discussion." Captain Du pondered briefly before asking, "What do you require from us?" First, Chu Yunsheng continued, "Your awakened warriors must maximize their hunting of the red-eyed monsters. I only need their corpses, the more, the better. This is crucial, as it directly relates to delaying the fiery monsters. Second, if we are fortunate enough to escape Kuan City and reach Jinling, I will need you to deploy military resources to help me locate a few individuals. I understand that in the future, I cannot compel you to fulfill this last request because I recognize you are a soldier at heart and threatening your life is futile. However, I trust you are astute enough to realize that securing a cooperative partner is far more advantageous than fostering an enemy. Rest assured, the individual I seek poses no conflict with your military interests." Having laid out his conditions in one breath, Chu Yunsheng aimed to utilize these 3 days to fully challenge the duality realm, and with the ability to control aggressive third-tier elemental symbols, he believed he could indeed confront the fiery monsters. He had not directly engaged these fiery creatures and lacked the duality realm's prowess, so he cautiously claimed he could withstand them for a minute. As for the final condition, Chu Yunsheng intended to leverage Du Qishan's resources to track down the whereabouts of the individual mentioned by Lin Shueyao, regardless of whether it pertained to the second map. He was determined to give it a try. Chapter 67. The commencement of action. Du Qishan did not deliberate for long before acquiescing. Chu Yunsheng had been watching him intently, and he had little choice but to comply. The thought of that fiery monstrosity was enough to instill dread, an entity against which resistance seemed futile. Due to the sudden transformation of Gan Ziqiang, the awakened soldiers of the military swiftly dealt with his accomplices, rendering Yu Xiang's ambush largely inconsequential. Chu Yunsheng instructed him to temporarily accompany the military, deeming his own subsequent plans too perilous for Yao Xiang. His intention was to assault the repugnant fleshworms. According to Professor Sun, these creatures belong to the phylum of cylindrical beings. Chu Yunsheng had encountered such a monster once before. A 10-meter-long entity that frequently coiled around the branches of external flora, capable of altering its coloration to masquerade as colossal vines. The fleshworm's diet consisted predominantly of the bizarre fruits of giant organisms, alongside those red-eyed beasts and humans. Chu Yunsheng had even discovered the remains of other horrifying, small, fanged creatures within their excrement, yet he had never witnessed a living specimen through the mists, the reason for which remained a mystery. Devoid of scales or exoskeletons, the writhing mass of flesh appeared defenseless. However, this was a deceptive impression. Chu Yunsheng wielded the qi-infused Qianbi sword, employing every conceivable method of attack, slicing, stabbing, and thrusting, but the creature's slimy, gelatinous form exhibited an unprecedented elasticity and resilience. At times, even with the sword's sharpness, he could merely pierce its flesh, unable to breach its defenses. Engaging a single flesh worm consumed a significant amount of Chu Yunsheng's qi, which was precisely why he sought to confront these large monstrosities. He aimed to expedite his combat experience, refining his qi through repeated cycles of absorption and release. Although he could utilize talismans to cultivate his qi, the scant remaining yuan talismans, merely a handful, were insufficient to meet the astronomical demands of his ascent to the second yuan heaven. He had to sustain himself through battle, daring to confront the flesh worms to replenish his qi. The cultivation of the first yuan heaven involved mechanical repetition to hone the body, with qi flowing in and out continuously, akin to a first grader incessantly practicing strokes and characters, repetition, mastery, and then perfection, devoid of shortcuts. The essence of mastering simple techniques to their zenith constituted the pinnacle of the first yuan heaven. The principles underlying this process, along with the myriad rules of cultivation, would only become comprehensible to him upon reaching the second yuan heaven, where understanding would gradually unfold. This was the method of cultivation imparted to him by ancient texts, evolving from mere imitation to layered comprehension, each step firmly establishing his yuan heaven realm and capabilities. The red-eyed creatures possessed scant qi and were numerous, ensnared in endless trouble. Thus they fled in disarray. Consequently, Chu Yunsheng managed to evade them, fortunate that flesh worms typically dwelled amidst the mid-level branches of gigantic plants, sparing him considerable trouble. The most perilous threats were the flame-bird-like monsters that preyed on the flesh worms. With each flutter of their ethereal, resplendent wings, they unleashed torrents of crimson flames, resembling blazing orbs. A deluge of fiery qi cascaded forth, incinerating not only ordinary humans, but even lesser awakened soldiers into ashes. Captain Du's squad had assembled, tasked not only with fulfilling the conditions set forth by Chu Yunsheng, but also with gathering the remaining awakened soldiers of Jinling City to prepare for the impending battle against the mist source entity in 3 days. Chu Yunsheng chose a direction opposite to theirs, emerging from District 9 into the central area of District 2, a place he had frequented before. Surrounded by sprawling clusters of giant plants, he ascended via a vine over 2 meters in diameter. The vine was somewhat slippery, occasionally quivering as if animated. Chu Yunsheng cautiously climbed from one end to another, ultimately penetrating through a window of a towering structure. This building had once been a grand library, its books now strewn haphazardly across the floor, some reduced to ashes, likely burned for warmth by those who had perished within. Presently, aside from a few corpses, no living souls remained. Stepping across the ashes and scattered pages, Chu Yunsheng swiftly reached the opposite window. A massive vine continued to extend skyward, while a slightly thinner branch intersected beneath it, angling toward the ground. A flesh worm clung to this branch, preying upon several red-eyed creatures below, perhaps 3 or 4 in number. The flesh worm's method of hunting was elementary. Its 2 enormous mouths could grotesquely widen, creating a formidable vortex of suction. The red-eyed creatures fought desperately against this pull, yet inexorably, they were drawn into the gaping maw, which had nearly doubled in size. Lacking eyes, the flesh worm relied entirely on vibrations and scents to sense its enemies and prey. Chu Yunsheng, shielded by the 6 armor talisman and battle armor, was devoid of any scent. Thus it was only when he leaped significantly onto the branch that he elicited vibrations, alerting the flesh worm. However, it was evidently too late for evasion. The flesh worm, drenched in corrosive slime and sensing imminent danger, writhed violently, abandoning its last red-eyed quarry and swiftly lunging up the branch toward Chu Yunsheng. Chapter 68. Abilities. Although the flesh worm was under assault from corrosive slime, the actual damage it sustained was not severe. Chu Yunsheng dared not confront it directly on the branch, for the flesh worm moved with remarkable agility upon the colossal plant, yet became sluggish if it fell to the ground. With a powerful push from his legs, Chu Yunsheng catapulted himself over the flesh worm, landing gracefully on the opposite end and sliding downwards. Enraged by Chu Yunsheng's evasion, the flesh worm, undeterred by its severed tail, pursued him along the branch with relentless determination. As he retreated, Chu Yunsheng swiftly retrieved a new pouch of corrosive slime, casting it towards the worm's maw behind him, while he leapt into the air. Landing firmly on the ground, the flesh worm, having been doused with the potent corrosive liquid twice, was seething with anger. Its remaining mouth clung tightly to the branch, its body retracting, while the other mouth, propelled by its body like an elastic band, extended rapidly towards Chu Yunsheng, unleashing a formidable suction from deep within its abdomen. The force of the fleshworm's suction was immense. Chu Yunsheng gripped his thousand-piercing sword tightly, yet he was gradually being drawn towards the creature's gaping maw. The sword carved a groove in the concrete as it struggled to maintain its position at the root of the giant plant. This agonizing stalemate endured for a full 10 minutes, during which Chu Yunsheng estimated that the flesh worm had expended a considerable amount of energy. Should it deplete its energy entirely, the significance of slaying it would diminish greatly. More crucially, he himself was beginning to falter. If he lingered any longer, he risked being engulfed by the flesh worm, which would spell dire trouble. With a swift motion, he summoned 3 large pouches of corrosive slime into his left hand. A feat unimaginable in the era of sunlight, where he could hardly have lifted such weight with one hand. Facing the overwhelming suction, Chu Yunsheng needed no sense of direction. He simply released his left hand, and the 3 pouches of corrosive slime were instantly drawn into the flesh worm's body with a whoosh. The creature's powerful suction drained its internal energy rapidly, and after having already expended a portion of strength in pursuit of the crimson-eyed monster, the situation for the flesh worm deteriorated swiftly as the 3 pouches seared its insides. A wisp of green smoke seeped from the flesh worm's mouth and skin, accompanied by a sour odor. The creature emitted a mournful sound, sealing its massive maw, its abdomen swelling as its entire body contracted grotesquely. Chu Yunsheng seized this opportunity, drawing the thousand-piercing sword and twisting in midair, utilizing the residual suction to launch himself towards the flesh worm. With vigor, he delivered a decisive strike, cleaving the worm's flesh. Weakened by substantial energy depletion, the flesh worm's skin and elasticity had diminished significantly, allowing Chu Yunsheng to create a gash with his sword. His advantage lay in his remarkable speed. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving only the fleeting shadows of his sword in the air. As vitality mingled in a deadly dance, he dared not afford the creature an escape. The upper region was the domain of the fire monsters, and entering it would be akin to stepping into the gates of hell. The flesh worm was swift upon the branch, yet Chu Yunsheng was swifter. Reaching the intersection of the vines and branches, he pinned the flesh worm firmly with his sword. Drawing forth a silenced pistol, he unleashed a barrage of shots until the creature was rendered lifeless beyond recovery. The silencer and bullets were obtained from Captain Du, who had been reluctant to part with the ammunition, much like Gu Liming. Having consumed more than half of its energy, the flesh worm still provided Chu Yunsheng with a fully charged energy absorption talisman, though its markings appeared more peculiar, resembling wood grain. Chu Yunsheng crafted a new talisman to contain the bodies of all the monsters, unwilling to discard the flesh worm's remains. Despite its repulsiveness, he had learned from old Jiang that such substances were indeed edible after the worm's demise. Even if he had no intention of consuming it himself, it could be valuable for trade in Jinling City. As he descended, Chu Yunsheng collected the slightly valuable books from the bookstore, particularly those concerning ancient studies. From Area 2 to Area 6, and then to Area 3, he systematically hunted down 5 more fleshworms, narrowly escaping being drawn into one of their abdomens on one occasion. Fortunately, he had yet to encounter a fire monster, a stroke of luck he cherished. His vitality was cultivated step by step according to ancient texts, distinct from those who awaken naturally. His energy was pure and stable, devoid of any uncontrolled fluctuations. Chu Yunsheng was inherently unassuming, accustomed to his constant state of vigilance in a perilous environment, presenting himself as an ordinary person navigating the tumultuous era of darkness. Captain Du, is the plan you mentioned truly reliant on him to attract the fire monsters? A female awakened warrior, unable to contain her skepticism, remarked, eyeing the unimposing Chu Yunsheng, devoid of any aura of an awakened one. Are you certain you're not jesting? Captain Du smiled, yet before he could respond, a lanky old man interjected, Captain Du, your plan necessitates that he withstand the fire monsters for at least a minute. It's not that we doubt you. Our primary concern is survival. If his abilities are insufficient, we cannot afford to risk participating in your scheme. We trust you will understand. Indeed. Another young woman rose, casting a disappointed glance at Chu Yunsheng before firmly stating, we must ascertain whether he possesses such capability. It is the foundation of our collaboration. Captain Du's lips twitched awkwardly, his expression reflecting a blend of rigidity and helplessness. When Chu Yunsheng claimed he could hold off the fire monsters, Du himself had been taken aback, scarcely able to believe his ears. Had he not witnessed Chu Yunsheng's consistently formidable performance, he might have shared the skepticism of the others. Chu Yunsheng mused to himself. These individuals were remarkably forthright, offering no regard for his dignity, immediately questioning his capabilities. The transformations within human society during this dark era were indeed becoming increasingly intense and rapid. Nonetheless, he chose to disregard their doubts. Expending energy to prove himself before them was less appealing than confronting the fleshworms outside. Furthermore, he recognized that he lacked the strength for such a confrontation, thus leaving this troublesome matter to Captain Du to resolve. Chapter 69. I believe in him, Commander. Commander. A sentry, gripping his automatic rifle, hurriedly approached, saluting nervously. In a hushed tone, he exclaimed, Commander, all the corpses of the insects behind us have vanished. The sentry lowered his voice, a hint of concern evident in his demeanor. I saw Mr. Chu go there, and after he emerged, those bodies disappeared. Commander Du abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on Chu Yunsheng, who had already passed them. Striding towards the professor's conference room, a wave of dread washed over him. How did he accomplish that? Could it be that his claim of enhanced abilities was derived from the legendary consumption of monstrous remains? The very thought of those repulsive, slimy insect carcasses made Du's stomach churn. However, Commander Du swiftly composed himself, resolving that whether Chu Yunsheng was human or beast, as long as he stood on their side, he was an ally. He sternly instructed the sentry, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. It falls under the highest secrecy of the regiment. From now on, you are primarily responsible for guarding the rear of the building. Do not concern yourself with Mr. Chu. Let him do as he pleases. Yes. The sentry gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes. Go now. Commander Du waved his hand wearily. He still needed to explain Chu Yunsheng's situation to the 8 newly awakened warriors he had just summoned. The fact that Chu Yunsheng disregarded their doubts infuriated these new warriors, leading to their declarations of inability to cooperate, insisting they could not blindly follow him into chaos. Some even vehemently demanded a duel with Chu Yunsheng. Yao Xiang, known for his straightforwardness, candidly stated, a duel? Brother Chu likely ignores such challenges to avoid harming you. I've never seen anyone survive under his blade, be it monster or human. A sharp-eyed elder interjected, young man, one must not boast without bounds. A sword? We are 8, with 16 eyes. And not once have we seen him wield any weapon. Before he could finish, a first lieutenant with 3 stars stepped forward, solemnly declaring, Commander, I trust Yao Xiang. And thus I trust Mr. Chu's abilities. Commander Du nodded slightly. The military's newly awakened warriors rallied behind the officer, voicing their agreement. The elder huffed in annoyance but refrained from further comment, recognizing that the numbers were against him. And to persist would only lead to them questioning the military rather than Chu Yunsheng. Meanwhile, Chu Yunsheng, invigorated by the atmosphere, stifled a yawn, extinguished his cigarette, and forced himself to absorb the elemental energy of the world. Ever since his last breakthrough with that rudimentary formation, he had focused intently on discerning the flow, state, strength, and fluctuations of the energy, as well as the wondrous sensations of its integration with his body. This was an exceedingly taxing endeavor. After just over an hour, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. While he felt he grasped certain concepts, upon reflection, everything remained a chaotic blur. He was overwhelmed by the multitude of principles he did not comprehend. In the era of sunlight, he had watched on television and read in novels about masters who, during their training, seemed to grow more spirited. Not only did their cultivation replace sleep, but each session appeared to elevate their realms as if they were effortlessly picking ripe vegetables. When Chu Yunsheng finally opened his eyes, he was startled to find Professor Sun gazing at him with a smile, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that sent shivers down Chu's spine. Is something amiss? Chu Yunsheng steadied himself, pulling back from his meditative state. Professor Sun shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm merely curious. By the way, are you willing to look at a corpse? Chu Yunsheng, perplexed by his random query, was taken aback. He had encountered countless dead bodies on his journey from Xinqing to this place. Was there any road that didn't bear the remains of humanity? Noticing Chu's lack of reaction, Professor Sun lowered his voice to explain, not just any corpse, but the dissected bodies of Gangcheng and his companions whom you defeated that day. Startled, Chu Yunsheng leapt from his chair, his expression shifting to one of wariness and coldness, instinctively preparing to activate his combat armor. He had always held a favorable view of the old professor, not only due to the man's ability to overlook past grievances, but also for his gratitude towards the military personnel protecting him. Moreover, Professor Sun had repeatedly emphasized that researchers were not as Chu Yunsheng had imagined, dissecting awakened humans, which had greatly alleviated his concerns. Now, however, with Professor Sun suddenly revealing that they had performed autopsies on Gangcheng and the others, Chu felt a chill. Though Gangcheng was his own enemy, they were both warriors of elemental energy. If scientists began dissecting Gangcheng today, who could say they wouldn't turn to other awakened warriors tomorrow, even himself, for research purposes? Chu Yunsheng chided himself for being so careless. Perhaps it was the prolonged exposure to these individuals that lulled him into a false sense of security. Without any trustworthy companions nearby, he had engaged in cultivation without a shred of vigilance. Had those scientists sought to study him, he might have already encountered death once again. Seeing his complexion pale, Professor Sun quickly gestured, "Little Chu, do not be alarmed. Just listen to me." Chu Yunsheng took a moment to gather his thoughts. Realizing he had overreacted, perhaps revealing a hint of psychological fragility. Regardless of whether it was Commander Du or the scientists, they needed his assistance to escape peril. They posed no threat to him. Yet, what kind of world was this? He had witnessed two individuals betray one another to escape a pursuing insect, one deceiving the other into aiding him only to break the latter's leg, leaving the injured individual behind to slow the creature while he fled. He had seen a kind-hearted little girl share her meager food with a starving man, only to be stabbed in the back, robbed of all her provisions. He had observed a desperate team of awakened warriors, fighting valiantly against an overwhelming tide of monsters, only for one to unhesitatingly sacrifice a teammate to fend off the onslaught. He had witnessed the horrors of those unable to escape from a vehicle besieged by monsters, turning against each other in a frenzy of gunfire. Discarding the dead out of the vehicle, he had seen individuals lure other ordinary humans into traps with mere scraps of bread, akin to Zhonglao, using them as human bombs to eliminate flesh-eating creatures. He had encountered far too many such grim spectacles, each leaving an indelible mark of fear in his heart. In the era of sunlight, he had been an utterly ordinary citizen, leading a mundane life. Yet, in this dark age, he bore witness to one harrowing tragedy after another. Enduring the weight of these inhuman experiences with the psyche of an ordinary citizen, even with ancient texts for support, he found himself increasingly sensitive, vigilant, and fragile. At times, humanity proves far more terrifying than monsters. Chapter 70. Rumors. Professor Sun's countenance bore an awkwardness, as Chu Yunsheng's vehement reaction aligned with his expectations. He hesitantly attempted an explanation. The dissection of Gangcheng and his companions is necessitated by the current circumstances. Follow me, and you shall understand. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yunsheng resolved to witness their activities, having come to the realization that these individuals must ultimately serve national institutions, given the present conditions. Intensifying research on awakened humans is an imperative task. The dissection of deceased awakened warriors had likely commenced long ago in Jinling City. The dissection room was situated in an auxiliary lounge adjacent to the conference chamber. Upon entry, a strong metallic scent assaulted the senses. Professor Sun shook his head in resignation, remarking, "The conditions are exceedingly rudimentary, rendering better procedures impossible." The room was illuminated by a few flickering candles, and on a makeshift platform assembled from tables lay 3 corpses, fully dissected. Beside them stood an elderly man and a younger one, engaged in hushed discussion under the candlelight. As they noticed the newcomers, their conversation halted. Professor Sun gestured towards the elder, introducing him. "This is Professor Hua, a biomedical expert, and this is his student, Xiaoning." He then turned to Professor Hua and said, "Old Hua, please begin." Adjusting his large-framed glasses, which bore a crack and were wrapped with a cloth, Professor Hua cleared his throat and pointed to the corpses on the table. "Observe. Due to the lack of all necessary diagnostic instruments and observational equipment, we can only conduct a crude analysis based on direct observation. First, let us examine the muscular structure. Visibly, there are significant changes. The muscle fibers appear more resilient, and their characteristics have altered. Our hypothesis suggests that a portion of the energy in awakened warriors resides within the muscle cells, undergoing some unknown transformation that enables them not only to store food energy, but also to harbor a form of dark matter energy. However, due to the complete transparency of dark matter, we cannot observe it, thus rendering our conjectures unsubstantiated and merely speculative. Next, we turn to the internal organs. The changes in the cardiac region of fire attribute awakened warriors are notably more pronounced than in other areas, while those with ice attributes exhibit marked alterations near the kidneys. Given that no other types of awakened warriors were dissected for corroborative evidence, and considering the existence of military figures with unique abilities, such as those possessing the steel attribute, we cannot draw definitive conclusions here. The most dramatic changes occur in the brain. The neural fibers intertwine, and the higher the warrior's abilities, the more pronounced these changes. Nonetheless, even during the Age of the Sun, the brain remained a conundrum. Relying solely on visual inspection, we cannot provide accurate hypotheses. Lastly, regarding the skeletal structure, there appear to be no visible changes, making assessment impossible. Having succinctly concluded his presentation, Professor Hua left Chu Yunsheng feeling somewhat perplexed. Professor Sun had summoned him merely to hear these inconsequential analyses, seemingly devoid of purpose. As if sensing his thoughts, Professor Sun interjected, "Given our limited resources, we can only make simple judgments. These preliminary observations, coupled with extensive data we collected prior to the emergence of the insects, have led us to a conjecture. Since dark matter and dark energy are entirely transparent, they can silently traverse the human body and even the earth itself. It is conceivable that awakened warriors acquire dark energy through an active area in the brain, capturing and absorbing the dark energy that roams around and penetrates their bodies. This hypothesis necessitates several foundations. First, the human body must undergo a swift transformation of muscle cells upon awakening, enabling them to accept dark energy alongside carbohydrate energy. Second, the brain's role in facilitating the introduction of dark energy must be established. Third, the neural unit's response to this dark energy, including its mobilization and utilization, must be understood. Following this, Professor Sun expounded upon the majority of findings they had pondered. As Chu Yunsheng listened, his mind grew muddled. The speculations bore a resemblance to his own recent insights during meditation. Upon deeper reflection, he recognized the potential for valuable insights. Yet he remained puzzled as to why Professor Sun had divulged such extensive information to him. Commander Du had advised him to dedicate 3 days to enhancing his abilities. And these elderly scholars had gone to considerable lengths, even resorting to the destructive act of dissecting awakened warriors, in hopes of aiding his enhancement. Chu Yunsheng nodded gently, acknowledging that Professor Sun's bold hypotheses outlined a model for understanding how awakened warriors absorb and store energy. Though unverified and lacking experimental support, it proved beneficial for Chu Yunsheng in deciphering his own condition, particularly in light of his recent meditative endeavors. His mind was now consumed with the dynamics of energy circulation, contemplating how to draw energy from the external environment into his body, how to store it, and where it resided. Infusing energy into the Qianbi sword appeared to be a mere flow of energy on the surface. Yet understanding the underlying principles of how this was achieved and how it could be expelled externally remained elusive. The ancient text only presented a series of operational techniques that he had memorized thoroughly, yet he had never pondered how these techniques were conceived or how they functioned. It was akin to mastering the Pythagorean theorem in middle school for calculating side lengths without ever considering how it was proven. Eventually, the professors, exhausted from their exhaustive deliberations, succumbed to fatigue, collapsing into their chairs and drifting into slumber. Stepping once more through the doors of the Gangcheng building, Chu Yunsheng shook his head to clear his mind. Striving to regain focus, once ensnared in the fog, any distraction could prove perilous to his life. The crimson figure once again vanished into the vast mists. The flesh-eating insects were occasionally easy to encounter, yet their protective coloration rendered them difficult to detect. Chu Yunsheng navigated through the mid-levels of the colossal creatures, forcefully suppressing his chaotic thoughts, remaining vigilant in the surrounding fog, sometimes advancing cautiously, at other times sprinting at great speed. He felt an urgent need to transcend the realm of the first heaven. His fiery silhouette frequently appeared in various corners of Kuan City, where the hunt for flesh-eating insects yielded numerous energy-imbued talismans. Eventually, when confronted with a small number of red-eyed monsters, he ceased to evade them, opting instead to draw his bow and shoot, employing ice to freeze and dispatch his foes. As the days progressed, the number of surviving awakened warriors summoned by Advisor Tao continued to swell, reaching approximately 60 by the evening of the second day. Their discussions evolved from the initial skepticism of the first 8 individuals regarding Chu Yunsheng's abilities to include tales of a recent master clad in fiery red armor, who had swiftly dispatched numerous monsters. Given the stakes involved in the overall plan, everyone exhibited heightened concern. Rumors circulated fervently, and each time Chu Yunsheng appeared at the entrance, the fervent debates erupted into a crescendo. Chapter 71. The pinnacle of the One Yuan heaven. Once he ceased his combative state, his mind became engulfed with the intricate characters of ancient texts, alongside a growing apprehension regarding his impending confrontation with the fiery monstrosity. A vague realization dawned upon him that to attain the pinnacle of the One Yuan heaven, he must comprehend certain truths to facilitate a seamless breakthrough into the realm of the Two Yuan heaven. Only upon reaching the Two Yuan heaven would he be deemed worthy to engage in battle with the fiery creature. Thus, due to fatigue, Chu Yunsheng had retreated into the Gangcheng building, oblivious to the tumultuous debates within the hall. He was entirely unaware of the discussions at hand, even dismissing Captain Du's subtle hints to showcase his abilities. Since the onset of the Dark Era, the only individuals he could trust were his most esteemed ally, Yu Shaohai, and Yao Xiang. Captain Du's team had amassed an increasing number of crimson-armored insect carcasses and red-eyed monsters, all of which Chu Yunsheng meticulously collected into his storage talisman. He planned to refine his battle armor and the Qian by sword anew once he ascended to the Two Yuan heaven, expecting the results to far surpass their current state. As the final 12 hours approached, Chu Yunsheng was merely one step away from the vital energy refinement process, poised to enter the long-anticipated pinnacle of the One Yuan heaven. The overwhelming concentration of vital energy coursed through him, imparting a sense of immense power, allowing him to leap from one vine to another with breathtaking speed. At that moment, he emerged from a window of a towering edifice, navigating along the tendrils of a colossal creature. Before him lay a group besieging over 30 red-eyed monsters. Ever since Captain Du disseminated the news of the impending dismantling of the fog barrier and the escape from Jinling City, the despondent citizens, long hidden in the shadows, could no longer endure their despair. They surged towards the Gangcheng building in District 9. With hope extinguished, despair had driven the populace to the brink. But the mere whisper of hope, however faint, ignited an overwhelming desire for survival, particularly among parents clutching their children. The fog-laden city had once snuffed out the last flicker of hope for the citizens, rendering them indifferent even when Captain Du's troops passed through. Yet now, a force comprising scientists, numerous awakened warriors, and heavy weaponry proclaimed that in 3 days they would breach the fog barrier to flee Jinling. Those who heard the news grasped it like a drowning person seizing a lifeline. This was their final chance. Except for those too famished to rise, the rest flocked eagerly to Captain Du. Amidst the crowd, Chu Yunsheng recognized a few familiar faces, including a companion of the city management officer who had guided him and Yao Xiang days prior. The officer was no longer present. Only the woman remained, leading the survivors, still wielding the carapace of the crimson insect as a shield, valiantly resisting the red-eyed monsters with makeshift weapons. These were mere humans, relying on a scant few firearms and clubs to confront the monsters. By the time Chu Yunsheng appeared, casualties had already mounted, with 5 or 6 dismembered corpses littering the ground. What astonished him was that none of this group attempted to flee. They fought back with unwavering determination while retreating toward the fog barrier. The number of red-eyed monsters was limited to a mere dozen. Chu Yunsheng deftly drew his bow, knocking an arrow infused with a significant amount of vital energy. His archery skills had improved considerably, and at a distance of less than 40 meters, he could ensure a hit on the nearly 2-meter-wide creatures, although hitting a moving target posed a challenge. With swift precision, Chu Yunsheng unleashed a barrage of arrows, employing a tactic of overwhelming firepower. In an instant, he loosed 5 arrows in rapid succession. Then, to augment his assault, he summoned ice arrows formed from vital energy, which whistled through the air and struck the throng of red-eyed monsters. The vital energy expended to combat the red-eyed monsters was minimal. Each ice arrow consumed only a fraction of his reserves. Though he had unleashed many, his vital energy remained abundant. Eager to reach his peak state swiftly, Chu Yunsheng dismissed concerns about depleting this last reserve, knowing he had over 20 fully charged storage talismans at his disposal. The once arrogant red-eyed monsters soon found themselves frozen and crashing to the ground, while the remaining few charged toward Chu Yunsheng. Channeling his vital energy, he fired off several more arrows in quick succession, then sheathed his bow, drawing the Qian by sword. He leaped from the vine, cleaving through the oncoming red-eyed monsters mid-air, vanquishing two with a single stroke. "Look, it's the one in the red armor." A woman in the crowd shrieked. Do we have hope now?" A mother exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Wait, haven't I seen this person somewhere before?" A child murmured among the city management officers' companions. With rapid strokes of the Qianbai sword, the number of red-eyed monsters dwindled. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the last one turned tail and fled. From the very first day the monsters invaded, none had ever retreated in battle. Even the battle-hardened Chu Yunsheng found himself momentarily stunned. The only other instance of a creature fleeing was the last of the 5 crimson insects he had slain, which had merely emitted a peculiar shriek to summon distant allies. Never contemplating retreat. Simultaneously, the final surge of vital energy coursing through his body culminated, leaving Chu Yunsheng feeling light as a feather, nearly toppling from the vine as his body began to absorb the surrounding vital energy from the world naturally. The incoming energy flowed evenly throughout his being, and he could even hear strange sounds emanating from within. Anxious, Chu Yunsheng wasted no time to collect the corpses of the red-eyed monsters. Propelling himself towards the building in District 9, before Yao Xiang could react, he slammed the door shut behind him. Inside the hall, the awakened warriors, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure clad in red armor, erupted into chaos, demanding Captain Du clarify the situation. An increasing number believed this to be a ruse by the military, a deceptive scheme to lead them to their demise, as turmoil threatened to spiral out of control. Chapter 72. The fusion body with a sharp crack of a gunshot. Silence enveloped the hall. The awakened warriors displayed no fear of ordinary firearms, however. As the highest military commander in the vicinity, Commander Du stood tall at the service desk, firing a warning shot that compelled many of the awakened warriors to fall silent. Commander Du proclaimed loudly, "In my capacity as the highest commander of the regiment, I reiterate that the person clad in red armor, rumored among you, is indeed the pivotal figure in this operation, Mr. Chu Yunsheng. I have reiterated this matter numerous times. This is the final clarification." He glanced at his watch and added, "I trust that soon we will have answers regarding Mr. Chu's capabilities." An elderly man, lean and quick to speak, immediately raised his voice. "Commander Du, this is precisely our greatest concern. While I have not witnessed the combat of the awakened warrior in red armor, many here have. From their descriptions, it is evident that the red-armored warrior possesses formidable abilities, surpassing most of us. Yet, do not forget that your plan necessitates him to confront the flame monsters, not mere flesh worms or red-eyed creatures. Although the red-armored warrior is indeed powerful, it appears he can only hunt 1 or 2 flesh worms alone. Such prowess, I fear, is insufficient to withstand the might of the formidable flame monsters." Others quickly echoed his sentiments, voicing their agreement. "Indeed, I support this gentleman. I have witnessed the red-armored warrior in action against flesh worms. While his abilities are impressive, I doubt such prowess can contend with the terrifying flame monsters." Initially, we held a glimmer of hope that Mr. Chu, clad in gray cotton, could be the red-armored warrior. Although your military has indicated that Mr. Chu is indeed the red-armored warrior, he has yet to publicly affirm this, leading us to harbor such hope. If your military believes that merely invoking the red-armored warrior will persuade us to partake in this plan, that would be a blatant deception, leading us to our demise. "I do not concur with your statement," interrupted a woman, cradling an infant against her chest. "I, too, have witnessed the red-armored warrior's combat. However, I believe you have not observed closely enough. He is the only one I have seen who, while wielding a sword, exhibited no fluctuations of ice or fire attributes. Yet, when using a pistol, he could unleash fiery energy. Later, he astonishingly shot arrows imbued with icy energy while using a bow. I ask, has anyone else seen an awakened warrior wielding both ice and fire energies simultaneously? Thus, I believe and support Commander Du. Mr. Chu is indeed the red-armored warrior and will surely be able to confront the flame monsters." Commander Du was taken aback. Their concerns extended beyond merely Mr. Chu's abilities. Even the existence of the red armor was now in question, even if it were confirmed that Mr. Chu was the awakened warrior clad in red armor. It would merely suggest an addition of a powerful ally, rather than a key figure capable of confronting the flame monsters. These individuals had survived multiple crises in the City of Mist, displaying keen intelligence. They would not gamble with their lives. Commander Du could only hope for Mr. Chu to emerge and allay their fears. Otherwise, should these individuals disperse, his limited forces would be utterly incapable of dismantling the 9 sources of mist. At that moment, Mr. Chu Yunsheng was preoccupied with the unsettling fluctuations of his vital energy, lacking the legendary ability to introspectively examine his own body. He could only sense these changes through the flow of vital energy within him. He was uncertain whether he had indeed entered the realm of the duality heaven. It felt as though layers of barriers separated his vital energy from his body, gradually being breached, allowing the energy to merge with him in an unprecedented manner. Where once his vital energy merely resided within him, it now appeared to be integrating with his very essence, a slow and meticulous process. Strange sounds echoed from within his nervous system, making Mr. Chu feel as though he were a castle being systematically dismantled by legions of vital energy. Although there was no pain, this fragile sensation left him hesitant to directly infuse vital energy using the absorption talisman, fearing that an excessive influx could lead to his body's collapse. He could only calm himself, synchronizing with the flow of vital energy within, gradually drawing in fresh energy from the outside world. After 3 hours, the relentless progression of energy that was reshaping his body gradually subsided. Upon reevaluating his condition, he finally recognized the substantial enhancement in the condensation of his vital energy, akin to the early stage of duality heaven described in ancient texts. The mere act of stirring it revealed the immense power contained within. The fusion of his vital energy with his body had transformed into a state of mutual integration, as if the energy had become an intrinsic part of him. According to the ancient scriptures, this initial state was not yet complete. He needed to continually apply the cultivation methods provided to fully transform his body into the fusion body, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of duality heaven to break through into the realm of the triad heaven. The nature of the vital energy within him exhibited marked changes. The celestial vital energy he absorbed previously remained unchanged, merely residing within him, whether he infused it into the thousand-piercing sword or the ice arrow. It retained its primal purity. He was merely utilizing the power of vital energy, akin to wielding a tool. Now, however, the absorbed energy first merged with his transformed body, returning to him imbued with his life force, becoming an integral part of him, making manipulation far more intuitive. He realized that with the same amount of vital energy, the power he could exert during the monadic heaven phase was vastly inferior to what he now felt. The predecessors in the ancient text elaborated that such a qualitative change in vital energy would become increasingly pronounced as the cultivator's body underwent further transformation, until fully attaining the pinnacle state of the fusion body at the height of duality heaven, at which point the primordial vital energy of heaven and earth would completely transmute into the cultivator's intrinsic vital energy, granting them power that would reach the zenith of duality heaven. The foremost benefit of this transformation in vital energy was not merely an enhancement of his capabilities, but rather the ability to employ third-tier talismans. These high-tier talismans, which must be based on the cultivator's intrinsic vital energy, were a long-cherished aspiration for Mr. Chu. Furthermore, he intended to reforge his battle armor and thousand-piercing sword. Under the cleansing influence of his intrinsic vital energy, the armor's thickness halved, appearing more agile and lightweight, while paradoxically, its protective capabilities were significantly enhanced. The thousand-piercing sword similarly expelled a considerable amount of impurities. By incorporating all the blade legs of the red-armored insects provided by Commander Du into the reforging process, he barely managed to maintain the sword's original dimensions without noticeable alteration. Additionally, with the blue mist from the red-eyed monsters, which could devour vital energy, the thousand-piercing sword could now be imbued with less than half the vital energy previously required to slay a red-armored insect. In confronting flame monsters, the destructive energy embedded within the thousand-piercing sword would prove invaluable, as these creatures were predominantly composed of pure vital energy. Subsequently, Mr. Chu Yunsheng recited the sword combat techniques recorded in the ancient texts, replaying them in his mind, despite having memorized them thoroughly. In the confines of the small room, it was impractical to execute these techniques, so he leaped up, determined to seek out a monster and test the long-awaited power of his sword combat skills. He suddenly recalled that the awakened warriors in the hall had been urging him to demonstrate his strength as a basis for cooperation. This was the perfect opportunity to both test and resolve that matter. Chapter 73. A sword-s dread Chu Yunsheng, fully armed, made his entrance into the hall, and the previously raucous crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. Commander Du attempted to speak, but was silenced by a gesture from Chu Yunsheng. He lightly leapt onto the service counter of the building and calmly stated, "I shall keep my words brief. Since we are gathered here, it is only natural that we seek a way to escape this fog. I comprehend your concerns. However, If you expect me to challenge the fire monster to prove something at this moment, I shall simply disregard it. That would be courting death. Commander Du's plans relied heavily on the collective effort of everyone present, not just you, but also the scientists tirelessly working on map simulations day and night. And the ordinary soldiers. Each individual longs to escape this cursed place as soon as possible. Should you wish to gather information about me to bolster your confidence in your wagers, you may accompany me outside shortly, where I will reveal certain things. Regardless of your eventual decisions, I must emphasize that this is not a trivial gamble. Remaining in the City of Mist will inevitably lead to either starvation or being devoured by monsters. We are left with no alternative. Upon concluding his remarks, he offered no opportunity for those hesitant and contemplative individuals to voice their queries, swiftly dashing towards the entrance. With less than half an hour until the fog barrier transitioned, and the professor's new map still unavailable, he had no choice but to seek out flesh worms in Zone 9 as targets for his sword practice. Were it not for his desire to test the efficacy of his swordsmanship, Chu Yunsheng would have found little motivation to prove anything to these overly cautious individuals. Whether they believed or disbelieved mattered little. After all, he himself was the most perilous element in this endeavor. What right did those tasked with dismantling the fog source have to question him? However, he gradually understood that, in this monster-ridden world, where survival was uncertain, the awakened warriors of Jinling City had to prioritize their own safety. Whether Chu Yunsheng was foolish enough to seek his own demise was of no concern to them. Their apprehension stemmed from the military's potential intentions to sacrifice them, and even Chu Yunsheng, as bait to distract the fire monster, thus allowing military personnel an opportunity to breach the fog barrier and retreat. Thus, Chu Yunsheng's strength became of paramount importance to them. It was the crux of whether they would be mere scapegoats for the military or true comrades in arms. He slowed his pace, aware that at least 70 or 80 awakened warriors followed closely behind, all of whom harbored doubts and fears. After traversing several streets, his expression sharpened as he spotted 2 flesh worms, seemingly engaged in mating, on a vine as thick as a barrel not far away. In numbers, there is courage, ordinarily. A handful of awakened warriors would hesitate to confront even a single normal flesh worm, resorting instead to cunning strategies. If 2 were to appear simultaneously, they would flee without a second thought. Yet, this sizable group of nearly 80, bolstered by the presence of Chu Yunsheng in his red armor, felt emboldened. Though none wished to stand too close, being swallowed by a flesh worm would be an absurdly ignoble end. Suddenly disturbed during their mating, the flesh worms lunged at the foremost Chu Yunsheng like an ignited firecracker, filled with fury. He inhaled deeply, the techniques of swordsmanship swirling in his mind. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air, his refined essence surging within him like a torrent, irresistibly flowing toward his raised Qianbi sword, ready to meet the oncoming threat. With a single stroke, he unleashed a ferocious wave of sword energy. The chilling brightness of his blade was daunting, the gathered essence forming sword shadows that intertwined and swept through the air with the force to annihilate legions, cleaving everything in their path. The leading flesh worm, along with the vine as hard as iron, was instantaneously reduced to fragments. One sword strike, and one lay dead while another was grievously injured. Those who had previously witnessed Chu Yunsheng's relentless battles against flesh worms had anticipated a mere repetition of past feats, perhaps a bit more ferocity. Yet none could have predicted such a breathtaking display. In that moment, even Chu Yunsheng himself was momentarily dazed. This was his first time executing the technique Qianjun Bai, a skill he thought would merely inflict an injury on a flesh worm, given his lack of familiarity and his early-stage power. Back at his peak, even after exhausting half the flesh worm's energy and dousing it with corrosive slime, he had never managed to inflict such severe damage in a single strike. To his astonishment, even under those circumstances, this formidable sword technique had effortlessly torn apart one and gravely wounded another. Qianjun Bai, a technique created by the ancients, could decimate 1,000 foes or focus its might on a single adversary. Yet, the level of slaying 1,000 foes was far beyond what Chu Yunsheng dared to aspire to at this moment. Caught in a moment of surprise, the half-dismembered flesh worm had already scuttled a considerable distance away. Chu Yunsheng, known for his mercilessness, especially towards ferocious monsters, swiftly conjured an icy arrow in his hand. A flurry of arrows transformed into glimmering frost, piercing through the air to completely freeze and slay the remaining half of the flesh worm. Without caring for the 80-odd pairs of eyes observing him, he summoned his spatial storage talisman. collecting the shattered pieces of the flesh worm along with the half-worm into his possession, unwilling to waste the precious essence contained within these creatures. In an instant, the hall erupted into lively chatter again. Those who had witnessed Chu Yunsheng's sword trial recounted the event with embellishments, igniting feelings of regret among those who had missed the spectacle. Even more amusing to Commander Du was that a small segment of this group had rapidly transformed from doubtful skeptics into staunch supporters of Chu Yunsheng. Though some still held varying degrees of concern, they found themselves at a loss, as Chu Yunsheng offered no clarifications. Ultimately, they realized, as he had stated, they had no choice, for Commander Du had declared that after dismantling the fog source, only the professor's relentless simulations would guide their escape from the City of Mist. In other words, only by following the military convoy could they hope to flee. Those seeking to remain uninvolved and reap the benefits would certainly be left behind by Commander Du. Meanwhile, Chu Yunsheng was in his room, calculating the urgent need to craft several high-level essence talismans to combat the nerve-wracking fire monster.